The awakening of insects. Lightning crackled like a chaotic serpent, shattering the somber clouds and transforming the land into a vast marsh. Amidst the tumult of thunder and torrential rain, a black oil paper umbrella floated past the waterside gate of the capital, accompanied by a dark canopy boat. Along the banks, the city was drenched in wind and rain, rousing the 3,000 willows. Zuo Lingquan stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the uneven buildings of the capital, and felt as though the scene before him mirrored the renowned along the river during the Qingming Festival. 17 years had passed since Zuo Lingquan arrived in this world. The memories of yesteryears had long since blurred. Yet, he could ascertain that this was not a realm solely inhabited by refined scholars. This was Donghua City, the capital of the Dayton dynasty. 17 years earlier, Zuo Lingquan was born in Qinghe County of the Dayton dynasty, the legitimate son of the affluent Zuo family, blessed with vast wealth and extensive lands. A fortunate beginning indeed. Upon his arrival, he believed his life would consist of being a carefree heir, indulging in pleasures without concern. However, as he took his first steps, he soon realized that this world was unlike any other. The people here were remarkable. The exceptional could soar through the skies or traverse the earth, moving mountains and parting seas. The creatures were equally extraordinary, with tales of foxes repaying their debts and spirits transforming into forms of wonder widely circulated. Those Zuo Lingquan had never encountered such peculiar beings. Snippets from ancient texts offered him glimpses into the mysteries and vastness of this world. In 2 lifetimes, he had always yearned to ascend to great heights and discover the true essence of existence. Yet, despite his abundant riches, he found himself an ordinary man in this extraordinary world, hindered by a congenital blockage of his meridians. His visit to the capital was prompted by his striking appearance, which led to his nomination as a candidate for the prince's consort. Born into a life devoid of worries, yet facing a vast path ahead with no entryway. In a moment of reflection, the boat gently docked to the street. Zuo Lingquan withdrew his thoughts, flicked a silver ingot to the boatman, and stepped onto the cobblestone path of Linafeng. The boatman caught the ingot, astonished. "Young master, this is too generous. It is a reward for you." Zuo Lingquan waved his hand dismissively, striding into the curtain of rain. The boatman, clutching the silver ingot, was filled with gratitude. Just as he was about to push the boat away from the shore, a sudden splash echoed from the bank, followed by a woman's startled cry. Looking up, he saw a young woman in a simple dress with a hairpin, standing at the entrance of a tavern, holding a wooden basin, her eyes wide with alarm. The street was shrouded in mist, and Zuo Lingquan, having taken only a few steps, stood frozen within the haze. The boatman, bewildered, realized that the young master was too handsome for such a mishap. To prevent any conflict, he quickly interjected, "Manager Tang, the young master has just arrived in the capital, and you splash water on him if he wanted to greet you. This is hardly the way to do it." At this remark, laughter erupted from the patrons in the tea house and tavern. Zuo Lingquan raised his umbrella to shield his head and turned to gaze at the tavern. The establishment displayed a weathered sign with a single character, Tang. The young woman, standing beneath the eaves, was clad in a simple yet neat attire, her dress slightly bulging at the seams. Her porcelain-like face, combined with her wide, fearful eyes, added an intriguing charm to her presence. However, the young woman appeared quite spirited. Upon hearing the boatman's jest, she shot him a glare and retorted, "What nonsense! Can't you see it was an accident?" Afterward, she turned to Zuo Lingquan, her eyes reflecting a sense of apology. "My lord, I sincerely apologize. With such heavy rain, I assumed the streets were deserted. This is boiling water for brewing wine, not water for bathing." Boiling water? It was hardly preferable to bath water. Zuo Lingquan gazed at the mist swirling around his feet. He intended to reprimand her, but, noticing she was merely a woman, he thought better of it and said, "Do be more careful next time. If this had splashed upon an ordinary woman or child, it could have resulted in disfigurement." "You are right, my lord," the young woman replied, awkwardly nodding. She then looked up to see the young gentleman before her, clad in a tea-green long robe, with a double fish pendant hanging from his belt. His long hair was tied back with a black ribbon, and he possessed striking features, sharp brows, bright eyes, a high nose, and a handsome, rugged visage. A sword, sheathed in a green leather scabbard, hung at his side, rendering him a figure of captivating allure. However, as he had just shifted his umbrella to shield himself from the splashed water, droplets of rain clung to his cheeks and the fine satin of his robe. The young woman blinked, feeling embarrassed to have drenched such a handsome gentleman, and spoke again. "If you wish, my lord, you may come inside. I can fetch you a towel to dry off." Zuo Lingquan, having traveled a long distance without partaking of lunch, was enveloped by the aroma of wine wafting from the shop, and thus did not decline. He folded his umbrella and stepped into the Tang family tavern. The tavern was modest, featuring 4 small tables, with a corner reserved for wine jars and a stove to warm the beverages. Within, 2 patrons clad in black fish-scale armor sat at one table, their swords resting beside the man, elderly man and a youth, evidently constables from the nearby river. District. Zuo Lingquan took a seat at a table beside the window, while the young woman hurried into the back too. "Fetch a towel," the old constable at the neighboring table remarked. "Jingran, you must temper your fiery nature. Today, we were fortunate that the young gentleman possessed a good temperament, or else you would have had to compensate for that fine brocade robe of yours, and your efforts for the first half of the year would have been in vain." Tang Jingran emerged from the back with a white towel in hand. Her expression irritated as she replied, "That young gentleman is refined and well-educated, clearly reasonable. Scholar, do you think everyone is like you, an old curmudgeon who speaks lewdly and takes advantage?" Zuo Lingquan, taken aback by her flattery, responded politely, "You flatter me, my lady." Lady Jingran's radiant smile faltered, her lips twitching as if she wished to scold him, but she ultimately held her tongue and expressed her discontent. "My lord, I am not yet married, so you cannot call me lady indiscriminately. My name is Tang Jingran. You may call me Sister Tang. If you prefer not to use sister, then simply call me Jingran." Zuo Lingquan was somewhat surprised. Observing the young woman's demeanor, she exuded a charm and maturity that suggested she was no novice in the world. However, matters concerning women were delicate, and he refrained from prying further, instead asking, "Mistress, what do you have to eat?" With a smile, Jingran began to enthusiastically introduce the tavern's offerings. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, the old constable finished his drink, placed 5 coins on the table, and departed with the young constable. Jingran turned to call after them, "Old Zhang, are you not staying for another drink?" The elderly constable, clutching the time-worn scabbard of his sword, exited the tavern and waved his hand dismissively. "Enough is enough. Having patronized your establishment for over a decade, I dare say, not even my posterior has been touched, let alone my hands. Your business lacks integrity." Hearing such brazen words, Tang Jingran displayed no sign of embarrassment and retorted sharply, "Bah, this is hardly a brothel. If you wish to be touched, venture to the alley ahead, though I fear your age might be a hindrance." Realizing that Zuo Lingquan was seated nearby, Tang Jingran quickly tempered her boldness, offering a coy smile. "Old Zhang is a constable from Linafeng, a decent fellow with considerable skills, though he possesses a rather loose tongue. Please do not take offense, young sir." Zuo Lingquan found the exchange rather amusing and was, indeed, unperturbed. Moments later, Tang Jingran returned with a jug of wine and 2 small dishes, placing them upon the table. Lingquan reached for his chopsticks. The sound of vessels docking outside the tavern caught his attention. This time, a grand ship had arrived, its deck brimming with attendants and servants. As the gangplank was lowered, a dozen or so youthful gentlemen, resplendent in opulent attire, descended. Among them were several with delicate features, drawing a multitude of admiring glances. With no other patrons in the tavern, Tang Jingran stood at the entrance, observing the spectacle. Upon noticing the newcomers, she remarked, "These gentlemen must be from the 4 southern prefectures, here to contend for the princess embroidered ball, I presume?" The 4 southern prefectures are the granaries of the prosperous Dan dynasty. Zuo Lingquan hailed from Qinghe Prefecture, one of the 4, and was indeed expected to arrive in the capital aboard this official vessel. He glanced out the window and nodded. "Indeed, we should have arrived a few days ago, but the incessant rain has swollen the river and delayed our journey." "Oh," Tang Jingran, intrigued by Zuo Lingquan's awareness, turned and seated herself at the adjacent table, resting her chin on her hand as she inquired curiously. "The princess will be selecting her consort the day after tomorrow, and all eligible gentlemen from various regions have been summoned to The capital. You, sir, possess quite the refined demeanor. Could it be that you have come for this purpose? Zuo Lingquan, under the directive of his elders, had indeed come for this very matter. However, with boundless wealth at his disposal, he could easily indulge in a life of leisure and excess, free from the constraints of a consort who could not take concubines. Why would he have any interest in such a position? He hesitated momentarily before responding ambiguously. I have come alone, without even a servant in tow. Does that seem like the demeanor of one vying for the role of consort? Tang Jingran scrutinized Zuo Lingquan closely, though whether it was a compliment remained unclear. The princess is rather unfortunate. Then should you grace the occasion today. After tomorrow, you would undoubtedly overshadow the other suitors. She would surely select you. Zuo Lingquan set down his wine cup and regarded Tang Jingran. Why do you say that? Tang Jingran suppressed a light laugh, gesturing towards the group of genteel young men outside. I possess a keen eye for discernment. Just observe those gentlemen, delicately refined, reeking of powder and perfume, requiring a maid's assistance merely to mount a carriage, more precious than 1,000 golds, devoid of any masculine vigor. Were I to choose a husband, I would certainly not select any of them. Zuo Lingquan refrained from boarding the grand vessel with those effeminate youths precisely because he could not endure their frivolity. Hearing Tang Jingran's assessment, he playfully teased. Would you, Sister Tang, select a husband like me? Tang Jingran's smile faltered, and she suddenly realized she had ensnared herself in a web of unexpected flirtation. Instead of displaying any annoyance, she merely stood and walked toward the backyard, lightly humming. Though the young master is not yet of age, his thoughts are quite numerous. It seems I have misjudged him. Zuo Lingquan chuckled softly, engrossed in his food and drink. Outside, the torrential rain pounded against the ground, and Tang Jingran returned to the rear room to prepare more food and drink, refraining from further conversation. However, just as the wine pot was not yet empty, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from outside, reminiscent of a building collapsing, a sound strikingly pronounced amidst the rain. Boom! Tang Jingran was startled, nearly cutting her finger, and hurriedly dashed out from behind the curtain. What happened? Whose house is in trouble? The tavern was deserted, and the previously seated Zuo Lingquan had already leaped out of the window, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Before departing, he had not forgotten to leave a government note on the table, amounting to 100 taels. Tang Jingran's eyes sparkled as she quickly tucked the banknote into her collar, then leaned out the window, ready to inquire if he was still searching for money. Yet, the scene that met her gaze caused the charming young woman to blanch suddenly. Ah, run, quick, run. A tumult erupts along the riverbank. Zuo Lingquan, sword in hand, bursts forth from the tavern, only to witness distant houses collapsing one after another, while pedestrians scatter in panic, and the cries of women and children seeking refuge from the rain resonate incessantly. Beneath the torrential downpour, an unknown monstrous beast, nearly 2 zhang in length, suddenly charges from the riverbank. The creature resembles a water crocodile, its body clad in black scales, its short, sturdy limbs thrashing upon the street, crashing through the deluge and demolishing everything in its path. The old constable, wielding a blade, rushes towards the riverbank, shouting loudly in an attempt to divert the beast's attention. Hoping to facilitate the evacuation of the populace, beast, look this way. Alas, the colossal creature remains undeterred, lunging directly at the dazed young constable. Overcome with fear, the young constable brandishes his dagger erratically, but in an instant, the beast catches up to him, sinking its jaws into both legs. Ah! Screams of agony echo through the streets. The neighborhood chief, accompanied by several laborers wielding wooden clubs, endeavors to strike and drive the beast away, but at this moment, proximity is perilous. Old Zhang, quickly save him. Yet, old Zhang, merely a man of brawn, finds himself at a loss for how to rescue anyone, relying solely on his ferocity. He leaps onto the beast's back, grasping its scales with one hand while furiously hacking at its back with his knife. Clang! Clang! Its scaled hide is as if forged from iron, sparking under the blows of the blade, showing no signs of damage. Strike its eyes! Strike its eyes! Old Zhang, in a fit of desperation, shouts at the young constable. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, the young constable, with shattered bones and on the brink of death, frantically thrusts his dagger towards the beast's crimson eyes. Thud, the blade penetrates, yet that is all. The beast's left eye gushes blood, awakening its ferocity. With a mere shake of its head, it rends the young constable in two, the piercing screams reverberating throughout the entire market. The beast, noticing the old constable clinging to its back, tilts to the left, preparing to roll and crush the helpless figure beneath it. As the immense weight descends, old Zhang, unable to escape, musters his last reserves of strength, pressing the tip of his knife against the scales, striving to pierce through flesh and blood with the creature's mass. Life hangs by a thread, while the neighborhood chief and laborers desperately hurl their clubs at the beast, but to no avail. In this critical moment, Zuo Lingquan races forward, raising both hands to support the beast scaled back with all his might. Boom! The rolling beast abruptly halts, leaning at an angle upon the street. The chief and laborers, hesitant to approach, are momentarily stunned, then gaze closely to discover, to their astonishment, a drenched young gentleman beside the beast. Under the relentless rain, the young gentleman's forehead is taut with veins, his arms raised high, valiantly holding up the weight of the monstrous back. Crack, how heavy the creature is, pressing down so forcefully that the young gentleman's boots shatter the soaked blue bricks beneath him. Yet, his arms stand firm like pillars of jade, unmoving. What immense strength! Old Zhang come out. The chief, both astonished and anxious, urgently calls for the old constable beneath the beast. Though old Zhang is pinned beneath the gargantuan creature, he is not completely crushed. Sensing a helping hand, he hastily crawls out from beneath the beast. Zuo Lingquan gritted his teeth and, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly retreated. Leaping onto the adjacent wall, he inquired anxiously, why does the Zhanggang blade fail to slay it? Lao Zhang, equally perplexed, clutched the Zhanggang blade. Forged by a master craftsman under the imperial decree, its blade laced with venom. A strike to the eye would render any foe lifeless or devoid of combat prowess. Yet, this formidable beast seemed undeterred, growing ever more ferocious. The situation was dire, leaving no time for discourse. The injured beast, realizing it was impeded, charged towards the townsfolk wielding sticks. Zuo Lingquan, armed only with a common weapon at his waist, was ill-equipped to contend with the massive crocodile. Observing the creature wreaking havoc on the streets, he propelled himself off the eaves, declaring, "Hand me the blade." Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Zhang tossed the sword into the air towards Zuo Lingquan and, leaping forward, grasped the beast's right leg. The creature, sensing something clinging to its limb, turned and attempted to bite Lao Zhang. In that fleeting instant, Zuo Lingquan caught the officer's blade mid-air, descending with precision, and plunged it into the beast's remaining eye. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded itself in the eye socket, and with a swift twist, released a faint crack. The monstrous body stiffened momentarily before collapsing onto the blood-soaked street. Zuo Lingquan landed steadily a few paces away, his gaze fixed upon the fallen beast. The laborers who had risked their lives to assist were now pale with terror, and upon witnessing the creature's stillness, they collapsed onto the ground, their faces reflecting sheer shock. The torrential rain mingled with distant thunder as the beast lay lifeless upon the street. After a prolonged silence, the surrounding townspeople cautiously emerged from their hiding places. Tang Jingru, having observed from a distance by the stone bridge, was thoroughly astonished by Zuo Lingquan's martial prowess and bravery. Tentatively, she stepped out, calling from afar, "Young master, Lao Zhang, are you both unharmed?" Zuo Lingquan, refusing to let down his guard, unsheathed his 3-foot-long blade and gestured for the townsfolk to retreat. Lao Zhang, sitting in the rain, took some time to regain his composure before scrambling to Zuo Lingquan's side. "Young hero, your skills are remarkable. This beast should be thoroughly dead." Zuo Lingquan, relieved, turned his gaze towards the remnants of a body on the street. Lao Zhang, having regained his senses, hurried towards the young constable, only to find the lad's lower half torn apart, almost cleaved in two, devoid of strength to even wail in agony. He lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, and as he caught sight of Lao Zhang, he rasped, "Captain, did I pierce its eye?" "Indeed, you did. Well done, you are a true man." Despite having faced peril moments before, Lao Zhang now appeared frantic, kneeling to apply pressure on the mangled remains of the constable's lower body, but to no avail. The young constable's eyes widened with a desperate will to survive. Yet as he convulsed helplessly, his gaze gradually dulled. Unable to bear the sight, Zuo Lingquan stepped toward the beast's head, extracting the young constable's blade. This blade, akin to Lao Zhang's Zhanggang blade, bore a dark blue hue, seemingly unremarkable. Zuo Lingquan scrutinized it for a moment before asking, why did this blade prove ineffective? Old Zhang knelt on the ground, his hands stained with blood, witnessing the small constable's fading breath. In a sorrowful tone, he lamented, "Indeed, it has pierced the eye socket so deeply, how could it be of no use whatsoever? If it were effective, it would merely have severed a couple of legs." Upon observing this, Zuo Lingquan furrowed his brow, realizing that no answers would be forthcoming, and chose to remain silent. The disturbance had caused quite a commotion, and the news spread swiftly. Soon after, reinforcements arrived with great haste as a throng of constables rushed in to disperse the onlookers. Zuo Lingquan lifted his gaze and noticed a horse-drawn carriage behind the constable brigade. A man clad in splendid garments descended after it came to a halt by the street. The head of the Linhe lane, upon recognizing him as Cui Shanying from the Astronomical Bureau, hurriedly approached and bowed, exclaiming, "Master Cui, you have finally arrived." A ferocious beast of unknown origin appeared here just now, and it was thanks to that young hero's intervention that it was slain. Cui Shanying glanced at the beast's corpse on the ground, nodded slightly, and instructed the accompanying constables, "As long as the casualties are minimal, conduct a thorough search. If there are no other beasts, you may disperse. Take the body back. I shall examine it and report to the office in a few days." Having spoken, Cui Shanying turned to return to his carriage, seemingly preparing to depart. Just then, a constable had met a tragic end, and Zuo Lingquan felt a sense of dissatisfaction with Cui Shanying's indifferent demeanor. He was about to call out when old Zhang, quicker to act, stepped forward to interject, inquiring, "Master Cui, the slashing blade in Little Wang's possession is a new blade you just delivered." It was thrust into the beast's eye, yet there was no response whatsoever. What could be the reason for this? Cui Shanying halted his steps, frowning slightly. "Where is the blade?" Zuo Lingquan approached, raising the slashing blade in his hand. "This is it." Cui Shanying examined the blade. "This is indeed the slashing blade sent by the sect last month. It could not possibly be ineffective. It must have been a miscalculation on the part of the newcomer. He intended to reclaim the blade." Upon hearing sect, Zuo Lingquan recognized that Cui Shanying belonged to the esteemed Shiwang Valley. Located just outside the capital, the valley's master was honored as the national teacher, holding a position of great respect in the Grandan dynasty. Zuo Lingquan, who harbored aspirations of pursuing the path of cultivation, had once admired the figures from Shiwang Valley greatly. However, Cui Shanying's demeanor and words were decidedly displeasing to him. Instead of returning the blade, Zuo Lingquan slightly raised his hand, leaving Cui Shanying grasping at air. The blade penetrated the eye socket, embedding itself over 2 feet into flesh. If this is considered a miscalculation, then what constitutes accuracy? This gesture and tone were unmistakably disrespectful. Yet, the reality was evident. And the surrounding common folk chimed in. "What this young gentleman says is reasonable." The constable displayed remarkable bravery, thrusting the blade into the eye even after being bitten on the leg. How could that be deemed inaccurate? Cui Shanying's expression darkened slightly, with so many civilians present. He could not afford to speak harshly and dismissively, so he turned to Zuo Lingquan. "Who are you?" Zuo Lingquan discerned Cui Shanying's attempt to divert the conversation away from the blade and replied with a cold tone, "What does it matter who I am? I demand to know why this blade was ineffective." Upon observing the impetuous demeanor of the young left Lingquan, Lao Zheng felt a twinge of concern that his youthful vigor might incite trouble. Regaining his composure, he hastily intervened. "Young sir, this matter pertains to my capture department, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance." However, Cui Shanying, dissatisfied with left Lingquan's attitude, raised a hand to silence Lao Zheng's words, coldly retorting, "What do you know, you young fool? Before this blade was delivered, I had already scrutinized it. There was nothing amiss. It must have merely struck askew." Suddenly, amidst the torrential downpour, a flash of steel gleamed as Cui Shanying's words hung in the air. The surrounding constables sensed impending doom but were too late to intervene. Left Lingquan, a mere 5 paces away, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and with a powerful leap, he appeared before Cui Shanying in the blink of an eye. His single blade danced like a dragon exploring the depths of the sea, piercing through the raindrops, and aimed directly at Cui Shanying's midsection. Cui Shanying's complexion shifted dramatically as he stumbled back a step, his right hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. With a sharp clang, the long sword was unsheathed, slicing through the curtain of rain. The might of this strike was astonishing, causing the nearby constables to retreat several steps in alarm. Regrettably, left Lingquan had already retreated to his safe distance, completely unscathed, his single blade now held at an angle towards the street. Drops of blood trickled from the glimmering tip of the knife, falling onto the aged blue stone pavement. The swiftness of his action was breathtaking. The surrounding populace remained oblivious to the events that had transpired until they observed the formidable Cui Shanying, after executing a grand strike, now bearing a grievous wound in his abdomen. Meanwhile, the young gentleman in green attire remained in his original position, seemingly having not lifted a finger. Cui Shanying's face flushed crimson as he leapt onto the top of a nearby carriage, blood gushing from his wound, raising his sword to point menacingly at left Lingquan. He exclaimed in fury. "Who exactly are you?" The surrounding constables were equally astonished, exclaiming, "What a swift blade! Young sir, have you truly harmed Lord Chui?" Left Lingquan stood resolute in the rain, ignoring the surrounding clamor. After a brief pause, he raised his zhanggang knife, running his thumb along the bloodied blade. "Chui, could it be that my knife has indeed struck the wrong place?" Upon hearing this, the constables exchanged knowing glances. Their attention now drawn to the imposing figure of Chui shantying on the sedan chair, their brows furrowing in contemplation. The zhanggang knife was laced with poison, capable of obstructing the flow of vital energy, specifically issued by the court to deal with practitioners and formidable beasts. Yet Chui shantying, despite the gaping wound at his waist, appeared vibrant and full of life, an indication that the blade was undoubtedly a counterfeit. Realizing this, the constables cast wary glances at their own weapons, their eyes reflecting doubt. For this was a matter of life and death. The incident had unfolded so abruptly that Chui shantying, caught completely unprepared, was under the scrutiny of nearly 100 witnesses, including court officials. To feign weakness and collapse would be an obvious attempt to conceal the truth. Thus, he shot a glare at Left Lingquan and gritted his teeth. "This blade is indeed ineffective, and I shall seek clarification from my superiors. I serve as the Ling Tai Lang and the Qin Tian supervisor, a position bestowed by the court. To raise a blade against a court official in public is akin to treason. You possess an audacious spirit. Seize him." Although the Ling Tai Lang was merely a 7th-grade position, it was a legitimate official role, backed by the influential Chiwang Valley, holding significant standing in the capital. In the midst of a bustling street, a knife was plunged into Chui shantying, and the surrounding constables could hardly turn a blind eye to the incident. However, with Zuo Lingquan's gallant intervention, they found themselves caught in a dilemma. Old Zhang quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Lord Chui, please temper your anger." This young hero acted in a moment of impulse. "As a master from Chifeng Valley, your prowess is unparalleled. Surely this blow cannot be grievous." Though Chui Huaying was stabbed in the waist, and while it did not pierce any vital organs, the reality of blood flowing freely could not be dismissed. Enraged, he exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? This audacious scoundrel dares to commit murder in broad daylight with numerous citizens as witnesses. Do you intend to shield him from justice?" Upon hearing the call for his capture, Zuo Lingquan's mind raced, devising a way to evade the impending consequences. Instead of showing any sign of submission, he defiantly raised his blade towards Chui shantying, embodying the rebellious spirit of a rogue, and taunted, "Go ahead, try to apprehend me." The constables and bystanders were in a state of alarm. Blood gushed from Chui shantying's abdomen as he was brazenly threatened, and his anger flared, veins bulging as he urged the constables, "Seize him at once. Do you wish to see me slaughtered in the street?" Though the constables appreciated Zuo Lingquan's valiant assistance, they recognized that his current behavior was utterly unacceptable. They had no choice but to shift their weapons, signaling Zuo Lingquan to cease his defiance, lest the situation escalate further. Zuo Lingquan had no intention of resisting. He sheathed his blade and prepared to surrender. At that pivotal moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop it." The crowd turned to see dozens of guards hastily approaching, led by a carriage adorned with a wooden plaque inscribed with the character Zuo. In the capital, where the emperor's presence lingered, nobles and dignitaries were commonplace. The constables recognized the carriage as belonging to Zuo Hanshou, the deputy minister of rights. Although the deputy minister held a third-rank position and was not among the highest echelons of power in the capital, he was nonetheless a respectable official in the eyes of ordinary constables. Old Zhang and the district magistrate quickly gestured for the citizens to disperse, bowing respectfully to welcome the minister. Zuo Lingquan sighed inwardly, realizing that his hopes of hiding from the consequences were dashed. The carriage halted on the debris-laden street, and the curtain was drawn back to reveal a robust, benevolent middle-aged man clad in a purple official robe, a silver pouch hanging from his waist. Indeed, it was Zuo Hanshou, the younger brother of Zuo Lingquan's father. Upon alighting, Zuo Hanshou surveyed the crowded street and noted Zuo Lingquan standing defiantly with his weapon, while Chui shantying, bloodied, stood by the carriage. His expression shifted slightly, recognizing that his nephew had stirred up trouble. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to clear the area, as the public gaze would complicate matters. Before he could offer a greeting, Zuo Hanshou addressed the onlookers with clarity and authority. "How can we allow the common folk to gather in the streets amidst such chaos? What is the constabulary doing? Disperse at once." The constables, understanding the order, swiftly moved to clear the crowd. Observing Zuo Hanshou's intervention, Chui shantying deduced the young rogue's connection to the minister, and his anger somewhat tempered as he remarked, "Deputy Minister Zuo, this young man has assaulted a government official in public. This is no trivial matter. Zuo dismounted from the carriage, holding his robe as he walked over to Cui Shannying. Raising his gaze, admiration illuminated his face as he extolled, "Brother Cui, your bravery is truly commendable. To safeguard the peace of Linifang and protect its citizens from ferocious beasts, you have selflessly risked your life and sustained grave injuries. You are indeed a pillar of the nation. I shall certainly report this matter to the Emperor tomorrow and advocate for your merit." However, the mishap with the Zhanggang sword had cast a shadow over Cui Shannying, who was already in the wrong. It was likely that a dispute would arise in court, resulting in mutual penalties. Upon hearing Zuo words, Cui Shannying could not afford to lose face, so he resolved to overlook the slight and perhaps even seek compensation. Meanwhile, standing on the street, Zuo Lingquan, eager to avoid the upcoming selection for the imperial son-in-law, expressed his desire to stay in prison for a couple of days. He spoke earnestly, "Third uncle, it was I who wielded the blade. I saw this Cui fellow speaking falsehoods, so..." Lingquan. Zuo nearly choked on his own words. Cui Shanying's face turned ashen, blood seeping from his abdomen, as he raised his sword menacingly towards Zuo Lingquan, clearly incensed. After glaring at his nephew, Zuo turned back to Cui Shannying, smiling amiably. "Lingquan is but a child and speaks without thought. Might I ask, Brother Cui, what transpired earlier?" As he spoke, Zuo winked. Cui Shannying, furious enough to wish he could pierce Zuo Lingquan with his sword, recognized that maintaining harmonious relations within the capital was essential, and harming goodwill would be detrimental for all parties involved, especially as medical costs would inevitably rise. After gritting his teeth for a long moment, he finally sheathed his sword and coldly replied, "I accidentally slipped while subduing the beast and fell upon the tip of young Master Lingquan's blade. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to Lord Zuo." With that, he leapt down from the carriage and turned to leave. Zuo, his eyes brimming with warmth, raised his hand in courteous farewell. "Brother Cui, take care on your journey. Please recuperate well, for I shall personally visit to inquire about your health." Clutching his abdomen and remaining silent, Cui Shannying disappeared into the curtain of rain. After bidding farewell to Cui Shannying, Zuo turned to the assembled constables, stating, "As Lord Cui has made abundantly clear, today, all of you, alongside Lingquan, have joined forces to eliminate the ferocious beast and safeguard the citizens. I shall report this to the Emperor, and those who sacrifice for the nation will not be overlooked by the court. Please tidy the surroundings and disperse." "Thank you, Lord." The constables, understanding the gravity of the matter, bowed respectfully before commencing the collection of remains. As night fell, the thunderous skies did little to dampen the revelry within Donghua City. In the realm of pleasure, music and laughter flourished, while taverns and tea-houses bustled with patrons. At the southern bank of Mingda Bridge, the residence of the esteemed Zuo was aglow with light. A group of charming maidens, concealing themselves around a corner of the corridor, furtively glanced towards the study, whispering among themselves, "The seventh young master is truly handsome, far surpassing our own master. Hush! If our master hears, he will be furious." In the tranquil ambience of the study, a young gentleman in a green robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the sight of rain falling upon the banana trees in the courtyard. Amidst the rain-soaked night, one could faintly hear Zuo voice. "What audacity! You could have traveled to the capital to become the imperial son-in-law, yet the emperor arranged a vessel for you, and still, you insist on embarking alone. Come what may. To commit such a brazen act of violence upon arriving in the capital, do you believe this is Qinghe County? This is the capital, beneath the emperor's feet." In the study, Zuo changed into his everyday attire and paced behind his desk, his mind swirling with vexation, unsure where to begin. Serving as an official in the capital, he had traveled far and wide, returning home only 2 or 3 times over the span of a decade. In his youth, his memories of Zuo Lingquan were of a bright and clever child, well-versed in literature and propriety. In comparison with his own dim-witted son, he would have eagerly adopted Zuo Lingquan. When the Grand Princess called for suitors, Zuo had harbored hopes that all the young lords would make a splendid appearance, and Zuo Lingquan would shine brightly. Little did he anticipate that upon arriving in the capital, Zuo Lingquan would deliver such a shock. Had he arrived just a moment later today, Zuo Lingquan could have been imprisoned, turning into a laughingstock, and by tomorrow, the entire city would be aware of it. Even if he could be extricated, what suitor would he be? "You were once such a well-behaved child, quiet and composed. Among the numerous descendants of the Zuo family, I believed you would amount to something in the future. And now, I cannot fathom how your father has raised you." Zuo rambled on. Zuo Lingquan stood by the window, facing his disappointed uncle, his expression amiable. After enduring a lengthy lecture, he finally turned around and spoke. What transpired today was instigated by Cui Shanying's rudeness. I did not resort to violence. I merely sought to verify the authenticity of the Zhanggang Dao. Zuo Hanshou took a seat behind the desk and slapped the surface. Is it necessary to stab someone to verify authenticity? The Grand Princess is to select her suitor the day after tomorrow, and you have come to the capital for that very purpose. Causing a commotion now would certainly compel the Grand Princess to visit the dungeons to select you. Zuo Lingquan indeed shared this sentiment. But expressing such thoughts in front of his elder was inappropriate. He sat opposite the desk, shook his head, and sighed. Uncle, being a suitor is no simple task. Moreover, with so many vying for the position, I may not even be chosen. Zuo Hanshou was well aware of the challenges of being a suitor, especially for the Grand Princess. He replied earnestly, whether or not you are chosen is the Grand Princess's prerogative, not ours to contemplate. What we must consider is whether you desire to be one. Zuo Lingquan responded succinctly, I do not wish to. Even if you do not wish it, you must consider it. Zuo Hanshou pointed toward the majestic city walls of the imperial city. The emperor is still young, and the Grand Princess acts as regent. This is, in essence, a matter of our great Dan dynasty, entirely at the Grand Princess's discretion. Presently, as suitors are summoned according to protocol, the prominent families from across the realm are clamoring to participate. Can our Zuo family afford to remain aloof? Zuo Lingquan took a sip from his teacup. It is true that my family possesses some land, but we are hardly considered a prestigious family. We have some influence in the southern 4 counties. Zuo Hanshou waved his hand dismissively and leaned back in the grand chair. Speaking earnestly, but your uncle holds an official position in the capital. The Grand Princess, governing as a woman, already faces criticism from the royal family. And there are many dissenters in the court. Yet, who dares to voice their objections openly? Aiming to be a suitor, in essence, is a demonstration of loyalty, a declaration of intent to align oneself with the Grand Princess. If all the noble young men of the court participate, what does it signify if our Zuo family claims moral superiority and refrains from involvement? Does it imply that I, Zuo Hanshou, look down upon the Grand Princess? Zuo Lingquan finally grasped the underlying issue. It was a matter of allegiance. He pondered for a moment. I am the 7th in line at home, the unmarried son of the left family, with 4 or 5 others yet to be wed. My 5th and 6th brothers are also unbetrothed. Why was I chosen first? Who could resist your striking looks? Zuo Hanshou pointed at Zuo Lingquan's face and remarked, among the numerous young masters of the Zuo family, you are the most handsome, and your penchant for roaming about has made you well known throughout the 4 southern counties. It is akin to the emperor selecting a consort. Everyone knows of the beauty waiting in her chamber, yet who would dare to present one of lesser charm to the palace? Zuo Lingquan opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Observing his nephew's silence, Zuo Hanshou's expression softened somewhat. I understand your desire for freedom and your aversion to constraints. This time, as we choose a consort, all I ask is that you do your utmost to demonstrate the Zuo family's stance. Should you be selected, consider it a stroke of fortune. The esteemed princess possesses a beauty that complements your own, a true match of talent and grace. However, if you exhaust your efforts and still do not succeed, simply regard the matter as if it never occurred. Zuo Lingquan felt he could not refuse any longer and nodded slightly. Understood. I shall do my best. But if I do not get chosen, do not blame me for my lack of ambition, dear uncle. The princess has a discerning eye. As long as you do not approach the situation with negativity, how could she overlook you? Zuo Hanshou advised. As the night grew late, he urged, return home and rest well to prepare. After bidding farewell, Zuo Lingquan ascended to the rooftop with agility. Zuo Hanshou, witnessing this, approached the window in confusion. Lingquan, why do you not return to your room at this late hour? Feeling somewhat uneasy in his uncle's home, Zuo Lingquan sought a place to settle, though he found it difficult to articulate this desire. Instead, he smiled from the eaves and said, it is my first visit to the capital. I merely wish to explore a little. I will arrive punctually for the consort selection, so you need not worry. Being a man, Zuo Lingquan was not the type to remain cooped up, unlike a young lady awaiting marriage. Although Zuo Hanshou wished to prevent his nephew from wandering, he could not confine him forcefully. Thus, he simply cautioned, when you are out, pay attention to your appearance. Do not act like a reckless fool, drawing your sword at a whim. And for heaven's sake, avoid the brothels, at least for the next couple of days. Zuo Lingquan stood under the rain with an umbrella, feeling somewhat helpless. Uncle, I have no interest in women. Zuo Hanshou frowned slightly, glancing around to ensure his wife was not present before adopting a knowing demeanor. A man who claims to have no interest in women cannot truly be called a man. Do not pretend to be overly virtuous before your uncle. And do be cautious. An interest in handsome men is equally inadvisable. You must steer clear of the gentlemen's residences in the city. Zuo Lingquan was left speechless, shaking his head with a sigh as he vanished into the curtain of rain. Under the same night sky, the grand palace loomed majestically on the eastern side of the capital. The wind swayed the palace lanterns, and the rain pattered against the eaves, enveloping the vast imperial city in a misty allure. Within the brightly lit Changlu Palace, the young emperor, just 12 years old, donned a black and red dragon robe, drowsily seated behind a small writing desk. Before him lay a half-copied book, its characters transformed into a scribbled mess resembling a wriggling earthworm. To the side, a spacious imperial table was piled high with memorials, while a court lady diligently organized them. Another woman, clad in a similarly ornate red and black palace dress, sat upright at a writing desk, carefully examining the documents delivered by the Bureau of Criminal Investigation earlier that afternoon. At the tender age of 16, the young woman adorned her hair with a golden hairpin, her eyes reminiscent of red apricots, and her brows curved like a crescent moon. Her graceful figure already exhibited a hint of the unique maturity that belongs to women. Despite the absence of makeup, the delicate allure between her brows remained undiminished, particularly accentuated by her naturally rosy lips, which exuded a touch of springtime vivacity. However, her gaze was as sharp as a sword, and even without any movement, an innate air of superiority emanated from her, rendering her eyes, illuminated by the lantern's glow, devoid of softness, instead possessing a chilling demeanor. The woman who could command the emperor to transcribe texts while she herself sat at the dragon desk to review memorials was none other than Princess Lonely, Jiang-yi. Approaching 20, Princess Lonely was considered a spinster in this era, as she was tasked with assisting her young brother. She was not in a hurry to marry, but as a female regent, not being the emperor's biological mother, there was no historical precedent for her position, and dissent among the royal family and court officials was considerable. This recruitment of a husband was a compromise born out of the overwhelming opposition from the royal faction. Once married, she would become an outsider, required by protocol to leave the palace for her husband's household, thereby distancing herself from the seat of power. Though Princess Lonely and the young emperor shared a close sibling bond, marked by a significant age gap, she could not bear the thought of leaving her 12-year-old brother alone in the palace, vulnerable to the machinations of court officials and the royal family. Indeed, her heart was not inclined toward marriage, and she found herself troubled by the prospect of selecting a husband. The flickering light of the lamp cast shadows on the imperial desk as Princess Lonely, peering at the documents in her hands, rubbed her temples in mild exasperation. These individuals truly spare no effort. Hearing the princess speak, the female official beside her, Lang Zhu, set down her own scroll and inquired with curiosity, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Princess Lonely slid the scroll toward Lang Zhu, gesturing to the text upon it. "Read for yourself." Taking up the scroll, Lang Zhu discovered that it detailed an incident from midday. Zuo Lingquan, the legitimate son of the Zuo family from Qinghe County, had encountered a ferocious beast while entering the capital and, to protect the local populace, had engaged in a fierce battle against the creature without fear of death. The account was thorough, capturing Zuo Lingquan's unwavering resolve to sacrifice for the nation, even elaborating on how, after performing a noble deed, he declined to reveal his name and attempted to leave, only to be recognized by a fellow townsman. Having read the entire account, Lang Zhu hesitated to comment hastily and reflected for a moment before saying, "If Zuo Lingquan truly possesses such chivalrous spirit, he is indeed worthy of commendation." Princess Lonely's eyes held a hint of disdain. With the announcement of the husband recruitment, all these young knights have emerged. Li Song from Jingtang County heroically rescued a drowning classmate on the Bailu River, and Zhao Huan from Beia County risked his life to stop a frightened horse on Xinghua Street, all conveniently disinterested in fame, only to be recognized by those present and presented to me. Sigh. This gentle exhalation seemed to suggest that scolding these young gentlemen for their pretentiousness would be a futile endeavor. With a playful smile, Lang Zhu quipped, "To win the princess's favor, these young lords are certainly putting forth their utmost effort. At present, Zuo Lingquan appears to be the most sincere, bravely confronting the beast. One must admit, he possesses considerable courage." Princess Lonely had long grown accustomed to the affairs of the lower ranks. She shook her head and remarked, "Zuo Lingquan is merely 17, not a practitioner. What could he possibly wield against a ferocious beast?" Today, Cui Shanying was also present, and many from the capture division had been dispatched. It seemed fortuitous that a ferocious beast appeared at the docks just as Zuo Lingquan arrived, leading to his name being hastily added to the list by the capture division. The Zuo family, being affluent, and with the astute deputy minister Zuo Hancho at the helm, could orchestrate such matters with relative ease. Long Zhu shared this sentiment, noticing Princess Lonely's discontent regarding the selection of her consort. She chose not to delve further into the topic and shifted to more pressing matters. Reports indicate that the Zhanggang blade has encountered issues once again, marking the third occurrence this year. Since last year, the capital has been plagued by ferocious beasts, and Huang Valley has yet to provide a satisfactory explanation. Could it be that Princess's suspicions are indeed warranted, and something is amiss within Huang Valley? Huang Valley lies a mere 30 miles from the capital, and as a sacred site receiving the nation's reverence, it is imperative to ensure the stability and peace of the Great Dan dynasty. With the capital experiencing disturbances, it reflects poorly on Huang Valley, and the princess finds it hard to believe that no issues exist there. However, the matter is significant, and Princess Lonely deemed it futile to discuss it further with her maidservants, yielding no response. She then turned her gaze to the slumbering young emperor, summoned someone. The emperor is weary and should be escorted to rest. Yes, replied the waiting matron, who promptly entered and carried the peacefully sleeping young emperor away. Princess Lonely closed the documents and rose to depart the imperial study, intending to return to her quarters. Yet, midway through her journey, she paused in the corridor. Long Zhu, following closely behind, noticed the princess gazing toward the outer city, her expression tinged with concern. Your Highness, what troubles you? After a moment's hesitation, Princess Lonely recalled the recent commotion at Linhefang due to the ferocious beast, and, feeling unsettled, ordered, I shall leave the palace for a while. You may return to the quarters without me. Understood. Though Long Zhu was puzzled, she refrained from pressing further, bowing slightly before discreetly withdrawing with the maidservants. Emerging from the south bank of Windy Bridge, Zuo Lingquan sheltered under an oil paper umbrella, standing amidst the vibrant streets of the capital, surveying his surroundings in search of a tavern to quench his slightly restless spirit. The city was bustling with people, yet he found no familiar faces. His uncle had cautioned him against indulging in the pleasures of brothels. After some contemplation, he made his way toward the outskirts of the city, eventually arriving at Linhefang near the Watergate, guided by memory. The Watergate served as a hub for cargo loading and unloading, attracting a diverse crowd, predominantly laborers reliant on physical strength. It was already late at night, and the small market near the docks had mostly closed, with the areas ravaged by the ferocious beast almost deserted. Only the gambling houses and distant alleys still echoed with raucous revelry. Zuo Lingquan strolled down the street and arrived at the entrance of a tavern nestled in the middle of a narrow lane. The tavern was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sounds, with a banner inscribed with the character soup swaying in the night breeze. He knocked twice on the heavy door, but received no response. Undeterred, he rapped again. After a brief moment, the sound of a door creaking open resonated from the tavern's backyard, accompanied by a woman's weary voice. Are you blind? Can't you see we're closing? If you want a drink, come back tomorrow morning. Who are you? I am Xiaozhua. Zuo what? I don't know you. Be gone. My man will be back soon. Zuo Lingquan, realizing she did not recognize his voice, pondered for a moment before responding. I came to your establishment this morning for a drink, the tall and handsome young man you referred to as Auntie. The tavern owner's wife clearly recalled this and fell silent, only to be interrupted by the sounds of footsteps coming and going. Moments later, the door to the tavern's main hall opened. Tang Jingru peeked out, her expression shifting to one of pleasant surprise. Young Master Zuo, what brings you here? You weren't injured during the day, were you? As the door swung open, Tang Jingru revealed half of her figure, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Though she wore a modest dress, it could hardly conceal her alluring form. Her face, devoid of makeup, glowed like white jade in the silvery moonlight, and her full lips added a touch of natural charm. Zuo Lingquan smiled. I wasn't injured. I finished my business and sought a place for a drink. I wondered if Sister Tang would be available. Tang Jingru, having just risen from bed and still somewhat disheveled, felt it would be inappropriate to refuse outright. Glancing at the night sky, she hesitated. Well, I had just gone to bed, and I don't have any dishes left. Zuo Lingquan, not wishing to press her, extended his hand. In that case, Sister Tang, just return the silver to me, and I shall find another place to drink. Tang Jingru paused, her expression turning cautious as she glanced up and down. What silver does the young master require? Earlier that day, in a moment of urgency, he had given her 100 taels, without the chance to collect change. A pot of wine and 2 small dishes would amount to no more than 3 taels, leaving Tang Jingru to return him 99 taels and 7 cash. Isn't that a tip? She blinked, noticing Zuo Lingquan's serious demeanor, which did not suggest deceit. Her eyes danced with confusion as she covered her chest with her hand, hesitating to outright refuse, while also feeling reluctant to part with the money. Finally, she murmured, "Oh, I thought that was a tip from the young master." Zuo Lingquan grinned. "Sister Tang runs a proper business. If I were to foolishly leave 100 taels as a tip, you would neither accept it nor hesitate to throw me out, wouldn't you?" She wasn't a heartless woman, after all. After some internal conflict, Tang Jingru turned away, retrieving a freshly warmed banknote from her clothing. Biting her lip, she presented it to Zuo Lingquan, feigning generosity. "Thank you for your kind assistance earlier. Consider that drink on me." This seemingly generous yet painfully reluctant gesture amused Zuo Lingquan. He accepted the banknote, glancing around. "Then I shall thank Sister Tang for her hospitality. All the shops on the street are closed. If you could recommend one that operates late, this 100 taels will serve as my drinking funds." What? Tang Jingran was by no means a foolish woman. Upon hearing this remark, she instantly comprehended Zuo Lingquan's intent. Although somewhat displeased by his teasing, one cannot afford to offend money. After a brief moment of hesitation, she slightly turned aside to grant him passage, smiling as she remarked, "At this late hour, it seems that no taverns are open on the street. If you truly wish to indulge in some wine, since you have already roused me," Zuo Lingquan seized the opportunity to enter the tavern, curling his lips into a smile. "Then I shall trouble you, Sister Tang." "Oh, it is no trouble at all to open for business. Please, take a seat, young master." Tang Jingran, in her flurry of movement, found herself feeling somewhat embarrassed. She turned to light an oil lamp, opened a window, and fetched a jug of wine from the barrel. Returning to the table, "The wine is chilled, but the weather is not too cold. The side dishes have run out. I shall prepare something for you." Zuo Lingquan, simply wishing to drink, had no further demands. He shook his head, saying, "It is late. There is no need to go through such trouble. I can manage with a couple of cups." Given that there were no fresh dishes in the back, Tang Jingran readily nodded in agreement. Outside, a fine rain fell persistently, and in the dim light of the solitary tavern, only the two of them remained. Standing in the shop, Tang Jingran refrained from preparing food, as it would be foolish to merely watch Zuo Lingquan drink, and she certainly could not join him. After some thought, she took a small stool and sat at the tavern's entrance, softly inquiring, "From what I observed during the day, you seem to be affiliated with the family of the left minister. What brings you to Linhefang for a drink at this hour?" Linhefang, located near the docks, was a mixed district, not particularly desirable. Normally, wealthy scions would not venture here for leisure. Zuo Lingquan sipped from his wine bowl and shook his head. "In a few days, the selection of a consort for the princess will take place, and my family is pressing me. I sought a quiet place to reflect for a while." Tang Jingran expressed her surprise. The selection of a consort for the princess is indeed an auspicious event. Many vie for the honor. Why would you drown your sorrows in drink? Are you afraid you might not be chosen? Zuo Lingquan replied with a hint of resignation. "Didn't you say that if I went, the princess would surely select me?" In her heart, Tang Jingran genuinely believed this. Especially after Zuo Lingquan had come to her aid during the day, she thought it absurd for the princess to overlook such a gallant and chivalrous gentleman. "Is it that you do not wish to take on this role? What is so appealing about being a consort?" Sister Tang, having lived in the capital for so long, must know what a consort entails. Tang Jingran furrowed her brow, recalling the consorts she had encountered, who held positions of great esteem and were always surrounded by attendants when they ventured out, receiving courteous greetings from all. However, Zuo Lingquan seemed to possess a considerable standing himself, accompanied by numerous attendants, with a senior relative holding a prominent official rank. Although Tang Jingran was not well versed in the life of a consort, she could still infer the dynamics of the marital relationship. The princess, being of high rank and authority, would surely not adhere to the conventional norms of male superiority and female subservience. A strong wife and a weak husband, with the wife's family being more powerful than the husband's, would inevitably lead to the husband's suffering indignities. Stripped of the consort's esteemed status, it appeared not much different from being a son-in-law by marriage. Reflecting on the matter, Tang Jingran began to comprehend. Rising from her seat to take a place across the table, resting her chin upon her hand, she sighed wistfully. "Indeed, you are young, handsome, skilled in martial arts, and with esteemed elders in prominent positions. In any other circumstance, you would surely rise to prominence. Yet, to become a prince consort, even that of a grand princess, seems a great indignity." Zuo Lingquan finally heard a heartening sentiment, yet the situation was already irrevocable. He must proceed, and it would be inappropriate to burden others with his woes. He chuckled softly, diverting the conversation to other matters. "Sister Tang, you flatter me. It is not certain that I shall be chosen. By the way, what brings you here alone to manage this establishment? Upon hearing this, Tang Jingren shook her head with a smile. What else could I do? My parents passed away long ago, leaving me alone. I am not comfortable entrusting the business to others, nor do I have anyone to assist me. Zuo Lingquan's smile faded slightly, replaced by a hint of remorse. I apologize for my thoughtlessness. Not at all. It is common knowledge on the street. My relatives used to make things difficult for me. But thanks to old Zhang's warm-hearted intervention, who chastised them, things finally settled down. Tang Jingren smiled subtly, pointing toward a distant building. Old Zhang resides over there. Despite his unrefined speech, he is quite a good man. Today, he nearly encountered a mishap on the street, but fortunately you acted nobly to save his life. Zuo Lingquan, having merely assisted within his capacity, found no pride in it and smiled in response, then inquired, Sister Tang, you must be older than I. Why not seek a reliable husband? Tang Jingren furrowed her brow, perceiving no jest in Zuo Lingquan's eyes. She replied teasingly, Is it not somewhat inappropriate for a mere child to inquire about an elder sister's marital status? Zuo Lingquan, merely curious and devoid of ulterior motives, raised his hand in apology. I meant no offense. It is just that you do not appear to be someone who would struggle to find a suitor. Tang Jingren displayed a hint of pride, arching an eyebrow before rising and returning to her position by the door, seemingly disinclined to continue the conversation. Zuo Lingquan recognized he had unwittingly stifled the dialogue and, wishing to avoid further awkwardness, prepared to finish his drink and take his leave. However, as Tang Jingren sat at the entrance of the tavern, gazing at the rain-soaked street, she suddenly noticed a shadow moving near the ruins that had been ravaged by the beast during the day. Tang Jingren, having been terrified earlier, felt a chill run through her as she quickly stood, her face pale, rushing to Zuo Lingquan's side. She pointed outside, too frightened to utter a sound, merely signaling with her brows, nearly dragging Zuo Lingquan to shield her. Zuo Lingquan's expression shifted, suspecting another beast was at play. He seized the sword from the table and cautiously peered out the window. The rain fell heavily in the narrow street, and though the site of the earlier incident was some distance away, he could barely make out a dark figure moving slowly along the path left by the beast's destruction. It appeared not to be a creature, but rather a person walking deliberately. Zuo Lingquan let out a quiet sigh of relief. To be safe, he instructed Tang Jingren to extinguish the lights and secure the door, then silently leapt from the window, advancing toward the figure. The night rain continued to fall incessantly. During the day, monstrous beasts wreaked havoc, resulting in the collapse of several houses by the riverside. Those that remained unscathed were deserted, casting a shadow over the ruins. Zuo Lingquan, gripping his sword, silently traversed the alleyways, arriving at the side of the street where the beast had rampaged. Peering around the corner of a courtyard wall, he observed that the bodies of the beasts and the constables had been removed, leaving behind a multitude of friction marks and traces of thick, viscous blood. A tall figure cloaked in black, holding a black oiled paper umbrella, stood beside the beast's blood, scrutinizing it closely in the distant dim light. From his concealed vantage point, Zuo Lingquan discerned that the individual was clad in a luxurious black martial attire adorned with armed guards. A long sword with a dark scabbard hung at their waist, intricately embellished with cloud patterns and adorned with golden and jade accents, suggesting it was of considerable value. Was this a wealthy scion venturing out for nighttime exploration? Zuo Lingquan relaxed his guard slightly, squinting to observe carefully and ascertain the true nature of this person. The darkness obscured the figure's face, yet the silhouette revealed a slender physique, with long, taut legs that suggested impressive agility. The waist, cinched by the belt, was devoid of excess flesh, indicating remarkable nimbleness. And then, such well-defined pectoral muscles. Zuo Lingquan was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at himself. Training since the age of 3. He had yet to achieve such a physique after years of practice. What kind of discipline could forge such musculature? Just as he pondered this, he inadvertently caused a slight rustling of fabric as he lowered his head. Though the sound was minimal, it was perceptible in the stillness of the rainy night. However, having recently faced ferocious beasts, the figure in black remained on high alert. In that instant, the sound of a sword's unsheathing echoed through the rain, the blade gleaming as it lunged towards Zuo Lingquan's position. Recognizing the danger as the individual made their move, he swiftly revealed himself, stepping back 2 paces and calling out, "Wait, do not act rashly." Upon hearing his voice, the black-clad figure paused, the sword's tip still directed at him. With the flickering light illuminating her features, she inquired, "Who are you?" Her voice, intentionally deep and gravelly, carried a subtle femininity. Realizing the speaker was a woman, Zuo Lingquan understood the source of her formidable musculature. He sheathed his sword at his waist, raised his hand in a gesture of peace, and stepped forward, explaining, "I was nearby enjoying a drink and noticed movement here. So I came to investigate. With the beasts having caused chaos during the day, may I ask why you were alone here at such an hour?" The black-clad woman, standing in the shadows, discerned Zuo Lingquan's attire and demeanor, handsome, well-dressed, and courteous in speech, suggesting he was not a nefarious character. She returned her sword to its sheath, casually responding, "I heard about the events of the day and came to take a look. I apologize for alarming you, but you should head back." Her response implied a desire to disengage. Yet, Zuo Lingquan had observed her swordplay, which bore striking similarities to that of Cui Shannying earlier in the day, hinting at shared training. While Zuo Lingquan excelled in martial arts, his skills were primarily in hand-to-hand combat, vastly different from the refined techniques of true practitioners. Although he came from a well-to-do family, he had always struggled to find his way into the world of cultivation. At this moment, he encountered a practitioner and naturally felt inclined to engage in conversation. It was late at night, and he had no pressing reason to return home. "Your sword is truly exquisite. Could it be that you are a master from Chihuang Valley?" The woman in black, reluctant to reveal her identity, found herself unable to dismiss him as Zuo Lingquan approached to strike up a conversation. She could only respond in a cool manner. Zuo Lingquan chuckled softly. With the rain pouring down, he did not draw closer but remained under the eaves, speaking gently. "What a coincidence. I, too, intend to visit Chihuang Valley to seek a master and hone my skills. Perhaps in the future, I might even address you as senior brother. May I ask your esteemed surname?" Upon hearing this, the woman in black appeared slightly perplexed as she scrutinized Zuo Lingquan from head to toe. "My surname is long, no need for formalities. How old are you this year?" In the absence of light, and with the rain shielding their faces, Zuo Lingquan could not discern her appearance and chose instead to gaze at the flickering lights on the river, responding, 17. 17? The woman hesitated, seemingly considering her words carefully before she spoke. The path of cultivation is vast and profound. While anyone can attempt it, few truly succeed, regardless of gender. To enter the realm of cultivation, one must begin diligent study at 6 years old. By 9, if one cannot connect to the energy sea, they may never gain entry. You, judging by your attire, do not seem to come from a destitute background. Why have you only come now? Zuo Lingquan fell silent for a moment before sighing. Not everyone can embark on this journey. When I was 3, my family invited a master from Chihuang Valley to assess me, who declared that my meridians were inherently blocked, rendering me incapable of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have come long ago. The woman in black was evidently taken aback, more surprised by the revelation that Zuo Lingquan was 17 before seeking a mentor than by his previous statement. Although the path of cultivation is enigmatic and few achieve notable success, the threshold is not insurmountable. Even a stray dog might stumble upon the right path by chance and attain enlightenment, let alone a human being. It is akin to archery, regardless of precision. With diligent practice, even the most inept can learn to draw the bow, unless one is inherently disabled. Considering this, the woman in black inquired, "Are you inherently incapable?" That remark was rather unkind. Zuo Lingquan blinked, unsure how to respond. The woman soon realized her phrasing was rather impolite and quickly added, "In Chihuang Valley." This description is often used for disciples who do not put in effort and lack insight. Please do not take offense. While it is rare to have blocked meridians, one need not wallow in self-pity. Pursuing scholarly achievements can equally bring glory to one's family and lead to a successful career. Zuo Lingquan placed a hand on the sword at his waist. The world is vast, knowing that there are masters out there. How could one remain a frog at the bottom of a well for a lifetime? The woman in black disapproved of this sentiment. One should not aspire too high. Cultivation can be rather meaningless. Once you arrive at Chihuang Valley, you may think differently. However, given your inherent condition, you may not even be able to go there. Take my advice. Throughout history, many have achieved greatness by forsaking martial pursuits for scholarly ones. You are still young. It would be wise to return and focus on your studies. Zuo Lingquan shook his head in response. I may choose not to cultivate, but how could I ever abandon martial pursuits? From the tender age of 3, I embarked on the journey of martial arts, practicing tirelessly with 1,000 sword strikes each day for the past 14 years. With over 5 million sword strikes to my name, few in the realm can rival my prowess. The woman clad in black, taken aback by such audacious claims, furrowed her brow and replied, "Young brother, do not be so arrogant. There are many seasoned practitioners in the world. Your innate meridians are blocked. No matter how diligently you train, you may only cultivate brute strength. Human endurance has its limits. How can you contend with those who harness the power of the heavens?" Zuo Lingquan turned his head defiantly, his eyes glinting with arrogance. Brother, you may mean well in your advice, but I have never feared anyone in my life. Practitioners merely borrow the might of the heavens to enhance their lethality. Their foundations are often shaky, certainly not as solid as mine. If it comes to a life-and-death struggle, I harbor no trepidation. What an audacious young man. The woman in black, perhaps encountering such a Navi youth for the first time, grasped the hilt of her sword. Shall we test your mettle? Zuo Lingquan shook his head dismissively. You draw your sword too slowly. You could not best me, and I do not take advantage of others. Huh. The woman in black couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I am older than you, and my martial training is no less extensive. Do you truly believe that a decade of solitary practice can render you invincible? Zuo Lingquan's confidence was not born of arrogance but of certainty. From her earlier motion to draw her sword, he recognized the lack of challenge she presented. He spread his hands and remarked, I merely wish to spare you the loss of your sword spirit. The woman did not comprehend his words but sensed the disdain within them. Her gaze turned icy. Draw your sword, or you may find yourself unable to do so at all. I make no claims of victory. If you can endure beneath my sword for the duration of a tea ceremony, I shall grant you any wish you desire. Any wish? Zuo Lingquan, intrigued, surveyed the striking figure of the woman in black and smiled. I wish to enter the Chiwang Valley. Can you assist me? The woman's eyes sparkled with pride. If you can withstand a tea ceremony's length of time, I will advocate for you to my master, ensuring you gain entry to Chiwang Valley. I speak with conviction. Do not jest with me, brother. The woman scoffed lightly. Do you think everyone in this world speaks such nonsensical bravado as you do? Zuo Lingquan nodded, realizing that regardless of the truth, there was no harm in testing the waters. Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. After stretching lazily, he stepped into the rain, positioning himself on the cobbled street, and raised his fist in salute. Qinghe County Zuo Lingquan, I humbly request your guidance. Zuo Lingquan. Why does that name sound so familiar? The woman in black paused, her expression turning slightly sour as she recalled something, then tilted her oiled paper umbrella, revealing her crimson lips and fair chin. As Zuo Lingquan stood in the rain, he sensed her reaction and inquired, could it be that you have heard of my illustrious name? Ah, so it is you. No wonder you find yourself here. A naturally blocked meridian, yet slaying fierce beasts. How absurd. The woman in black offered no response, only a more contemptuous huff. As she positioned herself 10 paces from Zuo Lingquan, fabricating a name on the spot. Donghua City, Longtai. I invite you to enlighten me. With that, silence enveloped them both. The rain fell in a fine mist, enveloping the long, tranquil night. 2 figures stood resolutely on the desolate street, surrounded by crumbling walls, the atmosphere thickening with an air of foreboding. Zuo Lingquan, proud yet not arrogant, spoke boldly, but his movements were executed with utmost precision. With his long sword drawn, it pointed diagonally to the ground, raindrops cascading down the gleaming blade, his form seemingly suspended in time, as if even his breath had ceased. The woman in black narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him closely, and soon realized that Zuo Lingquan wielded an unusual single-edged sword, sharpened only on one side except for the tip. While this design sacrificed some of the lethality of a double-edged sword, it allowed for powerful slashing, chopping, and striking techniques without the risk of bending when piercing armor, making it suitable for a martial artist who excelled in strength. Upon grasping the essence of his weapon, the woman placed her right hand on the hilt of her sword. Her expression turning serious, the oiled paper umbrella lowered slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Zuo Lingquan's long boots, poised to strike. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated through the capital on that rainy spring night, illuminating the earth as if it were day. On the stone-paved street, a myriad of raindrops burst forth, and the 2 figures stood still, as silent as statues. Yet, in the fleeting moment when the lightning illuminated the street before plunging it back into darkness, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed through the rain. Both combatants sprang into action, their movements slicing through the rain with flashes of cold light. However, as the woman in black stepped forward, she was astonished to find that Zuo Lingquan, 10 paces away, seemed to vanish alongside the thunder's flash. Not one to be trifled with, the woman sensed an icy chill creep into her heart. Immediately, she transformed her thrust into a sweeping motion, spinning around in search of an unseen foe. The wooden handle of her oiled paper umbrella could scarcely withstand such a rapid rotation, twisting until it splintered in 2. Meanwhile, Zuo Lingquan, now beside her, unleashed a fierce downward strike with his long sword, which was met by her swift, unyielding blade. A shower of sparks erupted in the rain-soaked night. The double-edged sword was ill-suited for such chopping attacks. It was inherently at a disadvantage due to its lack of rigidity, making it prone to recoil. Logically, Zuo Lingquan's single-edged sword should have held the upper hand in this encounter. Yet, the extraordinary resilience of a seasoned practitioner was evident here. Zuo Lingquan wielded his sword with all his might, but when his blade met hers, the force rebounded upon him with overwhelming intensity. Though the woman's sword remained steadfast, Zuo Lingquan's blade visibly warped under the pressure. He felt a numbing sensation in his grip as he was swept aside, hurtling laterally and crashing into the already ravaged structures. With a resounding crash, a hole appeared in the wooden wall of a nearby house, sending debris scattering. After this exchange, the woman stood firm in the rain, having gained the upper hand but hesitating to pursue immediately as she was also drenched in cold sweat. Zuo Lingquan's previous movements had been alarmingly swift, and the moment he vanished with the flash of lightning, she had suspected him of feigning weakness to deceive her. A notion that had sent a chill down her spine. However, their blades had met, and she now understood that he had not been deceiving her. If one were a practitioner of the martial arts, infusing one's true energy into a weapon, even if she managed to parry that strike, she would undoubtedly be thrown off balance by the force, making it impossible to counterattack effectively. Although lacking in cultivation and slightly deficient in residual strength, Zuo Lingquan remained as immovable as a mountain, and his lightning-fast agility still imposed considerable pressure on the woman in black. After all, his speed was astonishing. She could barely discern his movements. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed that an ordinary person could attain such swiftness. However, this realization simultaneously ignited the black-clad woman's fighting spirit. If he were merely a boastful blowhard, engaging him would hold little interest. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, she planted her feet firmly on the ground, brandishing her sword as she charged into the room, taunting, "Is this all you've got?" The blade was sharp and relentless. Yet, as she burst through the gaping hole, she found Zuo Lingquan had vanished without a trace. Losing sight of one's opponent in battle often heralds one's own demise. The woman's expression shifted subtly. The dilapidated room offered no hiding places, and her only option was above. Without hesitation, she fell backward and thrust her sword upward. Zuo Lingquan had anticipated her entry into the darkened room and leapt high, the tips of his boots catching on the beam above. However, in that instant, he refrained from launching a surprise attack, which allowed the woman's exceptional reflexes to transform the encounter into a solitary performance as she stabbed upward into the emptiness. Predicting her opponent's move, she struck air instead, her heart sinking as she swiftly slammed her left hand against the ground, attempting to propel herself upward for another assault. Yet, in the heat of battle, a single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Her adversary would not grant her the opportunity to regroup. Zuo Lingquan seized the moment while she was still exerting force, driving his legs against the old beam, splintering it, and transforming his form into a projectile descending from above, aimed directly at the still recovering woman in black. This time, the speed surpassed even his earlier explosive charge in the street. The woman, retracting her sword for a direct thrust, found her blade intercepted by Zuo Lingquan. Holding his sword inverted with one hand, he pressed her blade downward until they were nearly chest to chest, driving a knee into her abdomen while his left forearm pressed against her neck, forcing her down with an overwhelming weight. With a dull thud, they both crashed to the ground, the decrepit room echoing the impact. Zuo Lingquan maintained pressure on his sword, positioning its edge against her throat. In the rain-soaked night, the flicker of blades came to an abrupt halt. In the stillness of the room, only their breaths filled the air. Zuo Lingquan's gaze was calm as he looked down at the woman, who appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Brother, you have lost." Now in such close proximity, with no umbrella to shield them, Zuo Lingquan noticed that the woman possessed a striking beauty. Almond-shaped eyes and delicate brows, lips like crimson lacquer, and a visage akin to exquisite jade. She was evidently accustomed to a life of luxury, rarely graced by the sun. At this moment, lying flat, the grandeur of her bosom remained undiminished, merely spreading slightly to resemble a flattened dumpling, a testament to the absence of any padding. It was indeed genuine. However, the expression on the woman's face was far from pleasant. The woman in black found herself firmly pinned beneath Zuo Lingquan, the blade poised at her throat. Rather than conceding defeat, her face flushed with anger, her eyes blazing with fury, and she could not suppress her voice as she rebuked, "You despicable coward," resorting to a sneak attack. Upon hearing this, Zuo Lingquan did not relent. His triumph relied on intellectual superiority and extensive experience in the martial world, which was an integral part of personal prowess. How could such a strategy be deemed contemptible? Amused, he retorted, "The struggle for life and death is inherently this way. Do you expect me to call out a technique's name before striking, only for you to reciprocate in kind? You are the despicable one, lacking honor in victory. The woman in black was increasingly exasperated. Yet, her fury was not without justification. Her elevated status meant that during previous sparring sessions, her opponents had always adhered to proper etiquette, never daring to confront her as Zuo Lingquan did. If they could not best her in a direct encounter, they would employ cunning tactics. Moreover, the audacity to pin her down and mock her was utterly intolerable. When had she ever endured such humiliation throughout her life? Confronted with this insidious adversary for the first time, the woman felt utterly thwarted, unable to demonstrate her true abilities. Even while being held down by Zuo Lingquan, she remained defiant, pushing against the ground with her left hand and raising her sword with her right, forcefully rising and shoving Zuo Lingquan aside. Zuo Lingquan, having honed his physique for over a decade, possessed remarkable strength, yet when pressing down, his power could not surpass his own weight, making it impossible to hold her down. "You little thief, prepare to meet your end." The woman in black, her face aflame with fury, forced herself to stand and struck at Zuo Lingquan with a swift sword slash. This strike was imbued with far greater ferocity than before, producing a resonant clang as it sliced through the air. Seeing her unleash her true fury, Zuo Lingquan's smile faded. He raised his sword to parry while expressing dissatisfaction. "Brother, sparring is one thing, but do not be shameless in your denial of the rules." Clang! Before his words could fully escape, their blades clashed, sending Zuo Lingquan flying once more, crashing through a wooden wall and into a narrow alley on the other side. Who is denying anything? If you have the skill, face me openly. The woman in black, unaccustomed to such indignities, charged out of the dwelling like a frenzied leopard, her sword thrusting repeatedly. The sounds of metal striking metal echoed through the alley. Zuo Lingquan found himself forced to retreat repeatedly by the furious woman, who had clearly lost her composure. He could not afford to strike lethally, making it difficult to defend himself against her onslaught. Witnessing her wild, unrestrained attacks, Zuo Lingquan lost interest in the skirmish. After parrying her blade, he swiftly vaulted over the alley wall. "You scoundrel, do not think to escape." The woman in black, fueled by both indignation at Zuo Lingquan's perceived dishonor and the humiliation of being pinned down, could not allow him to flee. As she saw him attempting to escape over the wall, she scolded him sharply and leaped over to pursue. The woman clad in black vaulted over the wall, gazing into the distance, only to discover that the figure of Zuo Lingquan was absent from the uneven rooftops. In a moment of clarity, she realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Waiting at the corner, Zuo Lingquan seized her ankle without hesitation, pulling forcefully while gripping her sword hand with his other hand. Unable to maneuver in midair and caught off guard, the black-clad woman lost her balance and tumbled to the ground, her sword clattering beside her. To prevent her from struggling further, Zuo Lingquan twisted her right hand and trapped her legs with his left, pinning her firmly against his right leg, his elbow pressing against the nape of her neck. Thus, as soon as she landed, the woman found herself securely restrained, with only her left hand free and unable to lift her head. Leaning against the courtyard wall, Zuo Lingquan exerted all his strength to subdue the woman, his voice cold as he inquired, "This is the second time. Do you yield?" As torrential rain poured from the heavens, the black-clad woman lay across Zuo Lingquan's leg, her clothing soaked and clinging to her form, her hair disheveled and plastered to her face, presenting a most disheveled sight. Her crimson eyes burned with fury as she struggled with all her might, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust, yet she could not break free and could only shout in anger, "You scoundrel! How dare you? Release me!" Zuo Lingquan had no intention of releasing her, knowing that to do so would invite further treachery. He glared at her, insisting, "I ask you, do you yield?" The black-clad woman, her face turning ashen with rage, resorted to striking backward with her left hand. Though her posture and angle were flawed, the force behind her strike was considerable. Zuo Lingquan, unable to block in time, turned his head, bracing himself with his shoulder to absorb the blow, which sent a jolt of pain through him, nearly shattering his bones. Gasping in pain, Zuo Lingquan felt a surge of anger at her obstinacy. He released one hand, retrieving the scabbard from his waist as a makeshift switch, raising it to strike. The sharp sound echoed through the rain-soaked night, a crisp reminder of the situation. Although the precise target of the blow was unclear, its impact was undeniable. The black-clad woman, caught off guard, felt her body tremble, her struggles momentarily ceasing as disbelief filled her wide eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Zuo Lingquan twisted her left arm behind her back, applying pressure to ensure she could not move, brandishing the scabbard as a reprimand. "Do you yield?" he asked again. Silence enveloped the rain-drenched night for a considerable time. The black-clad woman, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Seemed frozen in disbelief for what felt like an eternity before her expression morphed into one of humiliation and rage. You shameless thief. I will tear you to shreds." The scabbard fell onto the damp fabric beneath them, the tension in her black silk pants rippling with the impact, even sending droplets of rainwater splattering. While perhaps not fitting to describe as pleasing, the reality was undeniable. Zuo Lingquan, oblivious to such details, held the scabbard as if to chastise a disobedient pupil, demanding once again, "Do you yield?" The words of the woman in black abruptly ceased, her body trembling in pain, her brows slightly furrowing. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury, her face alternating between crimson and ashen hues. In a fit of hysteria, she exclaimed, "Release me, I shall kill." Smack. The moment she spoke, Zuo Lingquan delivered another strike. "Do you yield?" I. The woman in black, infuriated and at a loss for words, struggled fiercely in an attempt to break free, only to be met with another smack. "Do you yield?" Smack. 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 Thus, the two figures remained locked in a stalemate amidst the rain for a quarter of an hour. The woman in black maintained her defiance, never once softening her stance. She hurled insults, issued threats, and raged in hysteria, yet never uttered the word yield. Zuo Lingquan was undeterred, believing in principles and reason, yet understood that one must teach those who cannot accept defeat the essence of martial ethics. Otherwise, the conflict would perpetuate endlessly. He would not be the one to concede first. With both parties unwilling to compromise, the standoff could not persist indefinitely. Ultimately, the woman in black, constrained and at a disadvantage, began to relent. After enduring numerous punishments, she ceased her protests and struggles, merely resting her head upon Zuo Lingquan's leg, gritting her teeth, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Realizing that continuing this way was unproductive, Zuo Lingquan spoke softly. "In a duel, one must be prepared to win and lose. Otherwise, if one is capable of defeating you, they may very well take your life. Fortunately, you encountered me. In the martial world, should you persist in such obstinacy, you would not survive 3 days. If you cease your struggles, I shall take it as your surrender and release you. Should you continue, we shall see who endures more pain." The woman in black, resting on his leg, offered no response, merely inhaling deeply. Seeing her compliance, Zuo Lingquan loosened his grip. She sprang up like a startled rabbit, disregarding the searing pain in her back, and swiftly retrieved her sword from the ground. Zuo Lingquan furrowed his brow and grasped the hilt of the sword. Even the most obstinate could not justify presenting themselves as a target. The woman in black, her eyes filled with shame and indignation, refrained from attacking Zuo Lingquan again. Instead, she strode purposefully towards the alley's exit, coldly declaring, "You shall wait for me." Zuo Lingquan rose to sheath his sword, brushing off his ropes. "If you do not learn from your experiences and only harbor grudges, then you ought to abandon martial arts. It can lead to an untimely demise. If you wish to settle matters one-on-one, seek me out any time. I shall discuss reason with you." "Bah, shameless!" Fuming with rage, the woman in black could hardly bear to listen. She turned and kicked a piece of rubble at Zuo Lingquan before hastily fleeing, seemingly anxious to avoid capture. Zuo Lingquan sidestepped the projectile, dismissing it without further thought. However, as he watched her retreating figure, he suddenly recalled something of great importance and called out, "By the way, you mentioned that should I endure for the duration of a tea session, you would introduce me to Chihuang Valley. Is that promise still valid?" The woman in black, having walked a distance, abruptly halted, clearly tempted to turn back and berate him. Yet, as one in a position of authority must adhere to their word, she could not afford to stoop to the level of the unscrupulous. The woman clad in black hesitated for a moment, then reached to her waist and produced a jade pendant, tossing it back to Zuo Lingquan. "Take this jade pendant to Chihuang Valley. Someone will lead you inside. Furthermore, today's incident shall not be brushed aside so easily. Await your reckoning, for I shall ensure you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred." Zuo Lingquan accepted the pendant, which was round and engraved with a depiction of a green bamboo, while the reverse bore the character Wu, indicating its significance as an identity token. Still warm from her possession, he rubbed it gently, smiling as he clasped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Brother Long. If your grievance persists, I shall stand here and allow you to strike me again. We are all kin after all, so why harbor such ire? Strike you again?" The woman in black suppressed the pain radiating from her back, recalling the manner in which she had struck Zuo Lingquan. It was a sight too unbearable to witness. "Ha, shameless thief, you are doomed, mark my words." With a disdainful spit, she turned and departed with heavy footsteps, vanishing into the depths of the alley. Zuo Lingquan's lips curled into a faint smile as he weighed the jade pendant in his hand, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he strolled towards the distant tavern. As for the woman's impending reprisal, he harbored no concerns. The very act of giving him the pendant indicated that she adhered to a code of conduct, albeit with a rather tempestuous temperament. At worst, upon entering Chiwang Valley, he might face some trials from his senior sister, perhaps even being relegated to menial tasks such as cleaning toilets. A true gentleman is adaptable and resilient, enduring hardships to rise above the rest. As long as he can tread the path to immortality, such inconveniences are trivial. However, the thought of the upcoming selection of the prince consort caused Zuo Lingquan to sigh inwardly. Should he be chosen, his aspirations for a life of unfettered cultivation would undoubtedly be dashed. At this moment, he could only wish for the princess to possess poor judgment and overlook him. Otherwise, it would be a grave waste of the extraordinary opportunity he had encountered today. As night deepened, even the gambling houses in the small streets grew quiet, leaving only the Wind and Moon Alley to echo with laughter and merriment. The doors of the Tang family tavern were firmly shut. Zuo Lingquan approached the entrance, picking up the oiled paper umbrella leaning against the side, knowing that Tang Jingran would be too anxious to sleep. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Sounds of shuffling emerged from within, akin to someone stealthily grasping a kitchen knife. Observing this, Zuo Lingquan jested, "Sister Tang, the savage beast has been vanquished. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing his voice, footsteps echoed in the hall, and soon the door creaked open. Tang Jing'an peered through the narrow gap with a hint of apprehension in her eyes. "Master Zuo, you are unscathed? I hope." "I am unharmed. Sister Tang, you should retire for the night. Do remember to secure the doors and windows. I shall take my leave now." He then extended the payment for his drinks to her. Tang Jing'an, still haunted by the events of the day, felt a swell of unease, especially with the recent appearance of the savage beast. Such creatures could strike without warning. And as a woman living alone in this place, merely locking the door offered little solace. Gazing at the 100 taels of silver notes Zuo Lingquan proffered, Tang Jingran's expression turned anxious. She felt too embarrassed to articulate her request for him to keep watch over her. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Master, having helped the neighborhood rid of a menace, how can you leave without even a cup of tea? Perhaps you might come in and rest a while, waiting for the rain to lessen?" Zuo Lingquan discerned from Tang Jingran's expression that she was alone and fearful. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the tavern, suggesting, "It seems I must trouble you, Sister Tang. As the hour grows late, you should retire for the night. I shall depart once the rain lightens, and I can ensure the door is secured." With patrons still present, Tang Jingran felt it improper to retreat to the courtyard for rest, nor did she dare to sleep. She poured a pot of wine onto the table and handed Zuo Lingquan a towel. He dried off the moisture on his body and settled beside the window with his drink, his gaze drifting toward the distant imperial city as he pondered future plans. Seated by the warming hearth, Tang Jingran surveyed the room, uncertain of what to say, apprehensive that Zuo Lingquan might leave, her expression tinged with awkwardness. The silence lingered until Zuo Lingquan was suddenly drawn by the sounds of birds chirping in the courtyard, accompanied by the fluttering of wings within a cage. Curious, he glanced toward the source, but the fabric curtain obscured his view. "Do you still keep birds, Sister Tang?" he inquired. In need of conversation, Tang Jingran smiled and replied, "Indeed. In the past, when drying rice, a silly bird would come daily to steal a morsel. Over time, it refused to leave, and I ended up keeping it to alleviate my boredom. It must have woken now, realizing I am absent, and is calling for me." Zuo Lingquan nodded in understanding. Living alone can be quite challenging. Having a pet for company is certainly pleasant. "Actually, it's not too bad," she countered, though her demeanor revealed discomfort. Her eyes reflected the soft glow of the hearth, hinting at a touch of melancholy. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, she shifted the topic. "I heard that the selection of the prince consort is to take place the day after tomorrow. How should the prince consort be chosen? Is it akin to selecting a courtesan, standing on a platform for the princess to choose?" Zuo Lingquan, holding his wine cup, mused aloud, "Indeed, it is somewhat similar. A group gathers to compete, and the most outstanding among them becomes the prince consort. What do they compete in? Playing the lute or singing? Perhaps equestrian skills and archery? It is hardly a contest for martial prowess. Why focus on horsemanship and archery?" Zuo Lingquan took a sip of wine, perhaps a bit intoxicated, and casually responded, "These are merely tests of physical endurance. The prince consort holds no significant office. Their sole duty is to serve the princess. As the saying goes, only the overworked ox dies. There is no such thing as a worn-out plow. Realizing he had perhaps indulged too freely in his words, he quickly sipped from his cup to mask his embarrassment. Tang Jingran, accustomed to the diverse clientele of the Riverside Tavern, recognized this adage and understood its implication. Ah, this young man certainly possesses considerable insight. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting surprise and intrigue. With her back to Zuo Lingquan, she adjusted the fire, feigning ignorance as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of great importance, merely that the prince consort should be in good health. He must not die prematurely and leave the princess a widow," Zuo Lingquan explained, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and turned his attention back to the rain-soaked view outside. Tang Jingran, after experiencing this brief interlude, found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, gazing blankly at the hearth, her mind drifting into a realm of unfocused musings. The night deepened, and the two remained silent, the tavern once again enveloped in tranquility. Initially, Tang Jingran leaned against the table by the fire, her head nodding gradually until she succumbed to slumber, resting her forehead on the table. Zuo Lingquan, not an ascetic immune to fatigue, sat by the window, contemplating his plans to visit Chihuang Valley the following day. Unbeknownst to him, weariness crept upon him, and he too laid his head upon the table. In a hazy stupor, he perceived a cacophony of voices breaking the stillness outside. "Buns, selling coal. Hey, are you done yet?" Zuo Lingquan was suddenly jolted awake, glancing toward the window to discover the dawn's light creeping in. Turning his gaze, he found Tang Jingran still peacefully asleep at the small table by the hearth. Perhaps sensing discomfort in her position, she shifted, turning her back to him. From his perspective, her slender shoulders and curvaceous figure evoked a multitude of thoughts. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not deceive in the dark. Zuo Lingquan hastily averted his gaze from her unintentional allure. He chose not to rouse Tang Jingran, instead pressing a banknote beneath a wine bowl and quietly rising to close the window before securing the tavern's entrance. In February, with the rain subsiding, though the day had yet to brighten fully, pedestrians began to emerge on the streets. After closing the tavern's door, Zuo Lingquan adjusted his attire and prepared to depart. However, just as he took a few steps, he noticed a middle-aged woman standing outside a bun shop at the end of the street, holding a steaming basket and watching him intently. Sensing her gaze, he looked up, prompting her to retreat into the shop. Zuo Lingquan harbored a sense of intrigue. Yet his distinguished appearance made such attention commonplace, so he brushed it aside and hastened away from Linafang, making his way towards Chihuang Valley, situated 30 miles from the capital. After the rain, the sun broke through, and the wind rustled the willows, casting a picturesque view of the sprawling Dahan imperial city, which shimmered under the spring sun. As the morning court session concluded, officials clad in various robes streamed out of the Zhenyuan Hall. Zuo Hanqiu, the deputy minister of rights, stood alone at the white stone steps outside the hall, his head bowed, absently watching a colorful butterfly flit around a purple-robed official. Occasionally, colleagues would pass by, casting glances filled with mockery or sympathy, yet most officials, like Zuo Hanqiu, were equally bewildered, unsure why he remained there, or why he had been subjected to the princess's punishment. That morning, as was his custom, Zuo Hanqiu had entered the palace before dawn, confident in his nephew's abilities. He even hummed a tune along the way, contemplating what gifts to prepare for his future niece-in-law. Upon reaching the imperial city and entering the Zhenyuan Hall with the other officials, he was surprised to find that Princess Lonely had not immediately appeared. Having presided over court affairs for nearly 4 years, the princess's governance was difficult to assess, but her diligence was beyond question. In the past, she had always been the first to arrive, awaiting the ministers and the young emperor. However, today was quite an anomaly. The young emperor, who typically arrived last, was already seated properly upon the dragon throne, while the space behind the beaded curtain remained conspicuously empty. Both the court officials and the young emperor felt an awkward tension in the air. Shall we commence the court session? Some feared that Princess Lonely might perceive the minister's hesitation as a sign of disrespect, yet none dared to take the lead. To delay further seemed to contradict the established protocols, especially with the emperor already in attendance. Fortunately, Princess Lonely did not forget about the morning assembly. Although she arrived a tad late, she ultimately made her entrance. Zuo Hanqiu let out a sigh of relief, but little did he anticipate that upon entering the Zhenyuan Hall, before the eunuch could even announce the start of the court session, Princess Lonely would sternly declare, "If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Zuo Hanqiu, step outside and stand." Thus, Zuo Hanqiu found himself standing in the hall's outer precincts until the present moment. Having served in the government for many years, Zuo Hanqiu was known for his tact, and was regarded as a conciliatory figure within the court. His official rank was respectable, his background unblemished, and he was not entangled in any complicated factions, making him relatively close to the princess. The sudden turn of events left the court officials speculating about the underlying intent behind Princess Lonely's actions, yet none could decipher the reasoning. Initially, Zuo pondered whether the princess had ulterior motives, perhaps using him as a means to exert pressure on others. However, he ultimately realized that she merely intended for him to stand there for the entire morning, while everything else proceeded as usual. It seemed she had forgotten about him after the court session concluded. If her intentions were not deeply significant, then it was clear that the princess was indeed punishing him. The phrase, "if a son is not taught, it is the father's fault," indicated that the issue lay with his son. Zuo had several sons, with his second son, Zuo Yunting, being the least accomplished, often engaging in frivolous pursuits and causing frequent embarrassment. Reflecting on this, Zuo expression darkened as he resolved to reprimand his son upon returning home. Given that Lingquan had just arrived in the capital and was to participate in the selection of a royal consort the following day, it was imperative that no scandal arise to tarnish Lingquan's impeccable reputation. As the ministers gradually dispersed from the Whitestone Imperial Road, Zuo stood alone outside the hall, caught in an increasingly awkward predicament, unsure whether to leave or remain. Fortunately, an elderly gentleman adorned with a golden fish pouch approached from within the hall, accompanied by several officials. With a warm demeanor, he addressed Zuo. "Hacho, you may return. The princess was so engrossed in discussing state affairs that she likely forgot about you." Turning to see who had spoken, Zuo recognized the prime minister, Li Jingxi. Holding a high position among the officials, Li Jingxi had served under 3 emperors, boasting considerable experience and connections. At times, he could even overshadow the princess, making him one of the most respected officials in the Great Dan dynasty. Upon hearing Li Jingxi's words, Zuo promptly bowed in gratitude, saying, "I am grateful for your kindness, Prime Minister. It seems my son has once again acted foolishly, and I must apologize for any amusement he may have caused you. I shall take my leave now." Li Jingxi, nearing the age of 70, had a head of silver hair, yet appeared quite vigorous. After gesturing for him to depart, he watched Zuo leave with a sense of understanding. After Zuo had walked far away, an official beside Prime Minister Li Jingxi softly teased, "Tomorrow, the Grand Princess will choose her husband. I hear Zuo has summoned a nephew from the distant Qinghe County. Aspiring to connect with the royal family. Yet he fails to recognize his own standing." Li Jingxi, walking ahead, transformed his previous smile into a placid expression. Zuo is a shrewd man. Regardless of whether his nephew is chosen or not, he must demonstrate loyalty. The fierce king and the Zong family have urged for a marriage. Although the Grand Princess has agreed to select a husband, I believe she will not relinquish authority too soon. The husband of the princess is a figure of great significance. Have suitable candidates been arranged? Rest assured, Prime Minister. Among the young talents entering the capital this time, nearly 20 may serve your interests, all distinguished in virtue, appearance, and talent. The chosen husband will undoubtedly emerge from among them. Li Jingxi nodded slowly, yet before he could speak, another official, hailing from the southern 4 counties, furrowed his brow and interjected, "Yesterday, my nephew entered the capital. I inquired whether there were any outstanding individuals among those from the southern 4 counties. He reported that over 30 had come, their backgrounds and talents difficult to assess. However, in terms of appearance, Zuo Lingquan from the Zuo family of Qinghe County is unparalleled. Described as having phoenix-like eyes and sword-like brows, bright eyes and white teeth, capable in both literature and martial prowess, and his character is commendable. This Zuo Lingquan appears to be Zuo nephew." Upon hearing this, Li Jingxi's brow furrowed momentarily before he regained his composure and shook his head, saying, "The Zuo family of Qinghe County is half agricultural and half commercial, rooted in the south for generations, with a shallow foundation in the capital. The only exceptional individual among them holds a 3rd-rank position as an attendant. The Grand Princess governs on behalf of the Emperor and faces considerable obstacles. Selecting a husband is an opportunity to consolidate power, and she will not choose based on mere appearance. Moreover, there are certainly individuals of both talent and beauty under your command. How could the young talents of half the country possibly be inferior to a mere individual from a small Qinghe county?" The surrounding officials contemplated this and ceased further discussion, following Li Jingxi out of the palace. On the eastern side of the imperial city, within the Fuyuan Palace where Princess Lonely resided, over 100 palace maids stood in hushed silence in their respective positions. the vast hall echoing with not a single sound. The personal maid, Lung Zhu, stood bewildered outside the intricately carved wooden door of the sleeping quarters, straining to catch any sound from within, yet hearing nothing, her heart filled with increasing perplexity. Last night, the princess had instructed her to return to Fuyuan Palace ahead of her, and since her return, Lung Zhu had been waiting inside for the princess to return and retire for the night. To her astonishment, when the princess returned, she was drenched, her hair disheveled, as though she had been unceremoniously mishandled. Her countenance was terrifying. Having grown up alongside the princess, Lung Zhu had never witnessed such a dreadful expression on her face before. Fearing something was amiss, Lung Zhu intended to inquire, yet the princess remained silent, shutting the door and beginning to hurl objects, uttering words of disgrace and nonsense. With such fury, Lung Zhu dared not provoke her, spending the night in a side chamber, and in the morning, she hesitated to awaken the princess until just before court convened, mustering the courage to lightly knock on the door. After the princess awoke, she did not hastily wash up and rush to the Jingyuan Hall as was customary. Instead, she stood behind her writing desk, holding a brush, contemplating for a considerable time before fiercely penning a letter, which she dispatched to Chihuang Valley. Writing while standing appeared rather peculiar, prompting Lung Zhu to curiously inquire why she did not sit down, which resulted in her being punished to stand until now. Following the morning assembly, the princess still had to attend the imperial study to assist the young emperor in reviewing memorials, so she could not remain indoors indefinitely. After waiting for a long while, Lung Zhu finally mustered the courage to speak. "Your Highness, it is time to proceed to the imperial study." Within the sleeping quarters, Princess Lonely, Jiangyi, dressed in court robes, stood beside a bookshelf, perusing ancient martial arts tomes that had not been touched in years. A flicker of fire ignited in her eyes, her complexion fluctuating between shades of green and red. Jiangyi, a practitioner of the martial arts, was not harmed by a spanking. However, even a cultivator is still human, and being struck would cause pain. Last night, that shameless scoundrel had held her tightly and struck her over 20 times, leaving her backside ablaze with discomfort upon her return to the palace, a clear indication that it had turned red. Having grown up in affluence, Jiang Yi had never before experienced such punishment, and the humiliation of being struck on the rear by a man, especially as a prominent princess who held power behind the curtain, was indescribable. She lay on her couch, simmering with indignation, barely managing to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning. Upon rising, though the pain had subsided and her skin was as smooth and delicate as a peeled egg, the indelible memory could not be erased. Jiang Yi found herself reluctant to sit down, fearing the discomfort might return, bringing back the mortifying scene to her mind. Hearing Lung Zhu's call, she set aside the martial arts texts and turned to exit the palace towards the imperial study. Along the way, clad in resplendent attire, Jiang Yi's countenance was icy, her murderous intent almost palpable, which caused Lung Zhu and the other palace maids to maintain a cautious distance of nearly 10 paces, daring only to follow quietly from behind. After walking for a short distance, Jiang Yi suddenly came to a halt. Lung Zhu quickly stopped and cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Taking a deep breath to suppress her shame and fury, Jiang Yi finally spoke. "Tomorrow, the selection of the prince consort will take place at the Qiyun Terrace. You shall arrange some matters for me. There is someone who needs to be taken care of properly." Jiang Yi raised her hand to dismiss the other maidens. Leaning in close to Lung Zhu's ear, her teeth gritted as she explained her arrangements. Lung Zhu listened intently, her expression tinged with confusion. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask the reason, but upon seeing the princess's demeanor, she wisely kept her silence. Departing from Linifeng, Zuo Lingquan purchased a fine black horse from a nearby horse dealer and, after confirming the direction with the locals, galloped alone towards Chihuang Valley. Located a mere 30 miles from the capital, Chihuang Valley lay on the outskirts, nestled against the verdant Chongqing Mountain. Zuo Lingquan raced along the straight path, and in less than half an hour, he arrived at a small town at the end of the road. At the town's rear stood an octagonal archway inscribed with the words Chihuang Valley. Beyond the archway sprawled a 10-mile-long willow grove, where the eaves of a few buildings and the distant mountain ridges could be faintly discerned. In the early morning, the town was sparsely populated, with only a few herbalists coming to sell their wares. Zuo Lingquan guided his horse through the town, arriving at the foot of the octagonal archway. Beneath the archway stood 4 young men, acting as sentinels. Upon noticing the approach of Zuo Lingquan, one of them stepped forward, raising his hand in a gesture of respect. "Young master, please hold on. Entry into Chihuang Valley is forbidden for outsiders. Do you possess a permit?" Zuo Lingquan retrieved a jade token from his bosom and presented it to the young man. I am Zuo Lingquan, a resident of Qinghe County. I have long yearned to visit Qinhuang Valley, and today I have come to pay my respects. Might you assist me with an introduction? The leader of the young men accepted the token and, upon observing the character Wu inscribed on its reverse, raised his gaze to meet Zuo Lingquan's eyes, smiling warmly. Ah, it is you. We were just informed within the valley that someone bearing a token would arrive. Allow me to escort you directly to the Danqi chamber to meet Master Wu. Follow me. Zuo Lingquan, seeing no reason to delay, mounted his horse alongside the young man and entered through the octagonal archway. Qinhuang Valley lay nestled within the mountains. Its outer 10-mile stretch of willow forest serving solely to shield it from outsiders, devoid of habitation, resembling a picturesque garden of breathtaking beauty. The two rode side by side, and after about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the foot of a grand mountain range. The Chaqing mountain range extended for thousands of miles, spanning the western side of the Great Dan Dynasty, with the mountain before them merely a part of it, known as Qinhuang Ridge. As the ridge continued, it appeared that geological activity had cleaved a fissure between the mountains, revealing sheer cliffs that seemed to have been sliced by a knife. Deep within, a waterfall cascaded down, refracting the sunlight of spring into a vibrant rainbow, presenting a scene of unparalleled beauty. Dismounting, Zuo Lingquan followed the young man on foot into the valley entrance, where the landscape opened up before him. Corridors and pavilions sprawled in a continuous expanse, with numerous structures built precariously atop the cliffs. In the center lay a vast plaza, bustling with the sight of hundreds engaging in morning exercises. Surrounding the plaza were lofts adorned with greenery, and one could see several white cranes soaring gracefully above, evoking the essence of a celestial paradise. Being a newcomer to Qinhuang Valley, Zuo Lingquan, unfamiliar with its layout, followed the young man through winding paths until they reached a small lake beside the plaza. The lake was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, and at its center stood a learning hall, draped in bamboo curtains on all sides. Inside, cushions were arranged, with dozens of individuals seated in a circle. The eldest among them perhaps 17 or 18, while the youngest appeared to be merely 5 or 6. They were all attentively listening to a venerable elder standing behind a lectern, recounting tales of wonder. Years ago, I witnessed a remarkable woman soar on the wind above Linyuan City in the Great Yin Kingdom, where she was personally welcomed by the emperor himself. That scene, children, is something you will never behold if you do not diligently pursue your studies. As Zuo Lingquan walked, he listened intently. His understanding of practitioners stemmed solely from the tales of street storytellers. Apart from knowing of the Great Yin Dynasty beyond the northern borders, he was largely uninformed. Now, upon entering Qinhuang Valley and hearing such extraordinary tales, curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to ask the young man guiding him. I have grown up in Qinghe County and have heard little about matters beyond the Great Dan Dynasty. Might you enlighten me? The young man, amiable despite his youth, slowed his pace slightly to walk alongside Zuo Lingquan. Just call me Wang Rui. At the tender age of 6, I entered the Qinhuang Valley, and for a decade, I have remained within its confines, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the world beyond. However, I have occasionally heard my mentors speak of it. Observing this, Zuo Lingquan slowed his pace, adopting an attentive demeanor. Wang Rui's face was distinctly illuminated by a sense of yearning and aspiration. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. The Dadan Dynasty, when mentioned, is merely a small locale, nestled in the southeast by the sea, and bordered to the west by the evergreen mountain range, rendering it a remote backwater in the grand scheme of the realm. In contrast, the Great Yin Dynasty beyond the borders is vastly different. Even a single province may surpass our territory in size. Nevertheless, I am not well versed in the mundane affairs of the world. I only know that there exist 9 cultivation sects, collectively known as the 9 sects of the South. Our forebears from Qinhuang Valley hail from one of these sects, the Jinglutai. Nowadays, if any disciple from Qinhuang Valley excels, the elders, due to this ancestral connection, send them to the Jinglutai and the Great Yin Dynasty for further training. Master Zheng, who lectured earlier, had ventured there in his youth, yet he returned with injuries from his travels. Otherwise, he would still be there. Zuo Lingquan nodded slightly, diligently committing these words to memory, and then posed an inquiry that all novices in cultivation inevitably ask: do the people there possess the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Wang Rui spread his hands and shook his head, replying, I have not been there, so how could I know? However, my mentors have mentioned that the path of cultivation is divided into 5 realms: refining qi, spirit valley, shadow bamboo, jade steppes, and forgetting mechanism. each step akin to ascending to the heavens. Those who enter the shadow bamboo can utilize objects to fly, while those in the jade steppes can command the winds with their physical forms. In our Chiwang Valley, only the sect master and a few esteemed elders have reached the spirit valley. Such exalted figures are rare in our midst. Zuo Lingquan pondered this, casting a thoughtful glance at his sword. Among these sects, are there any particularly formidable sword practitioners? Wang Rui's interest piqued at this question, and he glanced at Zuo Lingquan's sword with a hint of pride. Our Chiwang Valley emerges from Jinglu Tai. If I were to speak of exceptional swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly be Jinglu Tai. However, the sect master once mentioned another place beyond the 9 sects known as the Sword Emperor City, which is particularly powerful and dares to challenge the 9 sects. The practitioners there are specifically referred to as sword practitioners, and there exists a saying about the 8 lords of the 9 sects and the 10 sword emperors of the central continent. Regrettably, the sect master only has hearsay about it, and I am not well informed on the specifics. As their conversation meandered, they passed the lakeside and walked for approximately another quarter of an hour before finally pausing beside a grove of bamboo. The bamboo forest lay at the rear of the valley, and from the periphery, one could glimpse a structure perched halfway up the mountainside, near the waterfall they had seen upon entering. Master Wu is up there. I shall not proceed further. You can greet the individuals below and convey your purpose. Wang Rui escorted Zuo Lingquan to the entrance of the bamboo grove, offering a respectful nod before turning to depart. After bidding farewell with lingering thoughts, Zuo Lingquan stepped onto the narrow path within the bamboo grove. Along the way, he observed several bamboo cottages where numerous vibrant young women gathered, either concocting medicinal brews or meditating in deep concentration, each casting curious glances as he passed. Reaching the base of the cliff, Zuo Lingquan was about to inquire with a few women in the distance about sending word when a figure emerged, revealing the upper half of a person from above the cliff. Zuo Lingquan lifted his gaze and beheld, under the warm embrace of the spring sun, a waterfall thundering forth, casting a misty rainbow. A woman clad in a delicate green gown stood at the precipice, peering down. Her age was indiscernible at first glance, however. Her almond-shaped eyes and elegant brows, coupled with a mature grace and demeanor, suggested a woman of considerable poise. Her raven hair was elegantly tied up, secured only with a ribbon, and her face, unblemished and devoid of makeup, radiated a purity that was striking. The simplicity of her attire, free of adornments, rendered her exceptionally pristine, and against the backdrop of spring and cascading waters, she exuded an ethereal aura. Zuo Lingquan blinked, uncertain if this woman was indeed Master Wu. After exchanging a brief gaze, he respectfully raised his hand in greeting. Introducing himself, I am Zuo Lingquan. May I inquire if you are the esteemed Master Wu? He awaited her response, yet the woman above offered no words. After a fleeting glance, she vanished from the cliff's edge. Assuming she intended to descend for a conversation, he patiently stood below, awaiting her arrival. Above the cliff, the waterfall roared. A platform carved from the rock extended 3 zhang in width and over 10 zhang in length. To the left, a winding stone staircase led down to the base of the cliff, while to the right, it descended directly to the waterfall's foot. At the entrance of the stone staircase stood a wooden dwelling, and closer to the waterfall lay an open stone courtyard, presumably a training ground. Beside the cliff's edge, a stone platform offered a place for meditation, from which one could gaze upon the picturesque entirety of Chiwang Valley. Wu Qiwan, adorned in her soft green gown, withdrew her gaze from the stone platform's edge and glanced at the letter in her hand, a hint of perplexity reflected in her liquid eyes. Wu Qiwan was the esteemed disciple of the national master, Yu Pingong, and ranked 5th among her peers in Chiwang Valley, overseeing the alchemical room of the 5 houses. It was she who had tutored Princess Lonely in martial arts, making her a mentor to Jiang Yi. However, Princess Lonely refrained from addressing Wu Qiwan as master. This was due, in part, to the unique status of royal offspring, which dictated that they could only formally apprentice with the national master. Moreover, the princess's mother, Empress Liu, shared a childhood bond with Wu Qiwan from their origins in Jinheng County, regarding each other as sisters. Consequently, the princess had affectionately referred to her as aunt since childhood. Princess Lonely began her training in Chiwang Valley at the tender age of 6, raised under Wu Qingwan's watchful eye, making her akin to a second mother. Although Jiang Yi had returned to the palace nearly 4 years ago, leading to infrequent encounters, she still possessed a keen understanding of the princess's character, outwardly assertive and proactive. She carried the innate pride of royalty, yet within her lay a nuanced sensitivity and a capacity for introspection. In her earlier days at Chiwang Valley, Jiang Yi had assisted Wu Qingyuan in guiding numerous fellow disciples, maintaining an unwavering commitment to fairness and justice, never allowing personal biases to cloud her judgment, much less seeking recourse to Wu Qingyuan for grievances. Yet, at this moment, Wu Qingyuan found herself utterly baffled by the contents of the letter in her hand, struggling to comprehend the extent of Jiang Yi's grievances that prompted such words. Phrases like "do not disclose my identity," "let him stew for a while," and "when he grows restless, accuse him of insincerity and send him away, and if he does not leave, let him wash the laundry in the living quarters. Afterward, he must bathe the white crane in the animal pen." Was this not mere bullying? Wu Qingyuan had devoted her early years to solitary cultivation on the mountain, preferring seclusion and shunning worldly affairs, with scarcely a few disciples to her name. She harbored neither interest nor aptitude for the tumultuous matters of the world. However, the fact that Jiang Yi addressed her as auntie and penned such a poignant letter, dripping with heartfelt emotion, indicated that she had indeed been provoked by the child below. If she were to remain completely unresponsive, it would be difficult for her to explain herself upon Jiang Yi's next visit. Wu Qingyuan carefully folded the letter, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding, as per Princess Long Li's instructions, not to immediately engage with Zuo Lingquan. She contemplated allowing Zuo Lingquan to stand in silence for a spell, before addressing other matters. Thus, the bamboo grove fell into a profound silence, devoid of any further disturbances. Zuo Lingquan stood upright beneath the cliff, waiting for a moment. As he realized that his opponent did not appear for an extended period, a sense of confusion arose within him, yet ultimately transformed into understanding. It was likely that the senior sister from the previous night had given a heads up, deliberately making things difficult for him. Having given her a light reprimand, he dismissed this minor inconvenience from his mind and continued to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Wu Qingyuan atop the cliff was closely observing Zuo Lingquan's movements, intending to send him back at the princess's behest when he grew impatient. However, after half an hour had passed, the young man remained as still as a wooden figure, not even twitching an eyebrow. This extraordinary composure was not something an ordinary person could possess. As time wore on, the female disciples in the bamboo grove began to whisper among themselves, with a few believing that Wu Qingyuan had overlooked the handsome youth and even climbing up to inform her. After waiting for a considerable time, Wu Qingyuan could no longer maintain her composure. Adopting a frigid demeanor, she leaned over the cliff and called out, "Are you Zuo Lingquan?" Zuo Lingquan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand in greeting. "Indeed, I am. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Wu." Wu Qingyuan gazed down at the bamboo grove, initially intending to inquire, "How did you offend Jiang Yi that she is causing you such trouble?" However, the words felt inappropriate. So she hesitated and instead asked, "She has already informed me of your intentions. Why did she assist you in gaining entry to Chihuang Valley?" Having stood in silence for quite some time, Zuo Lingquan understood that the young lady must have mentioned the events of the previous night. He responded candidly, "We met by chance in the martial world and engaged in a friendly spar. She was unable to defeat me, and thus, in the spirit of fair play, she awarded me a token." "Oh." Wu Qingyuan's expression revealed surprise, unable to believe that Princess Long Li would lose to a relatively unknown youth. However, upon further contemplation, she began to grasp the situation. No wonder Jiang Yi had recommended him yet posed challenges. It was likely due to her unwillingness to accept defeat in their contest. With this understanding, Wu Qingyuan's curiosity diminished, and her gaze softened slightly as she inquired, "Who was your previous master? Why did you choose to join our sect?" Zuo Lingquan had practiced martial arts since childhood and had sought guidance from many martial predecessors, but he had never formally taken a master, having trained himself. He replied earnestly, "I am self-taught." His words carried a hint of pride. Wu Qingyuan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Zuo Lingquan for a long while. Seeing him stand tall without a trace of shame, she replied, albeit with lingering doubt, "You have surpassed her in martial arts through self-teaching? With a sword?" Zuo Lingquan nodded. "Indeed, with a sword." Rising from the stone platform, Wu Qingyuan stood at the edge of the cliff, peering down intently. The mountain breeze rustled her light green skirt, which elegantly outlined her nearly perfect silhouette. Zuo Lingquan, positioned directly beneath the cliff, initially held his gaze steadily. Yet from this angle, two ample curves obstructed much of his view. Being a man rather than a saint, Zuo Lingquan sensed the awkwardness and, fearing an improper gaze, swiftly drew his sword and cupped his fist, bowing his head. "I assure you, I speak no falsehoods. If Senior Wu does not believe me, you may test my abilities." Wu Qingyuan did not perceive any peculiarities in Zuo Lingquan. She merely regarded the young lad as somewhat impetuous. After a moment's contemplation, Her gaze shifted to a bamboo cottage nestled within the woods, and she spoke. "Xiaohua, come over and give it a try." "Certainly, master," replied the girl. Zuo Lingquan turned to see a young lady, who had been observing the scene from the bamboo cottage, eagerly grasping her sword and approaching the stone cliff. After briefly surveying his face, she attempted to adopt a semblance of formality, clasping her fists and declaring, "I am Xiaohua. Please be cautious, young master." Zuo Lingquan assessed the young girl before him, and, judging by her demeanor alone, discerned that she was far inferior to the girl he had encountered the previous day, clearly a novice who had never engaged in combat. Nevertheless, in a bid to prove himself before the esteemed figures of Chihuang Valley, Zuo Lingquan earnestly returned the gesture. "Qinghe County, Zuo Lingquan." After introducing himself, Xiaohua stationed herself 10 paces away, gripping the hilt of her sword, awaiting Wu Qingwan's signal to commence. As soon as she heard the word begin, she surged forward with vigor, drawing her sword from its sheath. To her astonishment, the handsome young master, who had seemingly been motionless just moments before, had somehow closed the distance, efficiently delivering a kick to her sword's hilt, causing the blade to retract into its sheath. Zuo Lingquan held the unsheathed sword, its green leather scabbard, effortlessly poised against the young girl's neck, then raised his gaze toward the cliff above. Xiaohua, bewildered, stared at the scabbard resting against her throat and remarked, "Young master, I haven't even drawn my sword yet." Wu Qingwan observed the entire exchange with keen interest. Her presence was as tranquil as a maiden yet as swift as a thunderclap. The display of skill clearly bore the marks of rigorous training, one that could not be honed in less than a decade. She found herself somewhat convinced of Zuo Lingquan's claim regarding Jiang Yi. However, the technique employed by Zuo Lingquan eluded her understanding. It appeared he had not invoked his true energy at all, relying solely on skill and physical prowess to dominate his opponent. If that were indeed the case, considering Zuo Lingquan's age, merely 17 or 18, his achievements in martial arts could only be described as extraordinarily gifted. Upon reflecting on this, Wu Qingwan's eyes glimmered with approval as she smiled warmly and said, "Very well, Xiaohua, you may step down now. In the future, learn more from your senior brother Zuo." Though Xiaohua had not drawn her sword, she felt somewhat disheartened. After a solemn nod, she scampered away. Zuo Lingquan, his expression brightened, inquired, "Will Senior Wu accept me as a disciple?" Wu Qingwan's demeanor remained amicable as she gently shook her head. Taking on a disciple is a significant matter. It cannot be decided with mere words. Like others, you shall first cultivate within the valley. Once you have acclimated, you may choose a master at your leisure. Given your innate talent, I fear I may not be able to teach you. Talent? Zuo Lingquan hesitated upon hearing this, contemplating whether to reveal his blocked meridians. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that staying in Chihuang Valley for a few more days would not be disadvantageous. Disclosing his condition now could result in being dissuaded from continuing his journey, rendering his efforts futile. "Then I thank you, Senior Wu." Wu Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement and gestured toward a bamboo cottage adjacent to the pond at the base of the waterfall. "You shall reside there from now on. Since you have just arrived today, settle in and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Tomorrow, we shall arrange for someone to guide you to the living quarters for registration. New disciples are required to register in the living quarters, receive their clothing insignia, and subsequently reside in communal accommodations. Only those disciples under the stewardship of the various masters and attendants are granted the privilege of dwelling in independent, secluded courtyards," which Qingwan promptly designated an exceptionally favorable small courtyard for Zuo Lingquan. The young women in the bamboo grove expressed their astonishment, yet given the earlier display of prowess, they found little to critique, for Zuo Lingquan's skills warranted such treatment. However, upon hearing this, Zuo Lingquan's expression turned awkward. He spoke up, "Senior Wu, I have some unfinished business in the capital. Might it be possible to postpone my entry into cultivation for a few days?" Wu Qingwan understood. Cultivation is indeed a significant undertaking, one that could dictate the course of a lifetime spent within the Chihuang Valley or even in more distant realms. "Are you bidding farewell to your kin?" Zuo Lingquan candidly replied, "My family resides in Qinghe County. My visit to the capital is arranged by my elders to vie for the position of the crown princess's consort." Upon uttering these words, Wu Qingwan's expression shifted from an attentive smile to a moment of bewilderment, her head tilting slightly in confusion. Observing the rapid change in Wu Qingwan's demeanor, Zuo Lingquan hesitated. Fearing her discontent, he hastened to clarify, "It's merely a selection for the consort. There are no fewer than 200 young talents in the capital. I am merely one among them, and the chances of being chosen are slim. Once tomorrow's events conclude, I shall return to focus on my cultivation." He rambled on for quite some time, yet regrettably, Wu Qingwan absorbed none of it, her thoughts swirling elsewhere. The notion of selecting a consort? The consort for Jiang Yi? She knows him, and the selection occurs tomorrow. Why has she positioned him here? Is it to assess his suitability as a potential match for her niece? He appears quite commendable. Strikingly handsome, a fitting match for Jiang Yi. Wu Qingyuan gazed intently at Zuo Lingquan, her expression transitioning from peculiar to inexplicable. Resembling a mother-in-law scrutinizing a prospective son-in-law, finding him increasingly agreeable yet tinged with suspicion. Zuo Lingquan, initially embarrassed, gradually succumbed to confusion. Uncertain of how to proceed as the silence lingered between them. After a prolonged moment, Wu Qingyuan regained her composure, lightly clearing her throat, and with a wave of her hand, dismissed him. You may go. Pardon? Zuo Lingquan, perplexed, inquired, should I return tomorrow after the events to seek your guidance and learning? Wu Qingyuan, equally unsure of the crown princess's intentions, recognized that regardless of whether he was selected, Zuo Lingquan's entry into Qingyuan Valley hinged solely on the princess's word, which she had already given. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, You may return after your affairs are concluded tomorrow. With a sense of reassurance, Zuo Lingquan pondered, asking, What if I am chosen as the consort? Yet, he quickly dismissed this inauspicious thought. Having already entered the fold, he was merely a signature away from being formally acknowledged. Surely, fate would not be so cruel. After tidying the small courtyard beneath the waterfall, Zuo Lingquan took his leave from Wu Qingyuan and departed the bamboo grove. As the clock struck noon, Zuo Lingquan finally arrived at Qingyuan Valley. Rather than rushing back to the capital, he requested his senior sister Xiaohua to guide him in exploring the surroundings under the pretense of familiarizing himself with the environment. Qingyuan Valley is encircled by mountains on all sides, with only one entrance for entry and exit, covering a considerable area of approximately 5 miles in circumference. According to senior sister Xiaohua, the valley is presided over by the sect leader, the national master Yu Pingong. Beneath him are 5 chambers: the sword room, the discipline room, the alchemy room, the library room, and the living quarters, each managed by a senior uncle, with Wu Qingyuan overseeing the alchemy room. With nearly 3,000 disciples in Qingyuan Valley, it is clear that the 5 heads cannot possibly instruct them all. Thus, each chamber is assisted by several stewards responsible for managing the disciples and imparting teachings. After touring the accessible areas of Qingyuan Valley, the sky began to darken. A clap of spring thunder resonated through the clouds, and a gentle spring rain began to fall. Knowing he needed to prepare for his candidacy at Qiyun Terrace the next day, Zuo Lingquan did not linger long. After expressing his gratitude to senior sister Xiaohua, he rode back to Donghua City. In February, the spring rain fell like fine silk, and the Bailu River was bustling with boats. From the riverbank, lively merchants and travelers sought refuge from the rain along the bustling streets. Upon entering the city gates, Zuo Lingquan passed through Lineage. Not having dined yet, he decided to enter the tavern of the Tang family. As evening fell and the rain persisted, the dimly lit streets of Lineage had a quaint charm. With the yellowing wine banners swaying in the wind and rain, the tavern was filled with patrons, including the constable, old Zhang, whom Zuo Lingquan had encountered the previous day. Seeing the tavern was crowded, Zuo Lingquan hesitated at the window, catching a glimpse of Tang Jingru, elegantly dressed, warming wine by a small stove. Tang Jingru, who had spent the night resting her head on the table, appeared somewhat weary, her chin resting on her hand, lacking her usual vivacity. Though her exact age was unclear, she seemed to be around 25 or 26. Her attire, a simple dress adorned with hairpins, did little to conceal her inherent beauty. This languid demeanor added a touch of sickly beauty to her charm, contrasting starkly with her lively disposition from the previous day, yet equally captivating. With the tavern full, Zuo Lingquan initially intended to leave quietly, but he felt compelled to greet them before departing. In the brief moment of hesitation, Tang Jingru, not noticing him, was spotted first by old Zhang, who called out, Young Master Zuo has arrived. Come in quickly. Jingru, wake up. We have an esteemed guest. Tang Jingru turned upon hearing his voice, and, upon seeing Zuo Lingquan at the window, her eyes brightened as she stood up. Little Zuo, what brings you here again? No. What wind has blown you my way? Her words were somewhat disjointed, clearly still waking up. Zuo Lingquan chuckled, shook his head, and leaned his umbrella against the doorframe as he stepped inside the tavern. I had some free time, thought I'd come by for a visit. He had helped keep watch the previous night and left early in the morning without saying goodbye, not forgetting to leave money for the wine. Feeling a bit guilty for not having thanked him properly, Tang Jingru hurried into the back room and called out, Please, have a seat, sir. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? I'll prepare some food and drink for you. The tavern was devoid of vacant seats as Zuo Lingquan approached the table of the constable, old Zhang, with sword in hand, and sat down. After exchanging pleasantries over cups of wine, Tang Jingru emerged, bearing 2 plates of steaming hot dishes, which he placed upon the table. Aware that the food was intended for Zuo Lingquan, Constable Zhang had no intention of partaking, and with his dagger in hand, he excused himself, stating, "Please enjoy, my lord. I shall take a turn about the streets." After bidding him farewell, Zuo Lingquan returned to the table, gazing at the delightful dishes before him with a smile, he remarked, "Much obliged, Sister Tang." Tang Jingru, having retrieved warmed wine from the small stove, took a seat beside him and filled his cup, saying, "What labor? You must pay for your meal. It is not as though you were eating for free." Zuo Lingquan placed his cup before Tang Jingru, pouring her a drink in return. "I had thought that, given our friendship, I might indulge in a complimentary meal." Tang Jingru hesitated briefly before lifting the cup to clink it against Zuo Lingquan's, taking a delicate sip as she softly replied, "What friendship? Do not speak so foolishly. There are some gossips in this street who are most detestable, always watching others' doors and spreading tales, fearing that others may not encounter misfortune." As she spoke, her graceful brows knitted in annoyance, her gaze darting toward the end of the street, clearly indicating her words were not mere complaints. Zuo Lingquan, reflecting on her words, suddenly recalled a woman from the bun shop at the street's end who had been watching him that morning. He wiped the smile from his face and inquired, "Is it possible that someone is speaking ill of you, Sister Tang? This morning, as I departed, it was already bright outside, and at the bun shop it was her." Upon hearing this, Tang Jingru became incensed, playfully striking Zuo Lingquan's arm. "You know well that I, a woman living alone, drank all night. And when I left this morning, I did so discreetly, yet you boldly exited through the front door. You do not realize that when I opened my door this morning, I saw that woman gossiping with others, and even came to inquire if I had taken a lover." Zuo Lingquan had not considered this deeply upon his departure earlier. He replied with a clear conscience, "This is a tavern. I came to drink, and my intentions with you are pure. Naturally, I would exit through the front door. Why would I sneak away? That would imply guilt." Tang Jingru pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his words, and redirected her frustration toward the woman instead. "That wretched woman is the mistress of my fourth uncle, once a courtesan. She possesses no virtues but delights in disparaging others behind their backs." Zuo Lingquan was taken aback to learn of the woman's connection to Tang Jingru and found himself at a loss for words. As Tang Jingru lamented, she evidently desired his companionship in criticizing the lack of propriety in others, and thus continued to explain, "My mother's surname is Qin. The Qin family is quite prominent in the capital. My great-uncle, Qin Maota, serves as a supervisory official in the Ministry of Justice." "Oh?" Zuo Lingquan replied, somewhat surprised. He had assumed Tang Jingru to be a lonely flower of modest origin, unaware that she had family serving in the court. However, Tang Jing'an felt no sense of pride regarding these relatives. In fact, she harbored a deep resentment. In the past, her grandfather was the patriarch of the Qin family, managing the family's business, which included over a dozen shops in Linifang. Unfortunately, he had only one daughter and no sons. Later, her father traveled to the capital for examinations and met her mother, leading to their marriage. When she was born, an inexplicable fire broke out, nearly consuming half of Linifang. The name Jinran was chosen because Ran refers to wood that has been scorched by fire. It was initially Jinran, but was altered for aesthetic appeal. Following the fire, her mother, having just given birth and suffering from shock, passed away shortly thereafter. Her father, stricken with grief, succumbed to a heart ailment before she even learned to walk. She was then raised by her maternal grandparents, and for a time, things were bearable. However, everything changed after their passing. Her second grandfather, Qin Maota, had several sons, none of whom were particularly promising. With her grandfather's death, the Qin family naturally set their sights on her family's assets, claiming that her mother was an outsider who had married into the family and sought to reclaim the property. Naturally, she opposed this and sought justice through the authorities. But the government was reluctant to intervene, as the assets were indeed the inheritance of the Qin family. Eventually, it was old Zhang who couldn't stand by idly and approached the head of the law enforcement to mediate the situation. The official stated that since her mother was a member of the Qin family, even though she did not bear the surname Qin, she still shared their bloodline. Without a husband or elder to support her, the Qin family had a duty to care for her and could not reclaim the family property. To do so would violate social norms. Since the head of the law enforcement held a higher position than the Qin family, they dared not seize the property. Yet, behind the scenes, they were still shameless, arranging marriages for her since she was 14, hoping to marry her off so they could lay claim to the assets. These properties rightfully belonged to her grandfather and mother. Why should they benefit from them? Therefore, she vowed never to marry and would do everything in her power to protect what was hers. These grievances had undoubtedly festered in Tang Jingran's heart for many years as she poured out her soul over a small bowl of liquor, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Zuo Lingquan listened intently, gradually understanding Tang Jingran's plight, feeling both disdain and contempt for the Qin family. This family was truly despicable, openly seeking to usurp the last remnants of her lineage without fear of retribution. As her status as a granddaughter did not lend her any support, what could she do? She resolved to endure and resist them. After all, she was still young, and they would likely perish before she did. As the sun set, the riverside street bustled with pedestrians. Tang Jing bared her heart in the tavern, while Zuo Lingquan sat beside her, listening earnestly. Neither noticed a black canopy boat drifting past the tavern, from which two pairs of eyes peered out. It was that young man. She had seen him leave Tang Jingran's room that morning. Inside the boat, a woman who sold buns in the morning was cautiously concealing her rotund figure and was conversing with a middle-aged man beside her. Tang Jingran must have a man, she said. Let us summon the Qin brothers and catch her in the act. Let us see what excuse she has for not returning the property deeds. The middle-aged man was the fourth son of the Qin family, who had spent years in the capital. Though lacking in skills, he had acquired some discernment and did not heed the woman as provocation. His slanted eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Zuo Lingquan in the tavern. The young man appeared to be clad in a robe of exquisite Yunjiang brocade, the fabric worth no less than 100 taels. He must hail from a family of considerable wealth. Do you know his identity? Yesterday, amidst the chaos caused by the ferocious beast, the middle-aged woman was on the street and naturally overheard the rumors. She hastened to reply. I heard it said that he is a relative of the Deputy Minister of Rights, by the name of Zuo Lingquan. Chen Laosi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, and the thought of catching him in the act dissipated like smoke. He cursed, You foolish woman. The Deputy Minister of Rights holds the third rank, a position superior to my father's. How dare they cause such a disturbance? Rank does not exempt one from reason. This is the Qin family's property. Allowing her to keep it after marriage is already a benevolent act. Now that she has a man, is she not shameless for not returning the deed? Chen Laosi waved his hand, silencing the woman, and pondered the situation. The deputy minister is indeed a significant figure at court. And I have heard that his family is quite affluent. His residence in the capital surpasses even that of the prime minister. Surely, when his son marries or takes concubines, the betrothal gifts will be lavish. He contemplated whether it would be prudent not to escalate matters and instead approach them to mediate their union. If Jingran were to marry, the property would naturally revert to the Qin family, and we might even receive a handsome bride price. It is a mutually beneficial affair. Why should we risk animosity? After a moment's reflection, Chen Laosi deemed this idea commendable and decided to act swiftly. He instructed the boatman to dock. I shall inform my father at once. Tomorrow, as the suitors are selected, all officials will attend the cloud platform. This is the perfect opportunity to discreetly discuss this matter with the deputy minister. Are you certain they spent the night together? Absolutely certain. I saw that lad emerge this morning, adjusting his trousers. As the evening drum resounded throughout the capital, melodies flowed through the streets and alleys, and the lights shimmered vibrantly. Zuo Lingquan bid farewell to Tang Jing and rode back to the southern bank of Windy Bridge, the sky now completely darkened. The Zuo family of Qinghe County had accumulated wealth over generations, not to mention their substantial assets. Zuo Hanchao's residence near Windy Bridge was one of the most exquisite mansions, adorned with 2 stone lions at the entrance, red lanterns still hanging from the eaves, yet to be taken down for the season. Zuo Lingquan handed his horse to his servant and entered the gate, intending to return directly to his room. However, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a figure suspended beneath the eaves of the main hall. To be precise, a person was dangling there. The sight startled Zuo Lingquan. He initially feared that someone from his uncle's household had hanged themselves. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. The main hall was lit, and 2 servants stood in the adjoining corridor. Beneath the eaves, a hemp rope stretched across the beams, and below it hung a young nobleman, tightly bound, swaying listlessly in midair. His demeanor suggested this was not his first experience of such an ordeal, as a feather duster leaned against the wall nearby. Zuo Lingquan was familiar with his uncle Zuo Hanchao. Among his 3 sons, the eldest and the youngest were diligent and studious, while the second son, Zuo Yunting, was a lackluster character, indulging in revelry and frivolity, his reputation reaching back to their ancestral home in Qinghe County. When the members of the Zuo family impart wisdom to the younger generation, they often say, learn diligently from your brother Lingquan, and do not emulate Yunning from the third uncle's household, who is indolent and lacks any skills. The young gentleman currently suspended and being chastised seems to be none other than Zuo Yunting. Being older than Zuo Lingquan, he ranks fifth in the Zuo family hierarchy. Thus, Zuo Lingquan must address him as fifth brother. In the presence of his elder sibling, Zuo Lingquan refrains from expressing any hint of mockery. Slowly approaching and offering a respectful salute, fifth brother? Zuo Yunting, hanging in midair, recognizes his beautiful cousin at first glance, despite it being their first encounter. Bound tightly. He is unable to descend to greet him, and can only smile with the warmth of a brotherly affection as he calls out, Lingquan, you have returned. Remarkably. Despite his precarious situation, his demeanor remains composed and dignified, exuding the refined charm of a gentleman from a prestigious family. Zuo Lingquan, unwilling to cause embarrassment, inquires from below, what has happened to fifth brother? Zuo Yunting glances at the ropes binding him, takes a moment to compose himself, and replies with a calm smile. I have been studying ancient texts recently and have learned a unique technique. I am in the midst of practice. Something you may not have encountered before. I certainly have not. Zuo Lingquan blinks, feigning realization. I see, it is my ignorance. How long must you practice? Should I assist fifth brother? Not necessary. Zuo Yunting interjects sternly, the time has not yet come. To cease abruptly may injure my muscles. You are to select a consort tomorrow. Please go and rest. I will descend when the time is right. Are you certain you can manage to come down? Oh, I have spoken too much. Then I shall take my leave. Good night. Zuo Lingquan, uncertain of the reasons behind his elder brother's predicament, tactfully raises his hand in farewell to spare Zuo Yunting any discomfort. Though Zuo Yunting is equally perplexed about his own situation. He feels a warmth in his heart upon seeing his cousin's understanding nature, which shows consideration for his dignity. As the winds cease and the lights dim, the dawn arrives unawares. Outside the window, the tips of the green bamboo leaves glisten with morning dew, reflecting the distant brilliance of the new day. Inside the elegantly adorned chamber, Zuo Lingquan remains lost in slumber, when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the corridor, followed by the door swinging open to reveal a procession of charming young maidens. Seventh young master, it's time to get dressed and wash up. Zuo Lingquan jolts awake, sitting up on the bed, hastily covering his youthful form with a thin quilt. The maidens, their eyes twinkling with mischief, do not allow him a moment's respite and rush forward, playfully assisting him in grooming and dressing. Although Zuo Lingquan dislikes being attended to, the enthusiasm of the young girls leaves him no choice but to acquiesce after several futile attempts to refuse. With the princess selecting a consort, it is imperative that the candidates present themselves with utmost care. The maids labor diligently for nearly half an hour until the sky brightens. Emerging from his quarters, Zuo Lingquan is transformed into a graceful figure clad in a snow-white robe and adorned with cloud-patterned boots, captivating the eyes of the young maidens who gaze upon him with admiration. At the Qiyin Terrace, where the selection of a consort is to take place, the presence of the princess is indispensable. Without her, the court assembly cannot proceed. Consequently, the court has graciously granted a day off to all civil and military officials. Within the confines of the left mansion, the third uncle, third aunt, and the fifth brother, Zuo Yunting, are enjoying their breakfast. After partaking in the morning meal, Zuo Lingquan joins Zuo Hanqiao as they boarded a carriage, heading towards the Qiyin Terrace located on the eastern side of the royal city. The Qiyin Terrace is a grand estate situated beside the imperial city. The carriage traversed the bustling thoroughfare for approximately half an hour before arriving nearby. Under the auspices of the Great Dan dynasty, the 36 prefectures have each dispatched sons of noble lineage, and now, outside the Qiyin Terrace, a multitude of carriages and horses have gathered. From the windows of nearby tea houses and taverns, numerous daughters of officials are observing the spectacle. Zuo Hanqiao offered a series of cautions throughout the journey, and once the carriage came to a halt, he adjusted his attire and stepped out. Zuo Lingquan followed closely behind. But before they could reach the entrance of the Qiyin Terrace, they were suddenly met with a chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow! Look over there! Instinctively, Zuo Lingquan turned towards the rooftops, where he noticed a scholarly youth clad in a scholar's robe, brandishing a long sword with a black sheath, galloping towards them. His garments billowed in the wind, and his long hair flowed gracefully. With just a few leaps, he landed effortlessly on the broad street, exuding an air of nonchalance that evoked a wave of applause from the onlookers. Observing this scene, Zuo Hanqiao scoffed. He is merely engaging in theatrical displays to seize attention. That scholar must be Li Song from Jintang Prefecture, a distant relative of the current prime minister. He is likely your most formidable rival. Take heed, lest you be overshadowed in front of others. Zuo Lingquan regarded those pampered young masters with a sense of indifference akin to viewing children. and was about to nod in acknowledgement when he felt a gaze upon him from a distance. He quickly turned to look at the tall buildings within the scion terrace, yet amidst the bustling crowd, he could not discern anyone staring in his direction. Furrowing his brow, Zuo Lingquan sensed something amiss. However, in such a crowded place, it was not unusual to be mistaken. He shrugged off the feeling and entered through the grand entrance alongside Zuo Hanqiao. As dawn broke, the splendid scion terrace estate remained enveloped in mist, appearing as if suspended in a sea of clouds from the heights above. The scion terrace serves as the royal venue for polo matches, surrounded by grandstands, with a central field already equipped with various facilities. The stands were filled with dignitaries and esteemed guests, many noble sons already seated. On the topmost level of the three-story building, an open terrace adorned with pearl curtains and seats awaited the arrival of the royal entourage, while eunuchs and palace maids stood by the railings, bowing in anticipation. Within the elegant chambers designated for the emperor and his consorts, Princess Lonely, Jiangyi, dressed in a resplendent crimson palace gown, stood by the window with a frosty demeanor, having just closed the window. Her maid, Lang Zhu, was seated at a small table, organizing the list of candidates. Noticing the princess biting her lip in contemplation, she curiously inquired, "Your Highness, why have you closed the window? Has everyone arrived?" Jiangyi inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the haunting memories of the previous night, and settled onto a soft couch, asking, "Have you arranged everything as instructed?" "Report to your Highness, all is prepared. Today, the selection of the consort will involve tests of horsemanship and martial prowess. The martial skills cannot be feigned, but horsemanship is an area where one can easily falter. Just wait and see, your Highness, for the amusing spectacle to unfold." Jiangyi nodded initially, but after a moment's contemplation, she deemed it rather despicable and inappropriate to resort to underhanded tactics. However, recalling how Zuo Lingquan had bested her twice at Linhefang with such dubious methods, even going so far as to spank her, any lingering guilt dissipated. After all, who was to blame but him for his lack of integrity? This predicament was of his own making. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiangyi rose after most of the guests had assembled and stepped out from the private room, taking a seat behind the beaded curtain on the terrace. Long Zhu, unfamiliar with Zuo Lingquan, recognized him solely by name as the nephew of the minister Zuo Hanqiao. A cursory glance around the surrounding stands confirmed her suspicions. There, beside a pillar, stood the dashing young nobleman clad in white, his appearance as immaculate as fresh snow. Zuo Lingquan, having trained in martial arts since childhood, possessed a tall and well-proportioned physique, and even in a scholarly robe, he exuded an aura of strength and confidence. Without needing to move, his innate vitality was palpable, setting him apart from the nearby officials and scholars like a crane among chickens. Long Zhu's eyes sparkled momentarily as she noticed the princess gazing in that direction, her expression resembling that of a betrayed noblewoman in a secluded chamber, filled with resentment. Tentatively, she inquired, "Your Highness, that handsome young man in the white robe is Zuo Lingquan, isn't he?" Jiangyi clenched the hem of her skirt, her eyes simmering with disdain. Upon hearing this, her countenance darkened. Handsome? What a facade! His exterior is gilded while his interior is but tattered cloth. He lacks any semblance of gentlemanly grace, utterly wasting such looks. Long Zhu blinked, sensing that her words were both a reproach and a compliment, acknowledging that the princess indeed recognized his striking appearance. In the second month of spring, as nature began to awaken, the emperor had graciously set a banquet and invited numerous young nobles to the Kaiantai. As guests arrived in succession, an elderly eunuch's booming voice resonated across the high terrace, reciting the opening remarks. The selection of a consort, unlike the examination of scholars, was straightforward. It entailed the princess observing from her elevated seat and choosing among the throngs of youthful nobles below, selecting those who caught her fancy. The various competitions merely provided an opportunity for the assembled gentlemen to showcase themselves. Seated beside his uncle, Zuo Lingquan's thoughts were preoccupied with his upcoming apprenticeship at Chiwang Valley. Occasionally, he would cast a glance towards the distant terrace, but the princess's position was obscured by a beaded curtain, revealing only a blurred silhouette, prompting him to avert his gaze thereafter. Once the elderly eunuch concluded his recitation, the competitions commenced formally, beginning with equestrian events. For young nobles from esteemed families, mastery of the 6 arts was a requisite. The riding aspect of archery originally involved charioteering, but with the rise of cavalry rendering chariots obsolete, horseback riding became the norm. The equestrian contest primarily assessed the quality of the horses rather than the rider's skills, making it impossible to judge solely based on horsemanship. Kaiantai, originally a polo field, was today hosting a favored pastime among the nobility, polo, which the princess also enjoyed. Polo, also known as juju, traditionally involved two teams of nearly 100 players, competing together regardless of gender. However, since only one victor would be chosen as the consort, the rules were modified. 40 participants would compete simultaneously for a single polo ball. Once someone scored by hitting the ball into the goal, they would throw another ball into play, and the player who scored the most would emerge victorious. This format meant each participant faced 39 opponents, all while maintaining poise and decorum to avoid the princess's disfavor, rendering the challenge exceedingly formidable. However, Zuo Lingquan had no desire to become a prince consort, and thus he was unconcerned about the outcomes. His sole intention was to make a modest impression and not disappoint his uncle. There were over 200 contestants, divided into 5 teams. The competition lasted merely the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. As the first team exited the stage, the elderly eunuch on the balcony began to recite names from the roster. Zhao Huan from Beia Prefecture, from Pingyu Prefecture. Zuo Lingquan from Qinghe Prefecture. In the closest viewing platform to the tall building, a group of high-ranking officials was seated, with Prime Minister Li Jingxi occupying the foremost position as a senior figure of the court. Upon hearing Zuo Lingquan's name, Li Jingxi paused in his action of stirring his tea, lifting his gaze to the descending Zuo Lingquan. That boy in the white attire is the nephew of Zuo Hanqiu? The Minister of Revenue, Wang Zheng, a trusted confidant of Li Jingxi, nodded in affirmation. He must be. Having risen from Zuo Hanqiu's side, he truly possesses striking looks. Li Song, a distant nephew of Li Jingxi, sat close by and, upon hearing the elders praise others' appearances, cast a glance and remarked, among those entering the capital, I have inquired privately. This Zuo Lingquan is said to be exceptionally skilled in martial arts and quite renowned in Qinghe Prefecture. Li Jingxi, rubbing his fingers against the teacup, turned to inquire, is he a practitioner of the arts? Li Song respectfully shook his head, a mere commoner, without any foundation in cultivation, possessing only commendable skills from the marketplace. Upon hearing this, Li Jingxi softly scoffed. If he is not a practitioner, how could he compete with you? Are you to be outshone by a mere street fighter? Li Song, dismissive of Zuo Lingquan's lack of a cultivation background, replied, Uncle's words hold wisdom. As a junior, I shall strive my utmost. As the group conversed, the officials seated behind were all loyal confidants of Li Jingxi. Among them, one portly official, initially listening quietly, suddenly recalled something upon hearing Zuo Lingquan's name and raised his head. Prime Minister, I have something to report. Li Jingxi turned back, recognizing it was the junior censor Chen Maoda, and appeared slightly puzzled. Speak plainly. The censor Chen Maoda hastily bowed, reporting to the Prime Minister, last night, my disappointing son returned home and said he encountered. The sun shone brightly. Zuo Lingquan, guided by a minor official, arrived at the edge of the arena next to the stables. Nearly 200 horses were housed in the stables. The minor official called out names and led a horse forward, then proceeded to wait at the arena's edge for the competition to commence. The Grand Princess observed from above, and everyone waited in silence, with no unexpected events occurring. However, when the roster reached the name Zuo Lingquan, the official distributing the horses did not lead a horse nearby for Zuo Lingquan but rather ran to the back of the stables to fetch one. The gathered nobles, upon seeing this horse, were taken aback. The steed was tall and well-proportioned, with a rounded back and a coat as black as ink, without a single stray hair. As it pranced, it appeared as if it could leap into the sea. The assembled young lords, all of noble lineage, could discern the quality of this horse and felt that their own mounts paled in comparison. What did this signify? By what right? Outside the stable, whispers erupted, revealing the discontent etched on everyone's faces. The stable manager, having received orders from above, understood the unfairness of the situation yet could only comply, gesturing for Zuo Lingquan to swiftly relocate the horse. However, Zuo Lingquan found himself in an awkward predicament, suspecting that his uncle had perhaps manipulated the situations, employing monetary influence to sway the stable manager. Possessing genuine skills, he had no desire to become a prince consort and thus scorned such trivial advantages. Just as he contemplated exchanging for a more suitable horse, a tall young man behind him suddenly spoke. Brother, I am Zhao Huan. My stature is considerable, and ordinary horses feel rather small for me. Why not we exchange mounts? I shall grant you a favor later. Turning around, Zuo Lingquan beheld the young man, who, with a cheerful smile, was leading a common horse, his gaze lingering enviously on the fine steed. Seizing the opportunity, Zuo Lingquan tossed the reins to Zhao Huan and accepted the other's horse. The stable manager was taken aback, raising his hand in an attempt to intervene but found himself at a loss, knowing he could not forcibly prevent Zuo Lingquan from riding the superior horse. Especially in the presence of nobility, which would undoubtedly incite public outrage. He could only divert his gaze towards the terrace above. On the terrace, Jiang Yi and Lang Zhu were equally bewildered. Lang Zhu stood up, exclaiming, "Wait, this is wrong. Why did he give his horse to someone else? Is he foolish enough to forsake such a fine mount?" Jiang Yi, equally anxious, contemplated intervening to reverse the exchange. Yet, should she speak now and insist that Zuo Lingquan ride the better horse, it would render the selection of the prince consort unnecessary, as everyone would undoubtedly comprehend the implication of such a decision. Thus, both master and servant could only helplessly watch as their meticulously prepared horse was spirited away by the exuberant Zhao Huayan, who confidently led it to the playing field. With a clang, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and the sound of a gong echoed from the terrace, drawing the attention of all present to the elderly eunuch atop the balcony. Below, in the arena, 40 riders on magnificent steeds brandished their mallets, eagerly awaiting the game while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Among them, Zhao Huayan stood at the forefront, his tall figure and grand horse making him appear more imposing than anyone else. Zuo Lingquan, however, did not vie for position, choosing to linger at the back. Holding his mallet casually on his shoulder, his demeanor somewhat indifferent, as if he were unconcerned. His uncle, Zuo Hanchao, seated at the table, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing this scene and was about to call out a reminder for Zuo Lingquan to pay closer attention when the elderly eunuch on the terrace had already launched the polo ball into the air. The rattan ball, adorned with colorful ribbons, traced an arc against the bright blue sky before landing in the center of the arena. Instantly, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd as everyone surged forward, racing towards the ball's descent, fiercely competing while employing their equestrian skills to obstruct the advance of others. Yet, just as the riders galloped forth to seize the ball, several individuals at the front suddenly spotted a rapidly moving shadow on the green field, accompanied by gasps of astonishment from those nearby. "Oh my! This nobleman is truly remarkable." A few individuals ahead turned back in astonishment, only to discover a white figure soaring skyward behind the herd of horses, his robes billowing like an eagle slicing through the air. With a single leap from the horse's back, he intercepted the polo ball midair. Thud! A muffled sound resonated across the polo field, stirred by the pounding hooves. The young noble in white ascended gracefully, wielding his shoulder-height mallet with both hands, executing a powerful strike in midair. The mallet, supported by the white wax handle, bent like a crescent moon under the immense force. As the end of the mallet struck the ball, it transformed into a swift arrow, hurtling toward the opposite side of the field, striking the floral wreath suspended in the air. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. The young scions, still galloping on horseback, gaped in disbelief at the elegant figure that had smoothly returned to his mount, their eyes filled with shock. Is this even allowed? What a display! Truly impressive. My nephew is indeed extraordinary. Minister Zuo Hanchao, witnessing his nephew's astonishing performance, was visibly elated. Had it not been for his mobility issues, he would have leaped onto the table to perform a flamboyant palace dance. Jiang Yi, having witnessed Zuo Lingquan's unparalleled explosive power before, was taken aback yet not entirely surprised. Lang Zhu's lips parted slightly, her brush falling to the ground, as she incredulously exclaimed, "This, my goodness! I have never seen such a spectacle in my life. It's simply too magnificent." Oh dear! Jiang Yi's expression darkened as she raised her hand and gave Lang Zhu a sharp tap on the head. "What is this? I entrusted you with a task, and this is what you produce?" I thought that by relying on his martial skills, he could secure the position of prince consort. He must be dreaming. Even if I were blind, I would never choose him. Below the high tower, Prime Minister Li Jingxi was evidently taken aback by Zuo Lingquan's soaring display, turning to Li Song. "Songer, is this what you call an ordinary person?" Li Song appeared equally bewildered, uncertain. "Well, the rumors suggest he lacks any cultivation background, but the specifics are unclear to me as a junior." Just as Li Jingxi intended to advise Li Song to pay more attention, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a lone horse standing at the starting point below the tower. The onlookers, having regained their focus from Zuo Lingquan, gradually noticed the starkly different figure by the sidelines. There stood a magnificent steed, proud and poised, its hooves seemingly rooted to the ground, as steadfast as a mountain. Utterly motionless, yet, as a horse, remaining still was clearly not an ideal description. Zhao Huayan, gripping his mallet in his right hand and a whip in his left, sat atop his horse like an iron tower, his complexion flushed and purple, devoid of any movement, completely drenched in sweat. It was evident that Zhao Huayan's horse had barely moved at all. Realizing that the elite youths had turned their attention toward him, he felt compelled to act lest he become the subject of ridicule. Zhao Huan hastily lowered his mallet, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and cheered, "Young Master Zuo, your skills are commendable. I have already conceded a point. It's time to get serious now, so be cautious, my lord." Zuo Lingquan, who had not previously noticed Zhao Huan, genuinely believed that Zhao Huan's stillness was a deliberate concession. He clasped his fist and replied, "Brother Zhao, I am grateful for your generosity." Zhao Huan broke into a hearty smile, yet his gaze was fixed upon the spirited steed beneath him, beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolling down his forehead, clearly praying fervently for the horse to behave. Following the goal, as per tradition, the old eunuch on the terrace would promptly toss out the second ball. But the earlier interruption caused by Zuo Lingquan had momentarily halted the game. At this moment, the old eunuch, holding the rattan ball, was preparing to make another throw. But before he could release it, he turned back, listening intently, as if the princess were speaking. The crowd fell silent in anticipation, and when the eunuch turned back, he spoke warmly. "Young Master's skills are indeed remarkable, but the essence of this game lies in fostering strength and participation for all. If you continue to play in such a manner, the other young gentlemen will merely become spectators. From my humble perspective, it appears you might be using your martial prowess to intimidate the weaker. Perhaps we should alter the rules. The ball must bounce before it can be contested. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was the princess reprimanding Zuo Lingquan for bullying others with his skills? This was indeed promising news. The once demoralized young aristocrats, who had been startled by Zuo Lingquan, felt a renewed fervor, nearly moved to tears, singing praises for the princess's profound sense of justice on their behalf. Zuo Lingquan, too, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. His earlier display had been an attempt to impress, ensuring his uncle's expectations were not dashed, yet he had harbored concerns about the princess's regard. With the princess's evident disapproval of his flamboyance, it suggested he would not be chosen, allowing him to simply bide his time henceforth. Amidst various contemplations, the old eunuch tossed the rattan ball once more. The young aristocrats on the field galloped towards the ball's descent, Zuo Lingquan blending in, intent on merely coasting along. Just as the tension mounted and all eyes were drawn towards the vicinity of the flower basket, no one noticed Zhao Huan, steadfast as a mountain. At the starting line of the second half, below the towering building, Zhao Huan's complexion was ashen, desperately seeking ways to spur his recalcitrant steed. As time passed and the horse remained obstinate, his anxiety intensified. Noticing his agitation, an elder relative seized the moment when no one was paying attention and scolded him from the edge of the terrace. "Huan, what are you dawdling for? Get moving." Drenched in sweat and restless as though seated on needles, Zhao Huan, having exhausted all efforts to no avail, made a decisive choice. He pulled a hairpin from his hair and plunged it into the horse's flank. With a pained whinny, the spirited horse reared up, responding to the sudden sting. Yet this movement did not bode well. The intense pain provoked the already stubborn steed into a frenzy, bucking and leaping wildly, attempting to dislodge its rider. This was disastrous. The horse was spooked. Surrounding attendants, hearing the frantic whinny, turned in astonishment. A startled horse was no trivial matter. It could easily throw its rider or, in a worse scenario, rampage and endanger bystanders, a task far beyond the capacity of even the most seasoned riders to contain. In this moment, the rearing stallion was a force to be reckoned with, intimidating enough that even the bravest would hesitate to approach, let alone restrain it. Zhao Huan anticipated that this action would startle the horse, merely providing himself with an avenue for retreat. He thought that after claiming the horse was frightened, he might still participate in the next competition. However, he did not expect the steed to be so unruly. The black horse capered wildly at the edge of the field, flinging Zhao Huan's riding crop to the ground. He clung desperately to the horse's neck, attempting to halt its frantic movements, but to no avail. He could only struggle to remain atop. The black horse continued its wild antics without dislodging Zhao Huan, but then unexpectedly charged out of the arena and leaped into the stables where the horses were kept. The stables were vast, filled with wooden enclosures and hitching posts. The frenzied black stallion leaped and collided between the barriers, quickly sustaining several cuts. Zhao Huan, perched upon its back, fared even worse, his skin torn and bloodied by the splintered wood. High above, Princess Longli noticed the commotion. "What is happening? Why is this horse acting out? What arrangements have you made?" Longzhu was equally baffled. This horse had been borrowed from the captured division. Having pursued countless ferocious beasts before, it was obedient and protective. Who could have foreseen such a transformation? "I merely instructed the horse to remain still." Jiang Yi, witnessing the escalating chaos and fearing for lives, raised her hand to summon the guards, hoping they might assist. Yet, before the guards could descend the stairs, a rider galloped into the arena, charging toward the stables. Jiang Yi glanced up, momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this person doing here? Zuo Lingquan, idly observing the scene on the field, was acutely aware of the commotion emanating from the stables. To him, the magnificent black stallion was a gift from his uncle. If the horse were to panic and injure someone, he would bear the responsibility. Furthermore, polo was a contest of equestrian skill, and falling off or leaving the field would naturally result in disqualification. Zuo Lingquan had little desire to become a son-in-law, with a legitimate excuse to withdraw lying before him. He hesitated not a moment. He swiftly made his way to the stables, dismounted, and ran towards the frenzied steed, seizing the lasso from a young attendant. He leaped onto the railing and expertly cast the lasso, ensnaring the stallion's neck with precision. The horse, possessing immense strength, pulled fiercely against the lasso, causing Zuo Lingquan to dig his boots into the muddy ground, which yielded 2 deep grooves beneath him, while the coarse rope chafed his palms, drawing blood. Nevertheless, Zuo Lingquan was equally formidable, momentarily halting the stallion's charge. Seizing the opportunity, he called out, "Get down!" Zhao Huan, bloodied and nearly paralyzed with fear, promptly threw himself to the ground, rolling away before scrambling to flee. The stallion, roused to fury, attempted to trample Zhao Huan but miscalculated its footing due to the lasso's pull, turning instead towards Zuo Lingquan, who held the rope. The stallion was evidently less ferocious than the beasts encountered days prior. Zuo Lingquan did not flinch. As it charged, he delivered a powerful punch to its head, then swiftly evaded the oncoming beast. After a few frantic strides, the stallion collapsed under the force of his blow, its hooves faltering as it fell to the ground, bringing the chaos in the stables to an abrupt halt. "Remarkable skill," remarked a nearby attendant, who observed the stallion's sudden cessation of movement with admiration. On the terrace, Jiang Yi watched Zuo Lingquan successfully subdue the horse, her brow furrowed, her expression a mixture of complexity. Long Zhu, seated beside her, leaned forward to catch a glimpse, and noticing the princess's prolonged silence, commented, "Your Highness, it seems Zuo Lingquan's previous exploits against fierce beasts at Linafang were indeed true. He possesses both the ability and the courage, not to mention a commendable sense of chivalry. Even in relinquishing his chance to win, he risked everything to save another. He truly is a good man." Though Jiang Yi's face revealed no emotion, her heart acknowledged the truth in Lang Zhu's words. After a moment's contemplation, she let out a soft huff. One may know a person's appearance, yet not their heart. Do not be deceived by mere outward appearances. Long Zhu pressed her lips together. Having dismounted and left the field, he is already disqualified. How could he deceive the princess? Look, he is heading towards the stands. What a pity. Jiang Yi, pursing her lips, gazed at Zuo Lingquan's retreating figure, her eyes filled with uncertainty. She had always been clear in her judgments, and despite her grievances against Zuo Lingquan, she recognized that in a situation where he had forsaken his own chance to save another, it would be unjust to strip him of his opportunity. This was a matter of principle, not of affection or animosity. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "In light of his selfless act, let us grant him another chance." As she continued, she paused briefly before adding, "The 7-stone bow we prepared should be exchanged for one comparable to the others, to avoid further complications." Long Zhu had indeed tampered with the equestrian skills and archery, providing Zuo Lingquan with a formidable 7-stone bow that required immense strength to draw. The princess summoned Zuo Lingquan back, which was entirely within Cold Bamboo's expectations, as the princess had always acted in such a manner. However, the decision to replace the bow took her by surprise. The return of Zuo Lingquan was a matter of fairness, but what was the rationale behind the change of the bow? Just moments ago, the princess had seethed with resentment towards Zuo Lingquan, yet upon witnessing him rescue someone, her demeanor shifted. Given Zuo Lingquan's current performance, if she refrained from obstructing him, wouldn't he soar to great heights? Could it be that the princess? Cold Bamboo's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the princess possessed profound wisdom. If Zuo Lingquan were to excel in the upcoming events, would she not then appoint him as the prince consort? Jiang Yi, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. Appoint Zuo Lingquan as the prince consort? How preposterous! The grudge of having been humiliated still lingered. There was no way she could allow him to gain the upper hand again. Jiang Yi, having little experience in worldly matters, felt her cheeks flush crimson before darkening in dismay. What nonsense are you spouting? With his demeanor, does he truly think he could be my prince consort? Perhaps he would fare better as a eunuch. I allowed him to remain solely out of fairness, to grant him an opportunity. Fairness? Was it not yesterday that she tampered with the horse and bow? Now, with everything returned to normal, was it not because she harbored ulterior motives? Cold Bamboo, having grown up alongside the princess, understood her stubborn nature and sighed inwardly, offering counsel. The royal family can no longer be delayed. Hosting such a grand event and summoning all suitable young talents is a clear pressure for the princess to make a decision. She must choose a prince consort. If the princess does not select young Master Zuo, does she fancy someone else? Jiang Yi recognized that the factions within the court, not aligned with her, had undoubtedly planted numerous hidden agendas among the candidates. The prince consort would be her closest companion, and an unwise choice could not only disrupt the court's future dynamics but could ruin her life entirely. If Jiang Yi wished to avoid selecting a treacherous infiltrator, she could only opt from among the clean-background young nobles, and among them, Zuo Lingquan stood out remarkably. His recent act of heroism, coupled with his previous assistance in vanquishing a vile beast, attested to his virtuous character. With impeccable integrity, superior martial skills, and striking looks, he seemed nearly faultless. If she were of sound mind, her choice would be clear. Yet, this scoundrel had resorted to despicable tactics just days prior, and had even pinned her down. Jiang Yi pressed her lips together and glared. Regardless, I refuse to choose him. He can dream all he likes. Cold Bamboo felt a pang of sympathy for Zuo Lingquan. Yet as a mere maid, she held no authority in the princess's selection process. Thus, she could only silently lament the unfortunate turn of events. As the fierce horses were subdued, the competition on the field reached its conclusion. The majority of the spectators remained focused on the arena, with the vastness of the Qiuyun pavilion causing most to overlook the chaos in the stables, even if they had noticed it. As the dismounting concluded, the old eunuch began announcing names from above. Zuo Lingquan had already dismounted and withdrawn, believing he was no longer involved. He was about to turn back toward the viewing platform when the old eunuch declared, Zuo Lingquan from Qinghe County scores a goal, although he has dismounted. The circumstances warrant no further inquiry. Zuo Lingquan paused, his hands open in bewilderment, left speechless. The competition must continue. The next 3 rounds will soon conclude, offering little of notable distinction. After the equestrian tests, more than 3/4 of the original 200 noble scions were eliminated, leaving only a little over 50. The archery event was relatively straightforward, involving mounted archers shooting at targets while in motion, with the one scoring the most hits declared the victor. Those who advanced past the first round were no novices. This contest served as a reprieve following rigorous activity, with only 6 participants missing the target once or twice, the rest achieving perfect scores. Zuo Lingquan, having practiced archery infrequently and unwilling to seek the limelight, found himself among those 6. After a brief respite following this round, the court commenced organizing the roster for the impending martial arts contests. These competitions could only be conducted as one-on-one duels, making the selection of opponents crucial. Zuo Lingquan's remarkable agility displayed in the first round had already instilled a sense of caution in most attendees. The influential figures behind him were covertly maneuvering to target easier opponents, and even those like Li Song, with backgrounds in martial cultivation, hesitated to confront Zuo Lingquan first. Consequently, Zuo Lingquan inexplicably advanced through 2 rounds against less skilled opponents, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had not even needed to strive for victory to enter the top 10. Among the top 10, aside from Zuo Lingquan, the remaining 9 were all descendants of Prime Minister Li Jingxi, thus securing their positions for the coveted title of royal consort. From the viewing platform, upon observing the unfolding situation, Li Jingxi felt a modicum of relief and leaned toward his confidant, instructing, "We must first eliminate Zuo Lingquan. He cannot be allowed to secure a high ranking, or else the princess may take note of him. Li Song, do you feel confident in dealing with Zuo Lingquan?" "Rest assured, uncle. This battle will surely be won." "Good. You shall be the first to face him, even if you cannot defeat him. Ensure you inflict some damage to create opportunities for the others." Li Song accepted the command with eagerness. On the terrace of the high tower, Jiang Yi observed Zuo Lingquan's smooth progression with increasing unease, especially since she was soon to commence her selection of candidates. Among the 10 individuals, the most irritating yet most appealing was unmistakably present. Among them were 3 cultivators. Li Song had reached the 4th level of qi refinement, and though not as formidable as herself, he was certainly not an insignificant contender. As long as Zuo Lingquan refrained from employing underhanded tactics, he should be unable to prevail. Right? If he dares to resort to despicable means, I shall see him expelled. Listening to this internal monologue, Long Zhu felt that the princess appeared somewhat anxious and conflicted. Curiously, she inquired, "Isn't Zuo Lingquan a martial artist of considerable skill?" Jiang Yi straightened slightly, shaking her head. "Not particularly skilled. He is not a match for my caliber, merely adept at employing lowly tactics." "Oh, Lung Zhu truly sensed the princess's uncertainty and pondered before asking. What if Zuo Lingquan were to single-handedly defeat everyone and claim the top title, princess? What of it? My selection of a consort is not a quest for the highest martial prowess. It ultimately depends on whom I favor. Does he believe that his superior skills guarantee him the title of consort? But did you not just say his skills are lacking? Ahem. It was merely an indiscretion of mine. The martial arts competition has now shifted to the arena constructed outside the ball court, adorned with colorful ribbons, where weapons such as swords and spears are laid out around the perimeter. The blade knows no mercy. It is common for mutual exchanges to result in unintended injuries. The referees for the arena battles have been replaced by several venerable elders clad in martial attire, seemingly appointed by the imperial court. On the balcony of the high tower, an elderly eunuch appeared at the edge, holding a register as he gazed down upon the 10 young gentlemen below. He spoke. In the first match, Zuo Lingquan of Qinghe County shall face Li Cong of Jintang County. Remember, the blade knows no mercy. All of you are to exert yourselves without undue pressure. Should there be any violations of martial ethics, you shall be disqualified and face severe punishment. This last remark was a last-minute addition by Jiang Yi, specifically aimed at Zuo Lingquan. Unfortunately, Zuo Lingquan, who values martial ethics above all, did not prepare to win and felt no offense from these words. In contrast, the other 9 exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the predicament. They had been commanded by their forebears to injure Zuo Lingquan even if they could not best him. But to attack with full force or deliver a lethal blow in desperation would be considered unethical. It seemed that the princess had perceived their intentions and was deliberately putting them in a difficult position. In a fleeting moment, Li Cong of Jintang County ascended the arena, wielding a long sword in a black sheath, patiently awaiting his opponent. Zuo Hanqiu was aware of his nephew's martial prowess but also understood Li Cong's capabilities. He cautioned him gently, "Just do your best. Do not inflict harm." Zuo Lingquan nodded in acknowledgement, ascending the arena steps. With a swift glance around, he selected a gleaming silver spear, positioning himself opposite Li Cong. Jiang Yi observed Zuo Lingquan's choice of weapon with mild surprise. Why has he chosen a spear? Isn't he known for his swordsmanship? Lung Zhu, impressed by Zuo Lingquan, responded, "Indeed, a longer weapon is often more advantageous. Perhaps young Master Zuo is well versed in all manner of arms and has selected a weapon that counters his opponent effectively." Jiang Yi considered this plausible and refrained from further comment, focusing intently on the match. As both competitors took their positions, the cloud platform fell into silence. All eyes fixed upon them in anticipation. Zuo Lingquan, gripping the 2-meter spear with the tip angled toward the ground, raised his left hand in a gesture of introduction. Qinghe County, Zuo Lingquan. One must admit, with his snow-white robe, silver spear in hand, and an indifferent expression, he exuded an impressive aura. Li Cong, feeling slightly apprehensive, nonetheless maintained a facade of calm under the scrutiny of the crowd, raising his hands in a salute. Jintang County. Li Cong, I humbly request your guidance, Brother Zuo. As his words fell, the arena was enveloped in silence. On this stage of public scrutiny, 2 youthful gentlemen stood poised with their weapons. Clang, the attendant struck the bronze gong. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena. Ha! Zuo Lingquan's demeanor shifted as he launched the first strike, spinning the spear to create a flourish before lunging forward like a soaring dragon, advancing towards Li Cong with resolute strides. His powerful shout resonated throughout the venue. Zuo Lingquan's unstoppable presence garnered approving looks from many spectators knowledgeable in martial arts, while those less acquainted were left in quiet astonishment. What a formidable voice! What exceptional spear technique! As the saying goes, amateurs watch for spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Zuo Lingquan was employing genuine skill, leaving no room for doubt, save for the princess hidden behind the beaded curtain. Jiang Yi initially felt a surge of anxiety as she focused intently, hoping to seize the opportunity to observe and analyze Zuo Lingquan, preparing herself for their next encounter to reclaim her honor. However, upon witnessing Zuo Lingquan's movements, she was taken aback. Why was he moving so slowly? On the arena, the two were merely 10 paces apart. Zuo Lingquan charged forward with his spear, seemingly exuding an overwhelming aura, yet to Jiang Yi, it resembled the sluggish pace of a turtle. In the time it took him to cover half the distance, she could have made 3 round trips. A stark contrast to their previous encounter. In confusion, Jiang Yi remarked, "What on earth is he doing, moving at such a glacial pace?" Cold Bamboo, however, saw no issue. Young Master Zuo is not a practitioner. This pace is quite commendable. Commendable? Jiang Yi thought, having sparred with Zuo Lingquan before. When he was still, He was a force to be reckoned with, and when he moved, it was like thunder, so swift that even she struggled to perceive it. Even with a weapon change, he shouldn't be this slow, should he? Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, the confrontation on the arena had begun, compelling her to set aside her musings and scrutinize the scene earnestly. On the arena, Litsong stood ready with his sword. Raising an eyebrow as Zuo Lingquan charged towards him, the earlier apprehension dissipating entirely. A practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement, while not exceptionally powerful, could sometimes be outmatched by skilled martial artists from the secular world, provided they faced an extraordinarily formidable opponent. Litsong, with his cultivation at the fourth stage of qi refinement, was more than capable of holding his own in the secular martial realm. Judging by Zuo Lingquan's pace, he would only rank in the middle tier among martial artists, at most comparable to a practitioner at the second stage of qi refinement and lacking true qi. He simply could not compete in endurance or explosive power with a seasoned practitioner. If he could not best Litsong, he might as well abandon his sword practice altogether. As Zuo Lingquan closed in, Litsong flicked his fingers, drawing his 3-foot-long blade with precision to deflect the spear's point. The clash of metal rang out, sparking a bright flare. However, Litsong was caught off guard by the significant force transmitted back through the contact. His sword merely diverted the spear slightly. Zuo Lingquan's eyes sharpened as he saw his spear veer off course. With a swift twist of his weapon, he executed a sweeping motion that sent gusts of wind rippling across the arena. Litsong had underestimated his opponent, and although his defensive maneuver was somewhat hasty, he managed to maintain his composure, raising his sword to parry while using his fingers to stabilize the blade against the sweeping spear. The forceful strike of the spear collided with the lightweight sword, which, though unbent, still compelled Litsong to retreat 3 steps. Cheers erupted from the surrounding spectators. Zuo Lingquan, seizing his moment, held his spear aloft and, mimicking the brash demeanor of a certain boisterous girl from Lin Hufang, boldly taunted, "Is that all you've got?" The performance was so convincing that even Litsong, his opponent, could find no fault in it, merely responding with a furrowed brow and a huff, all brute strength. Nothing more. Everyone was captivated by the spectacle, save for Jiang Yi on the terrace, whose eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. Having faced Zuo Lingquan before, she understood that his strength lay in his astonishing explosiveness and speed. While he might possess innate strength among ordinary individuals, it paled in comparison to those imbued with true qi, rendering him insufficient against seasoned practitioners. This is evident from the moment Jiang Yi effortlessly sent Zuo Lingquan flying with a single stroke. Despite Zuo Lingquan's seemingly grandiose and methodical fighting style on the stage, Jiang Yi could distinctly perceive that he relied solely on brute strength, lacking finesse and agility, completely resorting to a short-sighted approach. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she expressed her displeasure, stating, "To vie for my position as a consort, one cannot be so presumptuous. If he were to lose, I wonder who he would turn to for solace." Cold Bamboo also recognized Zuo Lingquan's mediocre skills. He was merely powerful. Upon hearing the princess's remarks, she queried, "Has young master's one not exerted his full strength?" Jiang Yi's brows remained tightly knitted. Zuo Lingquan was not just holding back, he was throwing punches like a novice. Litsong, whose cultivation level was not particularly high, paled in comparison to her. When she had sparred with Zuo Lingquan that evening, he had demonstrated remarkable quickness. In the span of 10 steps, he had vanished in an instant, reappearing at her side with a sword raised, nearly startling her to death. What was happening now? He took his time to approach, and even his thrust was off target, leading to a chaotic display of strikes. If Zuo Lingquan could display even half the skill he had that night, Litsong would likely not even be able to draw his sword. Was this not sheer arrogance? Competing for her position as consort was a serious matter. Should one not give their all? If he did not, how could he possibly fulfill the role of her consort? Could it be that he had no desire to be her consort at all? Suddenly struck by this thought, Jiang Yi's body quivered. Her lips parted in disbelief. Could it be that he does not wish to be my consort? Her voice trembled. Cold Bamboo, upon hearing this, realized the gravity of the situation. The princess, known for her pride and tenacity since childhood, detested the notion that anyone might think less of her. Now that the princess was selecting a consort, whether she liked him or not was one matter. However, if someone who could indeed be a consort chose not to, that signified a far graver issue. It implied that he looked down upon her, the stunning and influential eldest princess of the great Dan dynasty. Cold Bamboo secretly felt alarmed and promptly urged Jiang Yi to sit down, hastily explaining, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. There is no man in the world who does not admire you. How could there be a blind fool who looks down upon you? Young Master Zuo may be concealing his true abilities. Perhaps there are other circumstances at play. What other circumstances could there be? Jiang Yi countered. He held nothing back against me, easily dispatching me in a few moves, yet he is slow and hesitant when facing Li Cong. Cold Bamboo's expression froze, her eyes widening as she gazed at Jiang Yi. It seemed she was beginning to understand why the princess was targeting Zuo Lingquan. Oh heavens! If only the princess could give him a good thrashing. Realizing she had accidentally spoken her thoughts aloud, Jiang Yi fell silent. Her gaze fixed angrily on Zuo Lingquan on the stage. Cold Bamboo instinctively recoiled, her mind racing as she attempted to formulate an explanation. Well, perhaps young Master Zuo does not wish to embarrass his opponent too severely, wanting to grant them a modicum of face? Jiang Yi found herself somewhat agreeing with this notion, primarily because she could not fathom that Zuo Lingquan would lack interest in her, the renowned beauty of the capital. What flaw could she possibly possess? She had to select someone, and she had just begun to ponder whether to set aside past grievances and allow Zuo Lingquan a smooth path to selection, only to later reveal herself and frighten him to death. In the end, she realized that she had been overly sentimental and entangled in her own emotions for far too long. Jiang Yi felt increasingly infuriated. Unfortunately, Zuo Lingquan, standing in the arena, remained oblivious to the fact that the princess hidden behind the beaded curtain was her. Zuo Lingquan had no intention of associating with the prince consort. Her sole desire was to perform beautifully and conclude the match swiftly so she could head to Qi Valley to seek mentorship. After swiftly dispatching Li Cong, Zuo Lingquan soared into the air, propelled by a surge of energy, her hands gripping the spear as she executed a powerful downward strike. The silver spear arced through the air before crashing onto the wooden floor of the arena, splintering 2 planks instantly. Li Cong had already discerned Zuo Lingquan's strength, and with a hint of mockery in his expression, he evaded her attack with the grace of willow leaves in the wind, sustaining not even a scratch. Nowhere to escape. Zuo Lingquan's spear missed its target, but she quickly followed up with a sweeping strike, slamming against the nearby pillar. The column, as wide as a bowl, was severed in 2 by the force of her blow, with shards of wood scattering several yards down to the arena floor. Before the debris even settled, Zuo Lingquan launched another assault. The arena was filled with the sound of splintering wood and the relentless gust of her spear. Li Cong effortlessly dodged, and in an effort to impress the princess and win her favor, he executed his movements with an elegant flair, occasionally twirling his sword and playfully flicking his hair, drawing gasps of admiration from the spectators. In stark contrast, Zuo Lingquan's demeanor was ferocious, like an untamed stallion. Wielding her silver spear with abandon, she struck indiscriminately, unleashing her full might while avoiding any direct hit on Li Cong, thereby maximizing her effort with minimal yield. In mere moments, the once ornate arena had transformed into a scene of disarray, ravaged by her onslaught. The intensity of her assault even caused the judges nearby to stand protectively, fearful that this wild fighter might inadvertently strike them. The surrounding audience, witnessing this unparalleled display of valor, erupted in applause, exclaiming in astonishment at her domineering technique. What a fierce style of spearplay! Truly reckless. Such overwhelming prowess. The air was thick with exclamations, everyone engrossed in the heated clash. The only one feeling unsatisfied amidst the excitement was Jiang Yi, concealed behind the curtain. The more she watched, the more her frustration grew, and she clenched her teeth in patience, muttering to herself, "He doesn't truly disdain me. He merely wishes to save face for Li Cong. He is fighting so swiftly that outsiders can hardly see, ensuring he remains inconspicuous. It must be so, and soon he will deal with Li Cong. Even if he wins, I will not choose him as my prince consort. I shall make him yearn for me." Yet, the ultimate outcome left Jiang Yi disheartened. Zuo Lingquan had been rampaging in the arena for quite some time, unable to even graze Li Cong's attire, and it seemed she was beginning to tire. With a furious shout, she declared, "Prepare to meet your end," and charged towards Li Cong, spear aimed directly at his center. Li Cong sensed it was time to conclude the bout as well, lifting his sword nonchalantly and pointing it towards Zuo Lingquan's chest. At that moment, even the onlookers could discern that this was the climactic struggle, and hearts raced in anticipation. Jiang Yi felt as though her chest might explode from her mounting anger. With her keen perception, it was evident that Zuo Lingquan's actions were akin to deliberately colliding with someone's sword. His determination to refuse the title of prince consort practically written across his face. Such audacity! Jiang Yi's brows furrowed in indignation, unable to contain herself any longer. She forcefully slammed her hand on the tea table and rose, her voice laced with reproach. "Have you no shame?" The atmosphere, already thick with tension, fell into a profound silence, making her outburst all the more striking. The nobles and dignitaries nearby, caught off guard by her furious rebuke, remained fixated on the unfolding contest, though they were puzzled by the sudden eruption from the princess. On the arena, Zuo Lingquan, poised to feign a graceful defeat by crashing into Li Songhui, also recognized that familiar voice. It sounded so reminiscent, as if it were emanating from behind the beaded curtain. Oh no. Zuo Lingquan continued to raise his weapon. Yet his mind was instantly flooded with countless thoughts, and his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. How could this be? The esteemed princess. Wandering about the ruins in the dead of night, was she unwell? Zuo Lingquan, possessing exceptional hearing, was 100% certain that the voice emerging from behind the beaded curtain belonged to the young woman he had encountered at Linafeng. Regardless of how this situation had come to pass, the current predicament was perilously precarious. If it was indeed her, she must have disowned that he was merely playing a role. Why was he acting? Because he had no desire to become a royal consort. A young and beautiful woman, pursued by a man yet unattainable, would find satisfaction in her vanity. However, if a man were to appear indifferent, feigning disinterest, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, he had even struck the princess before. What a calamity! In an instant, Zuo Lingquan's mind raced, realizing that this charade could no longer continue. Almost at the moment Jiang Yi spoke, a muffled thud resonated from the arena. Thousands gathered at the cloud platform were intently focused on the stage, only to be astonished to see the previously panting young man in white transform into a fleeting white shadow, leaving behind only 2 splintered wooden planks in his wake. The clearest observation came from Li Song, who stood upon the stage with a long sword, initially intending to strike decisively at his foe. However, his expression suddenly changed. Merely observing Zuo Lingquan's slight bend of the knee as he sprinted, he knew that something had gone awry and raised his sword in defense. Yet, despite Li Song's swift reaction, he underestimated Zuo Lingquan's explosive power. Having practiced swordsmanship for 14 years, Zuo Lingquan had mastered a singular strike, one that aimed to be the swiftest and the most precise. In the realm of martial arts, all techniques ultimately serve the purpose of killing. To achieve this, perfecting this one strike suffices. Zuo Lingquan did not exert his full strength, for it was unnecessary. Yet it was still beyond Li Song's capacity to withstand. Grasping a lengthy silver spear, he reached Li Song in the blink of an eye. Fearing he might inadvertently kill Li Song, he relinquished the spear and delivered a heart-extracting palm strike directly to Li Song's chest. With a resounding thud, Li Song's back arched, his robe swelling, and his feet lifted off the ground, his form contorting like a bowing shrimp. Before he even left the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. All transpired in the blink of an eye. The spectators could scarcely register the moment, witnessing Li Song, who had previously seemed untouchable, now resemble a torn sack, flying horizontally off the stage, landing more than 2 zhang away before crashing to the ground. The 8 individuals awaiting below were suddenly gripped by a chilling dread upon witnessing this scene, their scalps tingling. They were nearly frightened to death, their faces paling considerably. This fellow had been playing the part of a fool, only to reveal himself as a tiger in disguise. Jiang Yi, who had just risen to reprimand, abruptly silenced herself, covering her mouth in realization of her blunder. Yet, she soon lowered her hand, glaring fiercely as if to say, "You're finished. Now continue the act." Before Li Song even hit the ground, Zuo Lingquan had already halted, standing firm, to smoothly enter Chiwang Valley to seek a mentor without being disturbed by the princess. He truly had no choice but to persist in this performance. Zuo Lingquan, feigning ignorance to Jiang Yi's voice, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of defiance as he surveyed the 8 challengers below, a motley crew, unworthy of contesting with me. I merely toyed with you earlier. The position of prince consort shall be mine today. If you dare to contest, come forth together. This declaration was, of course, a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. However, Jiang Yi was not easily deceived. With acute perception, she discerned that Zuo Lingquan intentionally led up, not wishing the princely title. Now, she recognized his endeavor to rectify the circumstances, lest she resent him further. Not wishing to be a prince consort? Jiang Yi's gaze turned frosty as she rose, parting the beaded curtain to reveal her resplendent crimson palace gown at the terrace's edge. I pay my respects to your highness. The entire court, both civil and military, rose in unison, bowing deeply. Zuo Lingquan raised an eyebrow, forcing a look of feigned surprise as if to say, "What brings you here?" Yet, Jiang Yi had seen through him. Her hands rested upon the intricately carved railing, her lofty position allowing her to look down upon him as she bit her silver teeth and declared, "Master Zuo, you possess remarkable skills. Since you are so eager to be the prince consort, I shall." "Please," Sister, this is hardly amusing. Zuo Lingquan quickly raised his head, his eyes pleading, hoping Jiang Yi would not recklessly jest with such a grave matter concerning their futures. Yet, Jiang Yi was indifferent to his feelings. She was determined to select a prince consort to appease the royal family, fully aware that many nobles schemed to approach her, seeking to manipulate her. Consequently, her choice would inevitably be someone she disdained, someone with a modicum of reliability, devoid of formidable connections, ensuring he wouldn't stab her in the back. Zuo Lingquan's family background was impeccably clean, fulfilling her primary criterion. He possessed noble character, good looks, and commendable martial skills, aligning with her secondary standards. Most importantly, Zuo Lingquan did not desire the position of prince consort. The very fact that he was disinterested suited her purposes perfectly. If he sought the title, how could she choose him? No, if he did not wish for it, then she would insist he take it. The thought of infuriating him delighted her. With all these considerations, did Jiang Yi still need to deliberate? Once Zuo Lingquan became the prince consort, she would have him at her mercy, able to mold him as she pleased. Especially now, witnessing the helplessness in Zuo Lingquan's eyes, which seemed to plead, "I was wrong, do not act rashly." She felt a weight lift from her heart, her spirits soaring. Jiang Yi gazed at Zuo Lingquan with a sinister glint, deliberately pausing to tease him, allowing him to feel a flicker of hope before her gaze hardened. "It shall be you. There is no need for further competition. You may all withdraw." At this proclamation, the court erupted in astonishment, not because they were shocked that the princess chose Zuo Lingquan as the prince consort, but rather at how decisively she had secured her choice. They had anticipated her reluctance to marry, expecting her to concoct excuses to delay the decision. They had even prepared heartfelt entreaties. Yet, her directness caught them off guard. In an instant, the courtiers felt a sense of relief wash over them. The young nobleman vying for the title cast envious glances at Zuo Lingquan. The expression on Zuo Lingquan's face instantly turned rigid. He straightened his posture, spread his hands, and gazed up at the grand princess above. His meaning unmistakable. "Are you out of your mind? What are you after?" Jiang Yi leaned casually against the railing, defiantly locking eyes with the man she would one day share a bed with, her intent equally clear. "What can you do about it? If you don't wish to be with me, then so be it. Are you angry or not?" Zuo Lingquan felt utterly helpless. Not only could he not become angry, but he also felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. After a moment of tender gazes exchanged between them, Zuo Lingquan inhaled deeply and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your immense favor." Seeing Zuo Lingquan's unwilling demeanor, Jiang Yi felt elated. From her elevated position, she was about to raise her hand to indicate that he need not bow, when suddenly a discordant voice echoed, "Your Highness, I have objections." Jiang Yi frowned and turned her gaze to find Wang Zheng, the Minister of Revenue, seated among the attendees. The previously bustling platform fell silent. All eyes turning to Wang Zheng. Jiang Yi maintained a calm expression. "Minister Wang, what objections do you have regarding the prince consort I have chosen?" Wang Zheng bowed respectfully and replied, "I would not dare question your highness's decision, but I fear that you may be deceived by petty individuals. This Zuo Lingquan, who I have encountered through my subordinates, has shown a lack of personal virtue. Thus, it is entirely inappropriate for him to be the prince consort." Jiang Yi narrowed her eyes slightly. He had taken advantage of her, and now he was casting aspersions on her character, exhibiting a complete lack of gentlemanly conduct. How could his personal virtue not be lacking? Nevertheless, since this matter stemmed from personal grievances, it did not bear significant weight, as long as the greater virtues remained intact. Simply based on Zuo Lingquan's act of bravery when he assisted during the incident at Linhefeng and his daring rescue on the court, Jiang Yi had discerned that his character was not fundamentally flawed. Indeed, he was quite exceptional, albeit somewhat fierce. Jiang Yi was aware that some were dissatisfied with her choice of a partner who had not been prearranged, prompting this moment of criticism. She spoke in a measured tone. "Oh, is that so? The deputy minister, Zuo Hanshou, whose rank was lower than Wang Zheng's, did not hold back in defending Zuo Lingquan. Minister Wang, one cannot speak recklessly. Lingquan has only just arrived in the capital 2 days ago and has remained entirely respectable in Qinghe County. I had no knowledge of any personal failings on his part. Nor would Minister Wang's subordinates be privy to such information." Wang Zheng's expression turned grave as he glanced behind him. "Mauda, please recount the matter to the princess." The inspector Qin Mauda promptly stood and approached. "Your Highness, I have a granddaughter named Tang Jingru, who resides in Linhefeng. Yesterday morning, before dawn, one of the concubines of my household saw Master Zuo Lingquan emerging from Jingru's residence, and he even closed the door behind him. A man and a woman spending the night together." Chundaran. Before Qin Mauda could finish, Zuo Lingquan interjected coldly from the platform. Tang Jingru is the granddaughter of your late brother. Is it not inappropriate to tarnish her reputation with such baseless rumors? Hearing this, Chen Maoda not only felt no remorse but chuckled. You seem quite well informed about the affairs of Miss Jingru. Tell me, did you or did you not leave her house yesterday morning? Jiang Yi furrowed her brow slightly. She had been attacked the night before in Linafang, and Zuo Lingquan had claimed to be drinking nearby at that time. Jiang Yi looked at Zuo Lingquan, eager to see how he would respond. Zuo Lingquan maintained a composed demeanor as he recounted, 2 days ago, a ferocious beast caused a commotion at Linafang. I assisted the law enforcement in its extermination. Fearing the beast might strike again, I spent the night at the Tang family's tavern until I departed in the early hours of yesterday. Minister Wang Zheng, with an air of gravity, inquired, So you indeed spent an entire night in the company of the granddaughter of Inspector Chen? Zuo Lingquan nodded affirmatively, indeed. The doors and windows remained open. The townsfolk can attest to this. Wang Zheng shook his head. You have recently been appointed as a royal consort, and naturally, you would seek to provide an excuse to safeguard your future. Pray tell, if there were no prior acquaintance, would an unknown woman willingly spend the night with a man? The truth stands as it is. I can relinquish my title as royal consort, yet I shall not allow rumors to tarnish the reputation of that young lady. Wang Zheng let out a soft hum. The crown princess has appointed you as the royal consort. It is not a position you can simply forsake. Your words seem merely an attempt to feign disinterest and power to exonerate yourself. Do you possess any tangible evidence? Tangible evidence? Where could such proof be found? Zuo Lingquan furrowed his brow, rendered speechless, pondering the absurdity of accusations that could be fabricated at will. Jiang Yi, though unclear on the specifics, sensed Zuo Lingquan's reluctance to assume the title of royal consort and felt no need for him to justify his innocence. Contemplating this, her expression darkened. Enough. I chose him, and I am well aware of his character. If he claims innocence, then he is indeed innocent. Wang Zheng bowed slightly in an attempt to dissuade her. Your Highness, selecting a royal consort is a matter of utmost significance. As courtiers, we must act in the princess's best interests. He has acknowledged staying at a woman's residence. How can this be overlooked? Jiang Yi's gaze turned frigid. I have stated my trust in him. His assertion of innocence is sufficient. Moreover, what of him spending the night at a woman's home? My selection of a royal consort is not akin to the emperor choosing a consort. I do not demand absolute chastity. What is unusual about a man having a confidant? Wang Zheng, do enlighten us. How many wives and concubines do you possess? At her words, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Even the noble young men present bowed their heads, save for Zuo Lingquan, who remained unperturbed. Wang Zheng's expression stiffened, unprepared for the princess's retort. He shifted his gaze and continued, according to regulations, a royal consort is prohibited from taking concubines or abandoning a legitimate wife, which is deemed disgraceful. Jiang Yi knitted her brows. The decision of whether my royal consort may take concubines rests solely with me. Do you require to dictate the rules? Or would you, Wang Zheng, prefer to take charge and select another for me? Your humble servant would not dare. Wang Zheng quickly lowered his head, his demeanor awkward. It is merely that this candidate is indeed unsuitable. Seeing her courtiers persistently press the issue, Jiang Yi lightly tapped the railing to silence them before turning her attention to Zuo Lingquan. Zuo Lingquan, today I grant you permission. Should that young lady, Miss Tang, be your confidant, I shall allow her to enter as a concubine, with all present able to attest to this. I shall treat her as a sister and ensure she is well cared for. Would you consent to this? The court erupted in uproar at her proclamation. Even the Jiang clan members found the situation inappropriate. It seemed overly generous to the young man, permitting the princess to share her affections with another woman. Yet, what astonished them most was Zuo Lingquan's response. Zuo Lingquan was taken aback by Jiang Yi's unexpected words. However, upon reflection, he realized that Jiang Yi had faith in his words, prompting him to validate himself. He was innocent, and thus he earnestly stated, I encountered Miss Tang by mere chance, and there is absolutely no connection between us. I cannot acquiesce to this matter. Once these words were uttered, further explanations were unnecessary. What is true remains true. What is false remains false. Even with a fortune at stake and beauty nearby, he would not waver. The entire court, composed of officials and scholars, nodded in agreement, their eyes devoid of doubt or speculation, replaced only by admiration. Jiang Yi nearly found herself a sister, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the shameless man might casually agree. Seeing Zuo Lingquan's response, she felt entirely reassured, her gaze softening towards him without her realizing. She then cast a cold glance at Wang Zheng, saying, Minister Wang, do you have any undisclosed filth you wish to cast upon Prince Zuo? With the matter laid bare, What more could Wang Zheng say? He quickly bowed and then gestured respectfully to Zuo Lingquan, stating, "Young Master Zuo, I have misunderstood based on hearsay. I seek your forgiveness. It is of no consequence. Minister Wang, you are merely considering the princess's interests. Clarity is all that is required," Zuo Lingquan replied. Although he harbored no fondness for Wang Zheng and his ilk, he felt obliged to extend the necessary courtesy due to his uncle's position in court. After speaking, he clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave the platform, intending to return to the side of Zuo Hanqiao. Yet, just after reprimanding her subjects, Jiang Yi spotted Zuo Lingquan attempting to depart and called out, "Halt! Where do you think you're going?" Zuo Lingquan halted his steps, turning back to look at Jiang Yi with a hint of bewilderment. "I'm going home. Where else would I be going? Should I remain standing here indefinitely?" Jiang Yi raised her hand, beckoning him closer, her tone decidedly authoritative. Zuo Lingquan sighed inwardly, feeling the concept of freedom slipping further away. As the saying goes, when a ruler commands a minister to die, the minister cannot refuse. The princess, akin to an empress of the Dandan dynasty, was not someone he could simply disregard. So he turned and approached the foot of the tall building, waiting for the princess to descend. Inside the Kaiwi Untai, the noble sons of the realm gradually dispersed. At the entrance below the tall building, the imperial guards stood watch, swords in hand, while palace maids lingered beside the four-horse carriage, casting curious glances at the young gentleman in white standing at the door. Zuo Lingquan stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the clear sky as clouds drifted lazily by. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the hall. Turning around, he spotted the hem of a red gown as it appeared around the corner of the staircase, its graceful movements creating ripples in the fabric. The red palace shoes and delicate white ankles flickered in and out of view beneath the skirt. Had he not known the identity of the owner of those long legs, Zuo Lingquan might have found the scene enchanting. Yet, the thought of who she was extinguished any desire for admiration. With measured steps, Jiang Yi descended the staircase, followed by her maids, her gaze unwavering until they brushed past each other, at which point she gestured for Zuo Lingquan to join her in the carriage. Zuo Lingquan, wishing to converse privately with Jiang Yi, did not decline. Long Zhu assisted Jiang Yi into the carriage, intending to follow her inside, only to be met with Jiang Yi's abrupt instruction, "Lang Zhu, you may dismount and follow behind." Cold Bamboo was momentarily taken aback, pondering. A solitary man and woman confined within a carriage, this is. Yet, the princess's command was not to be disregarded. She hastily dismounted the carriage, discreetly ushering the guards and maidens to the rear. The carriage creaked as the luxurious vehicle commenced its slow journey towards the imperial city. The carriage occupied by the princess was adorned with opulence. A tea table and soft couches were present, embellished with gold and jade decorations that dazzled the eye. Jiang Yi's expression darkened as she entered the carriage, taking a seat on the intricately carved couch, her mind brewing words to intimidate Zuo Lingquan. However, she was taken aback when Zuo Lingquan entered and promptly shut the door behind him. The courteous demeanor he had previously displayed vanished entirely as he seated himself beside her, leisurely pouring tea from the cup and kettle on the table, completely disregarding any semblance of formality. The couch was ample enough for two. Yet Jiang Yi had never before shared a seat with a man. She hastily rose, only to realize the impropriety of her actions. After all, how could a dignified princess stand while an outsider remained seated? She quickly settled back down, positioning herself at the opposite end of the couch, her gaze sharp as two swords. "Who granted you the right to sit?" Zuo Lingquan remained oblivious, pouring 2 cups of tea for himself at the riverbank the other night. "I was unaware that the lady was the Long Princess. My behavior may have been disrespectful, and I ask for your forgiveness, Your Highness." Jiang Yi leaned against the armrest, keeping a considerable distance from Zuo Lingquan, feeling as if she were sitting on needles. Yet, unwilling to concede, she mustered her composure and declared, "You stand for me." It was said that the Long Princess had governed on behalf of the emperor for 3 years, diligently serving the people and upholding justice. "If you do not rise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. I have ample means to deal with you." Yet, she did not anticipate that the princess also had her shortcomings. Perhaps she had once viewed the princess with too much reverence. Upon hearing such audacious words, Jiang Yi's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation as she straightened her posture. "What shortcomings do I possess? You resort to underhanded tactics in a contest, yet still have the audacity to criticize me?" Zuo Lingquan redirected the conversation, meeting Jiang Yi's gaze with calm assurance. "Your Highness, as you govern on behalf of the emperor, I trust you discern right from wrong. Last night at the riverbank, our encounter led to a discussion of martial arts, and it was you who first proposed a contest. Initially, I did not agree, but after your repeated requests, I acquiesced. I may have been the one to suggest the contest, yet you dare claim your victory was honorable? Those underhanded tactics. Zuo Lingquan raised his hand to interrupt Jiang Yi. Since your highness practices martial arts, do you comprehend the true purpose of such contests? The aim of martial practitioners is to hone their skills through practical engagement, avoiding the brutalities of actual combat, emphasizing moderation and restraint. Then allow me to inquire. After our contest, has your martial prowess improved? He continued. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned. Zuo Lingquan felt his point had not been made clear enough and added. If you were to confront an opponent in the future, would you still fall victim to the same misfortune, ambushed from your blind spot? The saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the well rope for 10 years. Jiang Yi, having been deceived twice in her last duel with Zuo Lingquan, would likely never forget that experience. In future confrontations, she would undoubtedly remain vigilant against such trickery. Her gaze shifted slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Zuo Lingquan. Her voice still defiant. How could I possibly repeat my mistakes? I will certainly be on guard from now on. However, during our sparring, you did not engage in a fair fight, but resorted to those beneath contempt tactics. A princess can choose her sparring partners. Can she also select her mortal enemies? If I were to encounter a foe skilled in underhanded tricks, and if I were caught off guard, would I then be able to condemn their unscrupulousness? Zuo Lingquan, with a clear conscience, felt no need to defend himself against Jiang Yi's assertions. Yet, her inherent pride prevented her from conceding. Sparring is sparring. It is distinct from actual combat. If sparring does not approximate real combat, merely adhering to decorum with exchanges back and forth, then what purpose does it serve? Moreover, sparring should emphasize restraint. When I faced the princess, I held the advantage. Did I harm her in any measure? That night's duel had indeed been fierce, yet Jiang Yi had emerged unscathed, indicating that Zuo Lingquan had been mindful of his limits. Ultimately, it was she who felt aggrieved and had pursued him in a fit of anger. By this logic, she indeed bore the initial fault. Jiang Yi pressed her lips together, realizing mid-argument that she was in the wrong, her momentum faltering significantly. Nevertheless, her proud nature made her reluctant to concede outright, and suddenly, an important thought struck her. Who claimed she had not been injured? Her rear had indeed been bruised. Zuo Lingquan, having keenly observed Jiang Yi's expressions, preempted her response. I merely used the sword sheath as a measuring stick to strike the princess's backside. With a gasp, Jiang Yi's face flushed crimson. In a fit of indignation, she lifted her palace boot and kicked towards Zuo Lingquan. He reacted swiftly, grasping her red boot. Somewhat displeased, had it not been for the princess's incessant pestering and reckless pursuit, would I have struck you? Furthermore, utilizing the sword sheath as a measuring tool was never disrespectful. A teacher employs a ruler for discipline, intending to instill lessons in their students. Does the princess believe such an act is humiliation? Should we then condemn all educators from our youth for imparting knowledge? As Zuo Lingquan held on to Jiang Yi's foot, her voluminous red skirt inadvertently slipped above her knees, revealing her fair and slender legs. Jiang Yi, already blushing, realized her exposure, hastily yanked her foot back. But it remained caught. She quickly adjusted her skirt to cover herself, flustered and indignant. Oh, shameless rogue, let go of me. You have such audacity. I will call for help. Zuo Lingquan remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yi's eyes. Those with unclean hearts see filth in everyone. I have shown the princess no disrespect, yet she has persistently plotted against me in the shadows. Who is the true rogue here? Is the princess not aware of her own intentions? Jiang Yi, shielding her legs with her skirt, tugged at her foot a few more times, only to realize that Zuo Lingquan had not been peeking. His expression was aloof and disdainful. As if to convey, do not flatter yourself, Jiang Yi's face flushed with embarrassment for a brief moment, her heart a tumult of emotions. Uncertain whether to chastise Zuo Lingquan for his lewdness or to scold him for his lack of perception in not noticing her fair legs. However, in the face of Zuo Lingquan's somewhat caustic remarks, Jiang Yi, regardless of her inner turmoil, could not bring herself to concede. She straightened her back and glared at him. How dare you accuse me of being shameless? In what manner have I shown such disgrace? I engaged in a friendly contest with you, and yet you chose to bully me. I even promised to recommend you to Qi Huang Valley for apprenticeship. Has the esteemed princess ever communicated with Qi Huang Valley to ensure I receive special consideration? Jiang Yi's expression stiffened at this thought. After pondering, she replied, Qi Huang Valley is a place of great significance. It is inherently challenging for disciples to gain entry. Having allowed you to join is no small feat. What more do you desire? Should the national master himself come out to greet you? Very well, Zuo Lingquan nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into that matter. He continued. Today's equestrian examination, that extraordinary steed was indeed arranged by the princess, correct? once Jiang Yi's identity was revealed. The covert scheme she orchestrated would be impossible to conceal, even a fool could guess. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression genuinely froze, caught red-handed in her underhanded tactics, leaving her feeling guilty and unable to retort. Zuo Lingquan released Jiang Yi's palace boots and shook his head, saying, "I conduct my affairs with utmost integrity. I have never wronged the princess in any way. Yet, you resorted to such underhanded tactics, nearly bringing harm to Zhao Huan. Had I been the one atop that horse today, making a fool of myself and subsequently being trampled to death, you would have savored your revenge, but alas, I have disappointed you." His words dripped with sarcasm, akin to riding roughshod over Jiang Yi's dignity. Her complexion fluctuated, for she understood the weight of honor and shame. She was not a petty person devoid of self-respect. Being called out for her wrongdoing left her feeling quite bashful. Clenching her silver teeth, she eventually managed to reply, I did not intend to harm you. I merely wished to immobilize the horse as a jest. With your considerable skills, you surely would not embarrass yourself. And today you truly did astonish everyone, did you not? Zuo Lingquan let out a faint scoff. I shall take it as a jest. Yet, when the princess later emerged to designate me as the prince consort, fully aware of my aspirations for immortality, she deliberately obstructed my path. Is this not holding a grudge a bit excessively? Initially taken aback by his words, Jiang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon reflection, she sensed something amiss. Was he implying that being named prince consort was a burden to him? Her spirit surged, and she sat upright, devoid of any shame. Casting a cold gaze upon Zuo Lingquan, "You, sir, should not be oblivious to your fortune. What is wrong with my choice of you as prince consort? Have I wronged you in any way?" Zuo Lingquan's expression shifted slightly. As he appraised Jiang Yi from head to toe, her alluring figure and striking features truly lived up to their reputation, and indeed, it seemed he had not treated her poorly. This might have been the first time Zuo Lingquan regarded Jiang Yi's beauty with an appreciative eye, originally resistant to such scrutiny, particularly from him. Jiang Yi recognized that having regained some measure of authority in their discourse, she could not allow it to slip away again. Jiang Yi neither evaded nor shied away. Instead, she deliberately sat upright, spreading her arms wide to showcase her impressive figure. As the eldest princess, countless men across the realm aspired to become my consort. Yet I have dismissed them all with disdain. Today, in the presence of the entire court, I chose you at Kaientai, honoring both you and the Zuo family. Do you truly believe this is some sort of scheme against you? Would I stoop so low as to manipulate my own lifelong commitment to entrap you? Jiang Yi's words were delivered with unwavering conviction, devoid of any hint of remorse, completely overlooking the fact that her initial choice of Zuo Lingquan was driven by a desire to mold him to her whims. Naturally, Zuo Lingquan found himself at a loss for words. Though he had no desire to become a consort, Jiang Yi's selection of him could hardly be deemed malicious. In fact, it was a testament to the elevated status of the Zuo family. Reflecting on this, Zuo Lingquan hesitated before inquiring, "So, does the princess choose me as her consort because she has affection for me?" Affection? Jiang Yi struggled to weave a response, aiming to disguise her vengeful motives. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she asserted, "This has nothing to do with affection. Choosing a consort inherently requires selecting the most outstanding candidate. You are the most exceptional among 200, and thus I had no choice but to select you. Do you understand?" Flattered by her praise, Zuo Lingquan's demeanor softened slightly, yet he remained unsatisfied. "Well, that night, I candidly informed the princess of my intention to seek an apprenticeship in Qinhuang Valley. If you do not harbor feelings for me and are aware of my intentions, why then would you choose me?" Jiang Yi, firmly in control of the situation, seized the opportunity to counter, her eyes narrowing. "Did I not permit you to go to Qinhuang Valley? You have gone, yet now you are to become my consort. Does becoming a consort preclude you from going to Qinhuang Valley? Are these two matters intertwined? Is it the great Dan dynasty that holds authority, or Qinhuang Valley?" Her barrage of questions left Zuo Lingquan speechless. A subtle shift occurred in his gaze as he pondered her words. Perhaps being a consort was not so disadvantageous after all, especially with the prospect of a beautiful fiancée. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed slightly, conceding, "Indeed, the great Dan dynasty is governed by your highness. And I apologize for my presumptuousness. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Jiang Yi, upon realizing she had triumphed in their argument, felt a sense of relief, though she harbored no sense of accomplishment. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she raised her hand in a dismissive gesture. "That is sufficient. No need for formalities." The carriage then descended into an unsettling silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zuo Lingquan and Jiang Yi sat at opposite ends of the intricately carved sofa, each cradling a teacup, their minds adrift in confusion. Zuo Lingquan was bewildered, pondering the princess's motives. After having bested her at Lingafeng, she not only bore no grudge but also facilitated his entrance to Chiwang Valley, offering herself in the process, seemingly without concern for his continued aspirations. What compelled the princess to engage in such self-sacrifice? Was she truly a masochist? Perhaps the first impression of her being all beauty and no brains held some truth. Conversely, Jiang Yi grappled with the perplexing nature of her current predicament. This morning, she found herself at odds with Zuo Lingquan, determined to reclaim her dignity during the selection of the prince consort. However, as she grappled with her resentment, she came to the realization that Zuo Lingquan was indeed the most suitable candidate. Accepting this truth, she considered appointing Zuo Lingquan as the prince consort, seeking to unleash her pent-up frustrations before contemplating other matters. Yet, after a heated exchange, she discovered that Zuo Lingquan's arguments were sound, leaving her to face the uncomfortable truth that she was in the wrong. Acknowledging her fault rendered her vulnerable. In their future interactions, she would not only forfeit her chance for revenge, but would also find herself at Zuo Lingquan's mercy regarding this incident. As a distinguished princess, she could hardly allow herself to be overshadowed by Zuo Lingquan. Nonetheless, she found herself unable to counter Zuo Lingquan's reasoning. The little ground she had regained was merely a result of her leveraging her status, making her feel increasingly at a loss. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of regret stirred within Jiang Yi. However, the decision had already been made. The pressure from the royal family was relentless, compelling her to choose a consort today. Even if she were to dismiss Zuo Lingquan, she would still need to select another candidate from those present. If one were to set aside personal grievances and focus solely on finding a suitable prince consort, Jiang Yi realized she had little choice. Zuo Lingquan's lineage was untainted. He possessed striking looks, impeccable character, and his martial prowess surpassed her own. To disregard Zuo Lingquan in favor of an unknown individual, whose character and intentions were uncertain, would be tantamount to playing with her own fate. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi's emotions gradually settled. The appointment of the prince consort was a foregone conclusion. She could not afford to show weakness to Zuo Lingquan, so she resolved to let matters unfold as they would. Once she had organized her thoughts, her demeanor returned to normal, assuming an air of authority as she leaned back on the soft couch, setting her teacup aside. Zuo Lingquan, let bygones be bygones. I shall not hold past grievances against you. From this day forth, as long as you remain diligent and practical, I shall not treat you unjustly. Her words declared who would hold the upper hand in their future interactions. Zuo Lingquan could not refuse such a significant partnership, as long as he could continue his cultivation. He bore no ill will. As long as the princess is reasonable, I shall take my leave now, as I must head to Chiwang Valley tomorrow. So I shall not trouble you further. Jiang Yi, having endured considerable stress today, wished for Zuo Lingquan to depart swiftly. However, upon reflection, she raised her hand to halt him. Wait, there is something I need you to pay attention to. Zuo Lingquan paused and turned back, saying, the princess may speak freely. Jiang Yi shed her lofty demeanor, taking a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking earnestly. In recent years, ferocious beasts have been increasingly prevalent around the capital, causing widespread panic among the populace. The memorials seeking accountability have nearly filled the imperial study. These matters should have been investigated and resolved by Chiwang Valley. However, despite multiple communications, their responses have been nothing but assurances, yet the beastly disturbances persist. To make matters worse, even the ceremonial swords provided to the court have emerged damaged and rendered useless. I suspect that the offerings given to Chiwang Valley have been misallocated. Unaware of the intricacies, Zuo Lingquan inquired, could it be that someone within Chiwang Valley has embezzled funds? I have spent nearly a decade in Chiwang Valley and am well acquainted with the integrity of my masters. They would not engage in such acts. The current situation can arise from only two possibilities, one being our national master, Yu Pingong. The national master, the head of Chiwang Valley, has not made an appearance for 2 years, with the valley claiming he is in seclusion. Such prolonged isolation is unusual, leading me to suspect that the national master has encountered a mishap in his cultivation, resulting in physical deterioration that requires substantial Baiyuzhu for recovery, thereby causing Chiwang Valley to face financial difficulties and frequent blunders. Baiyuzhu is the currency used by practitioners. Zuo Lingquan, having heard of this, pondered. The national master is a significant figure for our dynasty. If this were true, and if it reached the ears of enemy nations, there would be no need to wait for the enemies. Jiang Yi sighed softly, gesturing towards the north. In Beia County, there is also Fui Mountain, a shrine dedicated to the fierce king, which has sought to usurp Chiwang Valley's position for nearly a century. However, due to the national master's formidable reputation, they have not dared to act. Now, Witnessing the frequent beast troubles in the capital, they have submitted several memorials requesting audience. If it were in the past, it would have been manageable. With my father present, changing the national master would merely require a word. Yet now, with the emperor only 12 years old and me, a woman, regent, the royal family has expressed considerable dissent. At this moment, to expel Chihuang Valley and bring Fui Mountain into the capital would be precarious. If the fierce king were to come as well, whom would Chihuang Valley support? Zuo Lingquan furrowed his brow, finally sensing the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, the national master's profound cultivation makes it unlikely for him to encounter problems. What is the second reason? Jiangyi shrugged. Pointing once more to the north, Fui Mountain in Beia County excels in beast taming, having built its reputation on raising various exotic creatures. Fierce beasts possess a degree of spiritual awareness and would not recklessly venture into towns to meet their demise. Yet the rampant beasts across various regions are all exceptionally ferocious, specifically targeting populous areas until they are slain, which defies logic. I suspect there are individuals behind the scenes deliberately inciting the beasts to create chaos. Upon hearing this, Zuo Lingquan understood Jiang Yi's implication. This was not mere suspicion, but a direct accusation that Fui Mountain was covertly manipulating the fierce beasts to destabilize Chihuang Valley, compelling the court to expel them in favor of their own interests. What do you want me to do? Investigate Fui Mountain? Your meager skills would lead you nowhere before the people of Beia County vanish. Moreover, as long as the national master remains unharmed, Fui Mountain would not dare provoke Chihuang Valley. You were about to visit Chihuang Valley to seek apprenticeship. Take this opportunity to observe closely. As long as you ascertain that the national master is safe, other matters pale in comparison. Is Chihuang Valley not just outside the city? Has the princess not sent anyone to inquire? We have, but to no avail. Without the national master, the 5 elders cannot support such a vast enterprise. If the truth were to emerge, they would undoubtedly be displaced, and they would not dare let me or the outside world know. You appear astute and possess commendable qualities. I believe you would be well liked by several of my masters, and perhaps you could uncover the truth. Zuo Lingquan, rarely praised by Jiang Yi, smiled with a hint of amusement. Understood. I shall do my utmost and inform the princess at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Yi nodded slowly, hesitating momentarily before rising to see him off. However, as they reached the carriage, Zuo Lingquan suddenly halted, inquiring earnestly, by the way, princess, when shall we wed? Jiang Yi blinked. When shall we wed? The royal family and certain court officials are eager to select a husband today and hold the wedding tomorrow. Eager to expel her from the palace. The restoration of power could be postponed due to her younger brother's age, yet the date of marriage, as per the arrangements of the Zong family, could not be delayed. Soon, she would find herself ensnared in the embrace of that little rogue, subjected to his whims. And she could not retaliate. Jiang Yi felt a sharp pang at the corner of her eye, her entire being discomfort, her thoughts momentarily in disarray. But she quickly suppressed them, glaring with intensity. Are you in such a hurry? Zuo Lingquan found himself momentarily speechless. To express urgency would suggest an eagerness that might be misconstrued, while to deny it could imply a lack of appreciation for the princess's beauty, which might only agitate Jiang Yi further. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a smile. I am merely concerned that the princess might be anxious to proceed with the wedding, wishing to arrange matters in advance to avoid any delays. What urgency do I have? You may attend to your own affairs. Once I have confirmed the date, I shall inform you. Zuo Lingquan ceased his comments, offered a respectful bow, and then turned to exit the carriage. Jiang Yi watched him depart, hastily closing the carriage door behind him, releasing a long breath of relief. In the splendid spring of February, the riverside streets of Linhefang were bustling with activity. A myriad of sails dotting the waters as merchants and travelers docked briefly before hastening towards their next destination. The small tavern facing the river swayed gently in the spring breeze, its banners fluttering. Tang Jingran, clad in a dark silk gown, crossed her arms over her chest. Her expression slightly bored as she observed the throngs passing by. Alone, even amidst a crowd, the transient nature of passers-by left little impression on her. During those quiet moments in the tavern, when patrons were scarce, Tang Jingran often found herself daydreaming, watching the sun dip low, clouds drifting lazily. Her thoughts wandering like the clouds themselves, ever-changing. Yet today, for reasons unknown, her reverie was sharper, her mind fixated on a single individual. She had encountered many people, yet few were familiar. Her interactions with Zuo Lingquan had been rather congenial, and with knowledge of his candidacy for the position of prince consort, her thoughts inevitably drifted towards the Kaientai in the eastern city, although Zuo Lingquan harbored no desire for such a title. Tang Jingren felt deep down that he would be well suited for it. His character, appearance, and lineage were all exemplary, and she could scarcely envision any woman, apart from the stunning Princess Chang, worthy of Zuo Lingquan. With a soft sigh, Tang Jingren contemplated a visit to the Kaientai to witness the commotion. But her status evidently precluded such an outing. Thus, she could only cast a glance down the eastern street for solace. However, in doing so, she noticed an old constable ambling leisurely down the narrow street, a knife in hand. Her spirits lifted. Tang Jingren returned to the tavern for a jug of warmed wine. As the constable approached the entrance, she called out brightly, "Old Zhang, what brings you to patrol the streets at midday? Come in and have a seat. Allow me to treat you to a couple of drinks." Constable Zhang, drawn by the prospect of wine, readily accepted the invitation and entered the tavern. Taking a seat by the window, he chuckled, "Jingran, what has inspired such generosity in this little money-minded girl today?" Indeed, Tang Jingran had a penchant for finance. For living alone demanded a shrewdness in managing resources if one were to successfully run a business. However, being labeled as a miser displeased Tang Jingran, who slammed the wine jug onto the table with a thud. "Hey, have I not entertained you with enough drinks in the past? Whenever you brought your colleagues over, did I not offer you a discount?" Indeed, old Zhang had grown accustomed to her tone, chuckling as he lifted the jug and poured himself a bowl. Tang Jingren let out a soft huff, seated herself by the warming stove, her eyes darting as she inquired, "Old Zhang, are you aware of the selection of a prince consort at Kaientai?" Old Zhang, an old friend of Tang Jingran's father, had watched her grow up and understood her character well. He raised his bowl, adopting a casual demeanor. "I, Old Zhang, am merely on patrol duty. With so many nobles at Kaientai, naturally, I was present. Just finished my work and came over to rest." Tang Jingran's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood, retrieving a plate of peanuts to place on the table before sitting across from him. What was the result? Which young gentleman became the prince consort? Old Zhang took a sip of yellow wine, smacking his lips. "Well, that is a lengthy tale. It cannot be recounted in less than 2 jugs of wine." "Hey!" Tang Jingren shot him a glare, feeling an urge to scold him, but recalling the matter of Zuo Lingquan stirred her curiosity. Ultimately, she stood up again, fetching another jug and placing it on the table. "Speak quickly." Satisfied, old Zhang began. "Who else could it be? The other day, I encountered young Master Zuo. With a respectable lineage and outstanding qualities, the princess, with her discerning eye, naturally chose him." Although Tang Jingren had anticipated Zuo Lingquan's selection, hearing the confirmation still surprised her. She slowly nodded, her expression shifting as she picked up the wine she had just set down. "Is a single sentence worth 2 jugs of wine? I feel shortchanged even with half a jug." "Wait, I haven't finished yet." Old Zhang raised a hand, signaling her to put the wine down. While the selection of the prince consort was without suspense, the events that transpired afterward were quite intriguing. Tang Jingren blinked, placing the wine back, and asked, "What happened? Did young Master Zuo decline the marriage to the princess on the spot?" At this, Tang Jingren grew anxious and stood up. Wouldn't he be dragged out and executed? Would he? What are you thinking? Young Masters was no fool. Old Zhang chuckled, shaking his head. Ultimately, young Masters was of humble origins. The princess chose him, and he cannot refuse. However, that old, troublesome second granduncle of yours has been running his mouth again today. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingran's expression darkened. Recalling the gossiping woman from yesterday, she surmised, that old fool is spreading slander about young Master Zuo. Old Zhang, living in Linafeng, had once helped Tang Jing and navigate the family disputes over inheritance, naturally harboring no fondness for the Chen family. Indeed, he claimed that you spent a night with young Master Zuo, leaving things ambiguous. Hence, he cannot become the prince consort. With a sharp clap of her hand on the table, Tang Jingran's brows furrowed in anger, ready to curse, yet she feared genuine rumors might spread outside. She quickly asked, "How did young Masters Zuo respond?" "How else could he respond? You know young Masters Zuo's character all too well." Tang Jingren nodded slowly. Although she had only interacted with Zuo Lingquan for a few days, she understood his character well enough to know he would never allow himself to be slandered. That's good. The Chen family must be relentless, right? Has the princess misunderstood something? Old Zhang chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. A lone man and a solitary woman spend an entire night together. Even if young Master Zuo had 100 mouths, he could hardly clarify the situation. The princess herself is confused about the truth. However, she has not misunderstood entirely, Tang Jingren listened intently, only to realize old Zhang was teasing her. She shot him an exasperated glance. "What else? If you don't spill it, I'll pour out the wine." He continued. "The princess has mentioned that if young Masters was willing, he can bring you into his household. and you could be called sisters in the future. So as not to put young Master Zuo in a difficult position, Tang Jing'an was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of his words, feeling incredulous. Is the princess truly so generous? If I had an affair with young Master Zuo, she would be willing to have me brought into his household? Old Zhang nodded. Indeed. Jing'an, would you accept this proposal? She furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter seriously, but responded quickly, what kind of joke is this? I have nothing but a pure relationship with young Master Zuo. If I were to agree, wouldn't that confirm an illicit affair? Even if he were to agree. I doubt he would. She hesitated, realizing as a woman of humble origins, she might not be in a position to refuse. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Eyes widening with concern. Young Master Zuo wouldn't truly agree to this, would he? How could he? I would never marry. Old Zhang's face was alight with amusement as he teased. How could that be? Young Master Zuo is a man of integrity, unwavering in his principles. He would never joke about his own reputation or yours. Tang Jing'an sighed in relief. This was more like it. Furthermore, she was just a common girl. Though her appearance was decent, she was several years older than young Master Zuo. A distinguished young master from a noble family, exceptionally handsome, would likely not take notice of her, and thus would never agree. The notion of being unnoticed by a man carries a significant weight for a woman. Tang Jing'an's expression stiffened slightly as she sat up straighter. Don't speak nonsense. What is wrong with me? So what if I'm a bit older than young Master Zuo? If he truly thought little of me, why would he come to my door repeatedly for drinks? Old Zhang anticipated this reaction, for women often responded this way. He continued to stoke the fire. There are many who frequent the door for drinks. It's the quality of the wine, not your charm. Today, the princess has spoken. If young Master Zuo merely nods, he could take you home. The fact that he has tea is a clear indication he does not regard you favorably. Tang Jing'an's eyes widened in disbelief as she found herself ensnared by old Zhang's words, feeling a surge of anger and even a tinge of resentment towards Zuo Lingquan. Yet, she was no naive girl. As she sought evidence to prove Zuo Lingquan's affection for her, a sudden realization dawned. What was she doing? Attempting to prove that Zuo Lingquan had an interest in her? With this thought, Tang Jing'an recognized that old Zhang was deliberately teasing her. She slammed her hand on the table. You old fool. Are you so idle? Young Master Zuo and I have no connection whatsoever. And he would never agree to such an absurd proposal. It has nothing to do with whether he finds me appealing. After speaking, Tang Jing'an ignored old Zhang, rising to take up a broom and sweeping the floor, wishing to sweep old Zhang out. The sound of scraping echoed as old Zhang, realizing Tang Jing'an was not fooled, seized his banner, drained his cup in one gulp, and stepped outside. Although Tang Jing'an was not deceived, she could not deny that old Zhang's words were somewhat infuriating. She, a young woman, remained unmarried not out of inability to find a husband, but to safeguard her family's estate. Left Lingquan had not even approached her. And while Tang Jing'an understood his principled nature was the reason for his distance, a peculiar thought nagged at her. What if there was a sliver of truth in the notion that Left Lingquan simply found her unworthy? Surely, there must be a reason for such disdain. She harbored no ill intentions, yet she couldn't help but ponder if there was something undesirable about herself. With the broom in hand, she paced back and forth in the tavern, eager to dispel this nonsensical notion, but the restless musings of a woman are not easily quelled. Just as she was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, the sound of footsteps approached the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Sister Tang? Tang Jing'an stiffened, instinctively straightening her posture, feeling slightly guilty as if caught in a transgression. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, turned to the doorway, and smiled. Little Left, you've come. Outside the tavern stood Left Lingquan, who had just departed from the Left residence. Noticing Tang Jing'an's unusual demeanor, he mistakenly assumed she was displeased about the morning's incident regarding the scandal. He explained, there was a misunderstanding this morning at the Cloud Terrace, but it has been clarified. I came to apologize to Sister Tang. The matter originated with me. Having already heard the details from old Zhang, Tang Jing'an felt no need for Left Lingquan to reiterate. The earlier provocation by old Zhang had planted seeds of doubt within her regarding whether Left Lingquan regarded her in a favorable light, subtly altering the way she gazed at him. However, given their recent acquaintance, it was inappropriate for her to directly inquire, do you find me appealing? Such a question would surely lead to complications. After a prolonged silence, fearing her inner thoughts might be disowned, she settled for an indifferent demeanor. It's fine, as long as the matter is clarified. In the future, try not to come by too often. It might lead to misunderstandings. I have no inclination towards you, and I certainly don't have a habit of pursuing younger men. Left Lingquan, slightly perplexed, replied, Sister Tang and I are entirely innocent. There is nothing untoward between us. The princess has already assisted in clarifying the matter. If I were to avoid coming, would it not imply I have something to hide? Tang Jing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, silently cursing old Zhang for his chatter. After regaining her poise, she softened her expression. Well, what I meant was, please refrain from visiting in the next few days. We are both innocent, and there is no need to force conversation. You have just been appointed as a prince consort, and your popularity is soaring. Surely many will take notice. It would be better to wait until the initial excitement has passed before checking in on Sister S business. Left Lingquan understood her sentiment and, seeing no need for further discussion, raised his hand in farewell. I must attend to matters at Phoenix Nest Valley for a few days. So I shall return for drinks at a later date. Tang Jingren smiled and nodded, walking to the door to see off Zuo Lingquan. Once he had walked far away, her brows furrowed again, and she began to sweep back and forth, harboring a question that was difficult to articulate. One that seemed to have been bottled up for quite some time. In early February, the outskirts of the capital were adorned with blooming flowers, and the willow groves were particularly vibrant with the essence of spring. Zuo Lingquan, familiar with the route, arrived at Chihuang Valley, entering through the sign of the alchemical workshop. He made his way directly to the bamboo grove at the back of the valley without needing guidance. After a busy day in the city, it was already evening when he arrived, and he noticed more figures within Chihuang Valley. He could see several young men and women clad in Chihuang Valley attire walking around the grand circular building in the distance, while a few others were practicing their skills in the open space outside. Having visited once before, Zuo Lingquan knew that the large structure was the collective dormitory for the disciples of Chihuang Valley. Wu Qingwan had arranged a small private courtyard for him, but he chose not to mingle, instead opting to observe from afar before venturing deeper into the bamboo grove. The tranquility of the bamboo forest was punctuated by faint sounds of laughter from women nearby. As he walked along the path, he lifted his gaze to see lights already glowing in the houses atop the cliff. Arriving at the base of the stone cliff, he was about to request his senior sister Xiaohua to announce his arrival when Wu Qingwan, having already sensed him, leaned over the edge and called out, Lingquan, come up. Wu Qingwan was still dressed in a pale green gown, but unlike yesterday, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar smile, and her gaze was now imbued with a sense of intimacy, akin to that of an elder observing a cherished junior. Zuo Lingquan, now a prince consort, understood the reason behind her gaze. After nodding in acknowledgement, he ascended the winding stone steps beside the waterfall to reach the platform atop the cliff. The platform, hewn from the cliff face, was neither too large nor too small, consisting of a single wooden house and nothing more. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, casting shadows over the bamboo grove below, yet the upper cliff still caught the sight of a half-illuminated sun. The remaining rays of sunlight painted the splashes from the waterfall in golden hues, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream. As Zuo Lingquan stepped onto the stone platform, he spotted Wu Qingwan seated gracefully at the edge of the cliff. Her posture was relaxed yet composed, with a pot of tea and 2 bamboo cups beside her. Against the backdrop of the picturesque mountains and waters, she exuded an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being from a realm beyond the mundane. Having long admired the practitioners of the mystic arts, Zuo Lingquan felt a deep respect for this formidable figure he had encountered. He approached the stone platform at a measured pace, raising his hand in greeting, Senior Wu. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Wu Qingwan. During his previous visit, he had merely stood at the base of the cliff, distant and unable to observe her closely. Now, standing no more than 3 to 5 steps away, he could appreciate the grace of this esteemed elder of Chihuang Valley. Her eyebrows resembled willow leaves, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her crimson lips exuded the elegance and charm befitting a mature woman. However, what captivated him most was her complexion, fair as soft jade. Her skin delicately smooth like that of an infant, appearing far more pure than that of an ordinary person. This purity was not merely superficial, it penetrated to her very essence, untouched by any worldly dust, rendering the makeup that might adorn her face a mere affront to her pristine beauty, as any embellishment would only serve to mar her flawless visage. Zuo Lingquan was born into a family of affluence, having encountered many beauties in his life. Yet he had never before laid eyes on someone so ethereal. What left the most profound impression on him was the grand presence of the senior Wu. Such magnificence. Zuo Lingquan harbored no lewd intentions, however, it was akin to a tall man inevitably drawing attention amidst a crowd. Wu Qingwan donned a rather fitted dress, and her seated posture caused the fabric buttons at her neckline to stretch, creating creases that were almost alluring, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. After a fleeting glimpse, Zuo Lingquan realized he had acted impertinently and quickly averted his gaze with an air of innocence. Wu Qingwan's attention rested on Zuo Lingquan as well. Upon noticing his brief glance, she shifted her gaze elsewhere, assuming the young lad was merely shy, which prompted a smile to curve her lips. Having resided in Qiwang Valley since the age of 6, Wu Qingwan carried little of the bustling worldly air and did not adhere to societal niceties. She raised her hand and lightly tapped the stone platform beside her, saying, "You are the prince consort of Jiangyi. We are all kin here, so there is no need for such formality. Please, come and sit." Zuo Lingquan, recognizing her invitation, set aside any pretense and sat beside her, with a teapot placed between them. "You are quite well informed, Senior Wu. Just this morning, I was appointed as the prince consort. And yet you are already aware. I hail from the same hometown as Jiang Yi's mother, and we are like sisters. Jiang Yi has called me aunt since she was 6, and I have been her guardian all along. With such a significant matter as selecting a prince consort, how could I remain uninformed? However, I must admit I did not anticipate Jiang Yi would so directly choose you. Could it be that you had harbored feelings for one another prior to this?" After pouring a cup of tea for Zuo Lingquan, Wu Qingwan regarded him with curiosity. Zuo Lingquan shook his head. "I only met her once on the night of the 5th, and at that time, I was unaware of her royal identity. I acted rather foolishly and inadvertently offended the princess. As for why she chose me as her prince consort, I am as bewildered as anyone." Wu Qingwan assumed Zuo Lingquan was reluctant to divulge his romantic entanglements, smiling as she remarked, "You possess extraordinary talent and a passion for cultivation, much like Jiang Yi. It is no wonder she selected you. However, I do worry that she may not be able to keep pace with you. To what stage have you progressed in your cultivation?" Zuo Lingquan, holding the teacup, mistakenly thought she was inquiring about his relationship with the princess, feeling a touch embarrassed. "I was just appointed as the prince consort. I have yet to undertake anything." Wu Qingwan appeared momentarily perplexed, but after a moment, she grasped the misunderstanding, her eyes reflecting a hint of annoyance as she furrowed her brow. "What are you thinking?" "I was asking about your cultivation progress." "Cultivation?" Zuo Lingquan had practiced martial arts since childhood, focusing primarily on physical techniques. His understanding of cultivation largely stemmed from storytellers, leaving him at a loss for words when confronted with this question. After pondering, he replied, "I have never delved into the realm of cultivation. I do not know precisely how far I have come. Senior Wu, could you kindly enlighten me?" Wu Qingwan's expression revealed her confusion. Clearly taken aback that Zuo Lingquan was unaware of the fundamentals of cultivation, yet had managed to reach this point. Nonetheless, she acknowledged that there are indeed innate geniuses who comprehend without formal instruction. After a moment's contemplation, she earnestly began to explain. "You should understand the concept of meridians and acupoints in the human body. Zuo Lingquan, being a martial artist, could not possibly be ignorant of the body's acupoints and nodded affirmatively. "I understand. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, the essence of refining qi lies in gathering the celestial and earthly energies, transforming them into one's true energy. Thus, the practice is often referred to as cultivating truth. The initial step in this refinement process is to locate a reservoir for this qi within the body, commonly known as the dantian or qi si." Wu Qingwan frequently instructed her disciples, and upon reaching this point, she casually inquired, "Do you know where the qi si is?" Naturally, Zuo Lingquan effortlessly raised his hand to indicate his lower abdomen. Satisfied with his response, Wu Qingwan continued, "The qi si acupoint is one of the 24 vital points of the Ren meridian. Once the qi si is opened, one is considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. A normal individual, provided they are not lacking in intellect, can achieve this by the age of 9. Zuo Lingquan blinked, hesitating to speak. Wu Qingwan, unaware that he had yet to even brush the threshold of understanding, assumed his cultivation was adequate and thus did not elaborate on these foundational aspects. She went on, "The initial stage of cultivation involves opening the Ren and Du meridians. When these two meridians connect, they create a small microcosmic orbit, allowing the celestial and earthly energies to flow inward, until all 8 meridians are harmoniously aligned, culminating in the grand cosmic orbit. Hence, practitioners who have refined their qi are referred to as being in the Linggu realm." Zuo Lingquan had heard from Wang Rui, the guide, about the 5 stages of cultivation, refining qi, Linggu, Youhuan, Yujie, and Wangji. He nodded slightly, gaining a semblance of understanding. However, the path of cultivation is a venture against the natural order, a task far more daunting in practice than in theory. To establish an orbit within oneself, one must first clear all the acupoints of the Ren and Du meridians. The Ren meridian consists of 24 acupoints, while the Du meridian contains 28. Among these, 12 acupoints can easily become bottlenecks, specifically within the Rin Meridian, Qi-Si, Shikai, Jiutai, Zhongding, Zigong, and Xuanji, and within the Du Meridian, Xinshu, Jiyang, Lingtai, Xindao, Finfu, and Xinting. At this juncture, Wu Qingwan turned her gaze towards Zuo Lingquan. These 12 critical junctures, upon overcoming each one, enhance the practitioner's strength. By the 7th level, one's true energy can manifest externally, known colloquially as sword qi. A typical practitioner begins their training at 6 years of age if they train diligently and encounter favorable circumstances. Progressing through each level in 3 years is considered an indication of good talent. Jiang Yi belongs to the exceptionally gifted category. Having entered the 5th level Zigong by the age of 15 after just 9 years of training, regrettably, she has been delayed in recent years. Surely you must have surpassed Jiang Yi, achieving at least the 6th level Xuanji? Xuanji. Zuo Lingquan found himself lost in thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Wu Qingwan's expectant gaze. After a brief pause with no response from him, Wu Qingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you have already reached the 7th level of refining qi? The 8th? The 9th? Sitting up straighter, she expressed incredulity. I have spent over 30 years in cultivation to attain the 12th level Xinting. Don't tell me you are nearly at my level. Zuo Lingquan could no longer maintain his facade. Took a sip from his teacup and smiled awkwardly. Well, I sought to enter the path at 6 years old, and my family specifically invited a master to assess my potential. They declared that my meridians were inherently blocked, and thus I could not cultivate. So, I am entirely ignorant. Entirely ignorant? Wu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that Zuo Lingquan was jesting. After meeting his gaze for a moment and confirming the sincerity of his expression, she was astonished and inquired, "How did you manage to bring Jiang Yi down?" Zuo Lingquan spread his hands and replied, "I began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3, executing 1,000 strikes each day. After 14 years of diligent training, my martial skills are commendable. Although a cultivator can harness the power of heaven and earth to enhance their lethality, experience and technique cannot be borrowed. It is entirely reasonable that the princess, having been engrossed in her own pursuits, could not defeat me." Wu Qingwan regarded him with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Cultivators beneath the Linggu realm were typically at the initial stage of qi refinement, focused on nurturing their meridians and acupoints. While they lacked the divine powers to shift mountains or fly through the skies, they were far from ordinary individuals. Jiang Yi had already established her footing in the 5th stage of qi refinement, the Purple Palace. Even without employing any techniques, her jumps could reach over 10 feet. And her strikes could wield several hundred pounds of force, sustaining this for nearly half an hour. The saying in the martial world, "One strength overcomes 10 skills," posed a daunting challenge for an ordinary martial artist who had merely refined their physique. After pondering for a considerable time, Wu Qingwan remained unconvinced of Zuo Lingquan's supposed ignorance. Rising from the stone platform, she positioned herself on the open stone flat beside the waterfall and stated, "You may strike me with all your might, without holding back. I must first ascertain your true level before guiding your training. I trust you do not wish to begin your journey like those 6 or 7-year-old children, gathering herbs and catching insects." Zuo Lingquan recognized that Wu Qingwan was undoubtedly a master and was naturally enthusiastic about this challenge. He stood up, drawing his sword and taking his stance 10 paces away, raising his fist in salute. "Thank you, Senior Wu, for your guidance. However, I must preemptively express that my sword strikes are swift. Throughout my life, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. I may not be able to restrain my full power, so I hope you do not take it lightly." Upon hearing the seemingly concerned remark, Wu Qingwan blinked in amusement, a smile breaking through her composure. "Young friend, I am one of the elders of Chihuang Valley, ranked 5th in combat prowess within the valley, and among the top 10 in the entire Dayton dynasty. Are you truly worried for my safety?" Zuo Lingquan's pride was substantial, yet not to such an extent. After a slightly apologetic nod, he grasped the hilt of his sword. As the sun dipped low in the west, the rocky flat beside the thundering waterfall suddenly fell into silence. The mountain breeze tousled his dark hair, and his robes billowed gracefully as Zuo Lingquan stood motionless, sword in hand. Wu Qingwan, initially standing elegantly with her hands clasped at her waist, felt a flicker of surprise at Zuo Lingquan's stance. Just moments ago, she had perceived him as scholarly and composed, devoid of any sharpness. Yet, at this moment, he seemed utterly transformed. He stood like a millennia-old tree atop the mountain, impervious to the raging winds. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the sword in his hand radiated an intensity that almost dazzled Wu Qingwan. Although she did not sense the flow of energy circulating around Zuo Lingquan, the penetrating aura emanating from him was palpable and undeniable. She was utterly baffled by how such a young junior could exude such formidable presence before her, for one with a fragile resolve. Merely encountering that gaze might compel them to retreat from its brilliance. In contrast to Wu Qingwan's astonishment, the man opposite her, Zuo Lingquan, was free from such distractions. His mind was unclouded. From the moment he took his first faltering steps and became aware of the extraordinary beings capable of defying the heavens, he resolved to ascend to the mountain's peak and behold the vistas he had yet to witness. With no formal path to cultivation available, he opted for self-practice. Even if he were never to attain immortality, he vowed to wield his sword in such a manner that no one would dare to label themselves an immortal in his presence. This mindset may seem obsessive, yet it is unlikely that anyone, after living 2 lives, would willingly accept mediocrity. Nurturing this ambition since childhood, Zuo Lingquan devoted himself to unearthing his latent potential. Practicing 1,000 sword strikes daily may sound deceptively simple, but Zuo Lingquan did not merely execute 1,000 thrusts. He focused solely on the jumping thrust. This technique, the most fundamental of sword forms, involves a direct and linear strike, aligning the sword, hand, and shoulder in unison. However, simplicity does not equate to inferiority. On the contrary, simplicity signifies fewer vulnerabilities and a more direct approach. Coming from a wealthy background and having perused numerous martial arts manuals, Zuo Lingquan ultimately distilled a profound truth: martial arts are a means of killing. Regardless of how intricate or refined the techniques may be, their sole purpose remains the same: to take a life. A single thrust suffices, provided it strikes with the utmost speed and precision. The various forms detailed in sword manuals serve merely to lay the groundwork for that conclusive strike. Thus, Zuo Lingquan dedicated himself solely to mastering this final thrust, demanding that each strike be swifter and more accurate than the last. He practiced this routine of 1,000 strikes daily for 14 years. Presently, he was unaware of just how swift his sword had become. In the moment of execution, his focus was entirely consumed by the strike itself. The mountain winds howled, and the waterfall roared. Though time felt fleeting, it also stretched on endlessly. Wu Qingwan sensed a shift in Zuo Lingquan. Assuming the role of a mentor, she intended to adopt the posture of assessment, avoiding any semblance of confrontation. Yet instinctively, she relaxed her clasped hands, transitioning into a stance more suited for exertion. In that very instant of her transformation, a sharp sound sliced through the air. The sword was unsheathed before her eyes could register it. The blade sang like a dragoness roar, seemingly overpowering the thunderous cascade behind them, rendering the world momentarily silent. Wu Qingwan's pupils constricted sharply, and in that instant, all distractions faded from her mind. Zuo Lingquan moved with the sword, his sleeve nearly torn by the fierce wind. Both the blade and his gaze remained unwavering until the tip pierced through the fabric of Wu Qingwan's garment. Though she was a practitioner of the arts, she was not an enlightened master, merely a mortal. Even if she did not perish from the thrust to her chest, she would be grievously wounded. But would Zuo Lingquan halt his advance? No. He could scarcely comprehend the situation. He was merely unleashing his full potential. Driven by instinct that had outpaced thought, there was no time to withdraw the blade. Should Wu Qingwan fail to counter, it would likely result in a fatal strike before he could even register the consequences. However, after decades of cultivation, Wu Qingwan, as one of the 5 principal figures of the Qi Huang Valley, could not possibly meet her demise so carelessly. Indeed, she exhibited a hint of complacency. Yet the distance of 10 paces was ample for her to devise a response. Just as Zuo Lingquan launched his fierce assault, the tip of his sword piercing her attire, Wu Qingwan had already brought her hands together, skillfully pinching the blade between them. The once unstoppable longsword suddenly came to a standstill between her palms, as if it had struck an iron plate with all its might, unable to advance even a fraction. The tremendous force of the thrust rendered the sword tip incapable of penetrating, causing the slender blade to bend and form an arc. Wu Qingwan effortlessly pivoted, her right leg striking out like a steel whip towards Zuo Lingquan's face. Her long leg, accompanied by the flow of her skirt, unfurled midair like a cascade of azure water, and her white boot at the forefront delivered a resounding kick. If that kick were to land, Zuo Lingquan's head would undoubtedly resemble a crushed watermelon. Fortunately, while Zuo Lingquan could not halt his momentum, Wu Qingwan was able to. On the stone platform, the 2 combatants, who had fiercely erupted in conflict, abruptly came to a halt simultaneously. Zuo Lingquan exerted all his strength in a swift strike, only to realize, upon regaining his senses, that the blade halted between Wu Qingwan's palms. The elder, who had stood before him moments ago, had unexpectedly assumed a sidekick position. Her long and straight right leg poised perilously close to his head, the gust of wind it generated stinging his cheeks and ears, making it evident just how formidable her power was. Such a perilous scenario sent cold sweat cascading down Zuo Lingquan's back. He hastily released the sword hilt and stepped back, casting a wary glance at Wu Qiwan. Wu Qiwan herself was taken aback for a moment. However, in the presence of her junior, she could not display any signs of disarray. Suppressing her astonishment, she fluidly retracted her leg and stood firm, grasping Zuo Lingquan's sword with a look of genuine admiration. What a swift blade! After spending decades in Qi Valley, it is the first time I have witnessed someone strike with such speed. Although the contest had concluded in an instant, Wu Qiwan perceived the nuances clearly. Zuo Lingquan's speed was indeed astonishing, yet it lacked the distinct trace of flowing true energy. This strike was a culmination of relentless practice and honed muscle reflexes, elevating the simplest technique to its utmost potential. Without the support of cultivation, such a strike was already terrifying. If he were to embark upon the path of cultivation, harnessing the surging true energy within, the magnitude of his strike would be unfathomable. Wu Qiwan feared that even Jiang Yi would struggle to withstand it. Thus, her admiration was entirely genuine and stemmed from her heart. As Zuo Lingquan, still shaken, took a step back, he regained his composure. Upon hearing Wu Qiwan's praise, he intended to humbly decline, but suddenly his expression shifted, and his gaze grew peculiar. Noticing this, Wu Qiwan followed his line of sight and glanced down, discovering a tear in her garment. Zuo Lingquan's lightning-fast strike had pierced her attire, precisely at the center of her chest. Although Wu Qiwan was adept at maintaining her composure and had sustained no injury, she instinctively clutched the blade, pivoted, and executed a sidekick, inadvertently widening the small tear into a gaping opening. Beneath the setting sun, the stone platform lay eerily silent. The elegant woman in her fitted gown stood there, sword in hand, gazing down in bewilderment, feeling a chilling draft against her chest. With each gentle breath, the tear in her light green garment fluctuated in size, the fading sunlight illuminating the inner lotus-colored lining and the stark outlines of her form, revealing depths unknown. Wu Qiwan's eyes widened in shock as she quickly raised her hand to cover her chest, staring at Zuo Lingquan. He, too, was momentarily dumbfounded upon regaining his senses. A chill ran down his spine, feeling as though his path to immortality had been severed. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, as if oblivious to the incident, and walked toward the stone platform. Elder Wu, you flatter me. I was swiftly countered by you. It was your restraint that spared me from a dire fate. How could I claim to be swift? Wu Qiwan possessed remarkable poise. With her right hand covering her garment, her face remained unflushed, and her gaze quickly returned to its usual clarity. With a gentle smile, she replied, during a spar, physical contact is unavoidable. There is no need to dwell on it. Your ordinary physique has indeed surprised me by achieving this level. It would not be an exaggeration to describe you as a prodigy if you were to delve into the path of cultivation. As Wu Qiwan spoke, she stepped into the nearby wooden cabin, her words flowing uninterrupted. As for what she was doing inside, Zuo Lingquan naturally lacked the courage to intrude. He merely gazed at the slanting sun in the sky and calmly remarked, setting aside talent, I believe my perseverance is sufficient. Yet, to this day, I have not made any entry, which feels rather unjust. Within the wooden cabin, Wu Qiwan was changing her dress. She softly interjected, there is no need to blame fate. The threshold for cultivation is not particularly high. While one may not achieve significant accomplishments, entry is certainly possible. Perhaps the approach is simply misguided. Upon hearing this, Zuo Lingquan became intrigued. What methods do practitioners typically employ in their cultivation? Wu Qiwan was swift in her actions. In the span of 2 sentences, she donned a warm yellow long dress and emerged from the cabin, holding a book in her hand. Her expression remained as gentle and approachable as before. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sat down on the stone platform opposite him, extending the book towards Zuo Lingquan. This contains the cultivation methods of the disciples of Qi Valley. Take it and study it well. Feel free to ask me any questions that arise. Zuo Lingquan, seeing Wu Qiwan return to her usual demeanor, naturally forgot the earlier interruption. He accepted the book, noticing the 3 simple characters on the cover, Nourishing Qi Method. The book was not thick. It featured illustrations of the human meridian system, with important acupoints marked in red dots and accompanied by extremely detailed annotations, including instructions on breathing and sensations to expect. Zuo Lingquan became engrossed in his reading. Wu Qiwan took a sip from her teacup, recalling the astonishing swordplay she had just witnessed, and found it difficult to fathom why Zuo Lingquan had not been able to enter the realm of cultivation. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand on Zuo Lingquan's wrist. Zuo Lingquan felt the warmth of her touch and quickly returned his focus from the book. Noticing that Wu Qiwan was taking his pulse, he straightened his posture and laid his wrist flat for her to examine closely. However, Her method of pulse-taking was vastly different from that of an ordinary physician. Zuo Lingquan sensed an invisible essence emanating from her fingertips, attempting to permeate his body and spread through his arm. With her fingertips resting on his wrist, Wuqiwan furrowed her brow in concentration, gradually knitting her brows tighter. After a while, she finally opened her eyes. Zuo Lingquan, with a serious expression, inquired, "What did you find, Senior Wu?" Wuqiwan pondered deeply for a moment before slowly shaking her head. It is quite strange, the meridians show no signs of obstruction. Yet the vital energy that enters the body dissipates along the meridians after only a few steps, as if it were leaking. Did you suffer any injuries to your lungs in your childhood? Zuo Lingquan shook his head. I have been raised in comfort since my youth and have not sustained any injuries. Could I have ingested some unknown herbs or fruits in my early years? I remember things quite early. I am disciplined in my diet and never indulge. Do you possess any peculiar items on your person? Rings, pendants, or anything that has been with you since childhood? None. Well, the sword was crafted by a master blacksmith, and I have personally vetted all the materials. So there should be no issues. Wuqiwan blinked, clearly unable to fathom the possible cause of the issue. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "You should go rest for now. I will ponder this matter carefully, and if a solution arises, I shall seek your confirmation." Zuo Lingquan had been tormented by this problem for over a decade. There was no urgency in resolving it hastily. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. He rose to take his leave, saying, "It is getting late, and I feel quite ashamed to have troubled you for so long. I shall take my leave now." Within the Qinhuang Valley, the moon shone dimly. The little courtyard by the cold pond, though elegant in its surroundings, was disturbed by the thunderous roar of the waterfall outside, making it difficult for Zuo Lingquan to find repose. The courtyard was encircled by bamboo groves, creating a serene atmosphere. In the room, aside from the bed, desk, and wardrobe, were no other furnishings. A solitary green lantern flickered on the table, and his sword rested by the bedside. Zuo Lingquan sat cross-legged on the bed, perusing the nurturing qi technique given to him by Wuqiwan. The cultivation techniques of various sects were the very foundation of their existence, typically dispersed across numerous tomes. For instance, the nurturing qi technique practiced in Qinhuang Valley could only be cultivated to the 6th level of Linggu, with crucial sections omitted. To learn the subsequent levels, one would need to pay homage at Jinglu Terrace. Similarly, Qinhuang Valley preserved its teachings in the library, dividing the nurturing qi technique into 18 volumes, with access granted only upon reaching the required level. Consequently, disciples who left their sects and imparted teachings to their apprentices could only cultivate to the same level as their masters, necessitating a return to Qinhuang Valley for further advancement. This method served as a means for the esteemed sects to maintain their monopoly, casting a wide net to garner goodwill from lower-tier cultivators while conserving initial investments. Wuqiwan held great admiration for Zuo Lingquan and provided him with the nurturing qi technique, which detailed the cultivation methods from the 1st level, qi high, to the 3rd level, Jiawei. After a brief examination, Zuo Lingquan closed his eyes and sat in meditation on the bed, striving to sense the ethereal qi that permeated the cosmos. Regrettably, despite the guidance of the technique's diagrams, his attempts yielded no results. He remained utterly unproductive. After sitting in contemplation for a considerable time, apart from the distraction of the waterfall's noise, Zuo Lingquan felt nothing. As he sat with his eyes closed for too long, his mind wandered inexplicably. Recalling the incident from earlier in the afternoon when he had torn Wu Qingwan's garment, the vivid image lingered, and he found himself unconsciously comparing it to the figures of Tang Jingguan and Jiang Yi. Realizing that such thoughts were inappropriate, Zuo Lingquan abandoned his futile meditation, took up his sword, and stepped out of the courtyard, making his way to the crystal-clear pond, where he commenced his daily sword practice. On the cliff above the waterfall, Wuqiwan too had not rested. After witnessing Zuo Lingquan's swordsmanship, she scoured her collection of texts, seeking answers for the inability to cultivate true qi, but alas, she found no clues. Ultimately, she could only retreat to a stone platform, sitting in meditation while observing the young man below, who practiced his sword strikes with a nearly mechanical precision. Although his method was rigid, Wuqiwan watched with rapt attention, for such is the essence of cultivation. As Jiang Yi aptly remarked, the pursuit of enlightenment is, in essence, rather devoid of significance. In the Qinhuang Valley, all its inhabitants yearn for longevity, yet the path to eternal life remains an elusive aspiration. Among the 3,000 disciples, it is unlikely that even a single one can attain immortality and retain youthful beauty. All traverse a road that inevitably leads to an unreachable destination, yet must not allow even a moment of complacency. Within the confines of Chiwang Valley, whether one is a venerable master or a novice disciple, the day begins before dawn. Adhering to the rigorous training regimen set by their mentors, engaging in breath control and meditation to refine their skills, followed by the completion of tasks assigned by the sect, such as sweeping, weeding, gathering herbs, and patrolling, day in and day out, year after year. Such a life bears a striking resemblance to Zuo Lingquan's monotonous practice of striking sword after sword, devoid of any variation. It may appear vibrant, yet is steeped in a sense of lifelessness, as one dares not indulge in idleness throughout their existence, facing either the ascension of enlightenment or the despair of giving up. When Chiwan observed Zuo Lingquan's sword practice and understood the stubbornness behind his persistence, she too harbored the hope of one day experiencing the true freedom of reaching the southern mountains at dawn and resting by the northern sea at night. The journey itself holds greater importance than the destination, for she is still on her path. Under the same night sky, the lights of Donghua City shone brightly. With the conclusion of the Yunyuntai event, Zuo Lingquan's name became widely known within a single day. In contrast to the nobles and dignitaries of the capital, the prince consort, who diligently practiced swordsmanship in the seclusion of the mountains, felt like an outsider on this night. Life is akin to water beneath ice, Zuo Lingquan's gaze, since his first faltering steps, had been fixed upon the ice's surface, showing little interest in the flowing waters beneath, which, whether noticed or not, ceaselessly coursed onward. In the capital's top scholar street, the residence of Chancellor Li Jingxi was aglow with lanterns, as recent guests had just departed. Within the back courtyard of the residence, candlelight flickered in the study, casting the shadows of two figures upon the papered windows, their hushed conversations echoing faintly in the empty courtyard. The princess has chosen her consort. The Jiang clan will undoubtedly hasten preparations for the wedding. This consort is not one we can utilize. We must devise a means to persuade the princess to consider another candidate. If we wait until the wedding ceremony concludes, given the princess's nature, she will likely remain a widow without seeking another. The princess's mind is resolute. It may be challenging to find a replacement. I have already investigated today, and it appears that Zuo Lingquan has lived a blemish-free life, known for his integrity, kindness, respect for elders, and adherence to the law. After a day of scrutiny, I found myself wishing to marry my own daughter to him. A sharp clap resonated against the desk. No one is without flaws. At merely 17, Zuo Lingquan is not a saint and must possess some imperfections. His recent act of wounding Cui Shannying in public was indeed an indiscretion. Although circumstances rendered him blameless, it nonetheless indicated an excess of chivalry, prone to transgressing boundaries with his martial prowess. We must keep a watchful eye on him, waiting for an opportunity to subtly tempt him into a grave mistake. Chancellor Li noted that this young man is far from reckless. The strike against Cui Shannying, though fierce, did not inflict any critical harm, demonstrating a remarkable sense of restraint. After the incident, the Zuo family sent someone to offer their apologies, which delighted Cui Shannying immensely, to the extent that she seemed to wish for Zuo Lingquan to strike again. This indicates that the young man understands the situation. He is ruthless only when he can afford to be, and he would never take the bait when the stakes are too high. Wang Zheng, do you truly wish to speak well of him in hopes of marrying off your daughter? Alas, despite my words today, it seems marrying her into that family may not be necessary. Smack. The subordinate acknowledges his fault and will seek a solution. Li Xiaojing can await good news. In contrast to the undercurrent swirling within the ministerial courtyard, the atmosphere within the royal city was far more jubilant. The engagement of the Grand Princess was a matter of national celebration, and the royal city was alive with song and dance. The young emperor, merely 12 years old, set off fireworks outside the imperial study, his joyous demeanor perhaps a mix of congratulating his sister and reveling in the fact that his once overbearing sister was finally married off. Inside the study, fragrant incense filled the air, mingling with an endless array of memorials awaiting attention. Princess Lonely Jiangyi, clad in a gown of black and crimson, sat at the desk, pen in hand, reviewing documents. She was quite dissatisfied with the ruckus outside, occasionally contemplating whether to reprimand the emperor to return to his studies. Yet she ultimately refrained. Regardless, with the engagement set, she was indeed on the brink of marriage. Soon, she would leave the royal city. And despite her efforts to delay the inevitable, she and her beloved younger brother would eventually become two separate families. Her previous sternness towards him was intended to foster his maturity, but Jiang Yi did not wish for him to remember her solely for her harshness. Thus, in these final days together, she resolved to be a bit more lenient. A solitary lamp flickered on the desk, casting light upon the neatly pinned memorials. Yet Jiang Yi found herself unable to concentrate that evening. Prior to selecting a husband, she regarded the matter as a mere inconvenience, but after the choice was made, Her mindset had shifted. Even if she wished to avoid it, the name Zuo Lingquan, which had recently become familiar, lingered persistently in her mind. Lingzhu, holding a folded document, stood by her side and noticed the princess rubbing her temples. With concern, she suggested, "Princess, are you feeling fatigued? Perhaps you should return to your chamber to rest." Jiangyi set down her gilded pen, leaning back against her chair, her complexion indeed reflecting her weariness. Turning her gaze towards the full moon outside, she paused for a moment before inquiring, "Where is Zuo Lingquan?" "I instructed the capture department to keep an eye on him. He exited the city around noon." Heading towards Chiwang Valley, Lingzhu reported. "He truly is quite proactive." Jiangyi murmured softly. After a brief respite, she picked up her pen again and commanded, "Write a letter to my aunt, asking her to keep a watchful eye on Zuo Lingquan. If he dares to flirt with any of my junior sisters, she is to inform me immediately, and I shall deal with him." Though Lingzhu had only met Zuo Lingquan once, she had gathered some understanding of his character and gently remarked, "Master Zuo would never behave in such a manner. He is not like those debauched young men of the capital." Having been swayed and persuaded by Zuo Lingquan, Jiangyi shot a sidelong glance at Lingzhu, who was still defending him, and quipped, "What is this? I have yet to marry, and already your loyalty as my personal mate has shifted to the prince? To extol him so lavishly now is merely an endeavor to ensure he cherishes you more upon entering my court in the future?" Lingzhu and Jiangyi, both of the same age and unacquainted with worldly affairs, blushed at the remark. "How could that be?" "I am simply speaking the truth," Lingzhu replied. Jiangyi recognized the veracity of the statement but was unwilling to acknowledge it. After pondering for a moment and recalling the matter concerning Tang Jingran, she spoke. "I certainly do not find him to be as admirable as he appears. After all, he spent an entire night in a tavern in Linafeng. A gentleman would never linger overnight in the company of a solitary woman. Please investigate the nature of this Tang Jingran, her appearance, and her relationship with Zuo Lingquan." Lingzhu blinked, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Jiangyi. Uncertainly, she ventured, "Your Highness, you are not feeling jealous, are you?" "Jealous?" Jiangyi, engrossed in her writing, froze momentarily before lifting her gaze with an exasperated expression. "You foolish girl, why would I feel jealousy? Am I to feel envious of that scoundrel Zuo Lingquan? I had no choice but to select him. I do not harbor any affection for him. He has a multitude of women outside, and I am indifferent to it." "Indifferent? Yet why is the princess investigating Tang Jingran?" "Ahem. It seems the maid has spoken out of turn. While the princess may remain unfazed, the prince's indiscretions cannot be concealed from her. I shall look into it immediately." "Oh, never mind. Why investigate at all? It only makes me feel as if I am truly jealous." Under the luminous moon and sparse stars, the valley lay in stillness. The waterfall thundered, harmonizing with the sound of swords clashing, as dawn broke imperceptibly in the east, heralding a new day. Zuo Lingquan rose early, following his senior sister Xiaohua to the living quarters of Chiwang Valley, where he collected his garments and nameplate, officially becoming a disciple of the valley. As he was brought in by Wu Qiwan, it was only natural that he was assigned to the pill and artifact room. As the name suggests, the pill and artifact room managed the sect's medicinal herbs and cultivation tools. The primary responsibilities involved harvesting and drying herbs, while the senior disciples engaged in alchemy and crafting tools. Zuo Lingquan did not exploit his status as a prince to receive undue favor from Wu Qiwan. Rather, he diligently adhered to the routine of a regular disciple, meditating alongside his peers and undertaking simple tasks, all the while fostering a keen curiosity to learn about various paths of cultivation. It was inevitable that Wu Qiwan would hold a particular fondness for Zuo Lingquan. In her spare time, she immersed herself in scholarly pursuits and readily answered his inquiries, eager to ensure his smooth initiation. Zuo Lingquan, possessing both intellect and composure, along with unwavering determination, absorbed Wu Qingwan's teachings with remarkable retention and even demonstrated the ability to extrapolate concepts with minimal guidance. Regrettably, Zuo Lingquan's physique resembled that of a wandering stone, seemingly capable of understanding yet unable to translate knowledge into practice. This led Wu Qingwan to harbor suspicions, pondering whether Zuo Lingquan was feigning ignorance to tease her. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and a glimmer of hope finally emerged. As 7 days swiftly passed, the calendar turned to mid-February. Settled within the pill and artifact room, Zuo Lingquan had become well acquainted with the environment of Chiwang Valley and his fellow disciples. According to the arrangements of the sect, disciples cannot remain sequestered within the valley, engrossed in solitary cultivation. Every few days, they must accompany the valley stewards or more seasoned senior brothers to patrol the depths of the mountains, gathering medicinal herbs along the way and driving away ferocious beasts to ensure the safety of the surrounding settlements. The Chaqing mountain range spans the western side of the Great Dan dynasty. Disciples who have entered early and possess considerable cultivation often patrol the entire stretch of the Great Dan dynasty, embarking on journeys that last for months. In contrast, novices, lacking the prowess to venture such distances, typically only undertake excursions lasting 3 days. Zuo Lingquan had only recently arrived and possessed no cultivation skills, thus, he initially had no opportunity to join the mountain patrols. However, being no longer a mere 6-year-old child, he had some ability to protect himself. Wuqiwan kindly made arrangements for him to accompany the outing for training. In the early morning, Zuo Lingquan donned the standard black disciple robe of Qiwang Valley, wielding a sword and carrying provisions, and made his way to the central square of Qiwang Valley. At the rear of the square stood a grand hall. The main temple of Qiwang Valley, which remained closed throughout most of the year, only opening for significant matters. On the square, numerous teams prepared to set out on their mountain patrols. A contingent of 20 individuals awaited departure outside the main hall, most of whom were small cultivators at the first or second levels of qi refining, their ages varying widely. Zuo Lingquan scanned the expansive square and approached the team indicated by Wu Qinwan, led by Shi Yulong, a steward from the sword room. Shi Yulong, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster, was only 24 years old and had already passed the 7th level of the 12 trials known as Suspended Pivot. A gifted cultivator typically begins training at 6, progressing smoothly without encountering significant obstacles, reaching the 7th level by the age of 27. Shi Yulong's achievement at 24 is indicative of his exceptional talent, earning him considerable respect from his elders within the valley. As Zuo Lingquan approached the team, Shi Yulong, his longsword slung over his back, spoke amiably. Lingquan, as this is your first mountain patrol, there is no need for you to take turns scouting like the others. Just keep pace and do not stray, or I shall have difficulty explaining to Sister Jiang. Although Zuo Lingquan did not deliberately seek attention, his striking appearance and unique background made him quite notable in the relatively small Qiwang Valley. His accomplishments had spread rapidly among the disciples, particularly through the gossip of several senior sisters in the pill room. In response to Shi Yulong's teasing, Zuo Lingquan merely smiled and joined a group of young men and women. Among those departing was Wang Rui, whom he had encountered at the entrance upon his arrival. Wang Rui, a disciple from the discipline room, had entered qi refining at 18, placing him in the upper tier of Qiwang Valley. He was known for his optimistic and extroverted nature, maintaining good relationships with fellow disciples across various rooms. Noticing Zuo Lingquan's arrival, Wang Rui approached with his sword in hand and jested, "Brother Ling, fret not. There aren't many ferocious beasts in the mountains. Even if there are, with me, Wang Rui, around, you shall be well protected. However, as a favor, should I find myself unable to stay in Qiwang Valley, you must secure me a good position outside." Laughter erupted among the group of young men and women, though it was swiftly quelled by the diligent Shi Yulong. Zuo Lingquan found it amusing that these young ones would consider him a figure in need of protection. Yet he had no intention of overshadowing his seniors upon his arrival and refrained from commenting. After all had gathered, Shi Yulong called the roll and led a group of 20 from the rear exit of Qiwang Valley into the endless expanse of mountains. Above the waterfall beside the bamboo grove, Wu Qiwan, clad in a warm yellow gown, gazed longingly from the cliffside. The disciples venturing into the valley for patrol were not entirely safe. Otherwise, there would be no need for such vigilance. Within the mountains, ferocious beasts abound. Although most do not venture to the periphery, a few inevitably stray each year into the wrong territories. Should they cross paths with the patrolling disciples, they must be slain or driven away to prevent them from escaping the mountains and endangering the populace, resulting in inevitable casualties during such encounters. Wu Qiwan had faith in Shi Yulong's skills, yet wild beasts do not adhere to the disciples' combat prowess. Should they face an insurmountable foe without the guidance of a mentor, calamity could ensue. With Jiang Yi recently selecting her consort, Wu Qiwan felt it would be difficult to account for any misfortune that befell Zuo Lingquan. After much deliberation, she returned to her quarters to retrieve her sword, leaping from the cliff's edge to follow the procession from a distance. As the gentle spring days of February unfolded, the season of rejuvenation had arrived. Within the sprawling verdant mountains, 20 young men and women formed a line, slowly traversing the winding paths of the hills. Despite the lush greenery surrounding them and the vibrant chirping of birds, the deep forest offered little in the way of scenic beauty, with the treetops obscuring the sun. Patrolling the mountains was a monotonous affair, particularly for Zuo Lingquan, who was tasked with the area from Qiwang Valley to the distant Hexiazi Ridge, a region well trodden by his senior peers. The likelihood of encountering wild beasts was minimal. Even sighting a squirrel would be a rare diversion. Most of the accompanying disciples had specific tasks assigned by their sect and at designated locations. They would pair off to ascend the hills or descend into the streams to gather the matured herbs, while others remained in place to rest. By nightfall, all would settle in the campsite established by those who had gone before, resuming their journey at dawn. Initially, Zuo Lingquan remained vigilant. But after a day and night of travel, he gradually recognized the routine nature of the patrol, allowing his caution to wane as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wang Rui beside him. By the afternoon of the second day, dark clouds gathered ominously, and a gentle spring rain began to fall. To err on the side of caution, Shi Yulong chose not to push onward to Heixiazi Ridge, halting instead at the campsite situated beneath Jiguang Ridge. This site, nestled within a natural stone cave, had been prepared by previous disciples, with an earthen stove erected outside. Inside, temporary bedding fashioned from wood and thatch-awaited, requiring only minimal maintenance for use by newcomers. After nearly 2 days of trekking, the young men and women from Chihuang Valley were largely fatigued upon entering the cave and depositing their belongings. They leaned against the stone walls to rest and consume their rations. Zuo Lingquan, possessing a robust physique, felt little weariness from the journey. Yet he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment regarding the mundane existence of cultivators. In his imagination, having lived 2 lives, he envisioned practitioners as ethereal beings, elusive as dragons, wielding treasures that soared through the skies. In the realm of Chihuang Valley, the practitioners appeared to him more like a band of herbalists. It would be inaccurate to claim they were merely wasting time, yet engaging in such trifling tasks undeniably seemed a squander of their precious hours. Had it not been for Wu Qingwan diligently assisting him in unraveling the conundrums of his cultivation, Zuo Lingquan might have truly lost interest in Chihuang Valley and returned to the capital to hone his swordsmanship. For even squabbling with the Princess Royal seemed preferable to sheltering from the rain in this place. Outside the cave, the incessant drizzle persisted. Zuo Lingquan stood at the entrance, took a sip from his water pouch, and felt his initial delight upon entering Chihuang Valley transform into the familiar bewilderment of being at a dead end. Wang Rui, standing beside him, perhaps sensing his ennui, remarked, "This is the essence of cultivation. 99% of the time is devoid of excitement. If one cannot endure this arduous path, it will inevitably be severed. When I first arrived, I too found it tedious. However, once accustomed to it, I discovered it was rather pleasant. Given that I have persevered through the years." A younger disciple, also on his inaugural mountain patrol, nearly exhausted, interjected with a complaint, "Brother Wang, how long must we endure this?" Wang Rui chuckled lightly, glancing at Shi Yulong, who was meticulously surveying the camp's surroundings. "Focus on your training and learn from Brother Shi. I have heard from our elders that next year, when offering incense money to Jinglutai, we shall bring Brother Shi along. Once outside, that will signify we have endured." Upon hearing this, the younger disciples displayed expressions of despair, for Shi Yulong's performance within the valley was exemplary. He was wholly immersed in his cultivation, akin to an indefatigable machine, never having taken a moment's respite, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to compare. Zuo Lingquan, listening nearby, felt a sense of futility in his inability to cultivate, having gained entry to Chihuang Valley through connections. He had not contemplated matters beyond this place, yet found himself intrigued by Wang Rui's mention of the incense money. Must we truly offer incense to the sects of the Great Yin dynasty? Leaning against the stone cave, Wang Rui shook his head. It cannot be termed as an offering. It is akin to a deluge of practitioners from the southern 9 sects vying for entry. Even gaining access to the outer sect is akin to reaching the heavens. They do not require the meager incense money from Chihuang Valley. Our ability to offer incense to Jinglutai is merely a gesture honoring our founding ancestor, who hailed from there, and they reluctantly accept it. He continued, take, for instance, Fui Mountain in the north, where those of unorthodox backgrounds cannot find a way to offer even a single coin, no matter how abundant their wealth. Zuo Lingquan had heard of the so-called divine currency known as the Baiyuzhu, but being of no use in the mundane world, he had never encountered it, despite his family's vast riches. Curiously, he inquired, is the divine currency you speak of the Baiyuzhu? Wang Rui, aware of Zuo Lingquan's affluent lineage, recognized he had likely never encountered the Baiyuzhu. A hint of pride flickered in his eyes as he turned to face the gathered disciples, retrieving a wooden box from his robes. Indeed, the Baiyuzhu is not ordinary silver. It can only be minted by the southern 9 sects. To exchange it for mundane silver, one would require at least 100 taels of patterned silver. However, the Great Dan dynasty does not produce such currency, and generally, no one is willing to exchange it for common silver. It is typically traded for rare herbs and treasures. This one I possess was a reward from Wu Shibua for discovering a century-old spiritual mushroom while foraging in the mountains last year. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Rui opened the wooden box, revealing a silk-lined interior that cradled a snow-white coin, no larger than a copper piece. Its translucence and crystalline purity resembled that of soft jade, and one could discern its exquisite texture without even touching it. The obverse bore the inscription, Iron Arrow. The gathering comprised young disciples of modest cultivation, the youngest barely 11 or 12 years old. While some may have glimpsed a white jade coin, none could claim ownership, and their eyes glimmered with envy. This was the first time Zuo Lingquan laid eyes on such an object, hearing it valued at 100 taels of silver, which was scarcely enough to cover a single night of revelry. He took it without hesitation and examined it closely. The white jade coin felt similar to jade artifacts, yet was remarkably light, lacking any other distinctive features. After a cursory glance, Zuo Lingquan inquired, "Brother Wang, what is the utility of this item?" Wang Rui, taken aback by Zuo Lingquan's boldness and seizing the white jade coin, felt a flicker of concern. However, considering Zuo's background, he hesitated to appear overly stingy. After much deliberation, he refrained from reclaiming it and instead, with a hint of unease, explained, the white jade coin is imbued with spiritual energy through a secret technique, containing enough essence to replenish the qi si of a first-level cultivator. Once crushed, it can be absorbed using the qi refining method. However, spiritual energy is ubiquitous, and it is quite extravagant to use it this way. Please don't squeeze it. It's my only one. Zuo Lingquan was merely jesting and returned the white jade coin to its rightful place in the box. Just as he was about to share a light-hearted quip, a voice resonated from outside the cave, commanding silence. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and withered vines intertwined with ancient trees at the foot of the chicken comb ridge. A fine rain descended from the heavens, and within the valley, the only sound was that of distant streams. Upon hearing Shi Yulong's order to cease all chatter, the voices within the cave fell silent. Zuo Lingquan gripped the hilt of his sword, while Wang Rui closed the wooden box, both turning their gazes outward. Outside the cave, in the dense thicket, Shi Yulong, clad in black, had drawn his sword, its blade shimmering faintly with a white light, a manifestation of his attainment in the 7th level of qi refinement. Zuo Lingquan, possessing acute hearing, listened intently and discerned no movement in the forest. After a moment's hesitation, he stealthily exited the cave and approached Shi Yulong. Wang Rui, among the more formidable of his peers on this mountain patrol, unsheathed his sword upon sensing the situation outside and walked cautiously beside Zuo Lingquan, surveying their surroundings. Noticing Zuo Lingquan and Wang Rui had approached, Shi Yulong raised his left hand to signal them to halt and spoke softly, "There is movement to the southeast. Something must be concealed there. Lingquan, you should remain behind. Wang Rui, come with me." Wang Rui nodded slightly and followed Shi Yulong as they ventured deeper into the thicket. Although Zuo Lingquan lacked cultivation, his martial prowess was commendable. He felt it unseemly to linger idly, and after a brief moment of contemplation, decided to follow. Shi Yulong frowned slightly at his decision but offered no further objection as he led the two into the depths of the forest. The thicket was dense with withered vines and ancient trees, devoid of any clear path. As they ventured deeper, the canopy shrouded the already dim light, making it difficult to see even 5 steps ahead. The trio advanced silently, swords in hand, through the shadowy woods. Zuo Lingquan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the beast and did not dare to underestimate it. He attentively discerned all sounds beyond the patter of rain, and after traversing over 100 steps towards the southeast, he finally perceived some faint noises, a soft hissing sound, akin to inhalation. Both Zuo Lingquan and Shi Yulong simultaneously turned their heads towards a thicket, overgrown with wild grass, nestled deep within the forest. The thicket lay merely 2 zhang away, startling them both. Beside them, Wang Rui, sensing the commotion, also turned to glance at the bushes, but as he moved, his countenance drained of color. In a trembling whisper, he urged, "You should flee. I think I've stepped on something large." Zuo Lingquan and Shi Yulong quickly lowered their heads, only to discover a log lying amidst the grass at their feet. This log, adorned with greenish scales, was as thick as a man's waist and extended into the dense undergrowth ahead. Before Zuo Lingquan could examine the object further, the thicket suddenly erupted, sending leaves scattering as a triangular serpent's head emerged. Its crimson eyes glowed fiercely, and its cavernous maw was lined with jagged fangs, charging toward the three like a serpent hunting its prey. "Retreat." Shi Yulong's face paled as he beheld the scene. Having patrolled the mountains multiple times, he recognized this creature as the crimson-eyed python. Typically found in areas abundant with snake kissgrass, it fed on this flora for years, growing larger with time. The python before them was no less than 3 zhang long, and it would take at least 30 years to attain such a size. Renowned for its tough skin and swift movements, the crimson-eyed python posed a significant threat, although Shi Yulong, with his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, might have had a chance to slay it had he detected it earlier. The suddenness of the python's assault rendered any defense nearly impossible. As the python lunged towards them, Shi Yulong wasted no time. Leaping backward, his sword raised defensively before him. Zuo Lingquan, having trained in martial arts since childhood, though lacking in cultivation, exhibited a reflex more pronounced than Shi Yulong's. The moment the python burst forth from the thicket, he was already poised to evade. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, he caught a glimpse of Wang Rui sliding forward. Panic-stricken, Wang Rui's face was ashen, clearly not acting of his own volition. Zuo Lingquan glanced downward to discover that Wang Rui's legs had been ensnared by the python's tail, dragging him toward the menacing head. Zuo Lingquan's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Wang Rui's shoulder. Shi Yulong, witnessing Wang Rui's predicament, refrained from offering assistance, instead retreating while sternly admonishing, "Look after yourself." Yet, Zuo Lingquan, having encountered a beast in the unfamiliar terrain of Linifeng, could not stand idly by when a modicum of camaraderie with Wang Rui was at stake. How could he remain indifferent as his acquaintance faced certain doom? Without relying on Shi Yulong, he seized Wang Rui's shoulder, only to be pulled toward the serpent's maw by the immense force of the python. He first swung his sword down, attempting to sever the tail. However, the tail was as thick as a bowl, covered in hardened scales. His hasty strike only managed to create a shallow gash, failing to halt the python's relentless pull. As he was drawn nearer to the gaping jaws, the stench of blood assaulted his senses. Zuo Lingquan raised his sword once more, hoping to wedge it into the python's mouth. In these frantic moments, the only course of action he could conceive seemed no different from a suicide mission in Shi Yulong's eyes. The crimson-eyed python is venomous. Even if one manages to restrain its jaws, the poison from its fangs can still ensure that Wang Rui's remains are reduced to nothingness. Should Zuo Lingquan inadvertently come into contact with its venom, he would either perish or suffer grievous injury. Shi Yulong is not a heartless individual. He values the lives of his junior disciples. However, the path of cultivation is exceedingly protracted, and any reckless decision may lead to the severance of one's path to enlightenment. The moment Shi Yulong embarked on this journey, he comprehended a profound truth: only the living are worthy of pursuing the art of cultivation, while the deceased return to dust. Thus, in such a moment, Shi Yulong refrains from intervening. He may bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime, but he cannot afford to die here and forfeit even the privilege of remorse. The rustling of leaves fills the dense forest as, in the blink of an eye, the crimson-eyed python drags the 2 men before it, preparing to strike. Zuo Lingquan thrusts his sword into the serpent's maw. Yet he catches sight of the poised fangs brimming with venom. In a moment of dire urgency, Zuo Lingquan realizes that salvation is unlikely. Without hesitation, he redirects his blade to sever the constricting hold on Wang Rui's legs. At that very instant, a resounding clash of swords reverberates from the canopy above, shattering the stillness of the forest. A piercing sound cuts through the air, conjuring a tempest that seems to disrupt the very treetops. Even though the target is not Zuo Lingquan, he senses an overwhelming force of lethality. His sword halts abruptly, and as he raises his gaze, he sees a woman draped in a cloak descending from the treetops, wielding a 3-foot blade shimmering with cerulean light. The droplets of rain and leaves that come into contact with her sword are reduced to mere powder. A cultivator of the Spirit Valley realm is capable of manifesting their vital energy without dispersal, materializing before the eyes of others as a crescent of azure light that appears capable of cleaving through all existence. Wu Qingwan, merely a step away from the Spirit Valley, possesses a sword aura that, though not as stable as that of a seasoned practitioner, is sufficient to startle the uninitiated Zuo Lingquan. In a fleeting moment, the sword rises and falls. Zuo Lingquan witnesses a brilliant blue glimmer slicing through the massive python's head, and the turmoil of the forest abruptly ceases, settling into a profound silence. The colossal beast, measuring 3 zhang in length, collapses amidst the foliage, its head cleaved neatly in 2, blood pooling on the ground. Wang Rui, pale with terror, falls to the earth, still in shock, gazing blankly at the carcass of the serpent before him. Shi Yulong, maintaining his composure, notices Wu Qingwan's arrival, swiftly retracts his sword, and bows respectfully, "Master Wu." Zuo Lingquan, momentarily pausing, then quickly resumes, first observing the serpent's remains before turning to the figure poised on the branch, holding her sword inverted. In surprise, he exclaims, "Senior Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Qingwan's brow furrows, devoid of the gentleness she exhibited at Chihuahua Valley. now resembling a stern mentor. After surveying the scene below, she speaks in a grave tone. Shi Yulong, why did you not intervene when death was imminent? Hearing this reproachful inquiry, Shi Yulong's expression remains unchanged as he earnestly replies, it was impossible to save him. Zuo Lingquan acknowledges that Shi Yulong speaks the truth. Given the unexpected circumstances, even a joint effort may have proven futile. Yet, the near indifference in Shi Yulong's demeanor deepens Zuo Lingquan's frown. Similarly, Wu Qingwan, perched atop the branch, feels dissatisfaction with Shi Yulong's response, such as the natural reaction of any person. Yet Wu Qingwan was equally aware that Shi Yulong's actions were devoid of any faults. The elders had once imparted that the path of cultivation is inherently one of solitary traversal throughout the protracted passage of time. One must confront myriad choices that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, resulting in death and obliteration of one's path. From the perspective of the mentors of Qinhuang Valley, worldly concepts of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, integrity, and even familial bonds could become burdensome to those engaged in cultivation. For once one seeks longevity, all that is known will eventually become ephemeral, leaving one to traverse the world alone, without a heart as unyielding as iron. It is simply impossible to persevere to the journey's end. Shi Yulong, being a natural cultivator, may face criticism for his choices in dire situations. Yet his decisions were indeed justifiable. Wu Qingwan always recalled the teachings of her elders. Thus, despite her discontent with Shi Yulong's seemingly cold demeanor, she eventually nodded gently after a moment of silence. Indeed, let us return to Qinhuang Valley with Wang Rue and the other disciples. Shi Yulong bowed respectfully, assisting the revived Wang Rue as they made their way toward the stone cave. Zuo Lingquan had not anticipated Wu Qingwan would commend Shi Yulong, standing beneath the great tree. He shook his head after Shi Yulong had distanced himself. This brother she is somewhat cold-hearted. In solitude with Zuo Lingquan, Wu Qingwan did not display her usual gentle demeanor, but instead inquired, Zuo Lingquan, knowing it was futile to save him, why did you still choose to take the risk? Wu Qingwan had deliberately lured the blood-eyed python, standing atop the tree, to assess the capabilities of the disciples patrolling the mountains. While Shi Yulong's approach might have seemed devoid of humanity yet was executed with precision, Zuo Lingquan's reaction was the stark antithesis, radiating human compassion. Yet in the context of reality, it verged on foolishness. Wu Qingwan admired Zuo Lingquan's character, believing few could resist the charm of one who embodies chivalry and bravely steps forth in times of peril. However, the mentors of Qinhuang Valley had repeatedly cautioned that the path of cultivation is not akin to the martial world. The pursuit is of longevity. To put it plainly, cultivation is about plundering the heavens and enriching oneself. The deaths of fellow practitioners should not impede one's own survival. The last one standing is the true ancestor. The notion of chivalry is merely a jest in the realm of cultivation. After centuries or millennia, who will remember your deeds? Therefore, despite her fondness for Zuo Lingquan's disposition, Wu Qingwan refrained from uttering words of praise at that moment and instead probed further into his reasoning. Zuo Lingquan, hearing her words, responded equally straightforwardly, I did my utmost. Besides, I had no certainty of failure. One must at least attempt. Wu Qingwan blinked, posing another question. If you had known it was futile, would you still have intervened? Zuo Lingquan pondered briefly before nodding. To save is a principle of action. Failure is merely the outcome, and the two are not interconnected. When an acquaintance is in distress, any person would extend a helping hand, at the very least. One would strive to assist. Wu Qingwan leapt gracefully from the tree, landing steadily before Zuo Lingquan. With a serious demeanor, she admonished, you are being foolish. The path of cultivation is a lengthy journey. Knowing that you cannot save them, yet risking your life is sheer folly. One day, you shall meet your demise along this road, and what then shall you seek in the way of immortality? In his 2 lifetimes, Zuo Lingquan had never been taught the principle of failing to save those in peril. Upon hearing Wu Qingwan's accusation of folly, he replied with unwavering resolve, Senior Wu, if what I do is indeed foolish, then I have yet to witness much wisdom in Qinhuang Valley, nor have I seen many who have attained the path to immortality. Wu Qingwan was rendered speechless, though she understood that she was imparting the wisdom of navigating the world of cultivation to him. Zuo Lingquan had never needed guidance in this regard. Noticing her silence, he gently continued, let us speak of something else. That sword strike you executed earlier was truly magnificent. Was that azure glow the essence of your sword energy? Internally, Wu Qingwan felt immense satisfaction with Zuo Lingquan's response. Putting aside other matters, she felt 100 times assured of his character as a partner for Jiang Yi. However, as a mentor, she could not fully express her approval and instead adopted a slightly dissatisfied expression. turning to walk along the mountain's edge. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can separate from the body without dissipating. Sword energy is merely a term. In truth, any weapon can achieve this. True energy is not solely for combat. There are masters beyond who can utilize it for spellcasting, talisman drawing, alchemy, and more. Jiwang Valley simply does not teach such skills. Zuo Lingquan nodded, partly understanding. He had yet to cultivate any true energy himself, let alone attempt any intricate techniques. After pondering briefly, he inquired, Senior Wu, it seems to me that the true energy refined from the essence of heaven and earth, while seemingly mysterious, is essentially akin to blood, coursing through the body's meridians. I have heard of the concept of blood transfusion. If you were to directly infuse your true energy into me, could I not utilize it? Wu Qiwan paused momentarily, casting Zuo Lingquan a curious glance. For those who cultivate, the true energy within their bodies is painstakingly refined from the essence of heaven and earth. Each drop a priceless treasure. How could one simply bestow it upon another? The implication being, your audacity is remarkable. Zuo Lingquan understood her meaning and chuckled lightly. I merely spoke in jest. With her hat shielding her from the drizzle, Wu Qiwan resumed walking, stating, such methods have existed for some time, yet their utility is limited. And the side effects are considerable. Generally, one resorts to such measures only in dire circumstances, when no elixirs are at hand to heal a companion. As for transmitting skills, do not even entertain the thought. Zuo Lingquan, following in the fine rain, asked, why is that? Wu Qiwan sighed softly, diligently explaining. All things are divided into the 5 elements, and humans are no exception. Spiritual energy is composed of a mixture of these elemental energies, which cannot be directly infused into the body. The method of refining energy involves extracting the necessary energy from spiritual essence, distilling its quintessence, and then incorporating it into oneself. Anything that cannot be utilized should be refined according to the principles of the 5 elements to transform it into something usable. The true energy cultivated by a practitioner is harmonized with their own elemental affinities, rich and pure. To recklessly accept another's true energy infusion could lead to catastrophic results should the elemental forces clash, resulting in instant demise. Zuo Lingquan nodded slightly. Grasping the general idea, this was akin to a blood transfusion. If one were to indiscriminately infuse blood from another person, a mismatch in blood types would result in immediate demise. Even though the 5 elements can generate and nurture one another, and despite the alignment of their respective elemental affiliations, the essence derived from refining energy would still bear distinctions. Much like the impossibility of finding 2 individuals with identical appearances in this world. When 2 forms of vital energy intermingle, merging them into a singular entity necessitates a further refinement of the acquired essence. Otherwise, the purity of one's own energy would be compromised, leading not only to a lack of explosive growth and power, but also to a potential decline. Thus, such a method would only be employed in desperate circumstances to heal a companion. Zuo Lingquan, having grasped the underlying principle, glanced down at himself and chuckled. Since I have no vital energy within me, akin to an empty vessel, does that mean I am exempt from the conflicts of the 5 elements? Wu Qiwan rolled her eyes. The meridians and acupoints are inherently interconnected. What practitioners refer to as opening is merely the stimulation of unrefined spiritual energy, which fortifies the meridians and acupoints to endure the flow of one's own vital energy. You have never cultivated. Your internal meridians and acupoints are as fragile as paper. I must be exceedingly cautious when probing. And if I were to forcibly infuse a substantial amount of vital energy into your body, what do you think would happen? After years of searching for the root of his affliction, Zuo Lingquan felt a pang of urgency within his heart. He pondered, ordinarily, one would explode from such an endeavor. But didn't he, Senior Wu, mention that I have a leak within me? Perhaps this could be a means to identify the source of the leak. Wu Qingwan's gaze flickered. She halted amidst the rainforest, genuinely considering this approach. However, the inherent danger of such a method was evident. A moment's negligence could result in damage to the meridians and acupoints, potentially leading to lasting repercussions. Zuo Lingquan observed the subtle shifts in Wu Qingwan's expression, sensing an opportunity. With no other options available, he resolved to treat this like a desperate gamble, smiling as he said, if you truly intend to infuse all your vital energy into me, I would not dare to accept it outright. We can proceed gradually. Should I find it unbearable, I will inform you, and I will never overexert myself. In recent days, Wu Qiwan had been baffled by Zuo Lingquan's mysterious ailment, and now, with a semblance of direction, she hesitated only briefly before nodding. Very well, in any case, you cannot overexert yourself. The sensation of your meridians being overwhelmed would be akin to being torn apart by 5 horses. You will certainly cry out. Whether this statement was meant as a warning or a jest remained unclear. Zuo Lingquan, having been lost for so many years, would attempt anything even in the face of unbearable pain. Thus, he showed no signs of retreat. Having made up their minds, they did not wait for an auspicious moment. Wu Qiwan, familiar with the vicinity, led Zuo Lingquan to a creek nestled between the mountains. As darkness enveloped the sky, the deep forest was devoid of light or fire, the only sound being the gentle flow of the stream. Zuo Lingquan approached the creek, carefully placing a fire starter in a spot shielded from the rain. Then found a large rock on which he sat cross-legged, asking, "Senior Wu, how should I proceed?" Wu Qiwan placed her sword upon the stone and sat beside Zuo Lingquan. Her voice soft. "You must remove your clothing." Eh? Zuo Lingquan felt that something was amiss, particularly given the solitude of a man and a woman in the depths of the mountains. However, considering Wu Qiwan as profound cultivation, he realized that should she wish to inflict harm upon him, resistance would be futile. Thus, he swiftly dismissed this thought, utilizing the dim glow of the firelight. Zuo Lingquan shed his black robe, revealing a robust torso, and then glanced down, hesitatingly inquiring, Senior, is it necessary to remove my trousers?" Wu Qiwan lightly furrowed her brow, disinclined to respond to such a trivial question. Instead, she raised her delicate hand and placed it just below Zuo Lingquan's navel, at the chi high point, allowing her surging vital energy to flow slowly into him. Zuo Lingquan sat upright, eyes closed, and patiently attuned himself to the sensations within. Contrary to his expectations of pain, he felt only a gentle tickling sensation from her smooth hand resting against his abdomen, and after a while, no further sensations emerged. After a lengthy pause, he could not help but ask, "Senior Wu, have you begun?" Wu Qiwan cautiously continued her cultivation, lifting her gaze to check on him. Her expression filled with concern. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all, just a bit itchy." "Perhaps you could increase the intensity. I believe I can endure it." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall apply more force, but do let me know if it becomes too much." "Understood." The night was long, with the rain gently falling. Zuo Lingquan, bare-chested and seated, sensed an oddity in their exchange, though he could not quite identify its peculiarity. He decided to cast aside his distractions and focus earnestly on the sensations. As Wu Qiwan intensified her efforts, he soon felt a searing warmth radiating from below his navel, accompanied by an indistinct energy coursing through him like a flowing current. Such intimate contact was bound to evoke discomfort, yet it was far from unbearable, so he remained silent. Under the rain-soaked night, Wu Qiwan could see the flush on Zuo Lingquan's chest, the raindrops creating wisps of mist as they met his skin. Initially, she had approached the situation with caution, but gradually, she began to sense something amiss. During her previous exploration in Chihuang Valley, the vital energy she had infused had seemed to vanish without a trace. This time, emboldened, she continuously poured her energy into Zuo Lingquan, only to discover that his body resembled an abyss, seemingly without limit. Wu Qiwan lifted her eyes to observe Zuo Lingquan's serene profile. "Are you certain you are unharmed?" "Absolutely certain. It is merely a bit warm, and it feels as though the sensation is rising from below, which is quite pleasant, akin to a gua sha treatment." A look of perplexity crossed Wu Qiwan's features, for the vital energy she was now infusing had exceeded the maximum threshold of the first layer of qi refinement. Logically, Zuo Lingquan, having never cultivated before and with his meridians unrefined, should not have been able to withstand such intensity. How could he appear so unaffected? Once assured of Zuo Lingquan's well-being, she did not relent, continuing to channel her energy into him. Zuo Lingquan, eyes closed, became acutely aware of the burgeoning warmth within him. After initially feeling some discomfort, he gradually found himself enveloped in a profound sense of comfort, his entire being suffused with a feeling of vitality. Two individuals sat upon the stones by the babbling brook, and before they realized it, an entire hour had elapsed. Wu Qiwan's expression transformed from initial bewilderment and astonishment to one of sheer incredulity. Having cultivated for many years and traversed the stages from the first level of Qi Si to the 12th level of Divine Court, she possessed a profound understanding of the maximum amount of true energy that cultivators could harbor at each stage. The Ren and Du meridians, comprising 52 acupoints, allowed for only slight variations in the amount of true energy they could accommodate during the Qi refinement period. To illustrate with the Qi Si cultivator as an example, at the second level of Divine Abyss, one could contain approximately 5 times more energy than at the first level. At the third level of Crowtail, it would be tenfold, at the fourth level, 15 times, and so forth. As she infused true energy into Zuo Lingquan's body, she gradually ascended from the first level to the second, and then to the 5th, 6th, and 7th. A sense of trepidation began to overwhelm Wu Qiwan, akin to the anxiety one feels when holding a firecracker, fearing that the young man beside her might explode before her eyes. However, Zuo Lingquan remained enveloped in a mist of white water vapor, utterly still, seemingly impervious to any strain. This reaction even prompted Wu Qiwan to worry about her own stamina. What if, in the end, she exhausted herself without sufficiently satisfying Zuo Lingquan? Yet, this notion was undeniably exaggerated. Having commenced cultivation at the tender age of 6 and achieving mastery of 1 acupoint per year, attaining the 12th level of Divine Court by 18 was a prodigious feat. Such talent was rare among the 9 sects of the South. Zuo Lingquan was merely 17 and had never practiced a legitimate qi refinement technique. How could he possibly surpass her? The current reaction, which he once surmised, could only be attributed to Zuo Lingquan's peculiar constitution. Since Zuo Lingquan could endure the influx, Wu Qiwan continued to channel true energy ceaselessly. As another hour slipped by, the energy she had infused reached the limits of what a 10th-level qi refiner could withstand. Prompting Zuo Lingquan to furrow his brow and say, "Senior Wu, wait a moment. I cannot precisely articulate what I feel, but something seems amiss." Hearing this, Wu Qiwan secretly exhaled in relief. Her 52 acupoints along the Ren and Du meridians were all solidly established, and the true energy within her was roughly 50 times that of a first-level qi cultivator. She had just expended 7 or 8 tenths of it in one go. The thought of how Zuo Lingquan withstood such a barrage was unfathomable. Retracting her palm, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. She wiped it away, rose to her feet, and inquired of Zuo Lingquan, "How do you feel?" Zuo Lingquan, harboring the surging true energy imparted by Wu Qiwan, experienced a curious sensation, akin to having an abundance of pent-up vigor. As the flow of true energy ceased, the warmth that saturated his body began to dissipate rapidly, if all went as expected. It would soon vanish entirely. Rising to his feet, he glanced down at his reddened body and pondered, "It feels as though I'm losing air." "All over?" Wu Qiwan asked, perplexed, as she swiftly grasped Zuo Lingquan's wrist to investigate. Indeed, she discovered that the once surging flow of true energy was swiftly diminishing. Indeed, there is no need to probe the pulse. Left Lingquan is enveloped in an ethereal mist, swiftly dissipating into nothingness amidst the curtain of rain. A sight visible to the naked eye, akin to a practitioner dispersing their energy after cultivation. How could this be? It shouldn't be this way. Wu Qiwan circled around Left Lingquan, filled with confusion and sorrow for the precious vital energy that had been painstakingly refined, now irretrievable. Left Lingquan, having finally experienced the sense of power that comes with cultivation, was on the verge of falling back to square one, his frustration palpable. As he felt the rapid depletion of his vital energy, he reluctantly inquired, "Elder Wu, can I utilize this vital energy now?" Wu Qiwan furrowed her brow and replied softly, "If there is no discomfort, theoretically you should be able to summon it. However, sword techniques and spells have specific channels and insights for energy manipulation, which you have not yet learned. How can you use them?" With his vital energy nearly exhausted, Left Lingquan felt regretful. But he thought it better to enjoy a moment of exhilaration before it vanished entirely. He had begun his martial training at the tender age of 3 and had practiced the same sword for 14 years. Driven by the ambition to one day step into the realm of cultivation and showcase to the world what it truly means to be a swordsman, while Left Lingquan might lack the ability to cultivate, he possessed unwavering confidence in his sword. So much so that he dismissed the prowess of practitioners and believed that the sword techniques of Qi Valley were inferior to his own. Now, with vital energy at his disposal, he was resolute in his belief that his cherished sword could not possibly falter in comparison to his usual state without it. With this thought in mind, Left Lingquan hesitated no longer. He grasped the jade-sheathed sword and approached the trees by the stream, positioning himself 5 paces away. Placing his hand upon the hilt, Wu Qiwan, having witnessed Left Lingquan's swordplay, recognized its formidable nature. Regardless, without adhering to the established methods of sword technique or spellcasting, it was akin to a mundane fighter exerting strength incorrectly. There was little artistry to behold, and she felt there was nothing of significance to observe. As she pondered this, she stepped closer to Left Lingquan, hands resting on her waist, scrutinizing him earnestly. However, what unfolded next would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. A thunderclap resounded. Beneath the night sky, spring thunder erupted amidst the dense clouds. The rain cascaded down, and bare-chested Left Lingquan stood on the riverbank, hand on his sword hilt, his long hair billowing with the mist. In that moment, the world fell silent. Just as before, Wu Qiwan sensed an unparalleled sharpness, an indescribable penetrating force that was distinctly present before her. Yet, unlike the previous occasion, a thick mist enveloped Left Lingquan, clearly visible as the rainwater evaporated, forming a swirling vortex around him. converging upon his right hand where the sword was held. The secluded valley stirred as the winds began to blow toward left Lingquan. Even the rain descending from the heavens seemed to gather, drawn toward the jade-sheathed sword in his grasp. This, Wu Qingyuan, having dedicated half her life to cultivation, had never beheld such a scene, not even from her master, Yu Pingong. Though she could not comprehend it fully, she sensed the power of this sword was extraordinary. Instinctively, Wu Qingyuan took a few steps back, her eyes fixed, unwilling to blink as she aimed to witness every movement of left Lingquan. Alas, even with her full concentration, she could not grasp it all. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn. In the vast, shadowy embrace of the night, a dazzling azure light suddenly ignited the valley, eclipsing the thunderous echoes of spring that rolled across the sea of clouds. A long sword was unsheathed, its 3-foot-long azure blade thrusting forward, enveloped in a swirling aura of blue energy, reminiscent of Wu Qingyuan. Yet it shone with a brilliance far surpassing hers. In the next moment, 2 serpentine streams of sword energy emerged, entwining and spiraling around the blade before slicing through the air. The sound of the sword resonated in ethereal clarity, akin to teardrops cascading into a frigid valley pool, silencing the cacophony of the world. The sword's energy swept through the wind and rain like a dragon roaming the wilderness, demolishing the dense forest ahead with a force capable of shattering the very earth. Ancient trees and vibrant flora were reduced to mere dust beneath the might of this strike, all occurring within the blink of an eye. Once the brilliance faded, the landscape lay in utter stillness, save for the bare-chested Zuo Lingquan, standing resolute with his sword amidst the tranquil night. The azure blade angled toward the ground, and the rain, dispersed by the shockwave, began to fall again, trickling down the blade and splattering onto the riverbank. With a resounding crack, a great tree was cleaved in two, its crown crashing down onto the riverbank. The thunderous noise roused Wu Qingyuan, who, upon raising her gaze, beheld a 2-meter-long trench carved through the dense woods behind the fallen tree, where all flora had been pulverized, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like surface. How could this be possible? Wu Qingyuan approached with hesitant steps, her eyes wide with disbelief. This strike had completely transcended her understanding. It was known that during the qi refinement stage, only upon reaching the 11th level of Wind Mansion could one barely manifest their true energy externally. Even if Zuo Lingquan possessed the cultivation of the 10th level, it should at most allow his true energy to be visible. Setting aside the issue of externalizing true energy, among all those she had encountered, none had wielded a sword with such steadiness. Typically, once true energy is externalized, it becomes challenging to control, no matter how strong one's grasp. It is nearly impossible to prevent the dispersal and loss of that energy, thereby diminishing its lethality. Yet, Wu Qingyuan could distinctly observe that the stakes and severed branches on the ground, cleaved by the sword energy, formed a seamless line, smooth as glass, indicating that the true energy had coalesced into a concentrated mass without a trace of dispersion, right until its final exertion of force. To achieve such mastery demanded an unfathomable level of control from the cultivator, a notion difficult for Wu Qingyuan to fathom. Her master, Yu Pingong, who had attained the 6th level of the Spirit Valley and was undoubtedly the foremost figure in the Great Dan dynasty and its surrounding regions, had mastered transcendent techniques such as sword energy forming into a vortex and true energy taking shape, yet even he could not maintain such stability and externalize true energy without some loss. Before witnessing this strike, she would not have believed that any cultivator could reach such heights, let alone an ordinary person with no training. Could this be a transformed creature of the supernatural? In stark contrast to Wu Qingyuan's awe, Zuo Lingquan remained remarkably composed. He had unwavering confidence in his sword. If he possessed the requisite cultivation, such destructive power was to be expected. After executing the strike, Zuo Lingquan felt the true energy within him wane, leaving him slightly fatigued, as if the weight of his bones had lightened. With a flourish, he sheathed his long sword and turned to the astonished Wu Qingyuan, breaking into a smile. "Senior Wu, how did you find my swordplay?" Wu Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she regained her senses, circling around Zuo Lingquan like she was beholding a flawless jade. With a blend of astonishment and skepticism, she inquired, "Who taught you that sword technique you just executed?" Zuo Lingquan wiped the raindrops from his face and donned his robe. "Did I not mention to Senior Wu that I have been practicing swordsmanship since childhood? 1,000 strokes daily for 14 years. And this is merely the result of my training. Self-taught?" Wu Qingyuan found it hard to believe, yet Zuo Lingquan's expression did not suggest deceit. While she could not fathom how he had grasped that particular sword move, she was acutely aware of its significance. In the path of cultivation, the technique of refining qi involves accumulating true energy within the body and solidifying the meridians. In contrast, martial skills, spells, talismans, and alchemy are methods of utilizing the true energy within. The simplest way to discern the quality of these techniques is to observe the efficiency of true energy utilization. If 10 parts of true energy yield only 1 part of practical effect, it is evident that such a technique is worthless. In contrast, Zuo Lingquan's swordsmanship demonstrated a remarkable concentration of true energy, achieving full potency, with an astonishing speed that rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Such martial skills are often deemed more precious than the foundational techniques of qi refinement. Time is abundant for cultivators, but the means of combat are critical for survival. Where even a slight edge can determine life or death. Should Zuo Lingquan's divine sword technique be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite envy among many, including the lofty southern 9 sects who might covet it. The realm of cultivation, at its core, is a savage domain where strength reigns supreme. And weakness is a cardinal sin, a truth which Qingyuan understood deeply. She spoke gravely, "You must never showcase that sword skill in front of outsiders. The adage, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, holds true in our world. Those reclusive masters might seek to steal your technique and eliminate you without a second thought." Zuo Lingquan was not oblivious to the perils of the martial world. Noticing Wu Qingyuan's solemn warning, he replied with a hint of resignation, "I possess not a shred of true energy at the moment. How could I possibly flaunt my abilities to incite envy?" Wu Qingyuan suddenly recalled this detail. Her earlier delight at discovering a treasure vanished in an instant, replaced by a furrowed brow. That is indeed true. Merely mastering swordsmanship without the ability to cultivate true energy is futile. I cannot accompany you everywhere, and before every confrontation. I cannot spend 2 hours transferring true energy to you. It would be more efficient for me to intervene directly. With a look of confusion in her eyes, she pinched Zuo Lingquan's arm. "How can this be? You clearly demonstrated the capacity to endure the 10th level of cultivation, indicating that your divine path acupoint is stable. The fact that you could wield that sword proves that everything is functioning correctly. How can you not cultivate true energy? I am certain that once you do, you will effortlessly reach the 10th level of qi refinement at the age of 17, easily qualifying as an inner disciple of the southern 9 sects." Zuo Lingquan found himself perplexed as to why he could not cultivate true qi. However, the confusion he felt now had diminished significantly compared to earlier. Since his body was capable of harboring true qi and executing the techniques he had learned, it was evident that he was not devoid of a connection to the Tao. Rather, he simply had yet to discover the right method. Henceforth, he resolved to continue practicing his swordsmanship, for perhaps one day enlightenment would dawn upon him, and everything would fall into place. "Senior Wu, let us return to Qingyuan Valley. These matters take time," he suggested. Wu Qingyuan also understood the futility of haste. She glanced back at the ravaged forest, awe still gleaming in her eyes. After pausing for a moment, she departed, glancing back 3 times as she left. The spring rain fell in a fine, unending drizzle. Time passed unmeasured until, with the dawn breaking in the east, the mountains and fields near Jikron Ridge lay in eerie silence. The disciples of Qingyuan Valley, who had once taken refuge here, had long since retreated. The solitary man and woman by the stream had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the remnants of the devastated forest. The stream flowed quietly, and as the light brightened, a wild hare cautiously peered out from its burrow, surveying its surroundings for a long while before hastily darting across the brook. It paused amidst the thicket, curiously inspecting the scene, seemingly pondering what calamity had befallen the woods. An unthinking wild hare could not fathom the reasons behind the destruction. After a brief moment of observation, it continued its forward journey. However, to the hare's surprise, 2 wooden stakes had appeared on the once unobstructed riverbank, causing it to collide headfirst into them and tumble over. With a startled squeak, the hare rolled once and then scrambled to its feet. Upon raising its gaze, it realized that the 2 stakes were, in fact, human legs, which sent it leaping 3 feet into the air as it swiftly vanished into the forest. On the riverbank stood a man of average stature, clad in gray garments, a conical hat atop his head, and his hands clasped behind his back. Long, grizzled hair cascaded down his back, suggesting he was of considerable age. At first glance, he resembled an elderly hunter, yet no ordinary hunter would venture into such perilous terrain. Instead of a woodcutter's knife, he bore an unadorned long sword of ancient design, nondescript in appearance, save for the white jade plaque hanging from his waist, upon which was engraved a sword, one that pierced the city walls. Beneath the rain, the man paid no heed to the clumsy hare. He approached the edge of the forest, extending his withered fingers to caress the smooth, mirror-like cut of the tree stump, before turning his gaze to the ground behind him, where Zuo Lingquan had stood, leaving 2 footprints that had already begun to gather rainwater. "Old Lu, have you discerned anything?" The forest lay silent, as if inhabited by only a single soul. Yet, as the voice echoed, It became apparent that another presence lingered above. Perched high in the air, a similarly attired young man sat astride a long sword, a yellow gourd of wine in hand, listlessly surveying the surrounding mountains and fields. The elder, referred to as Old Lu, appeared somewhat stern, his gaze fixated on the ravaged forest. In a gravelly tone, he remarked, "The sword's intent soars to the heavens, for miles around. Birds and beasts dare not utter a sound." Observing the sword marks, the cuts are as smooth as a mirror, concentrated at a single point with no dispersion of force. Though my cultivation is rather low, I shall never reach the level of this sword in my lifetime, and perhaps you never will either. Upon hearing this, the young man gently lowered his sword, pausing beside Old Lu. Casting a glance at the Tinjong deep groove in the dense forest, he scoffed, "Old Lu, do not jest. A mere swing of the sword has felled a few trees. Does that truly warrant such praise?" Old Lu raised his hand, gesturing toward the nearby thicket. "Without the cultivation of the Spirit Valley, venture forth and strike in that direction. Should you display the caliber of this sword, I shall gift you my blade." A swordsman's sword is akin to a beloved wife. It is not something one gives away lightly. The young man, perceiving Old Lu's earnestness, adopted a more serious demeanor as he approached for a closer inspection. Nodding, he remarked, "It does seem to possess some finesse. What sword technique is this?" Old Lu's gaze turned solemn. "Sword one." The young man's expression stiffened, resembling that of one who has been jested with. "A sword that can shatter myriad techniques in the same realm can only be termed Sword one. Within my Sword Emperor city, sword immortals abound. It is a rare talent indeed to comprehend Sword one in a millennium. Moreover, when Sword one is wielded, the very heavens and earth shift. This mere act of chopping down a few trees hardly qualifies as Sword one." Old Lu cast a sidelong glance at the young man. Among the 9 masters of the Alliance and the 10 sword emperors of the central continent, who is born capable of stirring the heavens? We swordsmen all rise from the humble act of chopping wooden stakes. Though this sword's cultivation may be low, its finesse is unparalleled within this realm. With merely a century of honing, it could ascend to the status of a revered master. I have practiced swordsmanship for a lifetime and cannot misjudge. The young man, somewhat skeptical, was compelled to align with Old Lu's conviction. This is the territory of the southern 9 sects. If what you say is true, a century hence, if a swordsman emerges from the 9 sects who surpasses the prowess of my Sword Emperor city, shall we not become the subject of ridicule? This lad, scarcely over 30, exhibiting the ability to employ Sword one, is indeed a rare prodigy. If fortune does not forsake him, he may very well overshadow my Sword Emperor city for centuries to come. What then? Shall we hunt him down to eliminate future threats? Upon hearing this, Old Lu furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Crushing countless nascent geniuses will not alter the fact of one's weakness. To advance beyond the pinnacle, one must wield the sword against those who are stronger. Such thoughts as yours are misguided. An impure heart leads to a faltering path. One should not expect to achieve great accomplishments in life. The young man chuckled lightly, merely jesting. A fledgling of the Spirit Valley realm would make me blush at the thought of drawing my sword. So what then do you propose? Old Lu pondered for a moment. This location lies on the southern side of desolate mountains, far too remote. I must also make my way to the Jinglu Terrace. The surrounding quietness felt oddly eerie before I stumbled upon this sword mark. In such barren lands, if left to their own devices, one's talent may wither or be cut short. Old Lu, do you wish to seek this individual out and pass on your teachings? The young man inquired. To comprehend Sword one at such a tender age is worthy of my master. I am not capable of such instruction. Seeking him out is merely to prevent a renowned sword from gathering dust. The young man nodded slightly, surveying the surrounding mountains and fields. Though this place is remote, it is not devoid of people. Just look at that small sect by the mountain. They must have a few thousand members. If you, an elder from an unknown celestial sect, were to recklessly approach them with inquiries, I suspect you would frighten them to death. Moreover, if Jing Lutai were to discover that we were brazenly digging for seedlings in his backyard, it would certainly strain our relationship. We ought to maintain a lower profile. Judging by the size and depth of the footprints, it is evident that the individual in question is male. Assessing his lethality, he is at least at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The residual true energy suggests an affinity for the wood element. Such a person should be relatively easy to find in this small locale. You should proceed to Jing Lutai, while I will linger for a couple more days to locate the individual before I join you. The young man sighed. Very well, if you truly bring him back. I am curious to see what kind of genius warrants such praise from you, Old Lu, to the extent that you would abandon me. With that, the young man soared into the sky on his sword, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Old Lu glanced around before turning and walking towards the direction of Chihuang Valley. Boom, boom, the resonant chimes echoed from the mountain peak, cascading into the secluded valley enveloped by mountains alongside the golden dawn. The morning mist lingered, shrouding the array of pavilions and towers, rendering them ethereal and dreamlike. Dressed in standard black robes, the young disciples of Chihuang Valley emerged from their quarters beneath the tolling bells, forming small groups as they made their way to the central square of the valley. The more senior disciples busied themselves with various tasks. Some ventured to the library to borrow texts, while others reported to the sword room to complete their monthly duties. Near the bamboo grove behind the square, a cluster of houses exuded wisps of smoke, where hundreds of disciples in the danchi room were engaged in the meticulous crafting of tools and the refining of medicines. After a night of rest, Wuqiwan emerged from the stone cave behind the waterfall, standing beside the cliffside stone platform, gazing at the resplendent golden dawn. She stretched languidly. Another day has begun. As the head of the danchi room, Wuqingwan's responsibilities extend beyond merely enjoying the scenic views from the cliff. The danchi room focuses on concocting medicines and creating various implements. Simpler tasks are delegated to the disciples, while the more intricate procedures require her personal involvement. However, given that the Great Dan sect is a modest establishment and Chihuang Valley is not a grand sect, the rare materials available are limited. The recipes for potent elixirs and intricate blueprints for crafting are non-existent. Ordinary tools and medicines, no matter how complicated, cannot be overwhelmingly so, allowing Wu Qingwan to maintain a relatively unhurried pace. Her primary duty involves guiding her personal disciples in the bamboo grove below, while the remaining time is spent in meditation and refining her qi. Wu Qingwan's affinity lies with the wood element among the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the directions of west, east, north, south, and center, respectively. Water nourishes wood. Thus, her cultivation area is located beneath the waterfall at the easternmost part of Chihuang Valley. During her leisure hours, Wu Qingwan also tends to prepare her own meals. Upon reaching the Linggu realm, her internal energy forms a self-sustaining cycle, allowing her to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for rejuvenation, rendering her independent of the 5 grains. However, she has yet to enter the Linggu realm, so she still requires sustenance, albeit in modest quantities. As the sun rose in the east, illuminating the sky, Wu Qingwan stood at the edge of the cliff for a moment before spotting Zuo Lingquan emerging from the courtyard by the pond below. Having changed out of his disciple robes into the attire befitting a young master of a noble family. A few days ago, upon their return from Chongqing Mountain, Wu Qingwan's perception of Zuo Lingquan transformed dramatically after witnessing the elegance of his swordsmanship. What once seemed to her a mere young and foolish boy evolved into the recognition of an enigmatic prodigy in cultivation. Wu Qingwan had always admired Zuo Lingquan's character, and now her appreciation deepened. Her gaze towards him was more affectionate than that of the deputy minister, Zuo Hachao. Lingquan, are you preparing to venture out? Zuo Lingquan had been restless these past few days, unable to find peace and sleep as he replayed the brilliance of his sword strike in his mind, yearning to cultivate his vital energy at that very moment. Yet, despite his fervent thoughts, reality demanded attention. He had responsibilities to address. It had been over 10 days since his last departure, and he only managed a brief farewell to his third uncle before embarking. A prolonged absence of 10 days to half a month seemed inappropriate, so he resolved to return home today. Indeed, I shall spend a day in the capital and return tomorrow. Do you have any arrangements, Senior Wu? Nothing much. Upon your return, I will attempt acupuncture to stimulate your meridian points. Perhaps it will yield some breakthroughs. Also, as the consort of Jiang Yi, if you wish to pay her a visit, you might consider bringing along a Wang family roast chicken from Xinghua Street. It was her favorite during childhood. Additionally, there is the exquisite red flower honey from Xinji Pavilion. It is rather costly, but I trust you can afford it. In the bamboo grove beneath the cliff, several young women, including Sister Xiaohua, perked up at these words, teasingly chiming in, "Don't forget about us," as was shitty. Indeed, indeed. Wu Qingwan's expression darkened. Such lack of decorum, is it appropriate to beg for gifts? It is merely playful banter. Zuo Lingquan chuckled softly, recalling the tasks Jiang Yi had assigned him prior to his departure. He had scarcely familiarized himself with the paths of Chihuang Valley these past few days and had yet to meet the reclusive national master. He had no intention of reporting back to his somewhat willful fiancée on this trip. However, he took Wu Qingwan's earnest advice to heart. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, is there anything you would like me to bring back? Wu Qingwan, naturally beautiful without the need for embellishment, declined the offer. No need. Be on your way. After bowing in respectful farewell, Zuo Lingquan took his leave from the bamboo grove. The environment of Chiwang Valley remained largely unchanged over the decades, and he was well acquainted with the paths leading in and out. He skillfully traversed the valley entrance and the 10-mile willow forest. Arriving at the small town outside the octagonal archway, nestled at the entrance of Chiwang Valley, the town was aptly named Chiwang Town. It primarily housed itinerant cultivators, alongside many disciples from Chiwang Valley, who peddled their crafted objects for extra income. While the number of practitioners in the Great Dan dynasty was modest, it was not insignificant. Established over 200 years ago, Chiwang Valley had seen its disciples cycle through 10-year intervals, resulting in a burgeoning community accumulated through generations of master and apprentice, father and son. Beyond Chiwang Valley, various small sects and Taoist temples could be found across the counties, ranging from hundreds to merely a handful of practitioners. Though these forces had blended with the mundane world, at their core, they remained dedicated cultivators. While the Great Dan dynasty boasted a fair number of practitioners, few possessed profound skills, with most remaining below the 4th level of Qi refinement. The reasons for this situation, aside from the formidable challenges of cultivation, primarily stem from the geographical isolation of the Great Dan dynasty, which results in a scarcity of resources for practitioners. Those with opportunities have largely ventured beyond its confines. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no notion of returning home in triumph. Once one departs, one either ascends to the ranks of immortals or meets a tragic end along the way. The last individual who returned to repay his sect was the national master, Yu Pingong. Others, even if they come back, do so with hearts heavy and a sense of disillusionment. Though one's cultivation may be modest, there is no concept of merely resigning to fate in this path. The scattered practitioners still retain a fervent aspiration for enlightenment. The court engages in trade with the lands beyond, exchanging for white jade coins and various items pertinent to cultivation, all of which find their way to Chiwang Valley. However, these external practitioners wishing to acquire such treasures must seek their fortune at Chiwang Valley. Over time, the area outside the Great Gates has transformed into what is now known as Chiwang Town, where physicians and common folk from the capital come to trade medicinal herbs. As Zuo Lingquan rode past a small market, he observed numerous individuals browsing the stalls. It was impossible for him to discern whether they were practitioners or their level of cultivation merely by their appearances. He did not linger in the market. After passing through, he galloped towards the capital. Just as Zuo Lingquan was about to exit the town, a wanderer clad in a bamboo hat walked along the street in the opposite direction. The two figures brushed past each other, quickly separating into the distance. The wanderer, with hair streaked with gray, paused in the street, hands clasped behind his back. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his hat and cast a glance. The young gentleman on horseback had already covered some distance, despite his striking demeanor and robust physique. The wanderer could perceive that he was still merely a mortal, not much different from the common folk in the town. His pause for observation was prompted solely by a recollection of long-buried youthful days. Whether in the realms of cultivation or the martial world, be it swordsmen or sword immortals, those who wield a blade have likely experienced the exuberance of a sword hung at the waist, riding forth with vigor. After all, even immortals are forged from humanity. No one is born with the innate ability to ride the winds. Regrettably, that era feels too distant, to the point of becoming somewhat hazy in memory. As the wanderer watched the young gentleman fade into the distance, he brushed aside the gray strands that fell from his temples, revealing a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. The most sorrowful sight in the world is to witness a hero's decline or a beauty's aging. Even more tragic is to feel such sentiments without a soul nearby to share them with. After lingering for a while, the wanderer turned his gaze towards a street vendor. "Young friend, how much for this horse?" "Hey, this year I turned 62. And you appear to be no older than in your 50s. Why such a lack of courtesy? Dear immortal, how much for your horse? If it is sold, how shall I return home? Perhaps a donkey instead? This very beast has been blessed by the ancestor of Chiwang Valley. It cures ailments and blesses descendants, ensuring prosperity for livestock by day and protection at night. For a kindred spirit such as yourself, I can offer a special price of merely 50 taels, fair and honest." Alas, Zuo Lingquan returned swiftly to the southern bank of Windy Bridge, and the hour had yet to reach noon. As the third uncle Zuo Hanshou was preoccupied with official matters and had yet to return, the grand residence was left with only Aunt San and fifth brothers Wei Yunting. Zuo Lingquan arrived at the main courtyard first, greeted Aunt San with a sense of reassurance, and then prepared to venture out to the market to procure some cosmetics for his esteemed senior sisters. However, he felt it inappropriate to disclose his intentions to Aunt San. And being unfamiliar with the capital, he could not simply inquire from passers-by, just as he contemplated taking a lively maidservant to accompany him. Fifth brother Zuo Lingquan emerged from the inner quarters, yawning and languid, clearly just out of bed. The sun was already high in the sky, and the household servants were nearly ready for their midday meal. Zuo Lingquan, still rubbing his eyes, ambled towards the dining hall, his attire haphazard. The maidservants and attendants were accustomed to this scene. Upon seeing Zuo Lingquan approach from the corridor, they quickly bowed in greeting. Seventh young master. Zuo Lingquan, still half asleep, only noticed his cousin standing beside him when he heard the commotion. As the elder brother, he was keen to maintain an appearance of composure before his younger cousin. He coughed lightly, straightened his posture, and feigned maturity, saying, "Lingquan, you've returned. I was just tidying up the room, and my clothes got a bit disheveled." Zuo Lingquan saw through the facade but chose not to expose it. "Fifth brother, you truly embody frugality. I have just returned as well, and was about to take a stroll." Although they were cousins, they had not met often in the past. With Zuo Lingquan recently becoming a royal consort, Zuo Hacho had been incessantly lamenting, "Rebellious son. If only you possessed half of Ling Xuan's capabilities, or even half of his looks. You'd not have to rely on others for sustenance." Zuo Lingquan had heard this so many times that his ears nearly felt calloused, and he was eager to get to know his cousin better. When he heard that Zuo Lingquan wished to go out, curiosity piqued within him. He approached Zuo Lingquan and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You are new to the capital, and the streets may seem unfamiliar. Would you like fifth brother to show you around? I am known as the 8-inch gun of Windy, and everyone in the capital is aware of my reputation. I am well acquainted with the surroundings." 8-inch gun? Zuo Lingquan's eyelids twitched, but he refrained from laughing and replied warmly, "That would be splendid. If fifth brother is not otherwise occupied, please guide me in familiarizing myself with the area. What busy matters could I have? Missing a meal won't be the end of me," Zuo Lingquan responded, and without further ado, he adjusted his attire and led Zuo Lingquan out of the residence towards the bustling Xinhua Street. Donghua City boasted 36 districts and a population exceeding 300,000. In the delightful spring of February, numerous citizens emerged to enjoy the pleasant weather, and the streets were abuzz with activity, lined with shops showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Zuo Lingquan's claim of being well-known was evidently not mere boast, as they strolled through Xinhua Street, a hub of brothels and taverns, where one could frequently hear calls of, "Master Wu, come in and have some fun," or "Master Wu, crickets freshly caught from Chaqing Mountain." As they walked, Zuo Lingquan felt increasingly exasperated. Yet being of the same kin, he held his tongue. When they reached the middle of Xinhua Street, he finally spoke up, "Fifth brother, you cannot possibly intend to take me to a brothel, can you?" Upon hearing this, Zuo Lingquan's eyes flickered. He glanced around and leaned in closer, whispering, "Lingquan, you cannot still be a novice, can you? Would you like fifth brother to take you to?" Zuo Lingquan, known for his virtuous demeanor, certainly appeared to be a naive soul. He gestured towards the majestic imperial city in the distance. "Fifth brother, are you certain that Her Highness the Princess will not send us to the palace to become eunuchs after she learns of this?" A chill ran down Zuo Lingquan's spine, and he quickly laughed it off. "Just a jest, dear fifth brother. I would never frequent such unsavory places. By the way, shall we visit the gambling house? If so, may I borrow some silver?" Well, fifth brother is rather frugal and has already invested the silver in purchasing writing materials for our third uncle. Zuo Lingquan sighed deeply and stated plainly, "We shall not go to the gambling house. I have been residing in Qihuang Valley recently, and my senior sister there has asked me to procure some rouge. Do you happen to know where Xianzhai is?" Zuo Lingquan suddenly realized, patting his chest, "Let us go. I shall lead you there. Also do pick out a few items for me." "Does fifth brother still use this?" "How could that be?" "It is a gift from my mother." "Is that so? Then I shall certainly have to pay for it. I regret not bringing a gift for my third aunt when I entered the capital. We are family. There is no need to keep account." As they chatted leisurely, they arrived at a 3-story building in the center of Xinhua Street. The establishment, named Xianzhai, offered a plethora of jewelry, cosmetics, and textiles, catering primarily to ladies. Yet it also attracted many young gentlemen seeking gifts for their beloveds. Upon entering, Zuo Lingquan immediately spotted the proprietress in the hall, her eyes gleaming with eagerness, as though she had caught sight of a sumptuous feast. Ignoring the customers in her presence, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what brings young Master Fifth here? A rare visitor indeed. Please come in." "And who is this?" "This is my cousin, nicknamed the Green Harmony God of Wealth. You must treat him well." "Oh my, double happiness. Please come inside." The portly proprietress clapped her hands, as if she had encountered 2 delectable morsels, and promptly ushered Zuo Lingquan into a private room adjacent to the hall, where tea and sunflower seeds were readily served. Zuo Lingquan paid little heed to these formalities. Once seated, he quietly sipped his tea, allowing Zuo Yunting to make his selections. However, Zuo Lingquan had underestimated his cousin's lack of discernment. As Zuo Yunting settled into his chair, buoyed by the proprietress's flattery, he quickly became entranced, requesting whatever caught his fancy. Within a short span of time, the table was laden with an array of items, while Zuo Lingquan had ample silver and did not mind spinning for his third ant. The items presented by the shop assistant were evidently not suitable for a prudent lady, ornate hairpins and garish cosmetics that seemed more fitting for a young girl or a performer at a brothel. After observing for a moment, Zuo Lingquan set down his teacup and raised his hand to halt Zuo Yunting's exuberance. Fifth brother, are you certain that these items are intended for our third ant? Zuo Yunting, sensing the need to rein it in, chuckled lightly. Perhaps I have been a bit excessive? Let us go with these then. What would you like to purchase? Zuo Lingquan discreetly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to the shopkeeper. I have heard that you possess a type of rouge known as red flower honey? The proprietress, with a knowing smile, acknowledged the presence of the affluent gentleman and remarked, the red flower honey is the signature of our Xianz's high. Even the current princess adores it. How many boxes would you like, young sir? After calculating the number of attendees, Zuo Lingquan requested around 10 boxes of rouge. Although the price was somewhat steep, it paled in comparison to Zuo Yunting's extravagant spending, making it a more sensible choice. He instructed the shopkeeper to package the items for delivery to his residence and prepared to depart. However, upon exiting the elegant room, he noticed two young ladies from noble families selecting garments in the hall. Previously, at Qiwang Valley, Zuo Lingquan had inadvertently torn a piece of clothing belonging to Wu Qingwan during a sparring session. While she had not taken offense, her kindness towards him had not gone unnoticed. Encountering her again, he inquired, do you have any skirts of exceptional quality? The proprietress, eager for Zuo Lingquan to purchase her entire shop, promptly nodded. Indeed, we possess all manner of items for women. Shall I escort you upstairs to peruse our collection? Zuo Lingquan subtly assented, glancing back to see Zuo Yunting engaged in conversation with acquaintances, thus opting not to interrupt and accompanying the proprietress to the second floor. The second floor was markedly quieter than the bustling hall below, populated exclusively by women. It was evident that many ladies frequented this space to select ready-to-wear garments and fabrics. Upon entering a spacious room, Zuo Lingquan's gaze was immediately drawn to the walls adorned with numerous dresses, featuring both separate tops and skirts as well as elegant one-piece gowns. The styles and fabrics available here were unparalleled throughout the Great Dan dynasty. Possessing a discerning eye, Zuo Lingquan was well aware of Wu Qingwan's figure and features. Thus, he understood precisely which dress would complement her best. After a leisurely inspection, he selected a cloud white, long dress crafted from Yunzhong brocade, produced in the southern four prefectures, embellished with silver threads that formed cloud patterns. This piece embodied the vivacity of youth while exuding a mature elegance, perfectly suiting Wu Qingwan's enigmatic age. The young master has exquisite taste. This dress was just completed by the embroiderer, taking nearly 3 months to create, the proprietress began to explain. But Zuo Lingquan had little interest in such trivialities. After finalizing his selection, he surveyed the surroundings once more. The proprietress, keenly observing his hesitation, promptly inquired, is there anything else you wish to choose, young sir? Recalling that not only Wu Qingwan's outer dress had been damaged, but also her undergarments, he felt a sense of obligation to compensate her with a complete set. Although gifting innerwear was somewhat unconventional, he sensed that Wu Qingwan possessed an otherworldly demeanor, indifferent to societal norms. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to purchase an undergarment for her. However, as a man, broaching this subject felt awkward. Fortunately, the proprietress, with her astute perception, discerned his intent and smiled knowingly. Are you looking to buy undergarments? How considerate of you. Underwear, including items like belly bands, was often regarded as unclean by common folk, and it was rare for men to make such purchases. Nonetheless, Zuo Lingquan was unfazed by these societal perceptions and inquired, do you have any? Indeed, the proprietress replied, hurrying to a side cabinet in the room, where she retrieved several wooden boxes, opening them for Zuo Lingquan to select from. Zuo Lingquan cast a fleeting glance at the garments within the box. The undergarments were quite modest, fashioned from materials akin to those of outerwear. Although they clung closely to the body, their design was exceedingly unappealing, resembling little more than a piece of fabric shaped like a pouch. Zuo Lingquan was acutely aware of societal norms. Most women in the marketplace donned such undergarments, yet he found them utterly unworthy. He inquired, is there something like that? Zuo Lingquan struggled to articulate his thoughts. However, the proprietress, seasoned in this trade, readily grasped his intent and probed something a bit more revealing. Zuo Lingquan stumbled, utterly taken aback by the proprietress's choice of words. While the term was indeed apt, applying it to his esteemed mentor was undeniably impertinent, as she was, after all, akin to a half-mother-in-law to him. After a moment's hesitation, he earnestly clarified, I mean something more aesthetically pleasing, suitable for a mature and dignified woman, a female elder. The proprietress blinked, her expression slightly peculiar, silently questioning, buying a belly band for an elder? When a man purchases such an item, it is typically for a woman to wear for his own viewing pleasure. Yet, in the capital, there were certainly many young gentlemen with a penchant for mature women, particularly those with an air of forbidden allure. It was clear that the ordinary allure would not suffice for such women. Nodding discreetly, the proprietress comprehended Zuo Lingquan's meaning and shortly thereafter presented him with an exquisitely crafted pouch. Zuo Lingquan did not touch the item meant as compensation for Wu Qiyuan. He merely requested the proprietress to unveil it for inspection. Satisfied with the craftsmanship, he then asked her to procure a new piece, neatly wrapped and placed into his white garment. May you two young gentlemen stroll leisurely, and do visit again. Soon after, Zuo Lingquan exited the doors of Xianz's High, with the proprietress bidding him farewell with a beaming smile. He had acquired a substantial number of items, and anything too cumbersome was sent to the Zuo residence by an attendant. Zuo Yunting, having emerged from a foray, was practically beaming with delight, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. Producing a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, he cheerfully remarked, Lingquan, is there anything else you wish to purchase? I can take you there. Zuo Lingquan, having completed his shopping, was not inclined to be further exploited, and after a moment's thought, sought a place to sit. Brother Wu, shall we indulge in some wine? Of course, what man would forego wine? Come, where shall we go? Zuo Lingquan glanced around, noting that Xinghua Street was not far from Linifeng, and he turned toward that direction. Zuo Yunting, though relaxed and unhurried, was far from foolish. On the day of the selection of the prince consort, he was well aware of Zuo Lingquan's acquaintance with a wine maiden from Linifeng. Their father had even dispatched someone to ensure that both the lawful and unlawful elements of Linifeng were managed, preventing any mishaps that might provoke the notoriously temperamental Zuo Lingquan. Thus, where they were bound was clear to Zuo Yunting, who chose not to voice his understanding. The two brothers ambled through the streets for approximately a quarter of an hour before entering the gates of Linifeng. As the legitimate son of a third-rank official, Zuo Yunting was among the elite in the capital and seldom ventured to the bustling Linhe wharf. However, at this moment, he found himself quite intrigued by the sights. Zuo Lingquan strolled leisurely, arriving at the narrow street of Linhe, whereupon he lifted his gaze and spotted Tang Jingru wandering within the tavern, as he had yet to approach. The nearby Zuo Yunting suddenly exclaimed, Oh, Lingquan, behold that wanderer of the Jianghu, riding a donkey, it is indeed a rare sight. Following the direction indicated by the folding fan, Zuo Lingquan spotted a figure by the riverside, a man clad in a conical hat and a gray linen robe, with a sword hanging at his waist. His left hand rested behind him while his right hand led a black donkey, gazing at the landscape along the riverbanks. In the bustling area of Linifeng, teeming with people from all walks of life, such attire was quite common, and Zuo Lingquan had not paid much heed to it until now. The distance between them was not great, and upon hearing Zuo Yunting's words, the wanderer turned to look in their direction. Recognizing the impropriety of Zuo Yunting's earlier remarks, Zuo Lingquan clasped his fists together and said, I apologize for the earlier offense. I hope you can forgive me. Coming from a family of officials, Zuo Yunting understood the importance of etiquette and had merely presumed the man could not hear them. Seeing the glance exchanged, he likewise bowed with a semblance of respect. My apologies, esteemed sir. You certainly appear to be a person of distinction, and my curiosity got the better of me. The wanderer, draped in a dull gray robe, appeared somewhat weary. After casting a glance at Zuo Lingquan, he rasped, Meeting is indeed a matter of fate. One does not dwell on trifles while traversing the Jianghu. Zuo Lingquan responded with a hearty laugh, raised his hands in a gesture of courtesy, and turned to enter the tavern. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunting, being naturally extroverted and sociable, found himself intrigued by the donkey and approached the wanderer with curiosity. Old warrior, does riding a donkey truly suffice for your journeys across the Jianghu? The wanderer chuckled softly. The road is endless. Eventually, one must pause. Whether one travels quickly or slowly makes little difference. Zuo Yunting pondered for a moment, dismissing the remark as nonsensical, and shook his head. Surely, there is a distinction. Traveling swiftly allows for greater distances. Otherwise, why spend a fortune on a horse? One might as well keep a donkey. Standing outside the tavern, Zuo Lingquan found their banter rather amusing and interjected, Why not come inside and converse further? My treat, as a token of my apology for earlier. The wanderer, perhaps bored, accepted the invitation without hesitation, leaving his donkey behind as he entered the tavern alongside Zuo Yunting. Tang Jingru, noticing Zuo Lingquan's arrival, approached with a peculiar expression and discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Observing her demeanor, Zuo Lingquan followed her to the side of the tavern, behind a curtain, and inquired, "Sister Tang, what troubles you?" With a furrowed brow, Tang Jingru indicated the outside with her eyes. "Little Zuo, that old man from earlier is rather strange. He suddenly rode in on a donkey this morning, sat in the tavern drinking, and occasionally cast glances my way." Zuo Lingquan paused, slightly taken aback. He had not perceived the wanderer as a lecherous individual and frowned. His gaze was inappropriate? Not exactly. His demeanor and behavior were quite proper, akin to yours. But his gaze lacked your gentleness, which felt rather unsettling. After finally enduring his presence, you invited him in again. No matter, a guest is a guest. Just be cautious. Zuo Lingquan nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. He retrieved a small box from his sleeve and handed it to Tang Jingru before lifting the curtain and stepping outside. Tang Jingran was lost in thought when she instinctively raised her hand to take what was offered. It was only after Zuo Lingquan had departed that she realized it was a beautifully adorned box of rouge. Startled, her mind, which had been wandering, cleared in an instant. She hurriedly lifted her gaze, intending to speak, but upon seeing that Zuo Lingquan had already exited, she abruptly halted her words, stamping her foot in a flurry of embarrassment, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. The fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the bustling riverside street, the sounds of the marketplace incessantly filling the air. At a small table by the window, a traveler removed his conical hat, revealing a mane of grizzled long hair tied back. Though he appeared weary, his deep-set phoenix eyes, etched with fine lines, shimmered with a clarity reminiscent of a moonlit pond, betraying the wisdom of a seasoned wanderer. Zuo Lingquan emerged from behind the curtain, setting a warm flask of wine upon the table before sitting down opposite the traveler. With a smile, he inquired, "What do you go by, esteemed sir?" The traveler, maintaining a calm demeanor, rasped, "You may call me Old Lu." "And what are the names of these two young friends?" Zuo Yunting, seated between them, perhaps enticed by the aroma of the wine, poured a cup for all three and cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Zuo Yunting, and this is my cousin Lingquan. We are known in the capital as the Zuo brothers. From your attire, it seems you are not a local. Have you just arrived in the capital?" Upon hearing Tang Jingran's words, Zuo Lingquan was naturally intrigued, raising his eyes to observe the traveler's expression. Unfortunately, Old Lu wore a placid smile, revealing nothing. After taking a sip from his cup, he replied, "I hail from outside, having just arrived this morning. The Great Dan dynasty is quite insular, with only one northern gateway, so outside typically refers to the north." Zuo Yunting, curious, asked, "From Baya County?" "Even further north," Old Lu replied. Zuo Lingquan felt a flicker of surprise. Beyond Baya County lay the borders. The Great Dan dynasty, though secluded, was self-sufficient, with only a handful of merchants from outside. It was exceedingly rare for a wanderer from beyond the borders to reach the capital. Contemplating this, Zuo Lingquan inquired, "Are you a practitioner of the way, Old Lu?" Old Lu swirled his cup and looked at Zuo Lingquan. "What do you think?" Zuo Lingquan pondered for a moment. Those who cultivate the way often exhibit a distinct aura, their vitality and spirit manifesting visibly. A prime example would be Wu Qiwan, who, despite being of the same generation as Jiang Yi's mother, appeared far more youthful than a budding maiden. In contrast, the elder before him bore the weight of weariness, as if he were teetering on the brink of the grave. Even if he were indeed a practitioner, it was likely that his cultivation was modest, and his time was nearly up. While Zuo Lingquan was lost in these thoughts, Zuo Yunting, ever cheerful, interjected, "Indeed, Old Lu, your appearance suggests you are one of those hidden masters, perhaps referred to as immortal elders in the realm of practitioners. I have heard such tales recounted by storytellers. If you were a true wanderer, who would lead a donkey about? Only a sage would engage in such acts of reputation. Wouldn't you agree, Old Lu?" Haha. After finishing, he raised his hand and gave Old Lu's shoulder a hearty pat. Zuo Lingquan was amused by the words of the fifth brother, shaking his head in laughter. Old Lu also chuckled, raising his wine bowl with a look of approval, saying, "Young friend, you possess keen insight. Flattery flows from your lips like a gentle stream. If this were outside, you would surely achieve great success." Zuo Lingquan paused at these words, lifting his wine bowl in a toast. "Old Lu, you truly are a practitioner?" Old Lu returned the gesture. "I have practiced for a time, but have since let it go. The path is too long to traverse entirely." "Oh, Zuo Lingquan observed him closely but discerned nothing particularly remarkable, so he directly inquired. Old Lu, how high is your cultivation? Old Lu swirled his wine bowl, pausing for a moment before sighing with a smile. I have traveled quite a path. Yet my realm is not very high. I once reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Zuo Lingquan held no doubts about this, as he himself had not even attained the 1st level, making it impossible for him to discern truth from falsehood. Zuo Yunting, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of cultivation, asked, Old Lu, you mentioned you hail from beyond the borders. What brings you to the grand city of Dandan? Surely, there must be something valuable here to seek? Old Lu smiled slightly, silently affirming the truth of her words, though it was not treasure he sought, but rather a person. Old Lu had devoted his entire life to the sword, but had never grasped the concept of his own sword one. This notion transcends mere technique, representing a swordsman's lifelong synthesis of their path, embodying the principle of simplicity at its core, a symbol of having reached the pinnacle of one's journey. Failing to comprehend, Sword 1 indicated a deviation in his swordsmanship or that he had yet to reach the summit, a profound regret for Old Lu, who had risen from humble beginnings in a mountain village. Thus, he yearned to discover what kind of person could achieve such enlightenment, hoping to glean insights from others' paths. Having traversed the Chiwang Valley that morning, he had observed everyone present, and among them, Zuo Lingquan stood out as a rare talent. However, Zuo Lingquan was still quite young, making it improbable that he had already perfected his swordsmanship. The other conditions were also lacking, prompting Old Lu to continue his search in nearby towns. Upon arriving here, he sensed something unusual in the surroundings. After pondering for a while without identifying the peculiarity, he encountered the 2 brothers. These matters were too profound to divulge to 2 toddlers learning to walk. After some contemplation, Old Lu replied, In days past, I traveled extensively, yet was so absorbed in cultivation that I paid little heed to the mountains outside or the wine in my hand. Now, in my later years, I wish to explore and observe more before returning to the earth. Zuo Lingquan had heard many tales in Chihuang Valley of those who had cultivated for half a lifetime only to return home disheartened. He understood Old Lu's sentiment. Cultivation is ultimately about living longer and experiencing more. Even if one does not attain immortality, as long as they have journeyed and witnessed, it cannot be deemed a wasted trip. Old Lu was quite pleased with this perspective. Young friend, your outlook is commendable. Cultivation is indeed this way. If you can truly achieve longevity, those who are overly eager often find themselves thwarted. If you hold such thoughts, your path ahead will be less fraught with tribulations. Zuo Lingquan was somewhat taken aback. How did you know I am a practitioner, Old Lu? Old Lu raised an eyebrow. What normal person would discuss such insights into cultivation? Did you hear your brother speak of it? Zuo Lingquan was left speechless. Zuo Yunting burst into hearty laughter, raising his wine bowl to clink with Old Lu's. Old Lu, your discernment is indeed commendable. My younger cousin is utterly devoted to his cultivation, in pursuit of the path to immortality. He even disregards a princess as beautiful as a flower. Alas, fate has not favored him, and he has yet to find his way. Otherwise, he might have already ventured to dine by now. Upon hearing this, Old Lu's eyes betrayed a hint of puzzlement as he glanced at Zuo Lingquan. From your demeanor, young friend, you do not appear to be lacking in intelligence. How could you possibly be unable to find your way? Zuo Lingquan, feeling a bit helpless regarding this matter, replied, In my youth, a wise master examined my bones and declared that my meridians were obstructed, rendering me incapable of cultivation. To this day, I have yet to step over the threshold. I hardly qualify as a cultivator. Those who practice cultivation understand the concept of concealing one's sharpness for self-preservation. Old Lu, unsure of the veracity of Zuo Lingquan's words, refrained from probing deeper, merely shaking his head with a smile. The universe is fundamentally just. No one is born without opportunity. If one cannot refine true energy, one should first establish a solid foundation. As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligent effort. Who knows, perhaps one day, inspiration will strike. Zuo Lingquan, already aligned with this philosophy, raised his wine bowl and said, Then I shall take your wise words to heart. The 3 of them, 2 youths and 1 elder, spent the afternoon leisurely chatting in the tavern. Initially skeptical, Zuo Lingquan gradually discerned that Old Lu was simply an affable elder, devoid of ulterior motives, allowing his guard to lower. Zuo Yunting, naturally gregarious, proved more loquacious than Zuo Lingquan. After a couple of bowls of wine, he became somewhat inebriated, playfully draping his arm over Old Lu's shoulder, calling him brother, and engaging in various light-hearted banter, even insisting on riding Old Lu's donkey. Old Lu, entertained by the antics, stood aside, enjoying the scene and sharing a laugh with the onlookers. In such a setting, Zuo Lingquan felt it inappropriate to crowd in and join the revelry. So he remained by the window, observing. However, before he could steal more than a few glances, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if a cold gaze were fixated upon him. Turning around, he found Tang Jingru standing at the doorway of the back room, her arms crossed over her ample bosom. Her expression stern, she resembled a strict housekeeper, conveying a silent message of "you have friends here. So I shall refrain from reprimanding you." Zuo Lingquan set down his wine bowl and approached Tang Jingru, bewildered. "Sister Tang, what seems to be the matter?" Tang Jingru suppressed a tide of inexplicable emotions, adopting a dissatisfied demeanor as she extended her palm. "What do you mean by this?" Zuo Lingquan glanced at the exquisitely wrapped rouge box resting in her hand and smiled. "A gift for you, Sister Tang. Do you like it?" "Do I like it? How dare you even ask? I may appreciate it, but is rouge something you can simply give?" Tang Jingru's brows furrowed tightly as she took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking sternly. "Zuo Lingquan, let me make this clear. While you are here drinking, it is my duty to entertain you. However, I am not a frivolous woman. Do not think that because you are handsome, come from a good family, and possess good character, you can behave indiscriminately. If not for your youth, I would have kicked you out long ago. You're a little horse trying to pull a big cart. Don't you feel any shame?" She rambled on for quite some time. Zuo Lingquan maintained a calm demeanor, listening attentively before shaking his head and clarifying. "Sister Tang, you know my character well enough, don't you? Just now, I ventured to Xianji Shai to procure a number of boxes of rouge for the princess and my senior sister Yanxi from Chihuang Valley. Since I was on my way to enjoy a drink, I brought an additional box for Sister Tang, with no ulterior motives. If Sister Tang finds it inappropriate." Zuo Lingquan extended his hand, intending to reclaim the rouge box. Tang Jingran hesitated to accept it, yet did not express any dislike. After all, it was rouge favored by even the eldest princess. What woman in the capital would not appreciate it? Upon hearing Zuo Lingquan's explanation, Tang Jingran quickly closed her palm, allowing him to grasp at nothing, yet her expression remained scrutinizing. "Are you speaking the truth? This was not intended solely for me, was it?" Zuo Lingquan blinked, his eyes filled with perplexity. "Why would I specifically purchase it for you, Sister Tang? Do you suspect I harbor ulterior motives? Isn't it?" Tang Jingran blinked twice, coming to the conclusion that Zuo Lingquan was indeed speaking honestly, which inexplicably left her with a sense of defeat. Nevertheless, her expression softened as she gently huffed, picking up the rouge box to inspect it. "In light of your good intentions, I shall graciously accept it. However, I must remind you that gifts such as rouge, hairpins, and combs should not be given lightly to a young lady. It conveys a meaning of courtship, and misunderstandings may arise. This must not happen again." Zuo Lingquan nodded with a smile and raised his hand. "If Sister Tang finds it improper, then I shall not gift it. I will take it back to avoid any misconceptions." "Oh no." Tang Jingran quickly placed her hands behind her waist to shield the rouge box, glaring defiantly as if to prevent any theft, and boldly remarked, "Little Zuo, how can you be so thoughtless? Once something is given, can it be taken back? If word gets out, it would tarnish your reputation." Zuo Lingquan, aware of Tang Jingran's fondness, deliberately teased her, raising his hand to seize it again, prompting Tang Jingran to spin in place in pursuit. Just as they were playfully tussling, a sudden cough resounded from outside. Ahem, with no other patrons in the tavern, Tang Jingran felt emboldened to discuss the rouge with Zuo Lingquan. Upon hearing the cough, she assumed a guest had arrived, quickly turning in a circle, feigning a search for something. Zuo Lingquan, facing away from the entrance, turned to assess the source of the sound. However, upon turning, he was momentarily taken aback by the tall figure standing at the doorway. Outside the tavern, old Lu was still observing the spectacle of a fool riding a donkey. The rider, Lu Yunting, seemingly awakened from his stupor, covered his mouth with both hands, appearing as if he had seen a ghost, and cautiously began to move away from the street, casting a glance back at his cousin in the tavern, conveying a silent message. "Brother, burn some extra paper for me." At noon, shortly after the morning court had adjourned, Jiangyiru returned to Fuyuan Palace as per her usual routine, preparing to rest and dine before proceeding to the imperial study to review memorials. However, just as she was halfway through her meal, a bird suddenly alighted on the windowsill, flapping its wings and chirping excitedly, with a bamboo tube tied to its leg. The capital city is merely 30 miles from Chihuang Valley, though not far. Jiangyiru had been so engrossed in assisting with state affairs in recent years that she seldom found time to return. Since the age of 6, she had been under the tutelage of Wu Qingwan, forming a bond that could be described as both teacher and mother. Even after departing from Chihuang Valley, she frequently exchanged letters through carrier pigeons to keep in touch. Upon noticing the familiar little bird, Jiang Yi realized that Wu Qingwan had sent her a letter. She set down her chopsticks and stood up to retrieve the note, which merely stated that Zuo Lingquan had returned to the city with no further details. A hint of confusion crossed Jiang Yi's face. Yet she quickly comprehended Wu Qingwan's intention. Her aunt was undoubtedly concerned about her marital affairs and had informed her in advance of Zuo Lingquan's return, lest he be unable to enter the palace and, given her busy schedule, they would have no opportunity to cultivate their relationship. I have no affection for him, nor any pressing matters to discuss. What purpose would it serve to meet him? Jiang Yi tucked the note away, adopting an air of indifference as she resumed her meal. However, after a couple of bites, her mind began to wander back to the incident at Linifang, recalling the altercation she had never had the chance to resolve. This reflection only fueled her frustration, rendering her unable to eat. She placed her chopsticks down, falling into a long silence before finally inquiring, "Langzhu, where is Zuo Lingquan now that he has returned to the city?" "I shall inquire at once," replied the maid, Lingzhu, hastily departing. The entire capital was under Jiang Yi's watchful eye, teeming with informants. Zuo Lingquan had made no effort to conceal his whereabouts, making him easy to locate. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lingzhu returned, a peculiar expression adorning her petite face. "Your Highness, the reports indicate that young Master Zuo visited Xianz's high half an hour ago, seemingly spending lavishly on the famed rouge red flower honey. Your Highness, how did he know that this is your favorite?" Jiang Yi lifted her gaze, her features painted with surprise. The resentment she had harbored moments before inexplicably began to dissipate. She pressed her lips together and, after a moment of contemplation, huffed softly, "Surely, my aunt must have informed him. Humph. What kind of propriety is it for a grown man to purchase cosmetics? Having accompanied Jiang Yi since childhood." Lingzhu could discern her thoughts, and with a gentle smile, she replied, "Young Master Zuo means well. Besides, what is wrong with a man buying cosmetics for a woman? It signifies that he cares. Which young master in the capital has not bestowed gifts upon the one he cherishes? Would you not agree, Your Highness?" Jiang Yi maintained a frosty demeanor, lost in her thoughts, and after a moment, inquired again, "Where is he now?" "He is with Zuo Yunting at Linifang." "They should still be there." Jiang Yi expressed her disdain. "Why is he associating with that good-for-nothing? That is his brother." "Ah, indeed." It dawned on Jiang Yi, and she rubbed her forehead before retracting her statement. "Birds of a feather flock together. They are all cut from the same cloth. Humph. You may leave now. I am weary and shall take a brief rest. I will review the memorials later tonight." Lingzhu, understanding her intentions without needing to be told, respectfully withdrew, leaving Jiang Yi to her thoughts. After the maidens withdrew, Jiang Yi rose and made her way to the sleeping chamber, preparing to change into a different attire. Following her aunt's suggestion, she contemplated a visit outside the palace. However, the matter of the rouge weighed on her mind, causing her hesitation. Since Zuo Lingquan had purchased the rouge, it was certain he would present it to her. Although she held no affection for Zuo Lingquan, he was the prince she had personally selected, and it would seem inappropriate to refuse his gift, lest her aunt chide her. Accepting it, on the other hand, would suggest an overly close relationship, potentially allowing him to overstep boundaries. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi decided on a compromise. She would give something to Zuo Lingquan in return, thus ensuring an equal exchange, leaving no debts between them and averting her aunt's nagging. With this resolution, she felt it was a feasible plan and turned towards the side hall, opening the concealed door within the wall. Beyond the hidden entrance lay a spacious stone chamber, furnished with numerous tables displaying an array of peculiar artifacts related to cultivation, magical tools, talismans, elixirs, and tomes, among others. Additionally, there was a considerable collection of white jade coins stored in boxes. Although the Great Dan dynasty was known for its scarcity of resources, it had been a kingdom for a century, engaging in trade with the Great Yin, and thus maintained some wealth. However, much of the valuable heritage accumulated over generations had been allocated to Chihuang Valley, with the remainder kept in the national treasury for emergencies. As the regent princess, Jiang Yi was not at liberty to recklessly access these resources. The items within this chamber were those she had painstakingly gathered over the years. Jiang Yi proceeded to the intersection of the stone chamber and retrieved a talisman pouch crafted from deer hide. She opened a finely made wooden box resting on a table. The box, adorned with a carved dragon emblem, contained 10 neatly arranged white talismans. In the Great Dan dynasty, the majority of cultivators were disciples of Chihuang Valley, which had only learned swordsmanship from Jinglu Terrace. Consequently, there were few adept at drawing talismans or refining elixirs, and even if there were, the materials were scarce, and the quality was lamentably low. The set of talismans within the box was the Wuyo talisman, produced by Fulong Mountain, one of the 9 sects of the south. The Wuyo talisman is a mid-grade talisman that, when activated with one's own true energy, would autonomously encircle the user, guided by their vital essence. In the event of an attack, it would detonate on its own, creating a shockwave that would render cultivators below the 6th level of Qi refinement largely defenseless. Even if the defense were breached, the damage would be significantly mitigated, allowing for a safe retreat. Carrying just one of these talismans would ensure one's safety, hence the name. Even within the vast expanse of the Great Yin dynasty, when practitioners mentioned items produced by the 9 sects of the south, 2 words came to mind: excellent and expensive. The 10 talismans in the box would fetch a price of 10 white jade coins at the celestial marketplace. While 10 coins may seem modest, each white jade coin, if exchanged, would average around 100 taels of silver. In the Great Dan dynasty, 1 tael could purchase 120 pounds of rice. Thus, 100 taels would amount to 12,000 pounds, and 10 white jade coins could provide a staggering 12,000 pounds of rice, sufficient to feed 500 individuals for a year. Moreover, silver was rarely exchanged for white jade coins. The price for 10 white jade coins was often beyond the reach of common wandering cultivators and smaller sects, as they were typically pre-ordered by major sects, with only a scant few available on the market, naturally driving the prices skyward. The box of Wuyo talismans was a precious gift bestowed upon her by her parents when she entered Chiwang Valley in her youth, a testament to their deep affection for her, making its value all the more apparent. Jiang Yi gazed at the wooden chest, hesitating slightly before extracting a single item. After a moment's reflection, she deemed it too stingy, unbefitting of her stature as a princess. Ultimately, she retrieved 3 pieces, placing them within her talisman pouch, and added 3 white jade coins from the chest as well. Shortly thereafter, on the expansive thoroughfare outside the imperial city, Jiang Yi, clad in a black scholar's robe, rode her steed towards the water gate, swiftly arriving at the riverside lane situated at the city's corner. Passing through the lane's entrance, she ventured directly to the location where she had been assaulted previously, commencing her search in the vicinity. The Tang family's tavern lay close to the docks, and as Jiang Yi walked a few steps, she spotted the renowned clever fellow of the capital, leisurely ambling about on a small black donkey, accompanied by an elderly man dressed in the garb of the underworld. Jiang Yi's expression darkened. She could scarcely muster the energy to chastise her future cousin, Zuo Lingquan. Dismounting, she approached the tavern on foot. Jiang Yi was aware that Tang Jing and was the proprietress of this establishment. However, since Zuo Lingquan had cleared his name last time, and given that it was broad daylight and she was accompanied by Zuo Lingquan, it hardly seemed like a clandestine rendezvous, and she dismissed any further thoughts. Yet, she could not have anticipated that upon reaching the window, she would behold a dashing young gentleman in fine attire, standing in the corner of the tavern, conversing with a woman whose smile was as enchanting as the springtime. Though clad in a simple yet neat garment, the woman radiated feminine charm. With a fair complexion and captivating eyes, her figure exuding allure, especially the generous swell of her bosom and the curve of her waist, enough to incite envy even among women. A vixen. Jiang Yi furrowed her brow, perplexed by the term that flashed through her mind. With a somber gaze, she approached the entrance and cleared her throat twice. Inside, Tang Jingran, playfully bantering with Zuo Lingquan, lifted her head, expecting to see a dapper young man in a black robe, only to be taken aback by the impressive garment she spied further down. What a stunning young lady! Yet why is she dressed in a man's attire? Tang Jingran mused silently, initially assuming her to be a patron seeking refreshment. She quickly greeted, "Please, esteemed guest, come in and take a seat. I was so preoccupied earlier that I neglected you." As she spoke, Tang Jingran tucked away her rouge box and turned to fetch warm beverages. Jiang Yi's eyes sharpened. She had indeed noticed the rouge box and recognized its brand. Her expression momentarily frozen. My heavens! How dare he? Was he that meant for me? If I appear now, won't I look like a fool? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she raised her hand to touch the sword at her waist, only to remember that she had left it hanging by her horse to appear more ladylike. Zuo Lingquan turned around, noticing Jiang Yi at the entrance. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and smiled. Brother Long, what brings you here? Jiang Yi longed to kick Zuo Lingquan out of sheer frustration, yet in the presence of others, she had to maintain her poise, merely responding coldly, "It seems I have come at an inopportune moment." Before Zuo Lingquan could reply, Tang Jingran halted in her tracks. casting another glance at Jiang Yi and inquiring, Zuo Gongzi, is this your friend? Jiang Yi inhaled deeply, her peripheral vision catching sight of Tang Jingru. Perhaps it was a subconscious urge to compare herself, as she instinctively straightened her posture and stepped into the tavern. We are not friends, merely acquaintances. Women are inherently perceptive. And Tang Jingru was no exception. Just from a mere act of puffing out her chest, she discerned that this woman shared an unusual bond with Zuo Lingquan. Tang Jingru could hardly believe that the esteemed princess would be wandering the streets alone, harboring jealousy and regarding her as a seductress. She assumed Jiang Yi was just a past confidant of Zuo Lingquan. With a slightly odd expression, she placed a pot of wine on the table and, grabbing a pile of sunflower seeds, sat down to watch the unfolding drama. Zuo Lingquan approached Jiang Yi, tilting his head to appraise her. Dragon brother, you seem to be in less than stellar spirits. What troubles you? What do you think? Jiang Yi replied, taking a seat at the table, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Master Zuo has displayed unwavering integrity at the Kaientai, yet I arrive only to witness, she remarked, casting a glance at Tang Jingru, who was seated at a distance, munching on seeds. This bold woman, caught in the act yet so audacious, truly intolerable. Tang Jingru noticed Jiang Yi's gaze and understood her thoughts. Teasingly quipped, my dear, there is nothing between Master Zuo and me. Do not be so quick to indulge in jealousy. Jealousy? How dare you say that? Jiang Yi's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. What do you mean by such reckless words, you woman? Hey, woman, you are merely a few years younger than I. Is it so difficult for a grown lady to articulate her thoughts? Who cannot articulate? Little Zuo, look at her. She has become quite fierce, with such a temper. How did you come to know her? In mere moments, the tavern erupted into chaos. Zuo Lingquan struggled to interject, positioning himself between the two to obscure their view. What is all this commotion about? Dragon brother, let us step outside to discuss this. Sister Tang, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. Tang Jingru, disliking the irritable woman, departed without a farewell, waving her hand dismissively. Feel free to visit often. But this young lady is not welcome in my humble establishment. Do you think I wish to come? Zuo Lingquan quickly raised his hand, signaling Jiang Yi to exit. All right. All right, there is no need to quarrel in front of the neighbors. Jiang Yi's chest rose and fell in agitation. She stomped her boot down on Zuo Lingquan's foot, then turned and strode heavily out. Zuo Lingquan quickly withdrew his foot, avoiding the stomp, then turned to bid farewell to Tang Jingru before following her outside. The streets of Linhefeng bustled with pedestrians, while Zuo Yunting, who had been riding a donkey down the alley, had long since vanished. Upon exiting the tavern, Jiang Yi hastily unsheathed her sword from her side and veered into a narrow alley. The gentle spring breeze caressed the quiet lane. Once in a secluded spot, Jiang Yi drew her long sword and pointed it at Zuo Lingquan, who had followed closely behind. Just as she turned, she noticed Zuo Lingquan extending his hand, revealing a rouge box resting in his palm. Jiang Yi, taken aback for a moment, regained her composure, her gaze turning icy. You are indeed thorough in your preparations. And you even know how to maintain balance. What do you take me for? Zuo Lingquan had already become the future consort, and he replied nonchalantly, as a fiancé. Of course. Jiang Yi was rendered speechless by his words. She wished to retort, yet Zuo Lingquan spoke the truth. He was indeed the consort she had personally chosen. How could he view her as anything less than a fiancé? Jiang Yi's expression shifted in complexity, feeling an intense discomfort, and after a long pause, she finally managed to utter, if you are aware, then why do you still cavort with others outside? Do you truly believe this princess is inconsequential? Zuo Lingquan maintained an air of nonchalance. What cavorting? Your Highness, you exaggerate. I previously mentioned that there was no romantic involvement with Sister Tang. No romantic involvement? Yet you gifted her rouge? And it was the same shade as mine. Do you think I have not noticed? Jiang Yi retorted. Today, I purchased numerous boxes of rouge not only for Sister Tang, but also for the senior sisters of Chiwang Valley and Senior Wu. Every woman I know in the capital received a box. If gifting rouge indicates romantic interest, does that mean I have some unclear relationship with Senior Wu as well? Jiang Yi furrowed her brow, recalling the times in Chiwang Valley when, due to her royal status and wealth, her fellow sisters would often pester her to bring back a box of rouge. It seemed, in this regard, he was not deceiving her. Jiang Yi slowly lowered her sword, but upon further reflection, she sensed something amiss and raised her sword anew. It may be acceptable to gift the sisters of Chiwang Valley, but why bestow gifts upon that woman? The common folk place great importance on such gestures. Only a man enamored with a woman would offer rouge, and a woman would only accept it if she harbors affection. I bought a box for everyone. It is merely a matter of reciprocity among friends. Why should she be exempt? Others may accept, but she cannot, especially since you previously had rumors circulating about her. Is your highness perhaps feeling jealous? Jiang Yi's countenance shifted, and she glared at Zuo Lingquan, who was feeling jealous. Do you think I would feel jealous over you? What do you take me for? Your fiancé. And there it is, back to the beginning. Zuo Lingquan slightly tilted his head, offering the rouge to Jiang Yi. If the princess is jealous, then my relationship with Sister Tang is inconsequential. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, and upon reflection, she realized her behavior today seemed somewhat irrational. She certainly would not feel jealousy, nor should she. After much contemplation, she concluded that her anger stemmed from Zuo Lingquan. As a consort, engaging with others outside and deceiving her, thus prompting her ire. Once she clarified her thoughts, Jiang Yi gradually lowered her sword, calming her demeanor, and spoke. I chose you as my consort simply because you are the most suitable. Do not presume that I would feel jealous. I previously stated on the Qiyin Terrace that if you wish to take a concubine, you may do so. If you are forthright, I can be accommodating. However, should you conceal matters from me and deceive me then? Very well, if I have a favored one in the future, I shall inform the princess at the first opportunity. HM? Jiang Yi raised her sword once more. Zuo Lingquan slightly spread his hands. HM? Jiang Yi pressed her lips together, gritting her teeth. I was referring to last time. Sister Tang Jin grew. Oh, Zuo Lingquan nodded slightly. Understood. Jiang Yi felt that something was amiss, as if she had dug herself a deep pit. However, having already broached the subject, she hesitated to outright declare her jealousy. Yet, if she did not emphasize her feelings, this fellow might take advantage of the situation, leaving her to endure the company of that beguiling woman. After a moment of frantic contemplation, she decided to convey her thoughts more subtly. She sheathed her sword and adopted the dignified demeanor of a princess, stating with solemnity, "It is well that you understand. As long as you remain within your bounds and uphold your integrity, I assure you, I shall not treat you unjustly." With that, Jiang Yi reached for the rouge she had purchased. Since I have acquired it, I shall accept it, lest you feel dissatisfaction, thinking I look down upon you. Zuo Lingquan observed Jiang Yi's one-sided performance with amusement as he resumed his path through the alley, as long as the princess does not despise it. During their stay at Shihuang Valley, he had yet to uncover any leads regarding the National Masteress affairs, but he promised to inform the princess the moment he received any news. Jiang Yi, holding the rouge, intended to discuss serious matters but was unable to focus on them. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a deer-hide pouch from behind her waist and tossed it to Zuo Lingquan. Just remember to prioritize the important matters. I have always acted justly. It is only fair to reciprocate. Zuo Lingquan caught the pouch, opened it, and paused in surprise. Is this a talisman? It seems rather extravagant. What is this worth, as long as you remain honest and dutiful? Jiang Yi observed Zuo Lingquan's typically carefree demeanor transform into one of surprise. Feeling a small sense of pride, though she masked it, addressing him as a superior would a junior. How do you find Shihuang Valley? Have you made any progress in your cultivation? Zuo Lingquan, recognizing the value of the talismans, closed the pouch and tucked it away with a smile. I am still in the experimental stage. How have you been, princess? You seem rather irritable lately. Jiang Yi had not felt agitated when she left, but upon arrival, her mood had soured. She cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Lingquan. My irritability is due to you. Any normal woman, regardless of her feelings, would not be pleased to see her betrothed bestowing gifts upon another woman. Would you remain calm if I were to give gifts to other men? Zuo Lingquan walked with his hands behind his back, raising his head to sniff the air. Princess, do you smell something? Jiang Yi furrowed her brow and foolishly sniffed the air a few times. Aside from the gentle spring breeze, she detected nothing and inquired. What? Nothing. It seems that a certain vinegar jar has been overturned. You. Jiang Yi halted, realizing she could not engage in a calm conversation with Zuo Lingquan. Growing weary of the exchange, she turned and leaped over the courtyard wall, disappearing in a few swift movements. After watching Jiang Yi vanish from sight, Zuo Lingquan felt a sense of satisfaction as he exited the narrow alley, setting off in search of his long-lost fifth brother. As afternoon arrived, the streets of Apricot Blossom Lane were alive with music, the air filled with laughter from the brothels along the way, where alluring women beckoned from the balconies. On the bustling street frequented by wealthy young gentlemen, Zuo Yunting strolled alongside a black donkey, the effects of alcohol long since dissipated, his demeanor now composed and measured. He earnestly introduced, Old Lu, this is Xinghua Street, the most delightful place to explore in Donghua City, far more intriguing than those mountains and rivers. And the wine here is quite exceptional. Old Lu, adorned with a broad-brimmed hat, ambled beside him, his gaze not fixated on the worldly women around them, but rather appreciating the picturesque scenery of the street at dusk. After a while, he turned back to inquire, "Has your cousin gotten lost?" Zuo Lingquan sighed softly, his expression tinged with sorrow. "If all goes as expected, my cousin has likely found eternal rest. He was my dearest friend and brother, taken too soon by fate's cruel hand. As his elder brother, I am engulfed in a profound melancholy. Come, let us find a place to share a drink and reminisce." With that, he led old Lu toward the entrance of a brothel. Having witnessed the myriad facets of life, old Lu understood the calamity that had befallen Zuo Lingquan. However, he naturally shook his head at the notion of commemorating a fallen friend in such a venue. Zuo Lingquan, perceptive as he was, sensed the hesitation and inquired with concern, "Old Lu, are you not inclined?" Faced with this probing question, old Lu fell silent for a moment before, like many men, he denied it. "I have grown old and am no longer affected by such things." Zuo Lingquan clicked his tongue and leaned in closer, whispering, "It's perfectly all right if you're not up for it. Given our bond, I shall not mock you. Moreover, this is a refined place for enjoying wine and music, not one of ill repute. Were you not weary and wishing to pause for a moment? Surely, this place deserves some reflection." Unable to decline such heartfelt hospitality, old Lu relented, though as they ventured inside, he adjusted his hat slightly. This gesture perhaps stemmed from a desire to avoid being noticed by any overly perceptive acquaintances. Donghua City, built alongside the river, serves as the capital of the nation and a vital hub for north-south transportation. The Bailu River is ceaselessly busy with vessels entering the water gates of Linafang at all hours. As the moon ascended, in the bustling Tang family tavern on the dockside street, familiar patrons exchanged drinks, while Tang Jing meandered through the establishment day after day, unnoticed by the small merchant ship that silently glided past the expansive river outside. The vessel, though modest in size, had a deep draft, devoid of lights or fire. Its entire cabin shrouded in burlap, seemingly laden with cargo. At the stern stood a boatman draped in a raincoat, wielding a bamboo pole, guiding the ship toward the heart of the capital. The intricate waterways within Donghua City connect to every marketplace. After a considerable journey through the river, the merchant ship finally arrived at the bustling Chaningfang, where it quietly docked in a secluded spot, in the dim light of night. From the nearby brothels and taverns on Xinghua Street, the faint sounds of laughter and clinking glasses could be heard. The boatman, having set down his pole, settled at the bow of the ship, patiently awaiting a moment. Soon, a small cart came to a halt at the riverbank, with its driver, a man with a sword at his waist, disembarking to survey the surroundings. In the carriage, Minister Wang Zheng emerged, stooping slightly as he stepped out. Clad in a common official S-robe, he first surveyed his surroundings before hastily descending the steps to the riverbank. Arriving at the merchant vessel, he scrutinized the cabin concealed beneath a linen cover. "Zhao, what have you brought this time?" Dressed as a ship steward, Zhao, with a flute tucked at his waist and an ordinary countenance that suggested he was in his 40s, possessed remarkably smooth skin, reminiscent of the cultivators who dedicated themselves to refining their qi within the Qi Huang Valley. He approached the cabin's exterior and raised his hand to pat it. This creature is no ordinary beast. Its roar is as thunderous, and its claws can shatter stone. Even seasoned practitioners would struggle against it. The tiger bone possesses remarkable effects for invigorating vitality. Wang Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. "When have you not said such things? Last time, regarding that four-legged earth dragon, you claimed 100 or so could not contain it, yet it caused a ruckus in Linafang, resulting in the death of a mere constable. The next day, I brought it up in court, and the Grand Princess dismissed it with a wave of her hand. After all, it is a beast, lacking spiritual awareness. It is natural for it to be slain. This one may be formidable, but with the crowd on that street, should it go mad, it could easily claim dozens of lives. Do not speculate. We must ensure absolute certainty. If nothing significant occurs in the capital, neither the fierce king nor the Zong family will dare to impeach the Grand Princess or Qi Huang Valley. If the princess does not return power, how can Prime Ministerly govern? Without pressure on Qi Huang Valley, how can you ascertain the truth of the national master? How can we replace Qi Huang Valley's banner with Baixing Valley? Minister Wang, please quell your anger. We are also devising strategies. Your national master, Yu Pingong, is an ancestor of the 6th tier of Linggu, possessing greater cultivation than our heavenly sovereign. Without knowledge of his condition, how could we dare to operate recklessly in the shadows? Should Yu Pingong suddenly emerge, the heavenly sovereign may depart unscathed, but we, the disciples, would face certain doom. This matter cannot be rushed." Wang Zheng gave a light snort, refraining from rebuttal. Zhao Ze pondered for a moment before gazing toward the distant imperial city. Minister Wang, what has been the outcome of your pressure on the Grand Princess to select a consort? A consort has indeed been chosen. Yet power will be returned to the young emperor, which the Grand Princess will undoubtedly delay for some time. That is favorable. As long as Prime Minister Li holds power and Yu Pingong's cultivation is as we suspect, our heavenly sovereign's ascendance to Qi Huang Valley will face no obstacles. While it sounds simple, how can we compel the national master to reveal himself if nothing significant transpires in the capital? The Prime Minister has exerted great effort to pave the way for you, facilitating the transport of these beasts into the capital. Not so you could present rare treasures to the court. At this point, Wang Zheng turned his attention back to the cabin. By the way, does this golden mane roar truly possess vitality-enhancing properties? Zhao Ze grinned widely. Also known as the golden lance roar, it is notoriously domineering when infused into wine. Even an 80-year-old man can regain his vigor. Very well, once the capturing division slays it, procure some for her, honoring Prime Minister Li. He is of advanced age, and at times, he may lack strength. This is quite normal. Understood. Zhao Ze comprehended the implication and turned to lift the oilcloth covering the cabin. Just as Wang Zheng intended to depart, a thought struck him, and he raised his hand, saying, "Wait a moment." In the selection of a consort for the princess, the intention was to place a spy by her side. However, the princess chose an outsider. Li Xiang persistently urged me to find a way to substitute him with one of our own, but this task proved somewhat challenging. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze grasped the implication. Minister Wang desires me to intervene and resolve this matter? This is quite simple. Simply provide me with the name and residence, and I shall ensure a clean disappearance. Wang Zheng displayed a look of incredulity. You practitioners are so straightforward in your dealings. With the sudden demise of the newly appointed consort, the princess will undoubtedly be on high alert. If we use this as an excuse and fail to investigate the cause of his death, it would jeopardize everything. Zhao Ze pondered for a moment and then glanced toward the cabin. What if we place this golden-haired beast within the consort's household? If he dies by misfortune, the princess will find no justification for suspicion, will she? Wang Zheng stroked his beard thoughtfully, finding merit in this suggestion. After careful consideration, he replied, "Let us forego this plan. Placing him there would be too conspicuous, and it may not even result in death. I shall remain vigilant and inform you when an opportunity arises." Very well, Minister Wang, travel safely. After Zhao Ze watched the carriage depart, he removed the burlap covering the cabin. Beneath it lay a large iron cage, within which the vague outline of a colossal beast could be discerned. Zhao Ze glanced around, retrieved a jade flute from his waist, and played a haunting melody that blended with the serenades of the street. In but a moment, the slumbering beast awoke. Its crimson eyes blinking open, the waning clouds obscure the moon. On Xinghua Street, lanterns illuminate the buildings, and the sounds of orioles and swallows resonate throughout the night. Within the brothel, the weary old Lu gazed intently at the wine cup in his hand. The remnants of wine within reflected the graceful forms of the dancing maidens, the melodies of the guqin and shao intertwined in the air, composing a symphony of earthly bliss. Having once witnessed the ethereal landscapes of immortals, old Lu had long since forgotten such scenes. Now, experiencing them anew did not rekindle the joys of his youth. Instead, it deepened the melancholy of his waning years. Everyone has experienced youth, and old Lu was no exception. Once a farm boy, he stumbled upon an immortal enduring tribulation in the depths of the mountains and learned of the existence of immortals. Without bidding farewell to his parents, he set forth on the arduous path of cultivation, armed only with a walking staff and fervent ambition. The journey was fraught with difficulties. After more than a decade of wandering, he finally discovered a mountain where he could begin his training. He entered the outer sect, fetching water, sweeping floors, cooking rice. With a single technique for refining qi, he transformed his youthful passion into a head of white hair and a wrinkled visage. Fortunately, the heavens did not forsake the diligent. Just before his lifespan was to expire, he grasped a glimmer of the opportunity for longevity. Thereafter, he enjoyed a spirited century filled with exploits, slaying foes, seizing treasures, challenging swords in the imperial city, capturing demons across the seas, and soaring through the heavens. He experienced all that a cultivator could, only to ultimately realize that he was but a mortal, never achieving true immortality. As he approached the end of his days, he reflected upon his past and suddenly recognized the multitude of things he had missed along the way. The gaze of his mother as she lay dying, still fixed on the village entrance, and the promise made to his companion to walk hand in hand. Once, he believed himself destined to be an immortal, sufficient with just a sword in solitude. Yet, facing his mortality, he discovered himself to be nothing more than a pitiable soul destined to grow old in loneliness. Yearning to find his once beloved confidant, he was met only with the sight of a solitary grave. Longing to bid farewell to his hometown and parents, he found to his dismay that even the graves had vanished without a trace. In his search, amidst the vastness of the world, he realized he was utterly alone. It was the first time old Lu felt he should have perished, for all those he held dear had already departed to the other side. With such thoughts, the path to immortality, which had always been arduous, now felt completely severed in his heart. This was precisely why old Lu found himself seated here. Accompanying a young lad in revelry, what else could he do but accept his fate? Old Lu, why are you lost in thought? Another drink. Within the elegant chambers of the brothel, a captivating songstress strummed her lute. The inebriated Zuo Lingquan reclined on the table, clumsily toasting with old Lu. With a sigh, old Lu rose and approached the window, gazing out at the mundane cityscape. If there was one regret in his life, it was the sword sheathed at his waist. His presence here was merely to seek out that young prodigy who had drawn his sword in the mountains, curious to discover the true essence of such extraordinary talent. Moreover, the youth, confined to such a small locale, had witnessed too little. Even the finest comprehension would ultimately be dulled by obscurity. No swordsman could bear to see a renowned blade tarnished, and neither could old Lu. Regrettably, despite searching high and low in Chiwang Valley, he had yet to encounter anyone who met his criteria. Old Lu pondered whether he had misjudged or if that young talent had already departed. Continuing this fruitless search seemed futile. He needed to draw the serpent from its hole. With this thought, old Lu retrieved a jade token engraved with a sword from his sleeve, and without speaking, conveyed his request through silent intent. Chijia, assist me with the task. Infusing the token with his vital energy, the concealed formation within it glimmered faintly, and shortly after, a response emerged. Ah, old Lu. I'm currently enjoying drinks with the fairies of the Jinglu Terrace. So, have you found that prodigy you mentioned? Nothing of note, however. There is a promising talent, just 17 years of age, with a physique approaching the 12th layer of chi refinement, on the brink of a breakthrough. I sense he may surpass you in future accomplishments. I find that hard to swallow. In such a small place, can there truly be two greater than me? Do you think I'm just some roadside cabbage? No need to search further. It must be that lad. Simply bring him here. The conditions are too disparate. It seems unlikely. We should observe further. Sigh, extracting seedlings from someone else's garden is akin to obtaining something for nothing. What is there to contemplate? Old Lu, you're getting older, and your disposition has grown tedious, hardly befitting a swordsman. Enough of this. What task do you require of me? At the year's end, the 9 sects will exchange disciples. Work your magic to secure 3 slots for Jinglu Terrace in this locale, and see if we can draw out that swordsman. Also, perhaps stir that promising talent to aid in his breakthrough. Understood. But I've already said, it's definitely one person. After a brief exchange, the luminous flow of the jade token faded. Old Lu stowed the token away and turned back, only to find Zuo Lingquan had burrowed beneath the table, snoring soundly. He crouched down before the lad and gently patted his face. Young friend Lingquan, where is your home? Allow me to escort you back. In a state of inebriation, Zuo Lingquan slowly opened his eyes and, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise, draping his arm over old Lu's shoulder. I am not drunk. Let us continue. Where were we? Old Lu, unperturbed by the younger man's playful demeanor, produced a gold ingot from his sleeve and placed it upon the table before guiding Zuo Lingquan down the stairs. Zuo Lingquan, barely able to stand, still took a moment to bid farewell to the courtesan before wobbling onward, assisted by a servant, to mount the donkey. Old Lu donned his conical hat and glanced towards the dim recesses of Xinghua Street, leading the donkey in that direction. Despite the late hour, the thoroughfare remained bustling with pedestrians, and the duo, along with their donkey, elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. However, the merriment was abruptly silenced. A thunderous roar erupted from the distance, sending many of those on the street tumbling to the ground. Zuo Lingquan, precariously perched on the donkey, jolted awake and fell off, scrambling to his feet to gaze into the distance, where he beheld a magnificent golden tiger suddenly emerging onto the street. The tiger, measuring over 2 zhang in length, possessed limbs as sturdy as pillars and a tail that whipped through the air like a steel whip, scattering debris from the nearby structures. In a moment of sheer panic, Zuo Lingquan was instantly sober, landing on the ground in astonishment. Old Lu had deliberately led them this way to rouse Zuo Lingquan from his stupor. Now that his objective was achieved, he poised to strike the small tiger, threatening the innocent with a finger poised like a sword. Just as old Lu was about to act, the world spun chaotically around him. Zuo Lingquan, his face pale with fear, scrambled to his feet and, hoisting old Lu over his shoulder, exclaimed, "You old fool, are you petrified? Hurry and run. I have not yet lived enough." With those words, he propelled himself forward, covering several paces in an instant. Old Lu, surprised by the audacity displayed, thought to himself that he had underestimated the young man's courage. He had anticipated Zuo Lingquan would be paralyzed by fear. Yet, Zuo Lingquan, in his frantic flight, paid no heed to Old Lu's thoughts. Old Lu ceased his speech, and with a subtle movement of his finger, the mighty tiger, 100 paces away, collapsed to the ground, unscathed save for a pinprick-sized wound upon its forehead. As the visit among friends concluded, night descended. Earlier that morning, having ventured out with fifth brother, Zuo Lingquan grew concerned when he could not locate him. After searching fruitlessly for most of the day, he returned to the Zuo residence to inform his uncle. Uncle Zuo Hancho, well acquainted with his son's habits, remained unfazed upon receiving the news. He instructed the steward, and within moments, the steward returned with information, stating that Zuo Lingquan was at a brothel, indulging in drink and refusing to return. Relieved, Zuo Lingquan lingered no longer. He gathered his purchases and set off by night, riding out of the city towards Chihuang Valley. Chihuang Valley, governed by strict regulations overseeing the disciples' cultivation, remained eerily silent at night. Even those who were not sleeping had to confine themselves to their quarters, forbidden from visiting one another. As Zuo Lingquan traversed the still paths of the valley, he returned to the bamboo grove by the waterfall. In the serene embrace of the moonlit night, the bamboo forest whispered with the rustling of countless leaves, while faint murmurs floated from within the bamboo cottage. Likely the idle chatter of a few sleepless sisters nestled under their blankets. Zuo Lingquan tread lightly, placing several boxes of rouge at the threshold of the small courtyard belonging to Sister Xiaohua, before making her way towards the cold pool beneath the waterfall. As she gazed upwards, she noticed the absence of lights atop the stone cliff, yet through the silvery moonlight, a vague silhouette could be discerned, seated upon the stone platform. Holding a wooden box containing a dress, Zuo Lingquan wished to greet the figure but hesitated, fearing to disturb her slumbering sisters. Fortunately, Wu Qiwan, perceptive as ever, had already sensed her approach and beckoned her with a gesture as Zuo Lingquan ascended the stone steps. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, under the luminous moonlight, Wu Qiwan rose from the stone platform. Noticing the exquisite wooden box in Zuo Lingquan's hands, she paused momentarily and spoke softly, "Have you brought me a gift?" Zuo Lingquan extended the wooden box towards her, explaining, "I accidentally tore Senior Wu's dress last time, so I purchased this while buying rouge for the sisters today." "You are thoughtful," Wu Qiwan replied graciously, having practiced since childhood and unburdened by the trivialities of worldly concerns. She accepted the box without opening it, setting it down in her wooden cottage, before returning with a tray. On the tray lay a row of silver needles and several unfamiliar vials, evidently prepared in advance. "Lingquan, come with me. I would like to try acupuncture on you," Wu Qiwan instructed, carrying the tray as she walked along the stone path towards the area beneath the waterfall. Zuo Lingquan was aware that a water-curtained cave lay behind the roaring waterfall, a place where Wu Qiwan often practiced, although she had never ventured inside. Following behind, she entered the cavernous stone chamber behind the thundering falls, revealing a spacious room. The chamber measured 3 zhang in circumference, pristine and unadorned, illuminated by an enigmatic pearl embedded in the ceiling. On the walls hung portraits of elderly men, presumably the successive leaders of Chihuang Valley, one of whom was Yu Pingong, depicted as an ordinary middle-aged man. Casting a glance at the portraits, Zuo Lingquan inquired, "Senior Wu, where is the national master? I have yet to see him." In the center of the chamber stood a white jade bed, upon which Wu Qiwan sat, organizing her instruments. At the sound of Zuo Lingquan's question, her movements paused momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, she replied, "He is in seclusion. Those who reach the spiritual valley can forego the 5 grains, the higher one's cultivation. The longer the seclusion lasts, it is common for one to remain for years. Come here and lie down," she instructed. Zuo Lingquan nodded, contemplative, and approached the jade bed. She reached out to touch it, finding the jade to be solid, warm to the touch yet not cold, and its exact materiality eluded her understanding. Wu Qiwan, dressed in a delicate yellow gown, sat gracefully at the edge of the jade bed preparing her silver needles, her profile resembling that of a skilled nurse. Despite their solitary companionship, Zuo Lingquan harbored no inappropriate thoughts, removing her outer garment and lying down properly in anticipation. Once ready, Wu Qiwan took a small porcelain vial from the tray, applying the medicinal liquid to her fingertips and gently dabbing it onto the acupoints on Zuo Lingquan's back. Zuo Lingquan lay quietly on the stone bed, while Wu Qiwan leaned slightly forward, her cloud-like long hair cascading over her broad back, wafting a faint fragrance. Zuo Lingquan remained calm, feeling the gentle care of his esteemed senior, yet before he could express his gratitude for her meticulous attention, a piercing pain surged through his back. He gasped, his hands tightening instinctively, his face paling slightly. It was only his resolute spirit that prevented him from crying out. Wu Qingyuan pressed her left hand on his shoulder, rendering him immobile, while her right hand deftly twisted the silver needle, seemingly inquiring. Does it hurt a bit? Would you like me to remove it slowly? Sweat beads rolled down Zuo Lingquan's forehead as he gritted his teeth and replied, It's manageable. Wu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing his bravado, and gently said, Just bear with it. This is merely the beginning. The real pain lies ahead. Zuo Lingquan felt as if the pain in his back had rendered him nearly insensible, his complexion growing even paler, and he fell silent. Wu Qingyuan, rarely witnessing Zuo Lingquan in such a vulnerable state, let out a light laugh, no longer attempting to frighten him, and asked, Just teasing you. How do you feel? The pain is excruciating. There is nothing else to speak of. Wu Qingyuan nodded slightly and withdrew the silver needle. You may rise and cultivate. Zuo Lingquan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and followed the technique recorded in the Yangqi decision, concentrating on drawing the ethereal energy from the universe into his dantian. The stone chamber fell into a tranquil silence. Wu Qingyuan sat beside him, patiently waiting, her gaze shifting from Zuo Lingquan's handsome profile to the painting on the stone wall, where a hint of unnoticeable anxiety flickered in her eyes. The painting depicted the national master, Yu Pingong, who was also Wu Qingyuan's mentor and the pillar of the entire Qingyuan Valley. When Zuo Lingquan had inquired about the national master, Wu Qingyuan, with her keen perception, could not miss the subtle contemplation reflected in his expression. Wu Qingyuan regarded Jiang Yi as a daughter, and Jiang Yi had often inquired about the national master's condition, yet she truly dared not speak of it. The national master had indeed encountered a mishap in his cultivation and remained unconscious in a secret chamber. Only through frugally saved white jade coins and various rare treasures had his physical condition been stabilized, yet no one knew when he would awaken. Although Qingyuan Valley was not a large sect, it was surrounded by predatory forces, not to mention the countless rogue cultivators from places like Fui Mountain. Everyone coveted the offerings and incense of small kingdoms, as well as the somewhat richer spiritual resources of Qingyuan Valley. Should word of Qingyuan Valley's decline reach the outside world, even with Jiang Yi's lineage from the valley and her control over the Dayton dynasty, she would be unable to provide protection, as the court could not sustain a powerless enforcer. The annual incense funds were derived from the taxes of the common people, not freely given. If Jiang Yi were to show favoritism towards Qingyuan Valley upon learning this, she herself would likely fall from power. Now, Wu Qingyuan could only hope for her master's sudden awakening or the emergence of another capable individual. Otherwise, the 5 house leaders, including herself, would have to watch helplessly as 2 centuries of foundations were handed over, transforming from respected elders of a sect to marginalized outsiders. Wu Qingyuan grew up in Qingyuan Valley, where she was unaccustomed to, drifting through the vastness, unaware of how much time had elapsed. Zuo Lingquan opened his eyes, shaking his head in disappointment. Still no sensation. Sigh. Wu Qingyuan was at a loss for words, having exhausted all her options. Yet, she did not wish for Zuo Lingquan to lose hope. After a moment's contemplation, she smiled gently and said, It's nothing. It's not our first time. Let us return and rest. I will think of another way. All right, Senior Wu, please rest early. Zuo Lingquan donned his outer robe and clasped his hands in farewell to Wu Qingyuan. Alone in the stone chamber, Wu Qingyuan sat for a moment, her gentle and serene features betraying a hint of worry. After deep contemplation, she put away her silver needles and instruments, rising to leave the stone chamber and return to the wooden house on the stone platform. The wooden house served as Wu Qingyuan's dwelling, consisting of a single room, furnished simply with a long table for her sword case, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary woman's boudoir. Having refined her qi to the 12th level, she could remain awake for extended periods. However, sleep was the quickest means to rejuvenate her spirit, and if she could sleep, she would not force herself to endure. She closed the door behind her and walked toward the bed on the inner side of the room. As she passed the round table, she noticed a wooden box placed upon it. Earlier, in her state of unrest, she had forgotten about it. Sitting down at the table, she opened the exquisitely crafted wooden box. Inside lay a long skirt, as white as frost, adorned with silver thread depicting cloud patterns, neatly folded, its craftsmanship suggesting considerable value. This young man has quite the discerning eye. Wu Qingyuan's lips curled into a smile as she picked up the skirt and walked to the bronze mirror, unfurling it before her to gauge its fit. Zuo Lingquan, with his keen eye, had indeed chosen a skirt that was impeccable. Without even trying it on, she knew it would fit perfectly. Wu Qingyuan blinked, nodding in satisfaction. With the long night ahead and nothing else to occupy her, she unfastened her warm yellow skirt, revealing her smooth, flawless form. just as she spread the white skirt. A pouch suddenly fell from within it. Wuqiwan, quick-witted, reacted before the pouch hit the ground, deftly catching it with the tip of her delicate foot, kicking it effortlessly into her hand. Upon opening it, she found a piece of cloud-white fabric inside. Initially thinking it was a handkerchief, she unfurled it only to exclaim softly. Wuqiwan's brows knitted slightly, her expression peculiar as she held the pouch at a distance, then glanced down at her own chest. Endowed with a naturally ample figure, she typically wore a bandeau while practicing swordplay, not that it hindered her skills, but rather to maintain the dignity of her elders. Thus, she wore a simple white cloth across her chest, not intended for male eyes and, consequently, not particularly appealing, almost somewhat clumsy. In stark contrast, the cloud-white pouch she held was a world apart from her own attire, featherlight, as if cradling mist, crafted to exquisite perfection. Intricate needlework depicted a lotus flower, with a hidden koi swimming among the petals, so lifelike it seemed to leap from the fabric. The entire bodice exudes an air of dignified elegance, yet upon closer inspection, one can discern the subtle charm that lies hidden within its intricate details. Wuqiwan seldom ventured out from the Phoenix Valley, but she was not entirely reclusive. Having resided near the capital for decades, she too had once experienced a spirited youth. Merely by examining the craftsmanship and embroidery of the bodice, she recognized it as the signature piece, lotus carp from Xian's High. It is said that when adorned, any slight movement creates the illusion of fish swimming amidst blooming lotus flowers. A spectacle that captivates the nobility of the capital. Though Wuqiwan hailed from a prestigious lineage, her youthful desire to acquire it was stifled by the fear of reprimand from her elders. By the time she mustered the courage to purchase it, she had already devoted herself to cultivation, losing interest in such worldly trifles. Thus, this marked her first possession of the lotus carp. This little rascal truly lacks propriety. Wuqiwan murmured softly, her brows slightly furrowed, uncertain of how to address Zuo Lingquan. She approached the bronze mirror and unfastened the chest band that encircled her. The dim light of the wooden cabin cast a warm glow, revealing her silhouette against the papered window, her graceful form unaffected by gravity, quivering only slightly as she raised her hand. Moments later, the cloud-white bodice adorned with hidden carp enveloped Wuqiwan, fitting perfectly, albeit with modest material, accentuating her exquisite curves, which made her feel a tinge of bashfulness as she instinctively tugged at it in an attempt to conceal herself. Unfortunately, pulling the left side revealed even more of the right, so she ultimately relented. Wuqiwan stood before the bronze mirror, spinning around, and gently leaping twice, within the reflection. The illusion was tumultuous, yet the fish's movement was merely an optical trick, devoid of the mystical allure that had been promised. After scrutinizing it earnestly for a moment, she donned the accompanying white skirt. Its snow-like fabric complemented her ink-black hair, and with her flawless, graceful figure, she truly embodied the ethereal essence of a celestial maiden from a noble family. A hint of self-satisfaction gleamed in Wuqiwan's eyes. After admiring her reflection for a brief while, she changed back into her original attire, carefully stowing away the bodice before turning and exiting the room. The waterfall cascaded from the cliff into the frigid pool, its sound echoing timelessly, distinctly audible amidst the bamboo growth. In the courtyard by the water's edge, a flickering green lamp swayed within the room. Zuo Lingquan sat cross-legged upon the bed, gazing at the deer-hide talisman pouch in his hands. The pouch, resembling a wallet, seemed to be a personal gift from Jiang, adorned with a small engraved character in one corner. As he regarded the thoughtful present from Jiang, a subtle smile, imperceptible to outsiders, graced the corners of Zuo Lingquan's eyes. From a young age, Zuo Lingquan had aspired to embark upon the path of cultivation. However, the elusive reason for his inability to do so had rendered his life one of extreme self-discipline and restraint. He endeavored to suppress all that could potentially interfere with his cultivation, including the allure of women, for in his previous life, he had been led to believe that cultivators adhered strictly to the tenets of purity and abstained from indulgence. Yet, the adage desire is inherent to human nature rings true. As a normal man, Zuo Lingquan's vow of chastity did not equate to a lack of emotions or desires. His uncle often mused, "Is a man devoid of lust truly a man?" While this sentiment may not apply universally to all men, he certainly found himself among those it described. His purpose in cultivation was singular, to become a person capable of wielding a sword in a world where some could move mountains and fill seas, rather than merely a molehill in the eyes of others. To put it simply, a sword may not be necessary, but I cannot do without it. While the notion of killing may deter those who claim to be immortal, the aim should be to reach a point where even celestial beings dare not cast their gaze upon him. This aspiration ultimately stems from a desire to live freely, unrestrained by others, Sacrificing one's life for the sake of cultivation, or transforming into a heartless monk devoid of desires, would indeed be a perversion of priorities. Jiangyi, a princess of the realm, possesses beauty akin to a delicate flower. Although her personality may exhibit a hint of capriciousness, she is fundamentally a commendable lady. Now engaged, Zuo Lingquan hesitates to declare mutual affection, yet he undoubtedly regards Jiang Yi as one of his own. Receiving a gift from his fiancée Yi warms Zuo Lingquan's heart. Though the present seems rather thoughtless. How does one even use this? There are no instructions. Zuo Lingquan scrutinizes the talisman, perplexed. Not only can he not discern its purpose, but he cannot even decipher its name, nor does he dare to toy with it, fearing it may yield inexplicable effects. As he ponders over the item, a faint sound of footsteps on bamboo leaves suddenly resonates from outside the courtyard. Crunch, crunch, crunch as Zuo Lingquan lifts his gaze. Already aware of the visitor before opening the door, he stows away the talisman and rises to adjust his robe before unfastening the door. The courtyard is enclosed by a simple fence, and in the luminous moonlight, he can see Wu Qiwan approaching briskly in a warm yellow gown, her expression grave. Wielding a ruler in her hand, Zuo Lingquan is momentarily taken aback and steps outside, speaking softly, "Senior Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Qingwan's demeanor is solemn and austere, akin to an elder confronting a wayward child. She strides to the waist-high fence and lightly taps her palm with the ruler, commanding, "Lingquan, come here." Zuo Lingquan approaches, separated from her by the fence. "Senior Wu, what is this about?" Despite Wu Qingwan's stature being less than that of Zuo Lingquan, her long years of teaching impart a commanding presence. She looks up at him, serious and earnest, stating, "Lingquan, are you aware of your mistake?" Zuo Lingquan understands some of it and inquires, "Senior Wu, is it that you did not like the gift I sent?" "How could I like it? You little rascal." Wu Qiwan narrows her eyes slightly, retrieving a pouch from her bosom. "What do you mean by sending me this?" "I happened to buy it today to compensate for accidentally tearing your garment last time," Zuo Lingquan replies. Wu Qiwan feigns displeasure. "While I can accept a skirt from you without taking offense, is it appropriate to send undergarments? Especially from you. You are Jiang Yi's future husband, and I have raised her as if she were my own daughter. Can a son-in-law gift his mother-in-law such items? And such gaudy ones at that?" "Gaudy?" Zuo Lingquan reflects. He had not examined it closely when purchasing, believing it to be quite elegant and exquisite, without considering the tangled implications. Noticing Wu Qingwan's displeased expression, Zuo Lingquan clarifies, "Since I tore your garment last time, it is only right to replace it in full. Regarding the style, I entrusted the proprietress to select and package it for me, without examining or touching it closely." Not suitable? It is far more than unsuitable. It is utterly stifling." Wu Qingwan, half in disbelief, scrutinized Zuo Lingquan for a moment. Seeing that his words seemed sincere, the authority in her gaze softened somewhat. "It is undoubtedly inappropriate. I may disregard societal norms, but you cannot, for you are Jiang Yi's son-in-law and must regard me as an elder, even without ill intentions. Such actions that could lead to misunderstandings should not be repeated in the future. I quite like the dress and will accept it, but this cannot be kept. You should return it. It is rather expensive, and no matter how much wealth one possesses, one must not be extravagant." Zuo Lingquan nodded slightly. Accepting the pouch, "I was indeed presumptuous. I hope Wu Qianbei can forgive me. It is of no consequence. Just be mindful in the future. You should rest early." Wu Qingwan's expression softened a bit, and as the night deepened, she did not linger, turning to leave the courtyard. After bidding her farewell, Zuo Lingquan returned to his quarters. Glancing at the pouch in his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss on how to proceed. The nature of the belly band is indeed unique. He could not bring himself to return it, nor was it appropriate to discard it carelessly. As for keeping it, it would be rather peculiar for a man to carry a belly band with him, would it not? After some contemplation, Zuo Lingquan fetched a pin holder, preparing to burn it. However, just as he retrieved the belly band, he suddenly paused, sensing something amiss. "Why does it have a fragrance?" Zuo Lingquan furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the cloud-white belly band under the dim light, unable to discern anything unusual, and leaned in closer to sniff. The scent, reminiscent of hidden orchids, was soothing to the senses. A fragrance that belonged to Wu Qianbei. Zuo Lingquan's expression turned peculiar, suspecting that the fragrance had transferred from Wu Qingwan's hands. He then lifted the pouch to sniff, but found no trace of that delicate aroma upon it. Only the belly band retained it. Standing a bit straighter, a strange look crossed Zuo Lingquan's face. After a moment of silence, he shook his head inwardly. "To wear it, and still expect me to return it. Wu Qianbei truly lacks discretion. Burning it may be deemed inauspicious." With the resounding chime of the morning bell, The Grand Jingyuan Hall within the imperial city stood majestic, with officials arrayed on either side. Before the dragon-patterned screen, the young emperor, adorned in a black and yellow dragon robe, sat upright on the dragon throne, casting glances towards the beaded curtain beside him. Behind the curtain, Jiangyi sat quietly, her vermilion lips strikingly vivid, adorned with the rouge she had received just 2 days prior, contrasting sharply with her dignified attire. However, concealed by the curtain, none could see her countenance, which, despite the meticulous makeup, appeared far from favorable. The previous evening, a ferocious beast had re-emerged on Xinghua Street, and the news had reached Jiangyi within half an hour. Although the beast had mysteriously perished without harming the populace, such an incident could not simply be dismissed. During the recent morning assemblies, court officials had relentlessly clung to the matter, discussing it from the commencement of the court session until its conclusion, and today was no different. Jiangyi had scarcely taken her seat when officials standing in the court began to emerge one by one. Your Majesty, the ferocious beasts that have appeared on Apricot Blossom Street have not yet harmed the populace, but Apricot Blossom Street is situated in the heart of the capital. A mere half a mile from the imperial palace, the Bureau of Capture is under the direct jurisdiction of the Grand Princess, and it should fulfill its duty of vigilance. Yet it has repeatedly faltered, Your Majesty. The beasts continue to wreak havoc, leaving the people in a state of unease. Chihuang Valley enjoys the incense offerings of the masses, and Master Yu Pingong has been conferred the title of National Master. Yet he remains inactive. The ministers presenting their memorials came forth in a steady stream. Jiangyi listened in silence, unable to provide any explanations. She personally oversaw the Bureau of Capture, employing only those she trusted, and had already issued stern orders for vigilance. However, these beasts seemed to have materialized out of thin air, with no trace to be found beforehand. As for Chihuang Valley, she had inquired multiple times. Yet the responses were always vague. Having cultivated in Chihuang Valley for many years, Jiangyi firmly believed in her masters, and even more so in her aunt, convinced that they would not neglect their duties and allow the beasts to rampage. Yet, such sentiments were not shared with the ministers, they only heeded the facts before them. In moments like these, Jiangyi felt utterly drained, yet she had to summon her spirit, for sitting in her position meant bearing the weight of responsibility. She could not lament like an ordinary girl, nor would anyone listen to her grievances. After a lengthy discourse, the Chancellor, Li Jingxi, silenced the clamor of the court and stepped forward. Your Majesty, esteemed Grand Princess, it has been 2 years since the National Master has made an appearance. With the relentless incursions of ferocious beasts surrounding the capital and the several stewards of Chihuang Valley remaining inactive, if this continues, it will surely lead to a loss of public confidence. Might I request the Grand Princess to summon the National Master so that we may discuss this matter together? If there are indeed difficulties, it would be far better for the ministers to pool their wisdom than to stand by and watch as the beast wreak havoc upon the populace without recourse. Li Xiang's words bore merit, and he hoped the Grand Princess could indeed call upon the National Master for a meeting. The chorus of agreement echoed throughout the court. Jiangyi clutched the hem of her gown, desiring to respond but unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She had made numerous requests, only to be met with Chihuang Valley's polite refusals, citing their seclusion as a reason for disturbance. Initially, Jiangyi had used this excuse to explain the situation, but now even she found it hard to believe. However, she dared not affirm that the National Master was unwell, for Chihuang Valley was her greatest support. Without the formidable National Master, the stewardship of her masters would be in jeopardy, let alone the protection of her siblings. What would happen if the ministers conspired against her, or if the feudal lords revolted? Listening to the chorus of agreement from the ministers, Jiangyi's brows knitted tightly. Just as she contemplated using the National Master's seclusion as a pretext to evade the issue, a sudden crane call resonated from beyond the solemn hall. The cry was clear and ethereal, as if descending from the heavens, accompanied by the faint sound of wings unfurling. In an instant, the civil and military officials within the Jingyuan Hall fell silent, with Chancellor Li Jingxi trembling slightly, finding it hard to believe. Jiangyi, too, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes alight with joy. Although Master Yu Pingong of Chihuang Valley was a high-level practitioner of the 6th layer of Spirit Valley, he was not yet capable of flying unaided and instead possessed a white crane that served as his steed. Jiangyi initially believed that the long-absent National Master had indeed emerged from seclusion. She promptly rose and drew aside the beaded curtain, prompting the assembled ministers to turn in curiosity. However, to everyone's astonishment, at the Grand Hall's entrance, there descended a lone little crane, its plumage a pristine white, with black feathers like ink. Although it exuded an aura of ethereal elegance, it was certainly not a creature one could ride. The white crane spread its wings and, Grasping a small parcel in its talons, flew directly into the hall, alighting upon the imperial table before the dragon throne. After depositing the package, it swiftly exited the hall, vanishing without a trace. The entire court stood in stunned silence, a hush enveloping the atmosphere. Li Jingxi, realizing that the arrival was not that of a national master, discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. He took a step forward, perplexed, and remarked, "This celestial crane appears to be a beast of the Jinglu Terrace. I have seen it once during the reign of the late emperor. What message could such a celestial being convey?" Jiang Yi, merely 20 years of age, had long heard tales of the ancestors of Qi Valley but had never witnessed them firsthand. Receiving a communication from the Jinglu Terrace for the first time filled her with trepidation. She hurried over to her brother, unwrapping the parcel to reveal a wooden box adorned with the insignia of the Jinglu Terrace. The crane carries a letter. With utmost caution, Jiang Yi opened the box, revealing 3 jade tokens and a letter. The tokens bore the same insignia, their design identical to the identity tokens of Qi Valley. Yet their material was of an entirely different caliber. Jiang Yi picked up the envelope, unfolding it to glimpse its contents. Her expression shifted from surprise to a hint of disappointment. The ministers, noticing the changing countenance of the princess, inquired, "What does the letter say, Your Highness?" After thoroughly perusing the missive, Jiang Yi responded, "The Jinglu Terrace has sent word that the 9 sects are exchanging disciples in Linyuan City. Our dynasty has enjoyed nearly 60 years of peace, fostering the education of our populace. Therefore, we have been granted 3 esteemed slots to select promising talents swiftly to accompany the disciples to the Jinglu Terrace." The assembled officials, being stewards of the common folk, were aware that Linyuan City was the capital of the Dayan Empire, yet they possessed scant knowledge regarding the affairs of these celestial aristocracies, leaving them momentarily bewildered by the magnitude of this boon. As a practitioner who had spent years at Qi Valley, Jiang Yi had gleaned some understanding from her mentors. The 9 sects of the south were all esteemed celestial families, each with distinct paths of cultivation. And within their realms resided many promising individuals who might not fit the methodologies of their own sections. To prevent the wastage of resources or their exodus, the 9 sects regularly exchanged disciples, simultaneously providing opportunities for smaller sects and independent practitioners to ascend. The influence of the 9 sects spanned far and wide, with countless aspirants yearning to join their ranks. Zhang Shibua, residing in Qi Valley, was once an aspirant who, during his pursuit, suffered grave injuries and subsequently fell into despondency. For those already disciples of the 9 sects, they could bypass the rigorous selection process and directly enter the final stage, allowing the elder members of the 9 sects to make their selections. Given that this was an exchange, acceptance was inevitable, and even the least favorable outcomes would lead to inclusion within the inner sanctums of the 9 sects. It is worth noting that in previous years, Qi Valley had expended considerable resources to cultivate relationships, sending disciples to the Jinglu Terrace, who would merely start from the outer sections. This time, being granted 3 slots was akin to bestowing the practitioners of the Grand Dan dynasty 3 avenues to transcendence. Jiang Yi, a practitioner in her own right, felt an overwhelming envy upon hearing the news. She was no longer inclined to aspire to the position of regent princess, after all. If she were to become a disciple of the 9 sects, achieving notable success in her craft, who would dare to threaten her brother? Regrettably, the letter outlined demands that were exceedingly stringent. The candidate must be male, under 30 years of age, and possess a cultivation level surpassing the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Among these 3 stipulations, Jiang Yi could only fulfill the requirement of being under 30, rendering her unable to participate. In this moment, she could only find solace in the thought of assisting her brother with state affairs. As afternoon descended, the sunlight was gentle, and tranquility enveloped the Qi Valley. After completing his task of transporting medicinal materials at the alchemy workshop, Zuo Lingquan returned to his small courtyard beneath the waterfall to resume his attempts at Qi refinement. The room was impeccably organized, with his sword in the talisman pouch gifted by Jiang Yi placed beside him, along with a small wooden box. Just 2 days prior, he had received Jiang Yi's present and, upon inquiring with Wu Qi, learned that it was a Wuyo talisman, a rare and precious item of which Jiang Yi possessed only a few, having never dared to use them throughout her life, due to the absence of true energy. The Wuyo talisman could only be activated using a Baiyu Zhu, and Jiang Yi had graciously included 3 such pieces as a gift. Zuo Lingquan naturally cherished this thoughtful gesture. Realizing that his own gift of rouge seemed rather casual by comparison, he felt compelled to prepare something more befitting. However, given his family's vast wealth, he knew he could not compete with Jiang Yi's affluence. Items like pearls and jadeite appeared too commonplace. In terms of cultivation, he was equally impoverished. possessing little of note to offer. After contemplating for an extended period, Zuo Lingquan decided to craft a pendant himself. Though it held little monetary value, it would at least symbolize his sincere intentions. Outside, the gentle spring day unfolded as he sat in focused meditation, when suddenly, he was interrupted by the sound of excited chatter. Have you heard? It's true. It's truly true. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Zuo Lingquan stepped outside and glimpsed his senior sisters in the bamboo grove, gathered in hushed whispers. Why must it only be men? This is utterly unfair, one exclaimed. Indeed. Just as Zuo Lingquan was about to inquire further, he noticed a crane soaring from the distance. Initially believing it to be one of the small cranes raised in Chiwang Valley, he was taken aback when the creature approached the bamboo grove, its massive wings creating a gale that bent the surrounding green bamboo. It dawned on him just how large this crane was, its wingspan nearly 3 yards, its legs towering above any house, and its neck resembling that of a giraffe. Zuo Lingquan was aware that the residence had a beast pen housing various exotic creatures, but he had never ventured there before and was witnessing this magnificent crane for the first time. He had heard, however, that it was the mount of the national master, Yu Pingong. The white crane landed gracefully before Zuo Lingquan's courtyard, appearing quite docile, standing quietly without any further movement. Zuo Lingquan stood in mild confusion until a head popped out from the crane's back, revealing the presence of a rider. Wu Qingwan, adorned in an exquisite gown of cloud white, seemed almost to meld with the white crane. She sat sideways upon its back, gazing down at Zuo Lingquan, and beckoned him with a playful gesture. Lingquan, come up here. Let us take a trip to Donghua City. Certainly. Noticing Wu Qingwan wearing the dress he had purchased for her, Zuo Lingquan smiled and turned to retrieve his belongings. With a swift motion, he leapt high, preparing to land upon the back of the majestic crane. What left Zuo Lingquan utterly astonished was the graceful movement of the previously motionless white crane, which elegantly shifted to the side. While Zuo Lingquan possessed remarkable leaping ability, he, after all, could not fly, and in that moment of suspension, he had no means to gain leverage. One misstep sent him tumbling down. Wu Qingwan, foreseeing this outcome, swiftly leaned forward, seizing Zuo Lingquan by the shoulder and hoisting him onto the back of the white crane, chuckling as she remarked, "What were you thinking? With such force, the crane will surely evade you." It was my own recklessness. As Zuo Lingquan landed on the broad back of the white crane, barely stabilizing himself, the creature unfurled its wings and, with a few gentle flaps, soared high into the skies of Chiwang Valley. Zuo Lingquan had long dreamed of one day traversing the heavens. Yet he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so abruptly. Lacking any mental preparation, he instinctively clutched the only thing within reach, the soft, smooth feathers of the crane, while cautiously gazing down at the valley below. Wu Qingwan felt a surge of excitement and entirely forgot that it was Zuo Lingquan's first time riding. When he suddenly embraced her shoulder, causing her to lean into his arms, she was momentarily taken aback. Oh, despite being held, her exquisite visage revealed no sign of discomfort. She quickly regained her composure and, with the air of a caring elder, gently moved his arm aside and supported his back, saying, "It's nothing to worry about. Even if you were to fall, it would catch you." Noticing his prior actions were inappropriate, Zuo Lingquan, upon seeing Wu Qingwan's understanding, offered a smile. It is indeed a bit frightening, experiencing this for the first time, with them so close. Zuo Lingquan's gaze wandered over Wu Qingwan's dress, a white gown that fit her like a glove, devoid of any creases, accentuating her natural curves exquisitely. The silvery cloud patterns woven into the fabric imparted an ethereal quality, particularly as she sat upon the white crane, her long hair dancing in the wind. If there were truly celestial beings in this world, she would undoubtedly embody that image. Wu Qingwan, aware of his gaze, did not shy away, but merely smiled serenely. "It fits well. You have a discerning eye. I am glad it pleases you." Zuo Lingquan, however, soon shifted his focus back to the verdant fields below, inquiring, "What prompts such urgency to head to Donghua City? Your fellow disciples seem rather excited. Is there good news?" "Indeed, there is good news," Wu Qingwan replied. "This morning, we received a letter from the Surprise Pavilion, announcing that the Southern 9 sects are recruiting disciples, and we have been granted 3 spots for the Great Dan Dynasty, a truly unprecedented opportunity." Zuo Lingquan was momentarily taken aback, having yearned for cultivation since childhood. This news ignited his interest, and he turned back to her. "Is that so? Does everyone have a chance to compete for a spot?" At this, Wu Qingwan's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as she shook her head. "I initially believed everyone could vie for a position. I have long dreamed of joining the 9 sects. A relative of mine went there over 20 years ago. Unfortunately, this time, the candidates must be male. under 30 years of age, and possess a cultivation level of at least the 8th stage of qi refinement. The joy on Zuo Lingquan's face dissipated instantly. Are there requirements regarding gender and cultivation level? Indeed, I find it perplexing why it is exclusively men who seem to benefit in the mundane world. And even in the realm of cultivation, they continue to reap advantages. Was it not proclaimed that the balance of yin and yang would prevail, with female cultivators holding their own place in the cosmos? Left Lingquan could only shrug in response. I am a man and cannot escape this fate. It is all the same. Wu Qi smiled faintly. You still intend to marry Jiang Yi. How can you venture elsewhere? If you must run, you ought to take Jiang Yi along, for you cannot be a faithless person. That is only natural. My pursuits in cultivation are merely to glimpse the heavens, he replied. The grace of my parents in raising me surpasses the heavens. The bond with my siblings and wife is more substantial than the earth itself. How could I, upon uttering the Supreme One forgets emotions, casually abandon them? Wu Qi shared similar sentiments, yet her mentors imparted different teachings. And she feared that a mere compliment could evolve into an insurmountable emotional hurdle for Left Lingquan in his future cultivation journey. After much hesitation, she settled for a gentle smile in response. The two rode upon a crane, traversing the exquisite landscapes beneath them. Left Lingquan gazed down at the earth, envisioning the day he might soar through the vast skies, but as he pondered, a faint fragrance wafted towards him, drawing his thoughts back from distant realms. The white crane was not vast, and with Wu Qi seated in front of him, they were merely inches apart. As the crane soared swiftly, the refreshing breeze carried the subtle fragrance of orchids from Wu Qi, which naturally reached Left Lingquan's senses. Left Lingquan blinked, recalling something that prompted him to glance at the fabric of Wu Qingwan's garment, but his gaze quickly shifted back to the landscapes below. The white crane flew swiftly, and in a moment of distraction, they arrived above the vibrant East Hua city. From their elevated vantage, the capital appeared as a mosaic of variously sized tofu blocks, with Linafeng tucked into a corner. To avoid disturbing the populace, the crane flew high, and as Left Lingquan squinted to observe closely, he finally spotted the swaying sign of a tavern along the riverside street. Initially, he thought he would not see Tang Jingru, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned a busy silhouette moving in the courtyard behind the tavern. However, flying at such a height made it impossible to greet her. And before he could take a closer look, the white crane continued towards the Grandandan Imperial City. The white crane adeptly navigated to Fuyuan Palace, descending into the garden outside the hall. Upon noticing, a palace maid hurried into the palace, presumably to report their arrival. Left Lingquan had never been inside the Imperial Palace. Looking down from above, the royal city appeared square-shaped, and he could not distinguish one area from another. While admiring the architectural marvels of the Imperial City from the crane, he spotted a young woman in a red dress emerging from beneath the eaves of a palace. Holding a wooden box, she rushed into the garden and began to wave, calling out, "Aunt." She resembled a girl who had not seen her mother in ages. Left Lingquan leaned forward and waved back, "Your Highness." Jiang Yi stood in the garden, her gaze lifting to meet Left Lingquan's above. Initially startled, she quickly regained her composure, assuming the dignified demeanor expected of a princess. Just as she was about to inquire about his presence, a more pressing matter occurred to her, and she raised her hand, saying, "Wait, Aunt, this is my quarters. How can you bring him in? Lingquan is to be your future consort, so is it not entirely natural to bring him here?" Wu Qingwan's eyes sparkled with mirth as the white crane descended gracefully into the garden. She raised her gaze to Jiang Yi's lips and remarked, "The red flower honey was a gift from Lingquan yesterday, wasn't it? It is truly exquisite." Observing that Zuo Lingquan was also present, Jiang Yi naturally refrained from admitting, "He did send a box yesterday, but I casually handed it to Longzhu. The palace has an abundance of rouge, all managed by the maidservants. I have never paid much attention to such things." Longzhu stood respectfully behind her, murmuring to herself, "Princess, if you do not want it, how could I dare to take a box of rouge?" However, she would never voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, she discreetly signaled to her future master with understanding. Zuo Lingquan dismounted from the white crane, comprehending the future maidservant's gaze without a word. Ignoring Jiang Yi's insistence on maintaining her pride, he approached her and inquired about the wooden box she held. "Your Highness, is this from Jinglu Terrace?" It appeared to be so. "Let us discuss this inside," he suggested. Wu Qi, familiar with the surroundings, took the wooden box and led the two into the inner chambers. Jiang Yi had initially thought her aunt would examine it herself, but to her surprise, her aunt turned and handed it over to Zuo Lingquan. Jiang Yi wished to voice her thoughts, but in the presence of her aunt, who was like a mentor and maternal figure, she felt more gentle than usual. She merely cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Lingquan before linking arms with Wu Qiwan and admiring her dress. "And your gown is truly beautiful, fitting, and appropriate. It exudes an ethereal charm that makes me envious." Wu Qiwan returned a sidelong glance at Zuo Lingquan but refrained from mentioning who had gifted it to her. Simply smiling softly, the two women, separated by over 20 years, presented a contrast. Jiang Yi, with an air of cultivated intellect, had long shed her youthful innocence, while Wu Qiwan, possessing profound grace, appeared ageless. Standing side by side, their heights were comparable, both with long, cascading hair, resembling sisters yet also mother and daughter. The most notable difference lay in their figures. Wu Qingwan's was more voluptuous and mature, flowing gracefully like water, while Jiang Yi was slightly taller and slender, brimming with youthful vitality and energy. As they strolled with graceful poise, their waists swayed like willows, and their figures captivated the gaze of any man. However, Zuo Lingquan, walking behind them, remained oblivious to the enchanting scenery before him, preoccupied with examining the jade tablet within the wooden box and glancing at the letter. The paper was of exceptional quality, cool to the touch, and its texture was indiscernible. The content of the letter was straightforward. By the end of the year, the 9 sects would exchange disciples, requiring the Great Dan dynasty to send 3 individuals to Jinglu Terrace. The journey was long, and they needed to depart promptly, as there would be no extensions. Upon finishing the letter, the trio entered the tea pavilion of the inner chamber, which was spacious and elegantly adorned, with decorative pieces placed around. Jiang Yi did not invite Zuo Lingquan to join them. Instead, she clung to Wu Qingwan's arm, guiding her to the soft couch to discuss important matters. Jinglu Terrace has granted 3 slots, all designated for disciples of Qi Valley. This decision is difficult to justify. What do you think should be done? And Wu Qiwan sat sideways on the intricately carved brocade couch, refraining from responding immediately. Instead, she gently patted the space beside her and said, "Lingquan, you may sit as well." Zuo Lingquan, understanding Jiang Yi's temperament, had no desire to place himself in the line of fire. He settled into a chair beside the tea table and poured tea for Wu Qiwan. Jiang Yi pressed her lips together, casting a glance that suggested at least you possess some awareness, as she wrapped her arm around Wu Qiwan and continued her inquiries. Wu Qiwan had come specifically for this matter, and after reviewing the letter, she contemplated. Sending it to the imperial city clearly indicates the intention. If the goal is for Qi Valley to monopolize it, it could have been sent directly there. Good fortune is hard to come by. One must not be greedy. It would be more equitable to make it public, allowing the qualified individuals from the Dandan dynasty to arrive in the capital promptly. As for the selection process, a competition would suffice, ensuring everyone agrees to the outcome. Jiang Yi shared this sentiment, having summoned Wu Qiwan merely to communicate in advance and prevent any undue suspicion from Qi Valley. She nodded decisively, stating, "Let it be so. Everyone must arrive by the end of the month. We shall not wait for anyone, lest none can make it." Though the Dandan dynasty is not a vast nation, its expanse stretches 2,000 miles east to west and 1,000 miles north to south, thus not insignificant in territory. After serving tea to his fiancée Yi and Aunt Wu, Zuo Lingquan inquired, "Today is already the 20th of February. Is it not somewhat hasty?" Jiang Yi accepted the teacup and, not wishing to disregard Zuo Lingquan, explained, "For those who practice cultivation, without the urgency of seizing the moment, how can they advance on the path to longevity? Such a rare opportunity to enter the inner sect of the 9 sects, let alone 10 days. Even a single day would suffice. The cultivators below will undoubtedly find ways to travel from Qinghe County to the capital, so there is no need for concern." Zuo Lingquan pondered this and refrained from interjecting, quietly listening as the two women discussed the intricacies of the selection process. Wu Qiwan had come to negotiate matters and, in doing so, brought Zuo Lingquan along to create an opportunity for the future couple to spend time together. Once the main business was nearly concluded, she set down her teacup and rose, saying, "Jiang Yi, I shall visit your mother's former residence. You two continue your conversation." Upon saying this, Wu Qiwan cast a meaningful glance towards Zuo Lingquan. Jiang Yi, slightly bewildered by this, contemplated following her, but Wu Qiwan subtly urged her to host. As she exited, she took Cold Bamboo and other maidens with her. In an instant, the spacious, pristine tea pavilion was left with only the two of them. After Wu Qingwan's departure, Zuo Lingquan felt a bit more at ease, leaning back in his chair and surveying Jiang Yi's lips. Once the young inn had left, Jiang Yi adopted her usual demeanor befitting a princess, reclining on the soft couch, teasing the tea leaves in her cup with the lid. Noticing Zuo Lingquan's gaze, she shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "What are you staring at?" Indeed, the lip color was quite suitable for a princess. Jiang Yi lightly scoffed. Gazing at her reflection in the teacup, do not flatter yourself. I possess plenty of rouge, and it is certainly not from your box. With cold bamboo-esque eyes signaling discreetly, Zuo Lingquan was already well aware of the situation, choosing to remain silent about it. Since the princess does not lack for rouge, I shall bring you a royal family roasted chicken next time. Jiang Yi's expression momentarily tightened, then she lifted her eyelids and smirked disdainfully, saying, from a young age, I have savored only the finest delicacies. Would I ever indulge in such common fare? As the elder Wu had remarked, Jiang Yi's expression stiffened. Thinking to herself, why does my aunt reveal everything to this fellow? Her mind raced, and she shook her head, replying, that was in my childhood. I no longer have a taste for it. Moreover, whatever my aunt instructs you to purchase, you should simply procure. Aren't you a grown man capable of making your own decisions? Upon hearing this, Zuo Lingquan took out the wooden box he had been holding and placed it on the tea table. Jiang Yi opened her mouth, feeling as though she was being led along by Zuo Lingquan. She cast a glance at the box, refraining from inquiring about its contents or expressing a desire for it, and instead pretended not to see it, diverting the conversation. You must be quite envious of the disciples being recruited at the Jinglu Terrace this time, aren't you? Alas, envy is of no use. If there were no restrictions, I would have gone with my aunt, and it would hardly be your turn. Zuo Lingquan, naturally unperturbed by such light mockery, leaned back in his chair and inquired, when the princess returns governance to the emperor, you will continue your cultivation, correct? Of course. She replied, I possess remarkable talent, though I have squandered the past few years. I also wish to explore the world outside. By the way, how's the matter of your blocked meridians? If you are unable to cultivate for a lifetime, it will become quite amusing. I stand among the celestial ranks, still youthful and beautiful, while you will have aged into an old man. When we meet again, sigh. Jiang Yi feigned pity, softly sighing as she lifted her teacup for a sip. However, Zuo Lingquan did not feel the slightest sense of melancholy upon hearing her words. Instead, his thoughts stirred, and he casually replied, when we meet again, it will be akin to a young bride with an elderly groom, gray hair facing a rosy visage, under the same quilt. The pair rests at night, while a pear tree bows under the weight of blossoms. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yi spat out her tea, her chest heaving as she nearly choked. She raised her cheeks, staring incredulously at Zuo Lingquan, uncertain whether to scold him for his shamelessness or to commend his eloquence. Zuo Lingquan retrieved a handkerchief from the nearby couch and handed it to Jiang Yi, jesting, I heard this from the streets long ago. If what you say is true, and a man reaches such an age, it would indeed be a life well lived. Jiang Yi, still recovering from the coughing fit, snatched the handkerchief to dab at her lips before solemnly stating, even if we were to marry, we would merely be mundane spouses. If I were to truly become an immortal, do you think I would still remember you? And as for a pear tree bowing under the weight of blossoms, you are quite delusional. Zuo Lingquan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Since we would be eternally separated by the realms of mortals and immortals, why would you return to see me when I am old and frail? Jiang Yi paused, realizing there was a flaw in her logic. However, dismissing it as mere banter, she continued, what if I returned to gloat? When you are bedridden, I would saunter before you and remark, I still have several hundred years to live. Why are you hastening your departure? I assure you, it would infuriate you to the point of speechlessness. Zuo Lingquan contemplated that scenario and shook his head, saying, if it were truly the case, I doubt I would feel anger. At the time of death, having someone by one's side to accompany the final moments is undoubtedly preferable to languishing alone until the end. I hardly believe that you genuinely desire immortality. You would certainly be infuriated by it. As Jiang Yi contemplated this, a thought seemed to cross her mind. Pausing momentarily, she turned her gaze towards Zuo Lingquan. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and it is uncertain whether I could truly live for centuries. If one day you achieve great fortune and attain the Tao while I remain a mere mortal princess, with a lifespan of merely 60 years, what then? Jiang Yi was clearly not asking this question idly. Her eyes subtly scrutinized Zuo Lingquan's expression. Zuo Lingquan's response was unwavering. I would stroll before the princess and remark, you shall soon rest in the earth, while I still have centuries to live. Oh, how it troubles me. With a sharp clap, Jiang Yi struck the tea table, inhaling deeply, almost bursting the buttons of her garment, provoking a sense of alarm in those who witnessed it. She glared at Zuo Lingquan, wishing to retort with accusations of his heartlessness and lack of compassion. Yet his words echoed her earlier sentiments. After suppressing her ire for a moment, she responded coldly, very well, let us compete to see who lives longer, and witness who outlasts whom. This could be considered a veiled pledge of eternal companionship. Zuo Lingquan did not decline this inevitably protracted contest and nodded with a smile. Having engaged in aimless conversation for quite some time, Wuqiwan returned from outside. Noting that it was getting late, she bid farewell to Jiang Yi. Zuo Lingquan also rose to leave. Upon returning to the capital, he could not possibly forego a visit to his uncle's residence. Thus, he did not accompany Wu Qingwan back, instead departing the imperial city on foot, escorted by palace maids. Jiang Yi watched as the white crane soared into the sky. Once both had departed, she turned back to the tea pavilion, her gaze fixated on the tea table. How eager you were to curry favor. I thought you truly did not wish to become my consort. Jiang Yi strolled leisurely to the tea table, peered into a wooden box, opened it, and retrieved a small pendant within. The pendant, carved from the green bamboo of Chiwang Valley, was polished to a smooth sheen, its shape merely an ordinary oval, lacking any extraordinary features. The craftsmanship was adequate. As Jiang Yi's fingertips caressed the pendant, she nodded slightly, noticing an engraving on one side. Turning it over, she beheld a finely detailed microsculpture depicting the alley where they first met, the very starting point that altered the course of their lives. In the illustration, a handsome man dressed in a long robe leaned against the wall, a sword sheath in hand. A woman reclined upon his leg, her silhouette exquisitely curvaceous. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of utter shock, frozen in place. The image seemed to emit a sound, a fiery sensation returning. Memories of past humiliation surged forth, overwhelming her heart. Do you concede? This scoundrel. I shall not let you off so easily. Zuo, return to me. Jiang Yi's cheeks flushed crimson, her chest nearly bursting with indignation. She rolled up the sleeves of her palace gown, clutching her pendant as she scanned her surroundings, seemingly in search of a suitable weapon, unaware that the true instigator had long since departed the palace. The sudden appearance of 3 jade tokens sent the cultivators surrounding the capital into a frenzy. While some pondered the unexpected arrival of such fortune, no one could decipher the intentions of the celestial ancestors. Their thoughts were inscrutable. The selection of 3 cultivators to participate in the surprise event at the revealing platform had been finalized, yet it bore no relevance to Zuo Lingquan, who paid it little mind. As he exited the imperial city, the sun hung low in the west, casting a warm crimson glow upon the uneven structures along the southern bank of Windy Bridge. Upon returning to the Zuo residence, Zuo Lingquan made his way to the back courtyard to report his safety to his uncle and aunt. As he passed through the corridor, a sudden rustling sound from behind the eastern wall caught his attention, the unmistakable sound of swordplay. Zuo Lingquan paused. After 14 years of sword training, he was all too familiar with that sound. It emanated from the eastern residence where the young master resided. He turned and navigated through the corridor, arriving at the courtyard where Zuo Yunting practiced. The courtyard, attended by servants, was relatively tidy, though a black donkey stood in the middle, leisurely munching on the flowers of a potted plant, marring the courtyard's originally elegant ambience. Upon entering the yard, Zuo Lingquan's gaze fell upon Zuo Yunting at the foot of the main house's steps, clad in a young master's robe, wielding a wooden sword and executing a chaotic display of the turtle sword. Given Zuo Yunting's self-proclaimed lack of learning, it was evident that he excelled in neither literary nor martial pursuits. His ineptitude stemmed not from ignorance, but rather from a carefree disposition and a reluctance to learn since childhood. Seeing Zuo Yunting practicing swordplay in such an uncharacteristic manner took Zuo Lingquan by surprise. A glance revealed that the recently acquainted old Lu was also present in the courtyard, seated under the eaves with a teacup, observing Zuo Yunting's erratic movements. Zuo Lingquan refrained from interrupting Zuo Yunting's practice. His technique was so erratic that predicting his next move was nearly impossible. Instead, he settled on a small stool beneath the western eaves and remarked, "Old Lu, what a skillful approach. In the past, when my uncles invited masters to teach martial arts, my 5th brother would scarcely apply himself. It is indeed a first to witness him practice with such earnestness." Old Lu, his conical hat slung over his back and a long sword resting on his knees, chuckled hoarsely while holding his teacup to guide one into the fold. One must prescribe the right remedy. Your brother's temperament is carefree and indulgent, yet he delights in tales of chivalry and the underdog's triumph in the celestial realm. Last night, after a few drinks, I engaged him in conversation, revealing that I am, in fact, the 13th Lord of the Sword Emperor City in Zhangzhou. A half-step into the Jade stage with divine swordsmanship. I assured him that if he learned even a fraction of my skill, he could hold his head high, besting you, the most talented cousin in the family, teaching him the meaning of do not underestimate the youth and poverty that ignited a fire in him. He couldn't sleep a wink last night and rose to begin his sword practice. Zuo Lingquan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized old Lu, suspecting he was jesting. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "Does he truly believe that? With a mind like your brother's, do you think he could resist the allure of my grand persona?" It seems somewhat inappropriate for old Lu to mislead others, should fifth brother eventually realize he has been deceived. By the time he comes to this realization, he will have certainly acquired some knowledge, which is far better than remaining utterly ignorant. Zuo Lingquan contemplated this notion and found it to be quite reasonable. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize fifth brother's chaotic swordplay, and after a brief moment, remarked, "Can one truly learn anything from such a haphazard style of swordsmanship?" Old Lu was not particularly fond of this statement. "Did you manage to wield a sword with precision on your first day of practice?" Zuo Lingquan, who had been cognizant since birth, indeed remembered executing his first sword moves quite adeptly. However, he deemed it inappropriate to voice this sentiment and merely nodded with a smile. "That is indeed the case." Old Lu lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Do not underestimate your brother. Having lived this long, I have acquired a few unique skills myself. If your brother applies himself diligently, his future accomplishments may very well surpass yours." Zuo Lingquan did not dispute this. If fifth brother can cultivate true energy, it would not be surprising for him to exceed me. I have practiced since the age of 3 with little to show for it and remain uncertain of when I might grasp the threshold. Old Lu noticed the confusion in Zuo Lingquan's eyes. After their interactions, he discerned that Zuo Lingquan was genuinely unaware that he had already embarked on the path of cultivation. This did not astonish old Lu, for Zuo Lingquan's method of cultivation was indeed quite unconventional. In the initial stages of cultivation, the primary objective is to strengthen the meridians and acupoints to refine and accommodate the true energy, which contains the essence of the heavens and earth. The most common approach to reinforcing the meridians and acupoints involves sealing the energy seed to create a vessel, then using a small amount of true energy to gradually stimulate the yet-to-be-opened acupoints, akin to constructing a tower layer by layer, progressing steadily and clearly, a mainstream methodology within sections. In contrast, Zuo Lingquan's method is akin to a holistic approach. His meridians and acupoints are inherently connected to the cosmos by exhausting his physical potential. He accelerates the circulation of blood and energy, thereby hastening the flow of spiritual energy within his body. True energy is refined from the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, differing primarily in that the latter is a diluted and mixed essence. The spiritual energy entering the body also stimulates the ren and du meridians, with effects similar to the former method. However, the process is gradual and nearly imperceptible, requiring persistent effort over time until the small circulatory system is established, which eventually leads to a qualitative transformation. This method resembles the act of sculpting a grand edifice from a stone block. Until the structure is complete, it remains unusable. Relying on the influx of heavenly spiritual energy for stimulation naturally opens all pathways within the body, rendering any cultivated true energy incapable of being contained. In the initial stages, without true energy at one's disposal, one is excluded from practices such as talisman crafting, alchemy, or spellcasting, and can only rely on physical prowess to exert limited combat capability, day after day, pushing the body to its limits. Without a skilled mentor to guide, one cannot accurately perceive their realm, remaining oblivious to the duration of their training. Once the small circulatory system is established, both methods converge, eliminating any distinctions in cultivation techniques. The majority of individuals in this world may never complete the chi refinement stage in their lifetime. The second method demands 100-fold more effort and risk than the first. Yet the chi refinement stage offers no distinction from that of an ordinary person. Even upon completing this stage, the only advantage is a cohesive form, with a foundation as solid as rock, establishing a robust physical base. The path of extreme cultivation, which demands immense perseverance, often leads to futile efforts, necessitating dedicated supervision. Typically, this method is employed by various sects only when nurturing successors. In broader applications, the lack of resources for oversight renders it ineffective, resulting in few practitioners. Consequently, knowledge of this approach remains scarce, with only a handful of mundane martial artists inadvertently stumbling upon this path. Entering the realm of cultivation without relying on the techniques of chi refinement, old Lu speculated that Zuo Lingquan may have begun to exercise his physical prowess too early, starting martial training at 3 and only attempting bone examination at 6. By the time he underwent the examination, his body had been open to the flow of chi for some time, leading to the leakage of vital energy, which resulted in the assessment of his meridians as innately obstructed. This short-sightedness among the local cultivators is understandable, as such circumstances are rare in the world. How many 3-year-olds can practice diligently without guidance, driven solely by a sincere heart towards the Tao? It can only be said that Zuo Lingquan matured too quickly and worked too hard, lacking the guidance of a sage, which led him to inadvertently embark on an unconventional path. However, although old Lu understood the reasons behind it, he had no intention of revealing them to Zuo Lingquan. In the realm of cultivation, unsolicited advice from a higher being is often frowned upon, as the future remains uncertain. If Zuo Lingquan were to falter on this path and abandon it, it would indicate a lack of resolve. Assisting him this once would only delay his eventual abandonment. For a sage cannot remain by his side indefinitely. With personal experience navigating through the fog, should he encounter a similar predicament in the future, his confidence and perseverance would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary individuals, signifying growth and transformation in his mindset. Moreover, imparting this knowledge now would bear little significance. Observing Zuo Lingquan's physique, which rivaled that of a 12th-tier martial artist, suggested that his small circulation of qi was nearing completion, and he should soon reach a pivotal breakthrough. Old Lu's decision to recruit disciples at the Jinglu Terrace was, in fact, a subtle attempt to inspire Zuo Lingquan's competitive spirit, hoping it would propel him to surpass his current limitations. Directly informing him would likely induce hasty eagerness, which could hinder his progress instead. Thus, the only advice old Lu could offer Zuo Lingquan was a reminder from a fellow traveler. Cultivation is akin to traversing a long, dark night without a lantern, crossing a turbulent river without a bridge. No one can foresee what lies ahead, be it peril or fortune. As cultivators, we can only remain steadfast in our hearts. If the heart endures, the great Tao remains. If the heart falters, all becomes void. Zuo Lingquan pondered this deeply, nodding thoughtfully. Thank you, old Lu, for your guidance. I shall remember it. Old Lu chuckled lightly, but after the laughter faded, he let out a silent sigh, while he could impart this truth to the younger generation. His own heart had grown cold. Sometimes, remembering such wisdom serves little purpose. News of the Jinglu Terrace recruiting disciples was swiftly conveyed by the court to various regions. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, individuals would begin to arrive in the capital starting tomorrow. As the largest sect of the Grandan dynasty, Chihuang Valley would naturally take on the role of host, likely keeping itself busy for several days to come, after resting for a night at his uncle's house. As dawn broke, Zuo Lingquan rode his horse out of the mansion, reflecting on the incident from the previous day when he had spotted Tang Jingru in the sky. He decided to first take a glance at the small street by the dock. Approaching March, the influx of merchants from the south and north had increased in Donghua City, and the narrow streets along the river thronged with people. The tavern's doors had long been opened, its sign fluttering in the spring breeze. However, few ventured to indulge in morning libations, and the establishment was devoid of patrons. Tang Jingru, who often stood at the entrance, was nowhere to be seen. Tang Jie? Zuo Lingquan called out at the door, but received no reply. Instead, from the backyard came the cheerful chirping of sparrows. Assuming Tang Jingru was busy in the rear, he traversed the hall and lifted the fabric curtain to peer inside. The backyard was modest, featuring a well beside the wall, with a bedroom to the west and a kitchen to the east. The main door was locked, showing signs of having been unopened for quite some time. A clothesline stretched across the window of the west wing, its other end tied to the branches of an old osmanthus tree in the corner, adorned with several brightly colored garments. Additionally, beneath the eaves of the west wing hung a bamboo birdcage, within which resided a small bird similar in size to a parakeet. Its head and belly covered in snow-white down, while its eyes and beak were pitch black. Its wings and tail bore hints of black feathers, and from the front, it resembled a glutinous rice dumpling, with round, slightly foolish-looking eyes. Upon noticing the intrusion, the little bird chirped more vigorously. Zuo Lingquan was aware that Tang Jingru kept a pet bird for amusement, but this was his first encounter with it, and he found it quite endearing. Approaching, he clicked his tongue in an attempt to tease the silly creature. However, to his surprise, the bird was astute, sensing someone nearby. It adeptly unlatched the cage and took flight. Zuo Lingquan was momentarily taken aback, fearing the bird would escape, and raised his hand to catch it. Being cautious not to harm the little creature, he exerted only a gentle grasp, yet he was still swift. Unfortunately, his attempt resulted in a miss. The round little bird, appearing as if it could hardly fly, moved with remarkable agility. Perhaps startled, it darted around the small courtyard, chirping incessantly. Zuo Lingquan, now slightly alarmed, worried that the bird might truly fly away and that Tang Jingru would blame him upon her return, he seized a large basket and approached. His tone amiable as he said, "Don't run, brother is not a bad person." In the elegant courtyard, chaos ensued. The little bird, likely frightened by Zuo Lingquan, flitted between the osmanthus tree, the chicken coop, and the trellis, evading the basket that followed closely behind. Zuo Lingquan made several unsuccessful attempts to catch it, feeling a bit flustered, yet he dared not exert too much force. He could only pursue and attempt to contain it within the walls of the courtyard. After a prolonged chase, the little bird found itself cornered. Trapped by Zuo Lingquan's basket against the chicken coop, shivering in fear behind two clucking hens that also squawked in alarm. Zuo Lingquan exhaled deeply, crouching low with a basket in hand, slowly approaching. However, before he could ensnare the little bird, a sharp voice resonated from the bustling tavern outside. "Which scoundrel has stolen my chicken?" As the words faded, Tang Jingwan, adorned in a skirt and adorned with hairpins, burst into the tavern's grand hall. A bamboo basket filled with freshly purchased vegetables and fruits was slung over her wrist, while a firewood stick was gripped tightly in her right hand, her gaze fierce and menacing. Yet, upon spotting Zuo Lingquan, who was brandishing the basket like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, her expression momentarily faltered. The little bird, trapped within the chicken coop, perceived Tang Jingwan as a savior, darting towards her and burrowing into the space between her bosom, peeking out its round head and chirping defiantly. Zuo Lingquan, setting down the basket, felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered, "Well, I noticed this bird escape and feared it would fly away, so..." He glanced around at the somewhat disheveled yard he had inadvertently created and quickly set about tidying up. Tang Jingwan, aware that her timid little bird was frightened, saw Zuo Lingquan's presence and felt her fierce demeanor dissipate. She raised her hand to pat the collar of her garment and reprimanded, "If you sneak away again, I shall cast you out, and you can find another to feed you." The little bird huddled in her collar, naturally avoiding her hand, which instead landed on the soft fabric below. The plump collar bounced several times, prompting the little bird to close its beak and nod fervently. Zuo Lingquan, catching sight of this amusing scene from the corner of his eye, silently mused, "What a fierce creature." Though such a thought was unfit to voice, he feigned ignorance. Tidying the yard before inquiring, "Sister Tang, this bird appears quite clever. What breed is it?" Turning her back, Tang Jingwan extracted the little bird from her collar and placed it into a birdcage, responding with mild disdain, "Perhaps it's a sparrow from the mountains. I know not of its breed. Initially, I found it charming and gentle, feeding it some rice, but later discovered it to be greedy and mischievous, clinging to me stubbornly. It was impossible to drive it away, so I decided to keep it. It resembles a glutinous rice dumpling, so I named it Tuanzi." The Chongqing mountain range lies in proximity to Donghua City, home to both ferocious beasts and gentle creatures. It is not uncommon for them to encounter capture or escape, finding themselves kept as pets. After observing the bird for a moment, Zuo Lingquan, finding nothing particularly remarkable aside from its swiftness, replied, "As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to perch upon. Tuanzi likely feels that Sister Tang has a kind heart and a friendly demeanor, which is why it clings to you." "Humph, your words are quite sweet," she retorted. "This is known as a kind heart invites deceit. My kindness towards it has led to its dependence, consuming my food and drink." Tang Jingwan secured the birdcage and placed the vegetables and fruits she had bought into the kitchen, then inquired, "Zuo, why have you come so early? Aren't you off to cultivate?" "Indeed, I was about to leave but thought to stop by and greet you. By the way, I returned yesterday on the white crane of the National Master, and while passing through Linifang, I caught sight of you from the sky." Tang Jing wiped her hands with a towel and glanced up at the ceiling. "Did it fly back from the sky? How come I didn't see it?" Zuo Lingquan drew aside the curtain and entered the tavern hall with Tang Jingran. "It was flying quite high. From here, it probably looks no different than a bird." Tang Jing'an had never experienced the sensation of flying, thus her curiosity piqued. "What does it feel like to soar into the sky? Is it as if one becomes weightless?" "I remember dreaming of flying before, effortlessly gliding from the foot of the mountain to the summit. It is indeed common for children to dream of flying during their growth spurts, a notion Zuo Lingquan found unsurprising as he explained. "It's quite similar to riding a horse or taking a carriage. The scenery seen from above differs from that on the ground. To truly fly freely, one must be a genuine immortal." "Genuine immortal?" Tang Jingran, accustomed to the mundane life, was unfamiliar with the concept of cultivation and inquired, "Are there fake immortals?" Zuo Lingquan found himself at a loss for words, contemplating before responding. "Only those with profound cultivation can achieve flight." Tang Jingran pondered this, nodding in a somewhat understanding manner. She fetched a pot of wine, seated herself by the tavern window, and poured Zuo Lingquan a bowl. "To learn to fly seems quite challenging. I have operated a tavern at the docks for over a decade and have seen many eager individuals bring their children to seek apprenticeship. Yet I have never encountered anyone who could fly. Nearly all of them spent a few years in Chihuang Valley, only to become disheartened and leave as they grew older. It feels like a futile endeavor. Zuo Lingquan wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. The path of cultivation is akin to sifting through sand. While the threshold may appear low, the difficulty of ascending is comparable to reaching the heavens. It's much like becoming a monk. One can shave their head and don the robes, but how many truly attain enlightenment? Indeed, most people engage in fruitless efforts. However, even if one cannot fly or achieve immortality through cultivation, the benefits of health preservation and longevity are still worthwhile. Upon hearing the term health preservation, Tang Jingran's interest was piqued. Resting her chin on her hand, she curiously asked, I've heard of this concept. I still wish to outlive that shameless Chen family. Little Zuo. If I were to cultivate, how long could I live? Zuo Lingquan had just lifted his wine bowl but set it down again in surprise. Sister Tang wishes to cultivate? Tang Jing'an did not genuinely intend to pursue this path. The topic had simply taken a turn. With a soft sigh, she mused, Am I too old for that? Not at all. You're still young. How much older could you be than me? Zuo Lingquan deftly sidestepped this delicate question. Regarding the age for cultivation, Zuo Lingquan had previously inquired about it from Wu Qingwan, as he considered himself a latecomer. Cultivation typically begins at the age of 6 for at that age. Both intellect and physical development are at an optimal balance. Starting too early may lead to insufficient intellectual maturity, while beginning too late misses the prime period for nurturing the body. Although it is possible to cultivate past the age of 6, the journey becomes increasingly arduous. Cultivation is quite challenging. I have yet to grasp it even after 14 years. If you wish to try, I can teach you. However, as for the results, I cannot make any guarantees. No one can. Tang Jing'an had long been living alone, with little to occupy her time. With a smile, she remarked, Well then, why don't you teach me, sister? If someone is capable as you cannot master it, I am quite curious to see how challenging it truly is. Luo Lingquan's nurturing qi technique was only at the 3rd level and was not considered a secret. He generously retrieved it from his pocket and handed it to Tang Jing'an, saying, Sister Tang, if you're interested, feel free to take a look. Tang Jing'an accepted the booklet and, upon glancing at the densely packed small characters, closed it and tucked it away, stating, I suppose I can only take a cursory look. By the way, whatever happened to that girl who came looking for you last time? Ah, she's probably busy, Luo Lingquan replied. That girl is truly beautiful. Her figure is, cough. She does look a bit possessive. What is she to you? Surely she isn't an old flame? Luo Lingquan understood that Tang Jing'an was implying that the girl was nearly as well endowed as herself, and while he could see the truth in that, it would be inappropriate to comment in her presence. He maintained his composure and replied lightly, She is not an old flame. Well, it's a long story. Hiki. Tang Jing'an assumed that Luo Lingquan wished to avoid discussing sensitive personal matters and not wanting to create an awkward situation. She pursed her lips and shifted the conversation to trivial matters. As noon approached, the Chi Phoenix Valley was bustling with activity, with all disciples gathered in the central square, listening to 4th Master Zhang Yufeng discuss the upcoming selection for the Jinglu Terrace. However, those standing in the square had already missed this fortuitous opportunity. Zhang's words served merely as a motivation for the disciples. The truly valued disciples were gathered within the grand hall behind the square. After finishing a drink with Jingran, Luo Lingquan returned from the capital, intending to join the crowd in the square to hear the knowledgeable Zhang share anecdotes. Halfway there, however, Sister Xiaohua approached him. Waving from a distance, Brother Lingquan, Master has summoned you to the main hall. Master Uncle and the senior brothers are all there. Is that so? Luo Lingquan, puzzled, inquired about the reason, but Sister Xiaohua was not entirely certain. She simply led him to the entrance of the main hall. Supported by the national strength of the Great Dan dynasty, the main hall of Chi Phoenix Valley was quite grand, rivaling the majestic Jingyuan Hall in the imperial city. Upon entering through the side door, Luo Lingquan raised his eyes to see the spacious hall, where several tables and chairs were neatly arranged on either side, already occupied by dozens of individuals, comprising the heads of the 5 houses, caretakers, and direct disciples. With the national master Yu Pingyang absent, Master Uncle Yu Heng occupied the central seat, addressing the assembly about upcoming arrangements. Master Uncle Yu Heng, the adopted son of the national master, was at the 2nd level of the Spirit Valley, making him the highest ranked in attendance, though he was also the eldest. Having been stuck at a bottleneck for many years with no signs of progress, his hair and beard had turned white. The second and third master uncles sat on either side of the hall, while the remaining direct disciples, who usually were in seclusion for training, were not well known to Zuo Lingquan. On the wall directly opposite the entrance hung a portrait, but it was not of any past leaders of Chi Phoenix Valley. Zuo Lingquan's curiosity piqued, and upon closer inspection, he noticed incense offerings beneath the portrait, yet there was no tablet present, indicating that it was a living shrine dedicated to a living person. The successive leaders of Chiwang Valley do not hang their portraits. Instead, they place outsiders in the main hall of the sect. The identity of the person depicted in the painting is undoubtedly exalted. Zuo Lingquan, noticing the absence of a signature on the portrait, quietly approached and seated himself behind Wu Qiwan, softly inquiring, "Senior Wu, who is this esteemed figure on the wall?" Wu Qiwan, possessing a serene disposition and eschewing involvement in affairs, sat in the second row, resting her chin on her hand as she listened to her senior brother ramble on. Upon Zuo Lingquan's arrival, she leaned back in her armchair and explained, "He is the ancestor of our founding master, the Lord of the Wild Mountains, the venerable ancestor of Jinglutai. It is said that if one calls his name directly, he can hear it, which is why no one has shared his name with me." "Oh, how formidable is he?" All of the Great Dan dynasty resides to the east of Chaqing Mountain, and Chaqing Mountain is a branch of the Wild Mountains. The Lord of the Wild Mountains is the master of the Wild Mountains, so you can imagine how powerful he is. Zuo Lingquan struggled to envision such a transcendent being and thus refrained from further inquiries, redirecting his gaze to the two young men seated in front of him. "Who are these two senior brothers?" "The one behind your second master uncle is Su Jining, 27 years old, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, comparable to my prowess at that age. The one behind the third master uncle is Yao Heyu, also 27, at the 8th level of Qi refinement." Zuo Lingquan nodded slowly. Given their commendable talents, it was reasonable to surmise that they could achieve the 9th level by 33, making their attainment at 27 indeed remarkable within the Great Dan dynasty. On this journey to Jinglutai, they had the greatest chance, as others either lacked sufficient cultivation or were too advanced in age. It ultimately depended on whether Shi Yulong could break through in time, especially since his master uncle had generously bestowed upon him the Gu Yuan Dan he had cherished for many years. As the two conversed quietly, their master uncle, Yu Hang, finally concluded his lengthy discourse and turned to the matter at hand, this time to Jinglutai. "Our sect has been granted 3 slots to travel to lineaging, an extraordinary opportunity that comes but once in a generation. You must cherish this chance. I have visited lineaging in previous years, and if memory serves, the exchange of disciples among the 9 sects occurs once every decade, commencing on the winter solstice. When the yin reaches its peak and the yang begins to stir. Though it is at year-end, the journey is long and unforeseen circumstances may arise. Thus, you must begin your preparations immediately." The third master uncle's direct disciple, Yao Heyu, raised his hand in salute and declared, "I shall strive with all my might and not disgrace the cultivation bestowed upon me by my masters." The second master uncle, aware of the harsh realities outside, shook his head. "Do not boast. If you can reach lineaging alive, you will have already met expectations. The exchange involves inner disciples. And for our Great Dan dynasty to send 3, even placing last would be a commendable outcome. We must not allow outsiders to overshadow us, particularly those from Fuji Mountain." While the sentiment was true, it was not particularly pleasant to hear. The master uncle's expression darkened. "Do not inflate others' ambitions at the expense of your own spirit." The second master uncle cleared his throat and fell silent. The master uncle surveyed the assembly before continuing. "Many aspired to seize these slots. There are numerous exceptionally talented young individuals outside Chiwang Valley. Do not be complacent. It would be ideal to claim all 3 slots, but if that proves impossible, we must not allow outsiders to outshine us, especially from Fuji Mountain." The congregation nodded in agreement. Moreover, in a few days, the capital will be bustling with visitors, and it is imperative that no disturbances arise during this time. Yulong and his companions are preoccupied with preparations and cannot lead the patrols in the mountains. This significant responsibility will be entrusted to disciples who are not competing for positions, ensuring that every creature in the surrounding hills and fields is accounted for, leaving no bird or beast to escape from Chaqing Mountain. Upon hearing this, Wuqiwan interjected, "Senior brother, let Lingquan lead a team for the patrol. His martial skills are commendable, and he is capable of shouldering this important duty." The others present turned their heads at her words, glancing at Wuqiwan. Lingquan, the future son-in-law, was a name they all recognized, yet their impressions were somewhat lackluster. Aside from his striking good looks and affluent background, he did not particularly excel, especially in his cultivation. Master Uncle hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Chiwan, are you certain Lingquan is up to the task?" With so many guests coming, the mountain patrol is no trivial matter. Any oversight might bring disgrace upon Qiyuan Valley. Wu Qiyuan turned to Lingquan, asking, Lingquan, do you feel capable? Lingquan understood that Wu Qingwan's meticulous care for him was well-intentioned, and since this was not a burdensome task, he nodded affirmatively. Lingquan will not disappoint the esteemed expectations of my elders. Seeing this, Master Uncle ceased further questioning and began to allocate the patrol routes. After some time, the master of the house concluded his address. Lingquan was assigned to patrol the vicinity of Xiongxiazi Ridge, effectively taking over Shi Yulong's position. He had no objections. Once the gathering dispersed, he accompanied Wu Qiyuan as they walked toward the bamboo grove near the alchemy room. As they proceeded to the main hall for discussions, Wu Qiyuan donned the formal black robe of Qiyuan Valley, which was quite dignified. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, and as she walked gracefully, she exuded an elegance that was both enchanting and poised. Lingquan trailed behind, his gaze surveying the breathtaking scenery of Qiyuan Valley. Yet, no matter how beautiful the landscape, it paled in comparison to the person ahead. As they crossed the square in front of the hall, Wu Qiyuan instructed Xiaohua and the others to attend to their own tasks. Once they were alone, she walked alongside Lingquan and broached the earlier arrangements, saying, Lingquan, I have assigned you a task. Please do not overthink it. You flatter me, Senior Wu. I am also a disciple of Qiyuan Valley, and it is my duty to serve the sect. There is no question of overthinking, he replied. However, this is not merely a matter of serving the sect. In Qiyuan Valley, leading a patrol with junior disciples is a coveted assignment, accompanied by generous rewards. And it establishes one's prestige among peers while leaving a favorable impression on the elders. Typically, only those disciples who have demonstrated excellence are entrusted with such responsibilities, reflecting the sect's esteem for them. Wu Qiyuan turned her head to gaze at Ling Xuan's profile. Qiyuan Valley has been seeking ways to send disciples to Jinglu Terrace. Initially, we intended to send Su Jining and the others next year. But this unexpected opportunity from Jinglu Terrace means they will likely go first, leaving next year's slots vacant. I am aware of your talents. If no insurmountable obstacles to your cultivation arise, I will ensure you accompany the seniors to Jinglu Terrace next year, in hopes of finding a wise mentor. This matter will undoubtedly cause hesitation among the seniors, as we are not on the same level as Jinglu Terrace. It is already generous of them to host us, and it would be improper to bring too many individuals. Therefore, it is imperative that you leave a favorable impression before your esteemed mentor. Ultimately, it revolves around concerns regarding Zuo Lingquan's cultivation. Zuo Lingquan had already sensed Wu Qingwan's meticulous care and felt somewhat embarrassed. With a smile, he remarked, I understand. Thank you, Senior Wu. Well, with your considerate attention, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Wu Qingwan genuinely cherished Zuo Lingquan, embodying the affection of a senior towards a junior. She had never contemplated the notion of reciprocation. Her sole desire was to witness a prodigy emerge from her tutelage. This is merely my duty as a mentor. There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, treat Jiangyi well. I regard her as my own daughter. Should you dare to wrong her, I, as her mother-in-law, will not spare you. Mother-in-law. Zuo Lingquan blinked, finding the relationship rather peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, That sounds somewhat strange. I prefer to refer to you as senior. Wu Qiyuan accepted this compliment without a hint of modesty, smiling gently as she said, All right, take Wang Rue and the others to prepare. By the way, when faced with situations, analyze the circumstances first, prioritize self-preservation, and while harboring a sense of chivalry, remain self-aware. One must not act recklessly. Rest assured, I have always conducted myself with prudence. Very well, off you go. In the following days, Zuo Lingquan, accompanied by a dozen fellow disciples, patrolled within Chaqing Mountain, following the old route to Haixiazi Ridge. The task of patrolling the mountains was exceedingly monotonous, devoid of noteworthy occurrences. The only gain was the acquaintance of various herbs. Thanks to two junior sisters from the Danchi room, including common spiritual herbs such as snake's tongue herb and firefly root herb, according to the original schedule. The patrolling would continue until the conclusion of the quota competition. However, after only 3 days, Wu Qiyuan sent word for him to return to the capital. As Jiang Yi was looking for him, he led his team back to Qiyuan Valley, resting for a day before continuing the next. As 3 to 4 days passed, the central square of Qiyuan Valley underwent a remarkable transformation. Countless disciples erected various structures, and the surrounding corridors and pavilions were undergoing thorough cleaning. After reporting back at the sword room, Zuo Lingquan rode through the 10-mile willow grove and arrived at the small town outside the main gate. With the urgent news from the Jinglu Terrace disseminated swiftly, The arrival of practitioners from various regions to the Grand Dan surpassed all expectations. Most received word on the first day and arrived the next. Even those from distant locations like Fuji Mountain and the northern cliff counties of Grand Dan were already en route. These lower-tier practitioners, with most only at the 6th realm, certainly lacked the qualifications to compete for spots. They came to the capital merely to seek fortune and opportunity. As Zuo Lingquan rode out from the octagonal archway, he beheld a bustling scene in the small town outside the gate, where throngs of people filled the streets, and vendors had set up stalls along the official road. Practitioners from various locales congregated at the stalls, haggling over prices, and occasionally, a senior with profound cultivation would pass by, inciting gasps of astonishment, with some even prostrating themselves to seek apprenticeship. In the small town, a crowd of no fewer than several thousand gathered, rendering horseback riding impractical. Zuo Lingquan dismounted and led his horse on foot, casually observing the items being sold by wandering cultivators. Those below the 6th realm of cultivation bore little distinction from ordinary folk. High-grade materials were of no use to them. Indeed, such treasures were rarely found in the realm of the Great Dan. The streets were lined with mundane wares, with only the rare sighting of a few spiritual herbs. Zuo Lingquan strolled through the market, and to his surprise, he encountered a vendor selling a blade known as the slaying blade. This weapon was, in truth, an ordinary one, merely coated in a powder derived from a spiritual herb. Items utilized by cultivators were typically referred to as magical tools, which could produce effects when infused with genuine energy. In Chiwang Valley, a few such items resided in the hands of the elders and stewards, and it was said that the national master possessed a spiritual artifact brought from afar. Zuo Lingquan, unable to refine genuine energy, was unfamiliar with the specifics of these magical tools. In Chiwang Valley, magical tools were rare treasures, and among wandering cultivators, they were often considered lifelines, seldom taken out lightly, let alone traded. Thus, one would generally not expect to find them in the small town. Zuo Lingquan walked from one end of the street to the other, failing to spot anything of interest until he gradually approached the entrance of Chiwang Town. This entrance bustled with foot traffic, featuring the most stalls and visitors. Adjacent to the entrance was a tea stall which had been rented out and transformed into a general goods stand, cluttered with a variety of items, drawing a small crowd who sifted through the offerings. As Zuo Lingquan approached, he scanned the table but found nothing appealing, only to spot a familiar face, Old Lu. Adorned with a bamboo hat, a sword at his waist, and his hands clasped behind him, was intently examining a small porcelain bowl on the stall. Zuo Lingquan expressed mild surprise, leading his horse closer and greeting him. Old Lu? What brings you here? Old Lu, hearing the greeting, seemed to just notice him and chuckled hoarsely. It's lively here, so I came to take a look. It was common for cultivators who had left their sects to seek out treasures at such immortal markets, so Zuo Lingquan was not particularly surprised. Following Old Lu's gaze, he glanced at the porcelain bowl on the stall. The bowl was palm-sized, covered with a gauzy mesh through which he could see a small black beetle crawling within. Aside from its pitch-black hue, it appeared unremarkable. The stall owner, an elderly cultivator past his 50s, sat with closed eyes, exuding an air of wisdom. Noticing the two men merely observing without purchasing or speaking, he grew slightly anxious and remarked, "My friends, this creature is called Night Sha, a descendant of ancient divine beasts. It can grow mighty in just a century. Last year, I ventured alone into the depths of Chongqing Mountain and, by chance, encountered it." Zuo Lingquan found the vendor's ramblings tedious and leaned closer to Old Lu, inquiring, "What's the story with this little bug?" Old Lu shook his head. "I'm examining the bowl." The stall owner's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. This insect king was sealed within this bowl, which is known as the demon-locking soul bowl. Zuo Lingquan tilted his head slightly, unable to discern the meaning, and asked, "Old man, what's the price?" The stallkeeper, displaying an expression of reluctant affection, hesitated for a moment before stating, "Seeing that both of you are fated to cross paths, I shall not ask for much. Merely 2 pieces of white jade coins for both the insect and the bowl." Zuo Lingquan, possessing only 3 pieces of white jade coins gifted by his betrothed, was certainly unwilling to part with them. After recalling the exchange rate for the white jade coins, he extended 2 fingers, 2 ounces, if not for sale. "Deal. Your straightforwardness is appreciated." The stallkeeper clapped his hands, lifting the porcelain bowl to present it to Zuo Lingquan, appearing as if they had met far too late. Zuo Lingquan's words faltered, his mouth opened in disbelief, feeling a sense of loss. However, with merely 2 ounces of silver, there was little room for complaint. He retrieved a silver ingot from his sleeve and tossed it to the stallkeeper, accepting the porcelain bowl. "Oh dear, My friend, you've given too much. I cannot provide change. Consider it a gift. Zuo Lingquan, clutching the porcelain bowl, departed the stall with old Lu, uncertainly remarking, Old Lu, this porcelain bowl appears utterly ordinary. Is there any significance? Old Lu shook his head with a sigh, taking the porcelain bowl to inspect it, tossing the little black beetle to Zuo Lingquan. Then flipping the bowl to reveal the inscription produced in the 3rd year of Jing Cheng. This year, indeed. Zuo Lingquan, holding the small black beetle, opened his palm, hesitating to speak. Old Lu chuckled softly, producing a small porcelain vial from seemingly nowhere and tossing it to Zuo Lingquan. In the future, refrain from purchasing items in such places. Where in the world are there so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures for you to stumble upon? This little insect is venomous, not particularly valuable, however. 10 ounces of silver is not too great a loss. Keep it as a reminder. I have learned my lesson. With his money spent, Zuo Lingquan could only take it as a lesson learned. He placed the dark beetle into the vial and tucked it into his sleeve. Old Lu turned his gaze towards the bustling Chihuang Valley, inquiring, this opportunity to descend upon Jing Lu Terrace and acquire great fortune is truly rare. You are still young. Do you not intend to seize it? Zuo Lingquan was indeed eager to broaden his horizons, yet he would not force the matter. After some contemplation, he replied, there are cultivation requirements. I cannot go. Furthermore, as the prince consort of Dedan, with the princess still here, even if I could go, it would not be now. My aspiration for cultivation is to attain freedom. To be led by fortune is to lose sight of my original intention. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded thoughtfully. That is wise. The path of immortality is long and winding, regardless of whether it is fortune or calamity ahead. One must not forget their original intent and forge their own path. If you can preserve this heart, your future journey will be far from short. Yet one must be able to set forth first. As various cultivators from different regions began to arrive, the river, now bustling with 1,000 sails, appeared even more vibrant than before. A luxurious pleasure boat, laden with dignitaries from the capital, glided slowly along the riverbank, admiring the picturesque landscapes along the shore. Laughter and the melodies of flutes intertwined on the boat, as the powerful and influential of the capital indulged in their revelries on the upper deck. From a window of a refined chamber on the 2nd floor, Wang Zheng, the Minister of Revenue, held a wine cup, gazing into the endless mountains at the horizon, and murmured, Fuji Mountain has long cast its gaze upon this auspicious land of Chihuang Valley, harboring suspicions regarding the safety of the National Master. Yet, due to the National Master's formidable presence, they dare not act rashly. The court summoned the Fuji Mountain to the capital, and the Mountain Master, Cheng Zhuzhang, personally came, likely with the intention of probing the true capabilities of the National Master. In the elegant chamber, seated was Zhao Zhe, who had previously unleashed the Golden Mane roar. Now dressed as a clerk, he remarked, our celestial lord fears only one, Yu Pingong. Although Cheng Zhuzhang possesses profound cultivation, he still falls short compared to our celestial lord. As long as we ascertain the truth behind Yu Pingong. Wang Zheng, overhearing this, expressed his dissatisfaction and turned to sit down. Zhao Daxian. You constantly boast about your celestial lord's prowess, yet I have yet to witness any significant ability. Last time, you released a tiger on Xinhua Street, boasting loudly about its golden gun roar that supposedly enhances vitality. In the end, it merely roared once before collapsing on the spot. Its corpse entirely taken away by Chihuang Valley for its supposed enhancement properties, leaving not a single hair behind. Are you here to scheme against Chihuang Valley, or to aid them? Zhao Zhe, a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, had some skills, but certainly did not deserve the title of Celestial Master. Reflecting on the incident of the Golden Mane roar's sudden demise, Zhao Zhe hesitated to explain, people fear ferocious beasts, and in truth, ferocious beasts also fear humans. It is not impossible for the Golden Mane roar, caught from the mountains and suddenly released in a bustling market, to be frightened to death by the bright lights. Do not make excuses. A failure is a failure. Minister Li scolded me thoroughly. If your celestial lord truly wishes to take control of Chihuang Valley, he must act with genuine ability. Indeed, the princess and Chihuang Valley have grown suspicious of Fuji Mountain. This time, we must seize the opportunity to sow discord between the two parties, inciting conflict. The National Master will undoubtedly emerge to stabilize the situation. If he remains absent, it will indicate a serious issue with his health, and Fuji Mountain will surely take action first. At that point, you may reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos. And Minister Li can use the princess's poor judgment as an excuse to oust her from power. I am a practitioner, and such devious schemes pale in comparison to Lord Wang's capabilities. You merely need to orchestrate the plan. What devious schemes? This is called strategy. Wang Zheng leaned back in his chair, contemplating. This time, the so-called Jinglutai is of great importance to both Chiwang Valley and the princess. Hence we must create a significant disturbance. Minister Li has learned of the news. The princess's husband has been patrolling Chaqing Mountain lately. If he were to perish there, it would not only bring disgrace to Chiwang Valley but also frame Fuji Mountain, igniting animosity between the two sides while conveniently allowing for a change in the selection of the husband. Truly a threefold gain. Zhao Zhe nodded slowly and inquired, "Is the husband a practitioner? What level of cultivation does he possess?" "He lacks true cultivation. He is merely skilled in martial arts and has gained the princess's favor, allowing him to practice within Chiwang Valley." "Are you telling me that you cannot handle an ordinary person?" "Ordinary people can certainly be dealt with. Rest assured, Lord Wang." "Do not mention rest assured to me. I am weary of it. Let me forewarn you, that lad comes from immense wealth. Although he may seem like an ordinary person, when it comes to a fight, he will undoubtedly unleash treasures without hesitation." Zhao Zhe's expression changed slightly, sitting up straighter. "Treasures? Is what you say truly credible? How would I know? When practitioners fight, would their opponents divulge their hidden treasures beforehand?" "Ah, I see. You were merely jesting." "Jesting? What sort of jest is that?" Wang Zheng, feeling a surge of irritation, remarked, "You practitioners. How is it that you have managed to live to such an advanced age? Death does not come from folly, but from arrogance. Even the most foolish among us would avoid stepping into a pit, while the arrogant believe they are invincible. Do you grasp the essence of this?" Zhao Zhe pondered for a moment and replied, "Your words, my lord, are indeed wise. It is crucial to remember this, regardless of the matter's magnitude. One must approach it with the tenacity of a lion pursuing a hare. When facing a single opponent, dispatching 2 assassins may seem logical, but can it truly guarantee success? It cannot. What does it mean to ensure absolute success? When confronting one adversary, if you send 1,000 assassins, and yet you fail, I shall sever your head." Zhao Zhe nodded earnestly. "I comprehend your meaning. I shall immediately reach out to those surrounding the capital, regardless of who they may be, and exert every effort." "Humph." Wang Zheng scoffed. "I suspect you will again falter in your endeavors. Ensure they carry items from Fuji Mountain, and that the bodies are disposed of properly. If you cannot eliminate the target, at least ensure the dirty water is cast away. Do not allow your intricate schemes to backfire and expose you, rendering Fuji Mountain blameless." "My lord, your words seem rather dismissive of others." Zhao Zhe retorted. "Ah, you doubt my foresight? Should calamity befall us, it is you who will perish, not I. What use is my respect for you? When the time comes, I shall burn a few joss papers for you, lamenting Zhao Xianzhang, endowed with wisdom and courage, yet met his demise in a valley. How regrettable. Would that please you? Or perhaps I should send a few paper maidens your way." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Zhe slightly nodded and rose to depart, stating, "No more words. I have business to attend to." In the afternoon, the docks of Linhefeng bustled with increased maritime activity. Yet the disembarking passengers hurriedly pressed onward toward the outskirts of the city. In the alley behind the Tang family tavern, Jiang Yi leaned against the wall, arms crossed over her chest, patiently awaiting the arrival of Zuo Lingquan. In a few days, individuals would be selected for the Jinglu Terrace. Though it pertained to the celestial realm and held no connection to the mundane court, as the eldest princess, Jiang Yi could not afford to remain indifferent. Jiang Yi speculated that the recent surge of ferocious beasts in the capital was orchestrated by the beast taming Fuji Mountain, with Fuji Mountain soon to arrive in the capital. It was likely that disturbances would arise during such significant events, jeopardizing her and Chiwang Valley standings. She was already aware of Zuo Lingquan leading a patrol in the mountains. And should the beast wreak havoc again, Zuo Lingquan, bearing the responsibility of the patrol, would inevitably be held accountable. Thus, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. What could have been a simple communication through Wu Qinwan turned convoluted, as her suspicions regarding Fuji Mountain remained unverified. And the vendetta related to the previous pendant had yet to be settled. After much contemplation, Jiang Yi resolved that a face-to-face meeting was necessary, and she prepared a gift for Zuo Lingquan. The choice of the Tang family tavern as their rendezvous point was shrouded in complexity, perhaps even beyond Jiang Yi's own comprehension. After an indeterminate wait, the sound of hooves finally echoed through the street. Jiang Yi peered out from her corner. Zuo Lingquan, adorned in gentleman's robes, approached, surveying the surroundings with keen scrutiny. Rather than reveal herself, she swiftly retreated, silently positioning herself beside a window of the tavern, straining to listen intently. The horses swiftly came to a halt outside the tavern, and a familiar, melodious voice resonated at the entrance. "Sister Tang?" Moments later, a reply echoed from the tavern's courtyard. Xiaozhua, you've arrived. I have something to inquire about you. Oh, you rascal, where were your eyes wandering? I was merely observing the dumpling. Do not misconstrue it, Sister Tang. Almost forgot about that little pest. Why is it still not out? Chirp. Jiang Yi crossed her arms, a hint of skepticism dancing in her eyes. The tone indicated an extraordinary familiarity, tinged with annoyance, unlike that of mere acquaintances. She leaned in to listen further, as the sound of pouring wine resonated within the tavern, accompanied by Zuo Lingquan's inquiry. Sister Tang, what is it you wish to ask? It concerns the cultivation you mentioned last time. I glanced at the book you provided, yet it eludes my comprehension, particularly regarding the meridians and acupoints. Indeed. Those can be rather challenging to memorize. Which part do you find perplexing? I can point it out for you. Where is the Q-good point? Could you indicate it to me? Cug. Jiang Yi's eyes widened slightly, her expression turning peculiar, after all. The Q-good point is located approximately 5 inches below the navel, and Zuo Lingquan was clearly indicating towards a rather inappropriate area for a woman. How foolish of her to even inquire about it. Were she to find out, she might as well burrow into a hole. What Jiang Yi did not anticipate was that. Shortly thereafter, Zuo Lingquan's voice resonated within the tavern. The Q-good point is right here. Oh, how can it be in this location? Jiang Yi's expression abruptly stiffened, the smile vanishing from her lips as her gaze turned noticeably frigid. This audacious fellow truly dared to point in such a direction? A surge of unbridled fury ignited within her, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned towards the window and reprimanded, You, Zua. Inside the tavern, Zuo Lingquan and Tang Jinru sat facing each other, leaning over the table to examine the books laid before them. The little bird, Dumpling, perched above the pages, also gazed down at the human anatomy illustrations. Zuo Lingquan was pointing at a red dot on the illustration when he heard the commotion. Both he and Tang Jinru, along with the bird, simultaneously lifted their heads to glance towards the window. Winky face, oh. Jiang Yi, accustomed to managing court affairs, possessed a keen sense of situational awareness. Detecting something amiss, she maintained her tone and instinctively blurted out, Why have you arrived so swiftly? Quite fierce, aren't you? Zuo Lingquan replied, somewhat bewildered, glancing around. Is it wrong for me to arrive early to await your presence? Jiang Yi glared, momentarily at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Tang Jinru, startled, lifted her gaze to examine her, only to realize it was the girl from last time. However, this time she was not donned in male attire, but rather in a delicate, form-fitting pleated dress, her lips a fiery red, her features exquisitely painted. Clearly the result of meticulous preparation. At that moment, the beauty's slight frown added an enchanting allure, rendering her a captivating sight. This girl, how could she speak without thinking? All her flesh seems to have settled upon her chest. Tang Jinru furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at herself, being of a certain age. She certainly possessed a more voluptuous figure than the barely 20-year-old girl, a flicker of pride gleaming in her eyes. However, these subtle thoughts were not revealed by Tang Jingran, who merely smiled and said, Oh, a rare visitor. Did you not say you did not wish to come? Suddenly jumping out from beside the window. Who were you trying to frighten? Jiang Yi, seeking an opportunity to divert attention from the earlier matter, felt her expression cool slightly at these words. What does it have to do with you? She retorted. Zuo Lingquan, feeling somewhat helpless, rose and moved towards the tavern's exit. Since you're here, that's good. Sister Tang, I shall take my leave. Tang Jing sensed the awkwardness in their relationship, perhaps fearing Zuo Lingquan might cause trouble, and admonished, Little Zuo, you are to be the future consort of the Grand Princess. It is crucial to discern the gravity of certain matters. Do not act recklessly, lest you harm yourself and others. This admonition was also directed towards the young woman at the window. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's anger somewhat subsided. She pursed her lips and said nothing further, turning to walk deeper into the alley. A moment later, the alley was tranquil, devoid of any passers-by, save for a man and a woman walking side by side. The man tilted his head to observe the woman, who, however, averted her gaze towards the wall, leaving him with only the sight of her back. Your Highness, why did you suddenly lose your temper just now? Were you eavesdropping? Jiang Yi had indeed been eavesdropping, but she would never admit it in front of Zuo Lingquan. I merely happened to pass by and overheard. You seem to have nothing better to do than to teach a common girl the ways of cultivation. She doesn't even know where the Yugu point is. How can she learn? It is quite normal to be unaware when first embarking on the path of cultivation. I merely pointed out the illustrations, and the princess grows jealous. Who is jealous? Jiang Yi straightened herself, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Zuo Lingquan, You are becoming increasingly audacious. I am the Grand Princess of the Dayton, and you are but an unwed consort. Do you truly think I will not discipline you for such insolence? Having interacted with Jiangyi for several days, Zuo Lingquan had already grasped her temperament. He chose not to dwell on the matter of jealousy, turning to face Jiangyi instead. Did the princess summon me back solely to scold me? Jiangyi's expression turned serious as she attempted to project authority. You are under my command. If I were to summon you back for a reprimand, what of it? Are you dissatisfied? Zuo Lingquan narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his hand to lean against the wall, towering over Jiangyi. The sudden movement forced Jiangyi to lean against the wall. Although she was not short, she only reached his nose. Leaning against the wall compelled her to look up at him, and she instinctively felt the pressure of his presence. The sin of the man enveloped her, making her heart race unexpectedly. Proud by nature and accustomed to looking down upon others due to her status as a grand princess, she had never experienced such a position before. She instinctively sought to push Zuo Lingquan away, but as she moved her hand, she realized she could not overpower him and feared provoking him further, so she dodged to the left instead. However, to her surprise, Zuo Lingquan pressed forward, using his other hand to block the left side, effectively trapping her in between. Jiangyi found herself unable to slip past his arm. She raised her hand to push against him. You are being outrageous. What do you think you are doing? Zuo Lingquan, blocking her, taunted. I am not convinced. What can the princess do to me? Jiangyi gazed up at the somewhat imposing Zuo Lingquan, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, she would never allow such feelings to surface. Her expression turned icy as she spoke in a low voice. Do not overstep your bounds. I have yet to settle the matter of the pendant you sent last time. Do you truly think I would hesitate to hold you accountable? What is wrong with the pendant I gifted? The images I engraved were merely meant to be cherished for a lifetime. If the princess dislikes it, she may return it at her leisure. Zuo Lingquan extended his hand in a teasing manner. Naturally, Jiangyi did not comply. She snorted disdainfully, such an object. Do you think I would find pleasure in it? I discarded it long ago. Should you dare to, before she could finish her sentence? A woman's panicked scream echoed through the tranquil alley. In that moment, Zuo Lingquan swiftly tugged at her collar, grasping the tie beneath it, and gently pulled upward. The crimson tie was lifted, revealing the bamboo green pendant that had been concealed between her garments. Jiangyi felt a sudden emptiness in her chest, startled into a shiver as she instinctively wrapped her arms around her clothing. Her mouth agape, she looked incredulously at Zuo Lingquan, clearly shocked that he had the audacity to take such liberties. Zuo Lingquan, having observed the pendant's tie around her neck, now had undeniable evidence in hand. And his confidence surged as he teased with a smile. Did you not claim to have discarded it? You. Jiangyi's face flushed crimson, her shoulders and eyelashes trembling slightly. Though she wished to retort, the embarrassment of being caught rendered her speechless. She contemplated tearing the pendant away and discarding it. But such an action would be futile. After a moment of internal struggle, she clenched the bamboo green pendant and coldly declared, if you dare to strike at me, I will remember it for a lifetime. I keep this object close to remind myself. You think I cherish this wretched trinket? Zuo Lingquan nodded slightly. So that is the case. Upon witnessing the amusement in Zuo Lingquan's eyes, Jiangyi, with her proud disposition, found it intolerable to endure such humiliation. Yet, she was aware that she could not overpower him. After all, he had the audacity to snatch the pendant from her collar. And who knew what other unscrupulous actions he might dare to take? After grinding her silver teeth in frustration for a considerable time, she reluctantly chose to swallow her pride and turned to leave. However, Zuo Lingquan had no intention of letting her slip away, raising his hand to block her path. Surely, the princess did not summon me merely to flaunt the pendant I gifted? Jiangyi halted her steps, clenching her fists, suppressing a torrent of emotions within her. After a moment's hesitation, she coldly replied, I have come to issue a warning. Fuji Mountain will arrive in the capital tomorrow, and if my suspicions prove correct, they may unleash ferocious beasts during this grand occasion, seeking to embarrass both myself and Chihuang Valley. You have been patrolling the mountains and carry significant responsibilities. Do not falter. Zuo Lingquan nodded earnestly. Thank you for the reminder, princess. I shall remain vigilant. Jiangyi pressed her lips together, perhaps unable to contain her ire. She retrieved an object from her bosom and hurled it at Zuo Lingquan, declaring, a gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. If you dare to discard this, I will end you. With that, she turned and fled, seemingly fearful of being caught by Zuo Lingquan. Zuo Lingquan raised his hand to catch it, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a jade pendant resting in his palm. The front of the pendant was intricately engraved with a scene, a narrow street drenched in night rain, where a remarkably graceful female hero stood holding an umbrella, while beside her, beneath an eave, stood a figure, a half-orc. Zuo Lingquan blinked, observing the man on the pendant who bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Beiji. And without a doubt, he recognized who it depicted. He traced his fingers over the piece, nodding slightly, commendable craftsmanship. Jiang Yi hastily ran a considerable distance before daring to stop and glance back. She clearly hoped to see Zuo Lingquan in a state of exasperation upon receiving the pendant, yet unable to retaliate against her. To her surprise, Zuo Lingquan exhibited no anger whatsoever, casually hanging the jade pendant at his waist and waving her off. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, princess." Jiang Yi stood there momentarily bewildered, yearning to inquire why he was not upset. However, she realized that such a question would likely be futile. After a prolonged silence, she could only glare at Zuo Lingquan with unyielding resentment before striding heavily out of the alley. As time progressed, the influx of cultivators entering the capital increased, and Chihuang Town became bustling with activity, reminiscent of the temple fairs during the new year. Chihuang Valley was equally crowded. Most of the prominent cultivators of the Grand Dan came from this valley. When returning to their sects to pay respects to their masters, it was impossible to stay outside. Once guest rooms were filled, even some junior disciples had to vacate their quarters to share a space with their seniors. Though the tranquility of the past had dissipated, the grand spectacle of all sects paying homage still instilled a sense of pride among the valley disciples. After all, being the head of a chicken is better than being the tail of a phoenix. The only downside was that the heavens were unkind, as a gentle spring rain began to fall. Unlike the grand sects, Chihuang Valley lacked protective formations, leaving the assembly of immortals and friends to endure the rain, which appeared somewhat undignified. Wu Qi-wan, the head of the Danqi room, had also started her journey as a disciple 30 years ago, and among the throngs of visitors was a number of her contemporaries. Reunions with old friends inevitably led to reminiscing about the past, leaving her little time for respite over the past few days. During the midday hour, after successfully seeing off a visiting junior sister, she received a summons from her elder brother and ventured out of the bamboo grove, holding an oiled paper umbrella. Despite the rain, one could still witness many individuals meditating and practicing amidst the corridors and pavilions of the valley. Some even braved the downpour to sit outdoors. While the spiritual energy in Chihuang Valley could not compare to that of the larger sects, it remained a fertile ground capable of supporting thousands of practitioners. Far denser than the outside world, those who typically could not enter now seized the opportunity to absorb its essence. Cultivation is never an easy path, and the host must possess the magnanimity befitting their role. Wu Qingwan naturally harbored no dissatisfaction, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement to familiar seniors she encountered. The plaza in front of the hall had been set up with numerous seating arrangements, and beneath the rain, the area was teeming with people. Several young cultivators engaged in sparring on the square, while elders stood by offering guidance. In the realm of cultivation, prowess is not solely measured by combat strength. There are indeed healers who never take a life, but solely provide aid. However, as 90 of the Grand Dan cultivators hailed from Chihuang Valley, they were all martial practitioners, and the only way to select outstanding disciples for the Jinglu Terrace was through contest of strength. Wu Qingwan strolled leisurely across the side of the square, casting her gaze upon the young men present, searching for any who might rival Zuo Lingquan. Regrettably, despite her thorough examination, none could measure up to him in terms of appearance, physique, or demeanor. This realization filled Wu Qingwan with a sense of quiet pride. However, her moment of satisfaction was short-lived as she overheard some discordant voices. "My cousin is truly foolish. Why would he come here to seek a master when he could learn from old Lu? Just look at these embroidered pillows. They wield their swords less gracefully than I do. Sigh. Old Lu, why the long face? I'm complimenting your teaching, can't you comprehend?" Wu Qingwan, slightly displeased by the remark about the sword-wielding practitioners of the Great Dan dynasty, turned her gaze to discover an elderly man and a youth standing at the edge of the square. The elder, clad in a sword and wearing a conical hat, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while the youth playfully hooked his arm around the elder's neck, gesturing animatedly. After a cursory glance, Wu Qingwan discerned nothing particularly remarkable about them, nor did she recognize them, so she paid them no further mind and proceeded directly into the main hall. Inside the hall, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, all elders from various regions of the Great Dan dynasty. The four masters from Chihuang Valley occupied the foremost seats. Beneath a grand portrait facing the entrance stood a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, holding 3 sticks of incense and respectfully offering them before the image. Upon seeing this man, Wu Qingwan's eyes narrowed slightly as she recognized him to be Cheng Jiujiang, the head of Fuji Mountain. Fuji Mountain, established only slightly after Chihuang Valley, is considered a venerable sect within the Great Dan. However, its founder hailed from outside the borders and drew his teachings from a sect beyond the Nine. Consequently, it has never garnered the respect of the court or the practitioners. Fuji Mountain is merely a small hill rich in spiritual energy, insufficient to support a large number of disciples, and its population has consistently remained around 600. Despite the limited resources, the current head, Cheng Jiujiang, is a formidable figure. Younger than the masters of Chihuang Valley, yet possessing a cultivation level that has reached the 4th stage of the Spirit Valley, making him the second strongest in the entire Great Dan, in a realm where spiritual energy is scarce. Even cultivators at the mid-stage of Spirit Valley within Chihuang Valley progress at a glacial pace. Most who enter the Spirit Valley venture outside, while only a few mid-level practitioners, recognizing the futility of their pursuits, opt to remain for a semblance of stability. Given Cheng Jiujiang's age and cultivation, he should be out exploring further opportunities. Yet like the national master Yu Pingyang, his aspirations diverge from those of ordinary practitioners. Yu Pingyang, from a prominent military family, dedicated his studies to serving the emperor upon reaching the mid-stage of Spirit Valley. In contrast, Cheng Jiujiang preferred to be a leader among lesser ranks. After discovering the challenges of rising through the ranks in lesser sects, he returned to Fuji Mountain to assume leadership, fixated on supplanting Yu Pingdong as the national master. Regardless of Cheng Jiujiang's ambitions, he has undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the Great Dan dynasty. Wu Qingwan, well aware of this reality, felt a slight jolt upon seeing Cheng Jiujiang, lowered her head, and quietly took a seat at the back. In the serene halls of Chihuang Valley, the 4 esteemed masters maintained a composed demeanor, following Cheng Jiujiang's respectful greetings to the venerable ancestor of Jinglu Terrace. Master Yu Heng spoke. Cheng, you do not hail from Jinglu Terrace, thus, the incense you offer may bear little significance. Cheng Jiujiang, with a warm expression, appeared as an ordinary official as he took his seat to one side of the grand hall, smiling as he replied, Master Yu, you remain as humorous as ever. Our kingdom, along with the neighboring nations, enjoys the protection of Jinglu Terrace. It is only fitting that we offer incense, especially since Jinglu Terrace has graciously granted 3 spots for inner disciples, benefiting Fuji Mountain as well. Due to Chihuang Valley's steadfast presence that has spared our realm from war for decades, Jinglu Terrace treats all equally, showcasing its magnanimity. Fuji Mountain has certainly benefited, and one cannot forget from whom this light shines. Fuji Mountain has aided the fierce king in guarding the borders, slaying numerous ferocious beasts and bandits in the desolate wilderness. Thus, the term benefit feels somewhat injurious, Cheng Jiujiang remarked, glancing around. By the way, it has been several years since I last saw the national master. In such a grand occasion, why has he not made an appearance? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingwan felt a pang of anxiety. The elder master maintained a neutral expression. Our esteemed teacher has been in seclusion for nearly 2 years, presumably on the brink of a breakthrough. We, as disciples, dare not disturb him. If you wish to pay your respects, it would be best to wait until he emerges. Cheng Jiujiang lightly tapped the back of his chair, pondering for a moment, then continued, in recent years, the capital has seen a surge of fierce beasts. I wonder if Master Yu has discovered the source. If not, Fuji Mountain possesses some expertise in beast control. Since we are here, we may as well lend a hand. Cheng, you concern yourself with too many matters. Such trivialities should not require external assistance. If this continues, Chihuang Valley may not merit establishing a sect, and we should simply have our teacher bestow you with the national master's robe. Yu Heng retorted gravely. Oh, Master Yu speaks too harshly. Since the national master has been at the helm of our kingdom, his contributions are countless, and I, with my limited experience, dare not compare myself to him. Let us return to the matter of the quotas. Within the grand hall, the dialogue remained cordial, yet an undercurrent of tension flowed beneath the surface. Wu Qingwan discerned Cheng Jiujiang's probing words, even his provocation, yet her senior brothers could only maintain a facade of confidence, unwilling to reveal their unease. But how long could this charade endure? As long as their master did not regain his powers, Chihuang Valley would inevitably face encroachment. Wu Qingwan, feeling inadequate to confront Cheng Jiujiang, could only silently hope for the emergence of another capable individual within Chihuang Valley. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, the image of that sword from Chongqing Mountain flashed through her mind. Alas, she turned her gaze toward the rain-soaked expanse beyond the hall, her eyes reflecting a hint of despondency. Regrettably, Lingquan was still unable to cultivate true energy, even if the reason were discovered. It would take a decade or two to mature. Otherwise, perhaps there might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. To the west of Chihuang Valley, 100 miles away, lay a region known as Xiangshazi Ridge, which marked the endpoint of Zuo Lingquan's patrol route. Beneath the curtain of rain, towering ancient trees obscure the sky and shield the sun, their dense canopies stretching endlessly into the horizon. The distant howls of beasts and the calls of birds render the seldom-trodden rainforest eerily silent. Outside the makeshift thatch hut constructed by the disciples of Chihuang Valley, too sleek, ebony panthers lie at the entrance, feasting on fresh meat. Muffled voices drift from within the hut. Zhao, do you intend to slay the master of Chihuang Valley? Summoning me to this desolate wilderness without a reasonable explanation will compel me to enlighten you on the principles of seniority and respect. From now on, as we enter Chihuang Valley, we are all brothers. The temperament of wild cultivators must be tempered. Zhao, having orchestrated this arrangement, surely has his reasons. It is best to heed his directives. Elder 2, while arrangements are necessary, we must not misuse our resources. Once the banner of Baisheng Valley is raised, we 6 shall all assume the roles of elders and stewards. Is it truly justifiable to abandon our posts and ambush a single disciple of Chihuang Valley? Such reasoning holds merit. Among those present, only 5 possess a cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 8 or higher, with the venerable Qianting Lao Zhu boasting a formidable cultivation of stage 11. This does not account for Elder Nangong's esoteric talismans or Zhao Zei's own spiritual beasts. With such a formidable stance, even the 5 elders of Chihuang Valley could be at risk. To target a mere child is fraught with the danger of incurring karmic retribution. Clad in a raincoat, Zhao Zei crouches outside the hut, affectionately stroking the panther's head. In response to the incessant complaints from his companions behind him, he can only offer a brief explanation. Having faltered several times in the past, Ministerly of the Great Dan dynasty has grown dissatisfied. Without his support, the Great Dan court would never permit us to seize control of Chihuang Valley. This matter is of utmost significance. Ministerly has expressly instructed that we must not fail. So I ask for your understanding. Humph, that was your misstep. To prevent further mishaps, it suffices to bring one person. Is it really necessary to mobilize everyone? Within the incessant chatter of the hut, 5 individuals either stand or sit. 2 stand at the entrance, one wielding a sword and the other a shield, their arms crossed as they observe the panthers devouring their prey. 2 others are seated on grass mats. The elder, adorned in a brocade robe, has hair and beard as white as snow. Beside him rests a copper mirror inscribed with runes. His companion, though slightly younger, is of a similar age, with a ceremonial ruler resting across his knees. The final individual occupies a small wooden platform, holding a golden brush and inscribing incomprehensible incantations on yellow paper. The one voicing the most complaints is the aged elder in the brocade robe. Zhao Zei is not surprised. After all, these 5 are no ordinary lackeys. The elder, known as Qianting Lao Zhu, is a master of Qi refinement stage 11, accompanied by the magical artifact Jingguang Mirror and the robe Jin Yui. The seated figure, Fan Qinglin, though at Qi refinement stage 6, shares the distinction of being a rare wandering sorcerer of the Great Dan dynasty, equally equipped with magical artifacts. The 2 standing at the entrance include Jian Wuya, a martial cultivator of Qi refinement stage 8 wielding a sword, and Tu Yang, who has reached Qi refinement stage 10. Hailing from the esteemed Iron Arrow Manor of the 9 Alliances. Meanwhile, Nangong Xian, engaged in drawing talismans, though at Qi refinement stage 8, is a rare wild cultivator capable of such feats, placing him on equal footing with Qianting Lao Zhu in status. Their robes, though of the same style, differ slightly in pattern. As for Zhao Zei himself, he had once trained under a master from the renowned Jinglu Terrace, acquiring remarkable skills in beast taming, with a commendable cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refining. Initially, the 6 of them were all wild cultivators from various corners of the world. It was only upon encountering the profoundly skilled 8 Treasure Celestial that they became acquainted after joining the 100 Saints Valley. They had gathered to take the lead in preparations for occupying the Qi Huang Valley, while Zhao Zei was more than capable of handling a minor prince on his own. Wang Jing's scathing ridicule had indeed unsettled him, prompting him to summon all those who would take the lead. At this moment, as he listened to the incessant ramblings of the venerable Qianting, Zhao Zei felt a tinge of regret. However, with everyone present, it would be unseemly to send them back empty-handed. He could only respond amicably. If the venerable wishes to scold me, please do so. Our task is to be executed well, ensuring the celestial lord remains unperturbed. After we conclude, I shall personally extend my apologies to each of you. Ultimately, they were all unanchored wild cultivators, banding together for warmth, each seeking a morsel from the crevices of the great sections. Although chanting had grievances, reprimanding Zhao Zhe served little purpose, and after some contemplation, he decided against it. Among them, Nangong Xian, the most astute, was a former disciple of an orthodox sect who had fallen from grace and become a wild cultivator after committing a transgression. Once he had completed the talisman he was drawing, he distributed it to those present and inquired, "Zhao Zhe, do you have any insights into the individual we are confronting? There must be a reason for gathering so many people. Do not present an unclear picture, lest we end up hitting a brick wall." Zhao Zhe accepted the talisman and replied lightly, "I have traced his lineage back to the 18th generation. He hails from a minor county in the south, and there have been no notable figures in his ancestry. He only entered Chihuang Valley at the beginning of this month. Is there anything particularly unique about him? Exceptional talent, or perhaps some fortuitous encounter? Talent. He is strikingly handsome, has become a worldly prince consort, possesses some mundane martial skills, and nothing else of note. Oh, and he seems to be quite affluent." Affluent? The five of them furrowed their brows at this revelation. In the realm of cultivation, two types of individuals were particularly fearsome: the astonishingly gifted cultivation prodigies and the extravagantly wealthy treasure-seeking celestial masters. Both types were unpredictable, and ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom what they might pull from their pockets to confront you. Zhao Zhe understood their concerns and waved his hand dismissively. He may be wealthy, but in this place, no amount of silver can procure much. However, as a prince consort, he is likely to possess a couple of magical artifacts or talismans. Once we succeed, you may take them as my way of expressing regret." Only then did the five nod slightly. Nangong Xian remarked, "When we work together, there is no need for such apologies. Should we acquire any artifacts, as per our usual practice, they shall go to whoever can utilize them, and I will compensate my brothers with a few celestial coins." This small locale probably harbored few magical artifacts. After a brief exchange, a small bird suddenly flitted from the dense forest and landed on Zhao Zhe's shoulder. The others recognized that the prey had arrived, and they fell silent, donning their dark cloaks and retrieving their tools. "Let us proceed swiftly and decisively." Zhao Zhe raised his hand and retrieved a wooden box wrapped in black cloth from the thatched shed, accompanied by two black panthers, silently vanishing into the rainforest. Thunder rumbled like celestial drums echoing from the heavens. In the depths of the mountains, a group of young men and women, burdened with bamboo baskets, traversed a path overgrown with weeds. Zuo Lingquan, wielding a sword, led the way, cleaving through withered vines and thickets to clear the route, occasionally glancing at the grim sky. "Only 20 more miles to go. Let us muster our strength. Once we arrive, we can rest for the night, and I shall continue recounting a Chinese ghost story. Brother Zuo, please refrain from such terrifying tales. They frighten Sister Zhou, who keeps wanting to hide in your embrace." Laughter erupted among them. The journey from Xiongxiazi Ridge to Chihuang Valley spanned approximately 100 miles in a straight line. But with the arduous ascent and descent of mountains and detours across rivers, it amounted to no less than 300 miles of rugged terrain, requiring 3 days for a round trip, with each day demanding over 200 miles of trekking. Though the distance was considerable, all were practitioners of the arts, and with intermittent breaks along the way, they managed well. As they approached within 10 miles of the Black Bear Ridge, the prospect of a restful night before their return brought relief to many disciples. Wang Rue, walking beside Zuo Lingquan, jested, "Brother Zuo, just now while foraging for herbs, I overheard the sisters whispering about planning to sleepwalk into your bed tonight. You must maintain your composure and not wrong the princess. If you find it unbearable, just cough, and I shall take the younger brothers outside to avoid any awkwardness." Previously, during a perilous encounter in Chaqing Mountain, Wang Rue had narrowly escaped with his life, suffering only minor scrapes. Regardless of how Chihuang Valley perceived the daring act of rescue, Wang Rue held this debt of gratitude close to his heart. Though he had nearly lost his legs to a serpent's bite, his appreciation remained undiminished. Since that incident, his impression of Zuo Lingquan had crystallized into two traits: righteousness and ferocity, naturally leading him to address him as senior brother. In response to Wang Rue's banter, Zuo Lingquan smirked, "If the princess hears you, there will surely be a few more little attendants outside Jingyuan Hall." "This is merely casual conversation," Wang Rue replied. "In my view, the princess's temperament may not be as domineering as rumored. She genuinely seems to have feelings for you." As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, they entered a flat basin, with Xiongxiazi Ridge emerging at the edge of the rainforest. The journey of patrolling the mountains was rather mundane. One could traverse it 10 times without encountering anything noteworthy. With the end of their trek in sight, the disciples relaxed their vigilance, even beginning to search the woods for dry vines and branches, untouched by the rain, to prepare a fire for cooking. Wang Rui, ever the talkative one, noticing Zuo Lingquan's reluctance to indulge in romantic musings, turned his attention to teasing the younger sisters instead. Zuo Lingquan, having devoted 14 years to sword practice, had cultivated a habit of unwavering focus in his endeavors. Although he occasionally exchanged a few words, his gaze remained fixed on the shadowy depths of the rainforest. The dense canopy obscured most of the view, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Aside from the voices of the disciples, only the sound of rain persisted, as if the lush rainforest harbored no living beings. At first, Zuo Lingquan remained unaware of anything amiss, but as they proceeded, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. Raising his hand, he signaled for silence. The disciples, accustomed to the strict discipline of patrols, held their breath simultaneously, reaching for their sheathed swords. Consequently, the basin was left with nothing but the sound of rain. Wang Rui grasped the hilt of his sword and leaned closer to Zuo Lingquan, surveying the dense forest. "Senior brother Zuo, what troubles you?" Zuo Lingquan, having heard no noise, found this peculiarity troubling. It was too quiet. An unnatural stillness pervaded the woods, defying reason. With Wang Rui's reminder, he too began to sense that something was indeed amiss. Chaqing Mountain, despite being a wild and desolate area, was not devoid of life. Serpents, insects, and creatures abounded, and even in the rain, utter silence was implausible. Such a phenomenon typically indicated the presence of a fierce beast, which frightened the local fauna into silence. The purpose of their patrol extended beyond the collection of rare materials. It also entailed the extermination or driving away of any ferocious creatures that had ventured into the outskirts of Chaqing Mountain. Should they prove incapable of dealing with such threats, they would return to inform their elders. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wang Rui proposed, "Should I scout ahead?" Zuo Lingquan, sword in hand, listened intently to the slightest rustle in the wind, waiting for an eternity, yet still detecting no movement. He finally raised his hand and ordered, "Wang Rui, accompany me to investigate. The rest of you remain vigilant. Should you sense any disturbance, retreat immediately." The young disciples, having been well trained by their seniors on how to handle perilous situations, formed a protective circle, guarding against potential threats. Zuo Lingquan and Wang Rui advanced cautiously along a narrow path, taking out the worry-free talisman that Jiang Yi had given him. However, the talisman required the activation of true qi to be effective, drawing upon the user's energy to envelop them. If triggered with a white jade coin, it would remain inert, lacking a target to attach to, thus he could only hold it in hand, waiting for the opportune moment. The dim light of the rainforest, shrouded by the flourishing trees, rendered their surroundings increasingly obscure. After taking merely a few steps, they had already slipped from the sight of their fellow disciples. Wang Rui, still haunted by past encounters, treaded carefully and murmured, "Let us not run into that crimson-eyed beast again. There is no uncle with this time." "Do not jinx it," Zuo Lingquan interjected. "Well, if it's meant to be, it will be. If we do encounter it, I shall lead the way. I can manage. Keep silent." "Understood." Wang Rui smiled faintly, refraining from further conversation, his sword poised as he scanned the vicinity. They advanced cautiously for nearly 100 paces. Yet the silence persisted, with no signs of disturbance. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often herald danger. Zuo Lingquan, inherently cautious, recalled Jiang Yi's warnings. Unable to ascertain the cause of the eerie quietude, he resolved not to venture further and declared, "We shall abandon the quest to Bear and Badger Ridge and return to report to Master Uncle, so that he may send someone to address the situation." Wang Rui also sensed something peculiar and nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as the two were about to turn back, a sudden cacophony erupted from behind, there's movement from the northeast. "It's Mo Biao, run." Upon hearing the distant words, Wang Rui's complexion paled slightly. Mo Biao was a rare spirit beast, while both ferocious beasts and spirit beasts belong to the animal kingdom. Ferocious beasts are typically those that have undergone transformations after consuming exotic herbs, possessing only primal hunting instincts and limited intelligence. In contrast, spirit beasts are inherently extraordinary creatures, akin to the massive white crane residing in the Chihuang Valley, with intelligence and potential for growth far surpassing that of ordinary birds. Although the physical prowess of spirit beasts may not necessarily exceed that of ferocious beasts, in terms of danger, wild spirit beasts are undoubtedly more perilous, as they possess the ability to think and analyze their surroundings. "This is bad. A diversion tactic. We must return." Wang Rui quickly pivoted and sprinted back along their path, striving to assist his junior disciples who were under siege by the beasts. As the leader of the mountain patrol team, Zuo Lingquan also hastened to provide support. Yet, as the two hastened through the rainforest, having covered a mere 10 steps, a shout suddenly rang out from the side. "Look here." The voice, though aged, was unmistakably human. Startled, Zuo Lingquan and Wang Rui instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld a figure clad in a black cloak, standing beneath a towering tree, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The figure's left hand formed a gesture, while the right hand raised a copper mirror framed in redwood high above. At the very moment Zuo Lingquan turned his head, the copper mirror erupted into a blinding white light, illuminating the surrounding area. The twilight rain enveloped the dense forest, which was already shrouded in dimness. The radiant white brilliance of the mirror appeared as though a sun had suddenly emerged in the night, transforming the trees and flora into a dazzling white hue. Although the white light was fleeting, Zuo Lingquan and Wang Rui, having navigated the dim forest for some time, had acclimated to the gloom. Unprepared, they were momentarily blinded by the brilliant radiance, leaving their world engulfed in a blinding whiteness. Damn, this is bad. In an instant, the cacophony enveloped the shadowy rainforest. The 6 members of Baisheng Valley, cloaked in black, stood dispersed in the obscurity. Nangong held a talisman pouch, resembling a scholarly figure clutching a scroll. Observing Zhao Zhe commanding the ferocious beasts to drive away the remaining disciples of Qi Huang Valley, he inquired with confusion, "Why not simply kill them all? Why go to such lengths to separate them? We cannot expose the existence of Baisheng Valley. This one must perish at the hands of the ferocious beasts, framed as a misdeed of Fuji Mountain. We must also clean up the scene afterward." "Too many people may leave traces," Nangong replied, choosing not to elaborate further. He allowed Zhao Zhe to proceed with his task while he remained vigilant, watching the movements within the depths of the forest. On the other side, the venerable Qianting, wielding the magical artifact Golden Light Mirror, blinded the eyes of the two individuals. Concealed among the treetops, Jian Wuye revealed himself. Despite being only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, a faint azure sword aura was already visible on his blade. Tu Yang, holding the Elephant King shield in his left hand and a divine hammer in his right, bore the standard equipment of disciples from the Taiju Manor. At the 10th level of martial cultivation, he was capable of manifesting true energy visibly, with the round shield emanating a yellow glow, faintly revealing an elephant's head. Shanziyao, though his average cultivation may not rival that of the esteemed Taoist masters from the Miaojing family, possesses formidable experience in overpowering the weak, a skill unmatched by disciples nurtured under the protective wings of their sections. He seldom intervenes, but when he does, his strikes unleash a thunderous force, leaving no opportunity for his adversaries to retaliate. Upon witnessing the blinding flash from the golden mirror, Tu Yang, wielding the Elephant King shield, surged forward with determined strides towards Zuo Lingquan. Temporarily blinded by the brilliant light, Zuo Lingquan instinctively sensed the impending danger the moment he was struck. The heavy footfalls approached rapidly, reminiscent of a bull charging from the side. Zuo Lingquan, discerning Tu Yang's position by sound, decisively crushed the Wuyo talisman wrapped in white jade and hurled it to the side. The pristine talisman unfurled in midair, the shattered jade adhering to the intricate incantations, as vibrant hues coalesced within, illuminating the inscriptions. Zuo Lingquan's response was undeniably swift. However, the 6 members from Baisheng Valley had anticipated his possession of life-preserving artifacts. Tu Yang refrained from launching an attack, instead positioning his circular shield defensively before him, deliberately creating a formidable spectacle to provoke his opponent into revealing their protective treasures. Above, Jian Wuye concealed his presence, seeking an opportune moment for a lethal strike. As Zuo Lingquan cast the Wuyo talisman to the side, Jian Wuye seized his chance without hesitation. Leveraging the tree trunk to propel himself, his speed surging as he aimed a sword strike at the back of Zuo Lingquan's head. Tu Yang charged directly towards the Wuyo talisman, preventing it from intercepting Jian Wuye's descending blade. Their joint assault commenced with a fatal intent. Regrettably, they gravely underestimated Zuo Lingquan's reflexes. The instant he released the Wuyo talisman, the sound of slicing wind reached his ears from above. Without a moment's contemplation, his legs straightened, and he launched himself into the air, not evading, but instead raising his sword to counter Jian Wuye's descending strike. Only Wu Qinwan could truly comprehend the swiftness of Zuo Lingquan's blade. A cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement, even when prepared, could be caught off guard. How could Jian Wuye, at the 8th level, with all his experience, hope to compare to Wu Qinwan, especially with this strike, which came as a desperate counterattack from Zuo Lingquan? teetering on the brink of life and death. When driven to desperation, even a cornered rabbit can kill an eagle, let alone Zuo Lingquan. As Jian Wuye launched a surprise attack from above, still airborne, he felt a sudden blur before him. The black-clad youth, who had just been standing on the ground, abruptly leaped towards him. Jian Wuye's expression shifted dramatically. He saw the young man tilt his head back, gazing at his position. Though blinded by the golden mirror, his eyes remained locked onto Jian Wuye's location, cold and piercing, as if gazing upon a corpse. To Jian Wuye's astonishment, the long sword in the young man's right hand, having been drawn later, reached him first. By the time he fully grasped the unfolding scene, the blade had already pierced through his chest. The sounds of impact reverberated through the dense forest, one loud, one soft. As Tu Yong, shield in hand, charged towards Zuo Lingquan's position, the white talisman hovering in the air detonated spontaneously. A visible shockwave rippled outward, flattening the surrounding flora, while raindrops falling from above were repelled back into the sky. At the center of the Wuyo talisman, a radius of 3 zhang instantaneously transformed into a vacuum zone. The advancing Tu Yong, shield in hand, was abruptly halted by the force of the shockwave. At the very moment the Wuyo talisman detonated, Jian Wuye was pierced through the chest by a sword thrust. The blade emerged from his back, blood gushing forth and splattering downward, only to be sent soaring by the forceful gust. The two figures suspended in midair were likewise propelled by the shockwave, scattering into the depths of the forest in an instant. Standing on the ground, Wang Rue was momentarily blinded by the flash, and before he could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he was thrust away by the shockwave, tumbling into the other side of the thicket. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye following the eruption of white light. As the raindrops began to fall again, Jian Wuye crashed to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest and blood filling his mouth as he crawled toward the feet of Qianing Laozu. Before landing, Zuo Lingquan, relying on his memory, grasped a nearby tree, pulling his body in the direction of Wang Rue. Tu Yong, unable to discern the situation, was alarmed at Jian Wuye's near demise and staggered back 3 steps, exclaiming, "Be cautious. This individual is no benign character. Activate the talisman." Jian Wuye, rolling to the feet of Qianing Laozu, remarked, "The sword is swift, yet devoid of true energy, merely a martial artist of the mundane world." As he spoke, the 6 members of Baisang Valley each manifested a talisman around them, the incantations resembling that of the Wuyo talisman, but the paper was a dull yellow, significantly inferior in quality. Qianing Laozu held the golden light mirror in his right hand while placing his left hand on Jian Wuye's shoulder, a blue glow cascading down, swiftly staunching the blood that gushed from Jian Wuye's chest. Observing Zuo Lingquan's retreat, Qianing Laozu commanded, "Tu Yong, hasten to assist Negong Xian. Do not allow this individual to close in. I shall follow shortly." Without needing further instruction, Tu Yong had already set off in pursuit of Zuo Lingquan. Meanwhile, Zuo Lingquan landed from the air, using Wang Rue's startled shout to pinpoint Wang Rue's location, seizing his shoulder and sprinting toward the direction of the Chiwang Valley disciples, urging, "Flee quickly." Wang Rue, disoriented, was dragged a few steps before regaining his footing and bolting outward. Though the blinding white light of the golden light mirror had momentarily dazzled their eyes, the blindness was fleeting. As Zuo Lingquan ran a few steps after landing, his vision gradually returned, allowing him to discern the surrounding trees and flowers, though his gaze was still marred by lingering white spots, forcing him to tilt his head to navigate. Wang Rue was similarly affected. Encountering an ambush, his face turned pale, yet in the face of adversity, he found no room for fear, instead sharpening his senses to the surroundings, inquiring, "Senior brother Zuo, who are these people?" "I do not know. Their cultivation is exceedingly high. Be careful." After running for merely a dozen steps, Zuo Lingquan spotted another figure emerging from behind a large tree. The silhouette was surrounded by a talisman, and between its fingers, it held a yellow talisman glowing with a faint red light. With a swift motion, the talisman was launched toward the two. Zuo Lingquan recognized that the 5 elements fire was red but was uncertain of the talisman's nature, thus refraining from rashly striking it. He pulled Wang Rue aside and shattered the white jade coin encased within the Wuyo talisman. The talisman pierced through the rain, its speed astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. The incantation inscribed on the talisman surged forth in a brilliant crimson glow, followed by a torrent of fierce flames that erupted from the paper, transforming into a fiery ring that engulfed the surroundings, turning branches and bark into charred remnants upon contact. Just as the fire ring was about to close in on the two, the Wuyo talisman detonated once more, sending forth a shockwave that dispersed the flames and propelled them deeper into the dense forest. Such audacity! I am eager to ascertain how many Wuyo talismans you possess. Nagong Xin, clutching a talisman holder, swiftly approached, extracting another talisman as he walked. Yet before he could unleash it, a sudden rustling broke the stillness of the forest, followed by a shadow leaping forth like a stealthy leopard from the depths of the thicket. Nagong Xion's expression shifted dramatically. Die for me. At the moment the Wuyo talisman propelled him away, Zuo Lingquan had already somersaulted into the forest. Taking advantage of the dimming flames that momentarily obscured visibility, he sprang forth, using the trees as cover, and dashed toward Nagong Xin, leaping out to strike with his sword aimed directly at Nagong Xion's heart. Both Nagong Xin and Jian Wuye were wandering sorcerers, unlike martial cultivators who focus on strengthening their physical bodies and internal energy. They primarily honed their inner skills at the expense of physical prowess. Although their singular path of cultivation allowed them to surpass martial cultivators in speed and control of true qi, their physical strength was inevitably inferior. As both Nagong Xin and Jian Wuye stood at the 8th realm, Jian Wuye could discern some of Zuo Lingquan's movements, whereas Nagong Xin merely glimpsed a shadow rushing forth before the sword's edge was upon him. Bang! With the sword point just a yard away, the yellow talismans encircling Nagong Xin erupted spontaneously. Though it was also a Wuyo talisman, the one he had drawn himself was vastly inferior to that of Fulong Mountain, and the released shockwave could only withstand the power of 3 or 4 cultivators at most. Zuo Lingquan, lacking true qi, nevertheless possessed a physique that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Wielding his sword with unyielding force, he caught even Jian Wuye off guard. A subpar Wuyo talisman was evidently insufficient to halt him. The shockwave cleared the descending rain, yet the 3-foot azure blade still pierced through, merely slightly impeding Zuo Lingquan's momentum. With a heart set on killing, Zuo Lingquan forced his way through the shockwave and thrust his sword into his opponent's chest. However, to his astonishment, the long sword, which had accompanied him for many years, seemed to strike a solid block of wood, penetrating merely an inch before it could advance further. Yet even without fully piercing the chest, the force behind the thrust was considerable. Caught off guard, Nagong Xin was propelled backward by the impact, the sword's tip withdrawing and leaving a trail of blood, revealing the ornate robe beneath his dark cloak. Seizing the moment, Zuo Lingquan would not let his adversary escape. He immediately thrust his sword again, but alas, the reinforcements had already arrived. With a thunderous shout, Tu Yang leapt into action from 3 yards away. Wielding the Elephant King's shield, descending like a celestial being, his divine hammer radiating blinding light as it aimed to strike forcefully at Zuo Lingquan. The divine hammer was not a magical artifact, but a mere imitation crafted in the shape of the golden hammer wielded by the disciples of the Iron Arrow Mansion. Nevertheless, even a common iron weapon, when wielded by a 10th realm cultivator, possessed formidable destructive power. Hearing the commotion, Zuo Lingquan did not turn but raised his long sword to parry. Clang! The clash of metal resounded through the rain-soaked forest. Although the longsword managed to block the iron mace, the overwhelming force contained within the mace effortlessly bent the blade, striking relentlessly towards the chest of Zuo Lingquan. However, having previously received a strike from Jiang Yi, Zuo Lingquan was acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by cultivators with true energy and had never intended to confront it head-on. At the moment the blades met, he skillfully leaned back and fell to the ground, simultaneously dispersing the force while forcefully pushing off the ground with his legs, narrowly evading the blow. The Tu Yang iron mace crashed to the ground, propelling the Xiang Wang shield forward with great momentum, denying Zuo Lingquan any opportunity to threaten Nagong Xin. Nagong Xin, who had fallen to the ground, felt a surge of relief upon seeing Tu Yang approach. Swiftly rising to his feet to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and conjured another talisman. Senior brother, run. Wang Rue, who had just managed to rise from the ravaged fire ring, called out urgently. Zuo Lingquan discerned that these inexplicably appearing enemies were formidable, and being alone, he could not cope. He promptly kicked the encroaching round shield, propelling himself towards Wang Rue, while flipping midair. Meanwhile, Nagong Xin unleashed the talisman once more. Sensing impending danger, Zuo Lingquan quickly sought refuge behind a tree of substantial girth. Boom! The fire ring erupted once again, engulfing the surrounding area in searing flames. Zuo Lingquan pressed against the tree trunk. Even without direct contact with the flames, the intense heat singed his hair, and he shielded his face with his sleeve, which turned a charred yellow, while his exposed hands were instantly burned. Watch your feet. Wang Rue's urgent cry rang out again, but Zuo Lingquan was already acutely aware. His feet, which had been firmly planted, suddenly felt as if they were sinking into a quagmire, descending over 3 inches in an instant. Startled, Zuo Lingquan glanced around and noticed a figure beside the large tree, wielding a black that was embedded in the ground. His left hand forming seals while his right pressed down on the, visibly causing the surrounding earth to tremble and soften. The distance between them was minimal. With a cold glare, Zuo Lingquan's fingers dug into the tree trunk, using it to pull himself out, intending to slay the cultivator performing the spell nearby. However, at that very moment, the adjacent tree trunk suddenly exploded, revealing the Xiong Wang shield shining with white light. "Break army!" Tu Yong bellowed, his muscles bulging like a raging bull as he thrust the round shield against the tree trunk. Boom! The force was so tremendous that it snapped the thick trunk in half. Zuo Lingquan, caught off guard, was struck in the back by the splintered wood and shield. Feeling as if he had been hit by a battering ram, he let out a muffled groan, his face instantly flushing. His robe was shredded by the force, and he was propelled forward like a cannonball, flying nearly 10 zhang before crashing into another tree trunk of similar thickness, before finally collapsing to the ground. Senior brother Zuo. Wang Rue, witnessing Zuo Lingquan suffer such a heavy blow, turned pale and rushed forward with his sword drawn to provide aid. From a young age, Zuo Lingquan had perhaps never experienced such a setback. A surge of sweetness flooded his throat, and he felt a near total loss of sensation in his back. Realizing he was incapable of confronting the situation, he gritted his teeth and used his sword to prop himself up, hastening deeper into the dense forest. After striking with all his might, Tu Yong did not immediately pursue. Instead, he raised his eyes to the fleeing Zuo Lingquan, astonished. Could he truly rise again? Nangong Xian also wore an expression of disbelief. Tu Yang's breaking army was a signature technique of the Iron Arrow sect. Formidable enough that even an opponent of equal standing would lose half their life from a direct hit. Yet, the young man ahead, though slightly unsteady, maintained a remarkable speed. The physique of a mere mortal could not possibly reach such heights. Even a 12th tier Qi cultivator possessed no greater strength. Had he been accompanied by true energy, that sword strike would have surely claimed Tu Yang's life. Not far from this scene, the venerable chanting Laozu, after ensuring Jian Wuye's vital points were protected, hastened forward and remarked, "This youth's cultivation method is indeed unique. He may possess great fortune." Jian Wuye, although saved from a sword thrust to the chest by chanting Laozu, still bore significant wounds. His complexion pale, he inquired, "What shall we do? If there is a powerful figure backing him, we may have stirred a hornet's nest. Should we pursue or not?" Being the eldest and most experienced among them, chanting Laozu advanced with the golden mirror towards the depths of the forest, stating, "Do you think that by letting him go today, he will spare us in the future?" The remaining members exchanged glances, grasping the implication. Wild cultivators are like rootless weeds, devoid of any support, if one wishes to avoid conflict. They must wear a smile and tread carefully. However, once action is taken, one must eradicate the threat entirely without a trace of hesitation or mercy. Otherwise, a mere village boy, whom you might dismiss with a slap, could return a century later, wielding a sword to remind you that a gentleman's revenge is never late. Tu Yong hefted the Elephant King shield and pursued in the direction Zuo Lingquan had fled, declaring, "Follow closely behind. Do not allow this boy to exploit any openings." Nagong Xian glanced at his own wound and waved his hand, saying, "Jian Wuye, call Zhao Zhe back. This boy has fled into the depths of Chaqing Mountain, but he cannot run far." With that, the four entered the forest in succession, chasing deeper into Chaqing Mountain. Patter, 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 raindrops fell incessantly through the boundless forest. Their hurried footsteps occasionally obscured by the curtain of rain, accompanied by distant howls and shouts. "Do not run. I will grant you a swift end." Two figures moved through the endless woods, one ahead of the other, oblivious to their surroundings and the distance they had covered, both drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Gradually, the one trailing began to falter, their pace slowing. Yet, it was not the less skilled Wang Rue who struggled, but rather Zuo Lingquan, who was nearing his limits. Trained in martial arts since childhood, Zuo excelled in unparalleled explosive power. However, even the finest burst of energy comes from a mortal body. How far could an ordinary person run, even in a desperate escape? Under normal circumstances, a half-mile sprint would be a feat. Zuo Lingquan had covered nearly 5 miles. Despite Wang Rue's mere attainment of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he possesses an abundance of true energy as his reliance. As long as this true energy remains unexhausted, it continuously nourishes his body, allowing him to run indefinitely without succumbing to fatigue. The same can be said for the 6 pursuers behind him. While human strength may eventually wane, nature's power knows no bounds. Left Lingquan had previously doubted this adage, but now he finds it undeniably true. Whether in defiance or resignation, he cannot escape the gradual depletion of his strength. He yearns to gather his breath, yet it grows increasingly fleeting. Though left Lingquan's gaze remains sharp as a blade, The pallor of his complexion and the thunderous beating of his heart incessantly remind him that he must pause to rest. Yet, halting is not an option. To stop is to invite death. Wang Rui's breathing is equally labored as he races forward, fervently seeking a path to survival. Since his rescue, Wang Rui has held Left Lingquan in high regard, never entertaining the notion that his companion might falter. However, as he continues to run, he realizes that the distance between them is widening until the footsteps behind him abruptly cease. Senior brother left? Wang Rui quickly halts, turning to inquire in a hushed tone. Left Lingquan stands still, sword in hand, raindrops trickling down its edge. He faces away from Wang Rui, steam rising from his drenched body. Bewildered, Wang Rui cautiously glances back and whispers, "Senior brother left. Hurry and run. They will be upon us shortly." Left Lingquan stares into the depths of the forest behind them, exerting every effort to regulate his breath and suppress the tremors of his muscles. His voice steady. To run is to die, and to remain is also to die. A swordsman cannot flee from the enemy with his back turned. You should leave. I will fight my way through. Wang Rui is acutely aware that running is also a path to death. Among the 6 pursuers, 5 are at least at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and when it comes to endurance or combat prowess, they would undoubtedly overpower them. The current distance is merely due to the sluggish pace of a few itinerant sorcerers and the cautiousness of the shield-bearing martial cultivators, who fear that Left Lingquan may ambush them, opting instead to band together. 2 beasts are tracking their scent from behind, and no matter how far they run, they cannot shake them off. Yet, continuing to flee offers a glimmer of hope. What if their masters arrive? Chihuang Valley lies 100 miles away. Relying on their sect seems less promising than hoping a great demon emerges from the mountains to frighten off the rogue cultivators, though the prospect is impractical. A semblance of hope remains, for returning guarantees certain death. Wang Rui strides forward, poised to persuade Left Lingquan against acting impulsively, but upon seeing his senior brother's ashen countenance, he comprehends the reason for Left Lingquan's halt. Running any further would lead to his demise. Left Lingquan's sole chance for survival lies in harnessing the remaining strength to confront the 6 adversaries. Wang Rui opens his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. You must go. Left Lingquan exhales deeply, advancing with his sword raised. Wang Rui hesitates, glancing back toward the depths of Chaqing Mountain and then at Left Lingquan's silhouette. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he rushes forward and grips Left Lingquan's arm. Senior brother, do not act recklessly. We must employ strategy. I have a plan. Left Lingquan pauses, turning to face Wang Rui, a flicker of hope evident in his eyes. After all, the situation seems dire, if there exists even the slightest chance of survival. Who would willingly return to face certain death? Wang Rui wiped the rainwater from his face, glancing around the dense rainforest before pointing towards the canopy of a large tree. Brother, you should lie in wait there. In my youth, I encountered a great fortune and learned a secret technique that I dared not reveal in Chihuang Valley. Now, I have no choice but to utilize it. Simply observe me. As he spoke, Wang Rui retrieved a water pouch from his waist and handed it to Zuo Lingquan. By the way, the execution of this technique requires human blood. Brother, please let a few drops fall into this. In the face of dire circumstances, even the most dubious methods must be tried, for they are surely better than risking one's life. Zuo Lingquan hesitated for just a moment but ultimately placed his trust in Wang Rui. He took the water pouch, took a swig, and then, with the edge of his sword, sliced his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip into the pouch before handing it back to Wang Rui. Is this sufficient? Yes. That will do. Tend to your wound. We must not allow the pursuing beasts to detect us prematurely. Wang Rui took the pouch and hurriedly retreated, the growls of the beasts drawing ever closer behind him. Zuo Lingquan swiftly attended to his injury, concealing his presence as he stealthily approached the towering tree in the distance. He climbed up and concealed himself among the branches. Before long, 6 figures clad in black cloaks emerged at the edge of his vision, making their way swiftly towards him. Through the thick canopy, he discerned a figure wielding a knife and shield leading the group, while the remaining 5 remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. 2 sleek and glossy black panthers prowled ahead, tracking the scent. Zuo Lingquan held his breath, waiting for an opportune moment, all the while keeping an eye on the direction Wang Rui had vanished. Curious to discover the nature of the item that could turn the tide in such a desperate situation. However, after a prolonged wait, he saw nothing earth-shattering emerge. Instead, a few wild cultivators approached, ultimately arriving at the very spot where the 2 had lingered. Their indistinct murmurs drifted through the night rain. The footprints have vanished. It seems they haven't fled far. Without true Qi, covering such a distance is remarkable. They must have concealed their movements. Be wary of ambush. Zhao Zhe, have you found any traces? Wait, The panthers have caught the scent of blood. 2 individuals, headed southwest. Pursue them. Within the dense forest, the 6 cultivators remained vigilant, proceeding southwest, gradually disappearing from view. Zuo Lingquan felt as though struck by lightning. He stared intently at the departing figures. His breath halted, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. The execution of this technique requires human blood. I learned a secret technique. Simply observe me. The words echoed in his mind, and now Zuo Lingquan understood. What a farce this so-called secret technique was, merely a tactic to lure the enemy, a life-for-a-life exchange. He had saved Wang Rui once, but little did he know that Wang Rui would repay him in such a manner. Zuo Lingquan's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, his knuckles whitening as he felt as though he might crush the hilt wrapped in dark cord. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly hopeless, and now a path to survival lay before him. Rationality urged Zuo Lingquan to seize this opportunity, to remain silent, to act with caution. Any impulsive actions could lead to both their demise, wasting the sacrifices made by others. The enemy has retreated into the distance. All he must do now is bide his time, and cautiously slip away in the opposite direction, thus seizing the chance to escape. Zuo Lingquan is doing just that. Yet he cannot reconcile himself to it. From the tender age of 3, he has devoted himself to sword practice, diligently honing his skills for 14 years without so much as a day's respite. He has relentlessly extracted every ounce of potential from himself, stubbornly striking with sword after sword. All for what? To ensure that he is never outshone in this world, where some possess the power to move mountains and part seas, and to stand firm, rather than helplessly witnessing others perish in his stead. For once such a tragedy occurs, it is bound to happen again, and then a third time. Having endured this ordeal today, what might befall him next could be even more harrowing. Will he continue to live in a state of despair? Indeed, this adversary is formidable. So much so that no glimmer of hope is visible, but when has an enemy ever been anything less than formidable? One can only choose friends, not foes. If one always hopes for adversaries to be weaker, what purpose does training with the sword serve? Thunder rumbles as lightning cleaves the heavens, turning the rainforest into a realm of daylight. Zuo Lingquan tightly grips his long sword, which has accompanied him for over a decade, fixating on the direction in which several wild cultivators have fled. The enemy is far away now, but distant howls of beasts and the sounds of running and shouting can be heard. Wang Rui has been discovered and cannot run for long. The odds of victory are nearly non-existent. Charging recklessly is the folly of a brash individual and should be avoided. If he does not depart now, he will miss his chance. A fierce wind howls, and torrential rain pours down. Under the vast celestial might, 6 individuals move swiftly through the boundless rainforest, trailing 2 black panthers as they pursue the enemy fleeing through the trees. Suddenly, the rain intensifies, with droplets the size of soybeans pounding against the treetops, creating a cacophony that drowns out even the roars of beasts and murmurs of conversation. Qianting Laozu is shielded by several companions. Lifting his gaze towards the treetops with a serious expression, why has the rain suddenly become so heavy? In the depths of the mountains and forests, one must act swiftly. Prolonged delays may attract the attention of the inhabitants of Chiwang Valley. Tu Yang, wielding the Elephant King shield, follows the 2 black panthers, tracking the nearly imperceptible bloodstains on the muddy ground. After a brief distance, the black panthers come to an abrupt halt, directing their gaze towards a pond nestled in the valley. Zhao Zhe, carrying a box wrapped in black cloth, gestures towards the pond. It is in the water. Exchanging glances, Tu Yang and Jian Wuye, the 2 martial cultivators, cautiously approach the pond and take up defensive positions at its edge. Qianting Laozu signals to his disciple, Fan Qinglin, who nods slightly, holding a black ceremonial scepter as he approaches the pond's edge, inserting the scepter into the opposite side. With his right hand forming a seal and his left hand pressing upon the scepter, a low hum resonates. As the torrential rain pelts down, the deep pond visibly begins to tremble, ripples forming on its surface, while the muddy sediment at the bottom starts to churn, transforming the pond into a viscous mire. The tremors last only a moment before the pond erupts, and Wang Rui, cornered and desperate, bursts forth from the sludge, turning to flee towards the opposite side of the pond. However, the 6 individuals are already prepared and will not grant him the opportunity to escape. Nagong Xian held the talisman, poised to unleash its power, when he suddenly noticed someone emerging from the swamp. He intended to cast a talisman to subdue the threat. However, just as he prepared to act, the figure beside him, Master Qianting, unfurled his black cloak and swiftly leapt to the side. Nagong Xian's ever-present Wuyo talisman also moved to the rear in haste. Be careful. Tu Yang sensed something amiss. Turning from the water's edge to see a dark figure rushing towards them, sword glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at Nagong Xian's back. Both Nagong Xian and Master Chanting had strategically positioned themselves at the rear for safety, caught off guard by the sudden assault. There was no way for Nagong Xian to evade the strike from the front or the back. Bang! The Wuyo talisman detonated but failed to halt the sword's advance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nagong Xian produced a pristine white talisman, yet before he could activate it, he caught sight of a sword tip piercing through the space between his eyes. Swish! The sword's edge retracted in an instant. Just as the members of the 100 Saints Valley grasped the unfolding events, Nagong Xian collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the back of his head, the talismans in his hand scattering. The remaining 5, sensing imminent danger, simultaneously turned to face the rear. Amidst the torrential winds and rain, a dark silhouette stood beneath the ancient trees. In its hand, a 3-foot-long blade dripped with fresh blood. Thunder rumbled overhead, bright flashes of lightning illuminated the earth, casting myriad shadows through the twisted underbrush. The figure's visage flickered, leaving only the impression of its piercing eyes sharp as a blade. Wang Rui, having crawled out from the swamp, sprinted a considerable distance, relieved to find himself alive, and glanced back. Upon assessing the situation, he was momentarily stunned, then grew anxious. "Senior brother, why have you returned?" "To kill," Zuo Lingquan replied tersely, his sword angled towards the ground as he approached the remaining 5. Tu Yang had been focused on Zuo Lingquan's form but suddenly stiffened upon noticing the sword. Something is amiss. In truth, it required no prompting for Master Chanting and the others to sense the change. The sword had been drawn so swiftly they had yet to comprehend its nature, but now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that black mist fluctuated around Zuo Lingquan's right-hand blade. The rain cascading from the heavens was drawn towards him, as if the very streams of the sky flowed into the valley below. Zhao Zhe, attuned to the elemental forces, felt his inner energy stir, and observing the celestial phenomena, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this the Spirit Valley?" Master Chanting, having reached the 11th level of Qi refinement and possessing extensive experience, furrowed his brow and explained, "The boundaries have been shattered. The Ren and Du meridians are fully connected. The small Zhou Tian has been established, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges on its own. It is not the Spirit Valley, but is not far from it either. What shall we do? What do you suggest? Perhaps we should apologize and leave?" Silence enveloped the group as they gradually assumed a defensive formation. Tu Yang brandished the Xiangwang shield and charged towards Zuo Lingquan with fervor, with Jian Wuye close behind. Master Chanting and his disciples simultaneously retreated, retrieving their magical artifacts once more. Zhao Zhe produced a jade flute, placing it to his lips and blowing a resonant note, causing the beasts of the forest to flee in a frenzy, converging towards their location. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zuo Lingquan walked slowly with his sword. His face as cold as frost, devoid of any expression, yet a hint of confusion lingered within him. He had exerted himself to the utmost, racing forward because his opponent was formidable. He could only focus entirely on analyzing the situation, squeezing every ounce of potential from within. However, as he continued his run, he suddenly realized he was not as fatigued as he had anticipated. This sensation resembled that of an utterly exhausted individual stepping into a refreshing, cool room, quenching their thirst with a sip of iced tea while being gently attended to by several young, beautiful maidens, instantly invigorating every limb and sinew. Initially, Zuo Lingquan believed this was merely a fleeting moment of vitality before his body succumbed to collapse, but after he pierced Nagong Xian's skull with his sword, all that remained in his heart was confidence. My sword ought to be thus. Zuo Lingquan felt a weak yet palpable flow of warmth rising from the sea of qi beneath his navel, ascending along the Ren meridian across his chest. It then retraced along the Du meridian near his spine, ultimately returning to the sea of qi. The flow was swift, and with each cycle, the warmth became increasingly distinct. As he poised himself with the sword, this warmth materialized before him, tendrils of black mist, faintly visible on the gleaming blade, growing more pronounced with each passing moment. The water of the 5 elements is black. This is true qi. Zuo Lingquan sensed the sudden emergence of true qi within him. Yet he felt no overwhelming joy or gratitude, believing this was merely heaven finally acknowledging him, for this was his rightful due. After 14 years of arduous cultivation, he had never anticipated a windfall from the heavens nor sought unearned rewards. He relied solely on one sword after another, on the gradual accumulation of effort akin to water wearing through stone, never once faltering. The true qi manifesting within him was not a benevolent gift from the heavens, but rather something he had long deserved, albeit delayed in its arrival. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed as a lightning serpent slithered through the clouds. Tu Yang charged forward, wielding the Elephant King shield. Zuo Lingquan slightly adjusted the blade, lifting his gaze. In that moment, the torrential downpour and furious winds of the rainforest fell eerily silent. The myriad creatures attracted by the beast's summoning flute became utterly still. Following closely behind, Jian Wuye abruptly halted, astonished. As a swordsman himself, he understood the overwhelming pressure and penetrating force that approached him. The sword intent that only a master of the sword could wield. Sword intent is an elusive concept, intangible and indescribable, yet palpable to all. If one were to seek a description, it could be likened to the gaze of the one before him, commanding and sharp, unmistakably conveying that death was imminent. Jian Wuye swallowed hard, unable to confront this brilliance, and began to retreat slowly. Tu Yang, embodying an indomitable path of dominance, sensed an indestructible blade awaiting him ahead. Yet retreat was not an option for him. As a disciple of the Iron Arrow faction, he was bound by the principle of advancing without retreat. To advance was to live, to retreat was to perish. Break the army! Tu Yang bellowed, the Elephant King shield in his grasp erupting with brilliant white light. His muscles swelling visibly as the white true chi surged from his limbs, merging into the shield he held. At that very moment, the speed of Zuo Lingquan surged dramatically. With a 3-foot azure blade in hand, he had not yet revealed how he drew his sword. Yet the tip was already poised directly at the center of the Elephant King's shield. A resounding clang echoed through the torrential winds and rains. The clear sound of the sword ringing out. This strike lacked the intimidating momentum of the last, yet the tone was remarkably pure and resonant. As it was infused with Zuo Lingquan's own vital energy, wisps of black mist unfurled from the blade's edge the instant it touched the round shield, cascading forth like an inky stream the width of a sword's edge, piercing through the formidable shield to strike squarely at Tu Yang's heart. With a crunch, the advancing Tu Yang caught sight of the sword mark that appeared behind the shield. Though he continued his charge, he collided with nothing. Zuo Lingquan retracted his sword upon contact, soaring over the top and landing steadily on the ground, raising his gaze toward the remaining 4 adversaries. Thud! Tu Yang stumbled forward for over 3 paces before collapsing to the ground, a clean sword wound marring his back, the cut precise and even, as if made by the blade itself, without disturbing the fabric of his robe nearby. Tu Yang. The elders of Qianting failed to notice Tu Yang had sustained a grievous injury, urgently calling out to him. This call, however, received no response. Standing firm with his sword, Zuo Lingquan had intended to seize the moment to eliminate the last 4 foes. Yet, after that one strike, he suddenly felt a sense of limitation. Though a surge of vital energy had momentarily awakened within him, his body required time to refine it. The scant energy restored in that brief moment had been entirely expended in a single strike, leaving him utterly drained. Confronted by 4 formidable foes, the exhaustion of his vital energy posed a significant predicament. Quick to respond, Zuo Lingquan halted before the 4. Switching his grip on the sword to rest it against his back, discreetly crushing the remaining white jade coin within his sleeve. His gaze still icy as it swept over the 4. Who are you? Elder Qianting, realizing Tu Yang was beyond saving, felt a tumult of emotions surge within him. Unwilling to advance recklessly, he positioned himself behind Jian Wuye and intoned solemnly, "Who exactly are you?" Zuo Lingquan stood resolutely in the rain, responding calmly, "The Grand Prince of the Great Dan. You come to kill me, yet are you unaware of this? How do you possess such cultivation? Curious? Allow me to enlighten you today. 14 years ago, enough with the rambling. Wang Rui, fearful of being caught by the enemy, cautiously positioned himself far behind. Barely daring to move, seeing the valiant and illustrious Zuo Shixiang suddenly engage in idle chatter, he was filled with exasperation, urging him, "Shixiang, those who prattle too much meet an early demise. We must act swiftly and decisively." Zuo Lingquan's countenance remained stern, yet internally, he trembled. Silently reflecting, "Do you think I am unaware that villains perish from excessive talk? How else to buy time without speaking?" Ignoring his dim-witted junior, Zuo Lingquan continued to narrate his arduous journey of sword practice and his grand aspirations for the future. Elder Qianting, having traversed the path of cultivation for nearly a century, was not lacking in experience. After listening to Zuo Lingquan's ramblings for a considerable time, he gradually grasped the situation. Quickly, he has just broken through. His vital energy is nearing depletion, and he is secretly gathering it. We must conclude this swiftly. Jian Wuye had believed that he was destined to perish today. Upon hearing those words, he quickly realized the fleeting opportunity at hand. With a sudden surge, he leaped forward, closing the distance to Zuo Lingquan in the blink of an eye. Zhao Zeshan, though not particularly formidable in combat, adeptly commanded his beasts and leaped into the dense forest beside the pond, orchestrating his insect beasts from the shadows. Qianning Laozu and his disciple Fan Qinlin, both itinerant sorcerers, stood no chance against the explosive power of a martial artist like Zuo Lingquan. Should Jian Wuye fall, they would have no means of escape. Consequently, they summoned their utmost skills. Zuo Lingquan, gripping the white jade Zhu behind him, attempted to refine and absorb the spiritual energy using the Qihua Valley's nourishing qi technique. However, refining spiritual energy is a meticulous endeavor, and the nourishing qi technique is not a superior method. Even when seated in meditation, the process is slow, let alone while engaged in a battle of wits. Witnessing Jian Wuye's desperate gamble, Zuo Lingquan had no choice but to stow the shattered white jade Zhu in his sleeve and advance once more with his sword. Although Zuo Lingquan's true energy was thin, rendering him unable to employ sword techniques, his physical strength had recovered significantly under the nourishment of his true energy. Even a diminished amount was preferable to none, and his combat prowess remained greater than before. However, Jian Wuye's life and death counterattack could not be underestimated. He raised his hand to unleash the signature technique of the Jinglu Tai. Known as Yuxiacheng Qi, among the 9 sects, Jinglu Tai is renowned for its swordsmanship and beast mastery. Of the 5 lethal moves that can be transmitted in swordsmanship, the national master Yu Pingyong had mastered 3, with Yuxiacheng Qi being the most formidable. Jian Wuye accelerated to his utmost speed, the green sword light emanating over 2 feet from the sword's tip. As he struck, 3 sword shadows emerged ahead of the sword's edge, targeting Zuo Lingquan's heart, mind, and vital energy center. The swordsmanship of Jinglu Tai is famed for its ghostly nature, blending the real with the illusory, making it exceptionally challenging to defend against. When mastered to its peak, Yuxiacheng Qi can unleash 100 swords simultaneously, each a blend of reality and illusion, with a single miscalculation resulting in instant demise. In Qihua Valley, Zuo Lingquan had heard of this technique and knew the countermeasure: to evade entirely, refraining from blocking a single sword. He relied on his explosive physical prowess to leap into the air. As the 3 swords passed beneath him, he countered with a swift strike, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, aiming at Jian Wuye's brow. Clang, the sword tip barely grazed before retracting. Jian Wuye, having thrust forth his sword without the chance to counter, collapsed to the ground, silenced. Zuo Lingquan elegantly sheathed his sword and prepared to advance. However, upon looking up, he noticed Qianing Laozu had raised a bronze mirror as Jian Wuye charged forward. Having suffered previously, Zuo Lingquan promptly closed his eyes and turned his head. Yet what awaited him was not a flash of light, but a warning from Wang Rue: be careful. A heavy sensation filled Zuo Lingquan's heart as he realized he had fallen into a trap and swiftly retreated. Yet, his ankle became inexplicably ensnared. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see a green ripple enveloping an area nearly 10 feet in radius around Qianing Laozu. Wherever the ripple passed, trees and flowers extended their twisted vines, ensnaring everything possible. For lower-ranked cultivators, projecting true energy beyond oneself is challenging under normal circumstances. Only those at the 2nd level of the Spirit Valley can extend their true energy to targets 10 feet away. Even for internal cultivators specializing in techniques, it is improbable for someone at the 11th level of Qi refinement to exert such extensive influence. Zuo Lingquan had gathered some understanding of the situation. As he raised his gaze, he beheld an elderly man standing by the water's edge. The black cloak that had draped over him had fallen away, and his robe billowed around him like the wings of a storm. His face, pale as parchment, bore no trace of color, as if his vitality had been drained in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, the lush rainforest within a radius of 10 zhang was ensnared by writhing vines. No matter how swiftly Zuo Lingquan might run, evading the grasp of those 10 zhang was an impossibility. Furthermore, beside him, Fan Qinglin, wielding a magical staff, had risked everything to rush towards Zuo Lingquan's vicinity at the command of their master, plunging the staff into the muddy ground. Instantly, the earth trembled and churned, transforming beneath the rain into a soupy morass, leaving no stable footing for escape. The 2 itinerant sorcerers, expending their utmost efforts, achieved results that surpassed Zuo Lingquan's comprehension. He felt his legs weaken, sinking more than 2 inches into the mire, and before he could extract himself, he was ensnared by the encroaching vines. He swung his sword to sever several tendrils, yet clearing a 10 zhang expanse of vines in an instant was beyond his capabilities. In that dire moment, a thunderous command echoed in his ears: quake. The 1,000 Vines ancestor raised a bronze mirror high, channeling his true energy into it. The bright yellow mirror soon radiated flickering arcs of electricity. Quake signifies thunder, and thunder belongs to the wood element of the 5 phases. Upon hearing the word quake, a chill enveloped Zuo Lingquan's heart, and without hesitation, he channeled the scant remaining true energy into the solitary Wuyo talisman, simultaneously tearing at the vines and collapsing to the ground. With the utterance of quake, The mirror erupted in a blaze of light, and an electric serpent, as thick as a bowl, surged forth from between the mirrors, plunging into the entangled rainforest. Although the Wuyo talisman detonated, it could only contend with the 6th level of cultivation. Facing an unrelenting strike from an 11th level cultivator was nearly futile. A thunderous roar resonated as the electric flash vanished. The entangled vines exploding into countless charred splinters scattered throughout the forest, bringing the once earth-shattering uproar to a sudden halt. Senior brother Zuo, Wang Rui, hiding at a distance, turned pale, calling out urgently but daring not to advance. Coughing violently, the Thousand Vines ancestor, having forced the spell, spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground, fixating intently on the ruins of the rainforest. Through the dim light, a figure lay at the center of the lightning strike, ensconced in the softened muck. Quick, deliver a finishing blow, do not let him recover. Ultimately, the Thousand Vines ancestor, at the 11th level of Qi refinement, found it somewhat challenging to directly slay a 12th level martial cultivator, though a direct hit would surely incapacitate him. His disciple, Fan Qinglin, promptly drew forth his staff and rushed toward the charred area. Yet, as he took a step forward, he noticed the figure on the ground stir. Fan Qinglin's expression changed drastically, and he hastily retreated. Peering closely, he discerned the figure had turned over, revealing a charred yet still recognizable robe. Nangong Xian? This is disastrous. Before he could finish his thought, Zuo Lingquan emerged from the muck, rising once more. Cough, how ruthless. Zuo Lingquan's garments were tattered and soiled. His hair curled and singed, yet the body of Nangong Xian and the protective robe shielded him from fatal harm. Struck by lightning and dazed, Zuo Lingquan wiped his face with rainwater, regaining his composure as he glanced at the two retreating adversaries, coldly inquiring, "Do you still have any moves left? If not, it's my turn." Qianing Laozu was not one to revel in bloodshed. He possessed only this one ultimate skill, and his disciple was even less adept. Witnessing the deaths of Tu Yong and Jian Wuye, Qianing Laozu realized his impending doom, and in a moment of desperation, he roared, "Zhao Zhe, why are you still not showing yourself? I can't hold on much longer." His disciple, Fan Qinglin, also sought Zhao Ze's presence amid their retreat. Though Zhao Ze was not skilled in combat, he had tamed a few spirit beasts, which could prove valuable. His emergence might offer a chance for survival. As Qianing Laozu's desperate cries echoed, commotion soon arose from the dense woods, but it was not Zhao Ze who approached. A buzzing sound emerged, dense and overwhelming, akin to a swarm of locusts darkening the sky. Zuo Lingquan furrowed his brow, sensing trouble, and rushed towards Qianing Laozu and Fan Qinglin. Fan Qinglin's pallid complexion turned even more as he exclaimed, "Master, it seems to be man-eating beasts. Zhao Ze has fled." Intent on destroying the evidence, Qianing Laozu recognized the threat, his eyes bloodshot as he cursed, "Zhao Ze, may you meet a miserable end. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will." But before he could finish, Zuo Lingquan swiftly severed Qianing Laozu's head with a single stroke, then turned his blade to pierce through the Qi-refining 6th-layer disciple, Fan Qinglin, who was left defenseless. In the thick forest, the ominous swarm finally revealed itself, appearing like a dark cloud from a distance. Regardless of Zuo Lingquan's exceptional swordsmanship, he could not recklessly strike at the locust-like insects. He hurried to Wang Rui, urgently asking, "How do we deal with the man-eating bees? The bees are venomous, and with the rain so heavy, we cannot start a fire. We must hide in the water until the swarm passes." Wang Rui, terrified by the approaching horde, plunged into a nearby pond. Zuo Lingquan, nearly devoid of true energy and not impervious to harm, followed him into the water as the swarm descended upon them. With a splash, the next moment, the cloud of bees enveloped them from above. Qihuang Valley was shrouded in torrential rain and thunder. The overwhelming celestial might did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the great alchemists who gathered to witness the young prodigy's contest. A stage had been set up in the plaza outside the main hall, surrounded by flickering candles, as young cultivators of various styles braved the downpour to showcase their skills. However, the final deadline had not yet arrived, and the competition for slots had yet to commence. Those sparring on the stage were capable, but did not meet the criteria for this occasion. Seats were arranged around the plaza, but due to the limited time, no awning could be erected, leaving the thousands of cultivators to shelter beneath oil paper umbrellas, while the elders of each sect sat under the eaves of the main hall. Wu Qiwan, the head of the Danqi room, found herself in a situation where she could not retreat for solitary cultivation. Yet she held no interest in mingling or engaging in social niceties. Instead, she sat at a corner, observing the competition unfolding on the stage. Those disciples daring to perform on stage possess a modicum of skill. The onlooking cultivators occasionally erupt in applause or offer their critiques. Wu Qiwan, as a prominent figure within the realm of the Great Dan dynasty, is naturally engrossed, silently analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the disciples taking the stage. However, the cacophony of voices from the audience continually disrupts her thoughts, particularly the nonsensical banter from a certain pair of individuals. Old Lu. Isn't this what one calls flowery fists and embroidered legs? Indeed, it certainly appears so. The disciples on stage are already remarkable juniors from various sects, many of whom Wu Qingyuan nods to in silent approval. Upon hearing such remarks, she is tempted to retort, if you're so capable, why not take the stage yourself? Yet, as a sect leader, she must maintain her composure and feign ignorance. Meanwhile, the two oblivious critics continue their inane chatter. Which of these individuals is the strongest? They all seem quite similar. I agree. None of them measure up to me. By the way, how does one discern the cultivation level of others? If an opponent doesn't reveal their abilities, it's generally difficult to ascertain. To prepare for potential threats, one must rely on external indicators. Typically, the younger the opponent, the greater their innate talent. The older they are, the more formidable their swordsmanship. The approach to confronting each type varies. Oh, what do you mean by that? Those with extraordinary talent wield their swords with fiery intensity and overwhelming presence, necessitating caution against sudden, lethal strikes. In contrast, the seasoned veterans possess elusive and unpredictable sword techniques, requiring one to avoid prolonged engagement that might reveal vulnerabilities. So, which category do I belong to? Your swordsmanship resembles a mad dog, both elusive and fiercely imposing. What keen insight! Wu Qingyuan reclined against the armrest of her chair, covering her mouth with her palm, clearly struggling to contain her discomfort. She wished to focus on the duel, yet the spectacle was evidently less entertaining than a comedic performance, leading her thoughts astray. It is uncertain how long she remained in this state, but as darkness enveloped the sky, the day's contest was drawing to a close. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by a voice tinged with urgency. Master. Wu Qingyuan turned to see her disciple Xiaohua rushing from a side corridor, a messenger bird in hand. Approaching her, he whispered, Senior Brother Zuo is leading a patrol in the Bear Blind Ridge area and seems to have encountered a formidable beast. Wu Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily rose to head towards the beast enclosure at the rear of Qi Valley. Meanwhile, by the dueling stage, Zuo Yunting enthusiastically critiqued the disciples on stage, only to realize after a lengthy monologue that old Lu, who had been beside him moments before, had vanished without a trace. Hey? Did he not offer a word before leaving for the restroom? By the way, esteemed friend, does the immortal require a visit to the lavatory? I am not an immortal, so how would I know? However, it seems unnecessary. Otherwise, one might ponder the implications of celestial beings above. What use is an immortal's backside? What good is your brain if it serves no purpose? Esteemed friend, might you speak more courteously? Do you know who my master is? The night was as dark as ink, and within the rainforest, visibility was reduced to nothing. In the now clear water pool, Zuo Lingquan lay still at the bottom, holding his breath and focusing intently on the movements above the water's surface. Between the rivers and lakes, the essence of water flourishes. As long as one continues to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Zuo Lingquan would hardly perish. Yet, with injuries sustained, he could not endure for long. Moreover, Wang Rue was merely at the third level of qi refinement, and his affinity for the water element was lacking. The true energy within him could not keep up with the demands, and gradually, his face began to redden, signaling an impending collapse. Half an hour had elapsed, and outside the pool, visibility was null, while no sounds could be heard from within the water. Zuo Lingquan patiently waited until a flash of lightning illuminated the earth, and the man-eating beast guarding the surface of the pool vanished, prompting him to surge forth from the water. With a splash, droplets scattered amidst the downpour. In the fleeting moment that the thunder's light vanished, Zuo Lingquan soared into the sky, his gaze swiftly scanning the surrounding rainforest, a realm of eerie silence, devoid of the man-eating beasts. Apart from a few corpses on the ground, there was no other sign of life. Assured that no danger lurked, Zuo Lingquan landed unsteadily, stumbling before collapsing onto the ground. He lowered his gaze to examine his own body. After the fierce battle, his garments were tattered. Though he had washed off the mud in the pool, the bruises upon his skin became starkly visible, revealing the distorted patterns from the lightning strike. A blow to his back had already inflicted internal injuries, and being struck by lightning only exacerbated his condition. Although the bodies had provided some cover, the surge of lightning still wreaked havoc upon his meridians, causing further damage. Now that he had settled, Zuo Lingquan felt as if every inch of his body was ablaze, as though his skin had been flayed. Soon, a splashing sound emerged from behind him as Wang Rue crawled out of the pool and collapsed onto the ground. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Rui found it hard to believe his own survival. Seeing Zuo Lingquan seated nearby, he gasped, "Senior brother Zuo, you are truly formidable. I never imagined I would live to see another day. Do not rejoice too soon. One has escaped, and reinforcements will soon arrive," Zuo Lingquan warned. Taking a moment to rest, but fearing a return of their foes, he leaned on his sword to rise, urging, "Gather your belongings. We must leave this place at once." Wang Rui, sensing the urgency, quickly scrambled to his feet to assist in collecting the scattered items. The man-eating bees had ravaged the vicinity of the pool, leaving no living creature behind. Zuo Lingquan examined the corpses. Beneath the black cloaks, there were only scraps of fabric, bones, and hair. No trace of flesh remained. Although they had chased and fought for quite some time, Zuo Lingquan did not recognize the identities of these individuals. He had only vaguely heard a few names. And apart from the elderly sorcerer with white hair, he had not discerned the features of the others. Unable to clarify the situation, Zuo Lingquan dared not linger. Without further investigation, he swiftly picked up a fallen copper mirror. After the tumultuous battle, even the thunderous display of lightning left a lesser impression on him than this copper mirror. He now comprehended why Jiang Yi had been so enraged after their encounter. It was indeed infuriating. The shameless old man had merely uttered "look here" along with a flash, inciting Zuo Lingquan's ire to the point where he felt compelled to seek vengeance. Yet, despite the frustration, as he had expressed to Jiang Yi, one could only attribute being outmaneuvered to one's insufficient skills. It would be unjust to vilify an opponent for their cunning. To learn from one's missteps is the true essence of a practitioner's journey. Having finally vanquished his adversary, such a treacherous object, in accordance with Zuo Lingquan's principles, deserved to be cherished. He lifted the bronze mirror, confirming its integrity, and meticulously polished it with his sleeve before wrapping it in a piece of his black cloak. Zuo Lingquan was uncertain whether this world possessed items akin to storage pouches, but he knew for certain that cultivators in the Qi refinement stage did not have such conveniences. Thus, even a rogue cultivator would not carry their entire wealth on their person. They typically only brought along essential items. As for their fortunes, most adept practitioners entrusted them to their sects, while rogue cultivators likely concealed theirs in undisclosed locations. The itinerant sorcerer yielded little beyond the bronze mirror, merely 3 white jade coins and a few elixirs. The garments appeared to be of decent quality, and Zuo Lingquan, having decapitated the man without damaging them, now removed the clothes as well. After examining one corpse, he picked up a talisman pouch that had fallen to the ground. Upon using the Wuyo talisman for the first time, he recognized the remarkable utility of talismans, which aptly lived up to the name Wuyo. He opened the pouch to find a golden brush and a thick stack of no fewer than 20 talismans, most crafted from a pale yellow paper of seemingly low rank. However, among them were 3 white talismans bearing the emblem of Fulong Mountain, undoubtedly valuable items. Zuo Lingquan carefully stowed the pouch, and since the clothing was already pierced, he refrained from scavenging further and moved to the next body. Despite feeling dizzy and utterly unwell, he did begin to experience a thrill akin to killing for treasure, which somewhat alleviated his pain. Wang Rui, nearby, was equally industrious, beginning his own search from the opposite end. Zuo Lingquan focused solely on items related to cultivation, eschewing mundane currency, while Wang Rui, eager to reclaim everything, meticulously searched as if to recover even the bones, conducting a second sweep after Zuo Lingquan finished. Although both were thorough, the urgency of their task compelled them to work swiftly. In addition to their earlier finds, they uncovered 13 white jade coins, a sword, a law staff, several elixirs, and various miscellaneous items. The iron hammer, being a common object, was disregarded. And although the shield seemed promising, it was damaged, thus left behind. Having gathered their spoils, Zuo Lingquan, burdened with a collection of items, prepared to depart when Wang Rui, still rummaging through the remains, suddenly exclaimed, "Senior brother Zuo, I believe I've found something extraordinary." Though Zuo Lingquan felt physically weakened, his interest piqued at this revelation. He approached Wang Rui, who was gently caressing a sorcerer's torn robe at the sleeve. "This area is thicker than the rest, indicating it may contain a hidden layer. There must be something valuable inside." Zuo Lingquan quickly crouched down and, using his sword, began to slice open the sleeve. The robe proved remarkably durable. Without his true energy, even with all his strength, he struggled to pierce a small hole. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded in cutting it open, revealing 2 sheets of paper within. The paper, pristine white, resembled exquisite jade when not too thin, yet bore no inscriptions, save for a crest in one corner, reminiscent of a sect's emblem. All sects in the southern region of Yuyaza trace their lineage back to the 9 sects of the south, which are part of an alliance. Thus, The artifacts employed by these esteemed sects share a remarkable uniformity. The vitality nurturing method from Qihong Valley exemplifies this style. Though Zuo Lingquan could not discern the nature of the items, he could surmise, through association, that they pertained to martial arts techniques, alchemical formulas, or talismanic scripts, objects of virtually limitless value. Given the quality of the paper, the contents surpassed even the worth of the vitality nurturing method. Shielding himself from the rain, Zuo Lingquan meticulously secured the 2 sheets of white paper, then, like Wang Rue, examined all the corpses, regrettably finding nothing particularly noteworthy this time. After tidying the battlefield, the 2 men dared not linger, hastening into the depths of the rainforest. The incessant night rain continued, leaving behind 5 skeletal remains scattered in the wilderness beside a pond in the deep mountains. Time passed unknowingly, and Zuo Lingquan, having reaped considerable rewards, had long since departed. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated through the sky, illuminating the chaotic scene within the rainforest. In the fleeting flash of lightning, a figure adorned with a conical hat mysteriously materialized beside the pond, appearing as if it had always stood there. Old Lu, with his hands clasped behind him, strode past the 5 corpses, a hint of amusement dancing in his deep-set eyes. It seemed he was reminiscing about his first encounter in combat. Though the act of fighting had faded from memory, the exhilaration of discovering treasures afterward lingered in his heart. Ah! How thoroughly it was searched. The scope of the battle had not been extensive. Old Lu merely cast a glance around, absorbing the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting on the remains of Tu Yang. A sword mark, though small, was distinctly visible on the ribcage and spine of the skeleton. Without needing to probe for residual spiritual energy, Old Lu could ascertain the origin of the mark. Its precision revealed that it was made by a single-edged sword, a technique likely employed by only one individual among the great Dan practitioners. Old Lu crouched down, his fingers tracing the sword mark on the bones. And after a long moment, he sighed softly. No matter your myriad spells or divine powers, a single sword is all I require. A fine sword. One that cannot be taught. In the dense forest, surrounded by lurking beasts, the night cloaked the world in darkness, obscuring all directions. Zuo Lingquan, using his sword as support, navigated cautiously through the thicket. The pain from his injuries intensified with fatigue, and he gradually felt himself growing dizzy. Although his internal energy was mending his wounds, the pace of self-healing was dismally slow. Ultimately, he could only extravagantly crush a piece of white jade, tucking it into his sleeve to enhance the surrounding spiritual energy, thereby hastening the recovery of his true qi. Upon returning to the foot of Xiongshezi Ridge, the disciples of Qihong Valley should have retreated to safety, leaving the area deserted. Wang Rue, equally fatigued, dared not raise his voice, instead keeping vigilant alongside Zuo Lingquan as they slowly made their way toward Qihong Valley. Fortunately, after walking 7 or 8 miles, the distant sound of crane calls began to emerge, growing steadily closer. Zuo Lingquan recognized the white crane of Qihong Valley, and with a sigh of relief, leaned against the grand tree, too fatigued to call out. Wang Rue, though less experienced in battle, retained a semblance of strength and hastily made his way to an open area in the treetops, shouting, "We're here, Wang Rue? Is Lingquan with you?" "Yes." Senior Brothers was fine, or rather, not quite, still alive. The anxious response of Wu Qinwan echoed from high above, as the white crane descended. Zuo Lingquan, resting against the tree, lifted his gaze to see the enormous white crane hovering above, illuminated by a gentle light, with 3 figures standing atop. The foremost being Wu Qinwan. Having finally escaped the dire clutches of danger, Zuo Lingquan's willpower was waning, and his dizziness enveloped him. He caught sight of a shadow leaping down from the sky, rushing toward him. His mind spun in chaos, rendering him unable to discern who approached. Sensation eluded him, and he began to topple forward, his vision fading into darkness. The last vestige of his awareness was the sensation of his cheeks sinking into something soft, accompanied by a familiar, subtle fragrance. It seemed to be from Senior Wu. So tender. Lingquan? Lingquan. Wu Qinwan. Standing atop the white crane could hardly contain her urgency. Before the crane had even touched the ground, she leapt down into the rainforest. Upon seeing Zuo Lingquan in tatters, with his skin marred by purple lightning burns, her heart sank in horror. She rushed to him, her hand poised to assist, only to realize that Zuo Lingquan's gaze was vacant as he pitched forward, clearly having lost consciousness. Wu Qinwan's eyes betrayed her anxiety as she extended her arms to support the taller Zuo Lingquan, using her body as a cushion to prevent him from falling. She gently pushed him upright, ensuring he could breathe, and softly called out, "Lingquan? Lingquan?" In that moment, the white crane landed nearby. 2 elder attendants from the Danchi chamber, wielding swords, descended from above and gasped at the sight of Zuo Lingquan's injuries. They had received a message assuming he had merely encountered a ferocious beast, unaware of the severity of the situation. Yet, the visible marks on Zuo Lingquan's body, scalds, lightning strikes, bruises from blunt force, and the constricting imprints of vines suggested a far graver ordeal. While some spirit beasts could indeed breathe fire or discharge electricity, such creatures were not found in the vicinity of Chihuang Valley, leading them to realize he had been ambushed. Seeing Zuo Lingquan completely unconscious, Wu Qingwan turned to Wang Rue, asking urgently, "What happened? How did you end up in such a state?" Wang Rue, bearing mostly bruises from falls and looking less disheveled, sat on the ground, feeling a sense of relief now that the elders had arrived. He responded quickly, "I don't know where they came from, a group of 6 cultivators with formidable abilities. At least 2 or 3 of them were at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and they used talismans, magic, and even summoned beasts." The 2 elder attendants exchanged worried glances, their expression shifting. 6? 10th level and above? How did you manage to escape? Wang Rue himself was uncertain how he managed to emerge alive. He pointed at Zuo Lingquan beside him and remarked, "Senior brothers will ensure that all threats were eliminated before we made our exit." Eliminated? The 2 stewards exchanged bewildered glances, perceiving that this disciple was utterly dazed by fear. Wu Qingwan also harbored doubts, yet upon observing Zuo Lingquan's injuries and the substantial burden on his back, she found herself torn between belief and skepticism. She instructed, "First, tend to your wounds. You should check on Wang Rue." As she spoke, Wu Qingwan supported Zuo Lingquan with her shoulder, placing her hand on his wrist, frowning as she carefully examined him. Suddenly, she recoiled as if struck by lightning. The 2 stewards, poised to administer treatment, were startled by her gasp, fearing an enemy's arrival. They swiftly drew their swords, only to find Wu Qingwan usually composed and dignified, wearing an expression of sheer astonishment, her eyes wide with confusion. "Sister, what is the matter?" they inquired. Wu Qingwan stared, tilting her head, her gaze filled with disbelief and bewilderment, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand back to probe once more, confirming her earlier sensation. The true qi within Zuo Lingquan's body coursed through his meridians, swiftly returning from the other end, indicating that his Ran and Du meridians were fully open, a sign of the small circulatory system in operation. As a practitioner at the 12th level of the Divine Court, Wu Qingwan was all too familiar with this phenomenon. For those below the 12th level, the Ran and Du meridians remain unconnected. The true qi would stagnate upon reaching certain points, unable to forge ahead due to unstable acupoints. Initially, Zuo Lingquan's body resembled an abyss, with his true qi dissipating into nothingness due to leakage. Now, the flow was unimpeded, completing a full cycle. This was undoubtedly a phenomenon exclusive to the 12th level of the Divine Court. 17 years of age and at her level? Wu Qingwan's mouth fell agape, her eyes filled with bewilderment as she stared at the Zuo Lingquan in her embrace, almost doubting whether he was an otherworldly creature. Wang Rue, seated on the ground, noticed Wu Qingwan's stunned expression and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "Master Wu, how is Senior Brother's Wa? Is he gravely injured?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingwan regained her composure, her eyes alight with urgency and excitement. Without hesitation, she hoisted Zuo Lingquan into her arms and leaped onto the back of a nearby white crane. "You two head to Jiguang Ridge and rendezvous with the disciples. I shall take Lingquan back for treatment and let Senior Brother come to escort you." The 2 stewards, seasoned elders of the elixir chamber and of comparable rank to Wu Qingwan, did not protest, knowing that the white crane could not accommodate all 5 of them. They led Wang Rue back toward Jiguang Ridge. As Wu Qingwan soared onto the back of the white crane, it took flight towards Chihuang Valley. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, and the heavy raindrops quickly soaked her garments. Unconcerned, she placed Zuo Lingquan on her lap, shielding him from the rain with her body. She then rummaged at her waist, retrieving a small porcelain vial, from which she dispensed a healing pill, gently prying open Zuo Lingquan's lips to insert it. "Lingquan, Lingquan, it's time for your medicine." Zuo Lingquan's lips moved slightly, but the healing pill, being a commonplace elixir, could not dissolve instantly. In his unconscious state, he was unable to swallow it. Upon witnessing this, Wu Qingwan did not hesitate for long. She retrieved a water pouch from Zuo Lingquan's waist, took a sip, and leaned down towards his lips. Wu Qingwan had never treated a man in such a manner before, but in this urgent situation, she acted without overthinking, firmly grasping Zuo Lingquan's wrist to examine his pulse and meridians. However, just as she leaned in closer, the cold, piercing gaze of his eyes suddenly opened. In that moment, the world around them seemed to fall into silence as their gazes locked. Zuo Lingquan had suffered severe internal injuries and had been struck by lightning, causing him to faint. Yet, his innate alertness sensed someone approaching too closely, prompting a flicker of consciousness. Unfortunately, this awareness was fleeting. He harbored no animosity towards Wu Qi-wan and, upon realizing her proximity and feeling secure, his consciousness slipped back into a foggy haze. He might remember the previous moments, or he might not. But now he could not react. Startled by Zuo Lingquan's awakening, Wu Qi-wan trembled slightly, hastily swallowing the water and sitting upright, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Ling, she began, but before she could explain, Zuo Lingquan had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Blinking in surprise, she lifted her hand and gently patted his face, attempting to rouse him. Yet, there was no response. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated briefly before taking another sip of water and cautiously leaning down to his lips again. This time, Zuo Lingquan remained unresponsive. Their lips met, the sensation cool and gentle. A white crane soared above the rain-soaked forest. The sounds of wind and rain converging to deepen the tranquility of the surroundings. Seated atop the crane's back, Wu Qi-wan pressed her lips against his slightly cold ones. Her eyes devoid of unusual emotion, though tinged with a hint of caution in case he were to awaken unexpectedly. The soft rhythm of his breath brushed against her cheek. Yet her complexion remained unflushed as she earnestly coaxed the elixir down his throat. The moment felt brief, yet elongated. When Zuo Lingquan's throat finally stirred, Wu Qi-wan lifted her head, licking her lips, and gazed at his exquisitely handsome face, softly murmuring, "If you're awake, rise." "How much longer do you intend to lie there?" Zuo Lingquan, however, remained unconscious, his eyes closed and unresponsive, drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth instinctively. Reassured that he had not awakened, Wu Qi-wan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Allowing Zuo Lingquan to rest his head upon her lap while she shielded him from the rain with her upper body, preventing droplets from falling upon his face. With Qi Valley 100 miles away, even a flight back would take time, and with Zuo Lingquan still unconscious, Wu Qi-wan had little to do aside from assessing his injuries, so she began to tidy his clothing. After a fierce battle, Zuo Lingquan's garments had been scorched by fire, torn by violent impacts, and struck by lightning. He was not clad in ceremonial robes or protective armor, merely the standard attire of a disciple from Qi Valley, and his upper garments were now reduced to tattered strips. After diligently organizing for a while and securing her belongings to prevent loss, Wu Qi-wan paused abruptly upon touching an object. She turned her head, casting a peculiar glance at Zuo Lingquan. Beneath the stormy clouds, the white crane glided over the endless expanse of mountains. Wu Qi-wan, amidst the vast expanse of sky and earth, stooped to administer medicine, believing herself to be unseen. Little did she know that above the sea of clouds, a pair of watchful eyes lingered. Amidst the thunderous clouds, the starry sky and the bright moon were visible. Old Lu, adorned with a bamboo hat and hands clasped behind his back, hovered in the high air, gazing down at the pair of men and women flying beneath the clouds, a peculiar expression flickering in his profound eyes. After a prolonged observation, Old Lu finally diverted his gaze, murmuring softly, "The youth of today are truly reckless." Having just seen the sword marks on the corpse by the pond, Old Lu had unequivocally confirmed that the prodigy in question was none other than Zuo Lingquan, whom he had taken note of upon his arrival. Although he had long suspected such a possibility, Old Lu could not suppress a twinge of surprise in his heart. Zuo Lingquan was far too young. Even within the esteemed sects of the Southern Nine, where celestial materials and treasures are employed from a tender age, a mere 17-year-old on the verge of the Spirit Valley stage was an exceedingly rare talent. Zuo Lingquan had not relied on any external forces. In the impoverished realm of Dayton Chao, he had persevered solely through his immense willpower to reach such heights. Even having comprehended his own sword one, the potential for his future achievements was beyond Old Lu's imagination. Although Old Lu was a renowned sword immortal at the pinnacle of the Yuchang realm in Yuyou Prefecture, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. This inadequacy stemmed not from his cultivation, but rather from his character. He had just examined all traces in the vicinity and had deduced the events of the fierce battle. When Zuo Lingquan was ambushed, he had never abandoned his companions in the face of despair, tirelessly seeking a glimmer of hope. He dared to wield his sword against stronger opponents, never doubting his blade, regardless of the disparity, as long as he had even a sliver of strength left. He would thrust his sword forward. Later, when a companion sacrificed themselves for survival, Zuo Lingquan did not accept it. Instead, he charged back into the fray. This action was not one of recklessness, but a manifestation of the self-assuredness cultivated over 14 years of diligent practice, coupled with a sense of responsibility born from the conviction that as long as he held his sword, He would not allow his loved ones to shed a single drop of blood for him. With these two qualities alone, old Lu realized he could never teach such a disciple. Firstly, if he were to place himself in Zuo Lingquan's position against an identical adversary, he would never possess the audacity akin to Zuo Lingquan's near foolhardy confidence. Secondly, having fled home in his youth, forsaking his parents and obsessing over the sword path while neglecting personal relationships, he felt unworthy to impart lessons on responsibility to someone willing to risk their life for friends and family. Old Lu lingered in this place for so long with the intent of discerning the character of the genius who had comprehended Sword 1 and understanding the differences between them. Now that he had witnessed it, he found nothing particularly extraordinary, merely a good disposition. It was not that the heavens favored Zuo Lingquan, but rather that the way resided within his heart. Old Lu remained suspended in the vastness of the world for a considerable time until the white crane vanished from his view. He had initially intended to depart quietly, yet a lingering thought held him back. Though he could not teach him, perhaps offering a slight guidance would be permissible. This was akin to a swordsman encountering a celestial sword. Even if he could not wield it, merely to touch it would suffice to satiate his yearning. Old Lu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given the current situation of Zuo Lingquan, what was lacking was simply a fine sword and a volume of cultivation techniques, possessing the sword one capable of breaking myriad laws. Everything else would merely be embellishments. A swordsman's sword is akin to a beloved companion. Ultimately, old Lu was still alive. A personal sword could not be gifted away. Thus the only thing he could offer was the cultivation technique. The methods he practiced to ascend to the depths of the bamboo grove were undoubtedly among the finest in the world. However, passing them to Zuo Lingquan seemed somewhat inappropriate. For if superior techniques were placed in Zuo Lingquan's hands, his realm would undoubtedly soar swiftly, while those around him would struggle to keep pace. Ultimately, he might repeat old Lu's past mistakes, achieving a meteoric rise in cultivation while becoming estranged from his companions. Consumed by the pursuit of enlightenment at the expense of his loved ones, only to later regret it when facing the irreparable scars of his heart. Old Lu wished to support Zuo Lingquan but did not want to cause him harm, so he could not bestow his techniques. He needed to devise a solution that would serve both their interests. After pondering for a considerable time amidst the clouds, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled a method of cultivation that allowed for steadfast companionship, perfectly suited to Zuo Lingquan's current circumstances. He retrieved the Sword Emperor token from his sleeve. Focusing his thoughts, Qijia, the jade pendant emitted a faint glow, and after a moment, a response came. Old Lu? What's up? Have you found that genius? I have found him. He has the promising talent I mentioned last time. I knew it. How does he compare to me? The disparity is as vast as clouds and mud. Who is the cloud and who is the mud? You shall know in due course. I am the mud? Old Lu. That's a bit excessive. Enough of the chatter. In your name, go to Qiufo Qing and request the remnants of the Qinglian Zhenqing. Qiufo Qing was the elder wielding the sword at the Jinglu Terrace, a descendant of the esteemed Huan Mountain Lord, and held a position of exceptional standing there. Upon hearing this, Qijia hesitated. Old Lu, while requesting the technique is no issue, why should I owe someone a favor? If you do not go, I will have your father replace your guardian. I shall remain here to retire in peace. Old Lu, that's rather unkind. Fine, I will ask. Just a moment. The jade pendant's light faded. Old Lu tucked away the token and waited quietly in the sea of clouds, his mind reflecting. Cultivators across the world, driven by varying goals, naturally possess different cultivation techniques. Ordinary methods could only penetrate the 12 realms. Spiritual techniques refine the 8 meridians, earthly techniques the 5 elements, heavenly techniques the 3 souls, and immortal techniques the yin and yang. The higher the realm one could attain, the higher the grade of the technique. The Qinglian Zhenqing was a heavenly grade technique, capable of reaching the jade tier. However, the volume in Qiufo Qing's possession, like others in the world, was incomplete, documenting only the initial stages of cultivation. Fortunately, the complete technique had not been lost, allowing for a return to its source in the future. This technique had been acquired during Old Lu's youth while battling demons alongside Qiufo Qing. At that time, he chose not to take a share of the spoils. Now, reflecting on it, it seemed perfectly suited to Zuo Lingquan's present situation. Old Lu sat cross-legged above the sea of clouds, waiting for about half an hour. The jade pendant trembled slightly. And as his thoughts stirred, a voice echoed once more. Old Lu, you rascal. And what do you mean by Qinglian Zhenqing? Bah, such an earnest name. Yet it is indeed a dual cultivation technique. Old Lu's expression remained as unperturbed as a tranquil lake, as long as the cultivation method is effective. What does it matter if it is deemed serious or not? Hey, but I didn't use it. Just now, I approached Elder Chiu with a solemn demeanor, sincerely requesting the technique, expressing my desire to learn. You should have seen Elder Chiu's expression, hesitant, yet thoughtful, first shaking his head with a peculiar look, then smiling knowingly. He must have imagined me as quite the character. Old Lu was not surprised. After all, it was no different from borrowing books on techniques from an elder. He had sent Qi Jia to make the request simply because he found it difficult to ask himself. All right, I will remember this personal favor. However, merely remembering favors is insufficient. My reputation is in tatters, and I had to part with my most treasured collection to exchange for this from Elder Chiu, which feels like a loss. How about you let me learn it first, and then you can take it back? Your sword heart is unstable. Learning this could lead you astray. Sigh. Fine, you may take it. Speaking of which, it is surprising that someone as upright as Elder Chiu harbors such unorthodox secrets. Old Lu stowed the jade tablet away and placed his hand on his waist, flicking his fingers lightly. A sound of clang resonated as his sword sang. The 3-foot-long azure blade unsheathed, and before its true form could be discerned, it transformed into a streak of white light, soaring through the thunder-laden clouds towards the west. The Jinglu Terrace is situated on the western side of the barren mountains, while the Chiwang Valley lies on the eastern side. In truth, they are merely separated by a mountain range, not too far apart. However, the main peak of the barren mountains is towering, and the depths are rife with demonic beasts, making it uncommon for anyone to traverse directly through the mountains. Those from the Dadan dynasty must first travel to Dayan, taking a considerable detour to reach the Jinglu Terrace. Old Lu was able to discern the sword scars left by Zuo Lingquan precisely because he had traversed from Dayan, making this route to Jinglu Terrace relatively closer. After waiting above the sea of clouds for a while longer, a sword flew back to Old Lu's scabbard in the blink of an eye, with a jade slip hovering behind the hilt. Old Lu raised his hand to accept the jade slip, inspected it briefly, and nodded slightly. The dual cultivation method emphasizes the balance and complementarity of yin and yang. Thus, it is preferable for dual cultivation partners to possess equal realms and harmonious elemental affinities. If there is a significant disparity, the one with the higher realm may self-sacrifice to support their partner, allowing them to keep pace. This suits someone as emotionally invested as Zuo Lingquan. However, since Zuo Lingquan has always been diligent and self-reliant in his cultivation, readily bestowing opportunities could lead him to feel excessively fortunate, thereby affecting the well-cultivated mindset he has nurtured since childhood. Therefore, this technique should not be given directly to him. The best approach would be to entrust it to Zuo Lingquan's partner, allowing them to impart the knowledge indirectly. This way, the blessings remain with the partner and Zuo Lingquan. Being the recipient of cultivation would not be too disturbed, even if he feels fortunate. As for who should receive the technique, logically, it should be Zuo Lingquan's fiancée. However, the reason Old Lu suddenly had a flash of inspiration to seek a dual cultivation method was that he noticed an almost perfect cultivation partner besides Zuo Lingquan. Although she was Zuo Lingquan's mentor, in times of urgency, one might overlook certain conventions for the sake of the grand path of dual cultivation. It would not be too difficult for that young lady. In a state of confusion that seemed to last an eternity, he could only feel the comfort brought by the nourishing true energy enveloping him, along with the refreshing coolness of raindrops striking his body. Eventually, the rain ceased, and his body warmed slightly. When he next awakened, he found himself in the water-curtained cave, located at the rear of Chiwang Valley. Zuo Lingquan's eyelashes fluttered as she groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she beheld was the luminous stone at the cave's apex, followed by the resounding roar of the waterfall outside echoing in her mind. Blinking, she gauged the light and realized it was still night, suggesting she had only fainted for a brief spell. The burning pain that had plagued her had diminished significantly due to the medicinal ointment. And though her true energy remained somewhat sparse, it was no longer as unbearable as it had been in the mountains. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Zuo Lingquan heard a rustling sound to her side and turned her gaze to the right. There, at the edge of the stone bed, sat a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her back turned as she bent over to arrange something on the ground. As she sat at the stone bed's edge, her posture revealed a generous curve accentuated by the tightness of her attire. From Zuo Lingquan's perspective, all she could perceive was a delicate white silhouette. Its contours soft yet brimming with vitality, the quality of the fabric concealed the details beneath, yet it clung impeccably, presenting the alluring curves of a mature woman without omission. The scene resembled an expressive ink wash painting. Its lines simple, hues misty, yet it evoked a breathtaking magnificence hidden beneath the simplicity. A fleeting thought of round crossed Zuo Lingquan's mind, only to be quickly dismissed as she attempted to divert her gaze elsewhere. However, It seemed there was little else before her to capture her attention. In the moment of her distraction, the woman before her had already taken notice. Wu Qi straightened her posture, turned to sit sideways, and looked at Zuo Lingquan, her eyes still radiating the gentle warmth of a minnow. Awake? How do you feel? Zuo Lingquan felt a lingering soreness and weakness, but there was no longer any sharp discomfort. Slowly, she propped herself up and rubbed her forehead. I'm fine, but I can't quite remember how I got back. At this point, Zuo Lingquan slightly squinted, as if something significant had flitted through her mind, yet she could not grasp it, seemingly related to Senior Wu. Wu Qiwan's expression remained unchanged as she pressed her hand against Zuo Lingquan's wrist, a smile gracing her lips. As long as you're all right. 17 years old. 12th level of Qi refining. You nearly frightened me to death. Zuo Lingquan's train of thought was interrupted, and she ceased her contemplation. Looking down, she mused. 12th level? Why do I feel so weak? The meridians of Ren and Du were fully open, undoubtedly indicative of the 12th level of Divine Court. Yet it was merely a matter of true energy depletion. Wu Qiwan observed the expression of Zuo Lingquan, slightly perplexed. Why are you not the least bit excited? Zuo Lingquan felt a flicker of excitement, yet it was not overwhelming. He smiled and replied, I have earned this through my own practice. It's not as if it fell from the sky. I have already experienced my excitement in the mountains. Wu Qiwan was well aware of the arduous efforts Zuo Lingquan had put into sword cultivation, a dedication that surpassed her own by 100-fold. Hearing his words, she nodded in agreement. The heavens reward the diligent. This is indeed what you deserve. However, entering the 12th layer at 17, your brilliance may attract envy from the lesser beings. I have not disclosed your physical condition to anyone. These matters are for you to decide. Zuo Lingquan, having previously concealed his lethal moves even before mastering true energy, naturally understood this principle now. Indeed, Wu Qiwan had considered everything thoroughly. Wu Qiwan smiled gently, her focus shifting to meticulously inspecting the state of Zuo Lingquan's meridians and acupoints. After sitting for a brief moment, Zuo Lingquan's thoughts began to clear. He glanced down at himself. His shirt was gone, but his trousers remained, albeit somewhat tattered, covered by a thin blanket. He adjusted the blanket and turned his gaze to the ground. His belongings, soaked from being submerged in water for quite some time, were neatly spread out by Wu Qiwan to dry. Among them were silver notes, talisman pouches, and a small porcelain bottle containing insects. But where was his pouch? A quick scan revealed something was amiss, causing a sinking feeling in his heart. Reflecting carefully, he could not ascertain whether it had been lost during the fierce battle or at another time. Noticing the change in Zuo Lingquan's expression, Wu Qiwan, seated beside the stone bed, looked down and inquired, have you lost something? The intensity of the earlier conflict likely resulted in some losses, but it was of little consequence. That's a relief, Zuo Lingquan replied. After completing her examination, Wu Qiwan rose and retrieved a tome from beneath the stone table, handing it to Zuo Lingquan. Upon reaching the 12th layer of Qi refinement, conventional methods become obsolete. This is the Qi refinement technique essential for entering the Spirit Valley. It is the only one of its kind in the entire Qi Phoenix Valley. Take a look at it. Zuo Lingquan, feeling his internal true energy nearing depletion, recognized the significance of this text. He settled into a meditative position on the stone bed and accepted the technique, studying it earnestly. Practitioners in the Qi refinement stage focus on unblocking the Ren and Du meridians and solidifying 52 acupoints. In contrast, those in the Spirit Valley realm aim to unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians, connecting them with the 12 primary meridians of the body, with each level's advancement relying on the opening of the convergence acupoints of the 8 meridians. The Ren and Du meridians are among the 8. Thus the first and second layers of the Spirit Valley are relatively straightforward, requiring only the unblocking of the convergence acupoints, albeit with limited advancement. From the 3rd layer onward, each level involves unblocking an entire meridian, resulting in remarkable growth and cultivation. As Zuo Lingquan perused the technique, he noted on the first page a concise description of the distinct characteristics of each realm. First layer, like Ke, abstaining from grains. Second layer, Hoshi, Qi extends for 10 zhang. Third layer, Neiguan, 6 senses are all connected. Fourth layer, Waiguan, immune to blades and spears. Fifth layer, Zhihai, sword energy solidifies. Sixth layer, Shimai, true energy takes form. Seventh layer, Gong Sun, manipulating objects from a distance. Eighth layer, Linqi, commanding the sword through the air. The art of nurturing Qi is a technique employed by martial practitioners for refining their Qi. Hence, these characteristics primarily reflect the common practices of martial cultivators and itinerant sorcerers, which may vary but are fundamentally similar. Upon seeing the phrase soaring sword in the sky, Zuo Lingquan's eyes brightened as he inquired, Senior Wu, I have heard that only the esteemed individuals of the Yuwang realm can fly. Is it true that one can achieve this at the 8th level of Linggu? Wu Qingwan, noticing Zuo Lingquan's curious demeanor, smiled slightly and explained. At the 8th level of Linggu, one has formed the Great Zhou Tian and can initially manipulate the heavens and earth, allowing for the levitation of objects. But only those that correspond to one's own 5 elemental affinities. For instance, if you reach the 8th level of Linggu, you could fly upon a block of ice. As for me, I could soar on a table, a wooden sword, or even a bed. A bed? Zuo Lingquan exclaimed, suddenly perceiving the dignity associated with cultivators of the 8th level of Linggu. Wu Qingwan was merely jesting. Upon seeing Zuo Lingquan take her words seriously, she chuckled. I was just teasing you. There are flying swords available for purchase that correspond to the 5 elements. Once you reach the 8th level of Linggu, you can simply buy one. I knew it. Zuo Lingquan finally exhaled in relief. Lowering his head, he meticulously examined the techniques of energy cultivation. Then closed his eyes and focused, beginning to attempt qi refinement. One must reach the 3rd level of Linggu and attain clarity of the 6 senses before being able to conduct internal vision. At this moment, Zuo Lingquan could only rely on his instincts to assess his internal condition. He had intended to probe the pivotal point of entry into Linggu, known as the Like acupoint. But upon sensing, he realized that his true qi was too sparse and thus opted to refine his qi first. Following the guidance of the qi refinement technique, he concentrated and meditated, soon perceiving many invisible elements converging around him. Among the 5 elements, water nourishes wood. The spiritual energy of the waterwood affinity is particularly abundant in the stone chamber behind the water curtain cave. Zuo Lingquan absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, settling it in his dantian, where he filtered and condensed it within his qi. Subsequently, he refined the spiritual energies of the other 5 elements in accordance with the sequence of wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. Metal generates water to produce the energies he required. The greater the transformation of attributes, the more intricate the refining process, and the slower the progress. After a quarter of an hour of diligent breathing, Zuo Lingquan had only managed to accumulate a minuscule amount of true qi. According to his estimations, achieving full saturation of true qi throughout his body would take at least a month. After a brief attempt, he opened his eyes, somewhat incredulous, and remarked, Is the refinement of qi truly this slow? Does that mean my last strike wasted nearly a month's worth of your labor, Senior Wu? Indeed, it nearly drained me. Wu Qingwan sighed softly. Refining qi is inherently a process akin to water wearing through stone. This stone chamber possesses a relatively abundant supply of spiritual energy. If you were outside, with your 12th level of cultivation, filling all 52 acupoints with the art of nurturing qi would take at least 3 months. While speaking, Wu Qingwan retrieved a piece of white jade, preparing to crush it. To expedite the process, one must use white jade to enhance the spiritual energy within this chamber. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, the speed of refinement will increase significantly. Zuo Lingquan was aware that a single piece of white jade could only saturate the qi of a first-level refiner. He hastily raised his hand to stop Wu Qingwan, exclaiming, If I am to fill my true qi, wouldn't that require 52 pieces of white jade? Wu Qingwan nodded slightly. It varies from person to person, but generally speaking, that is the case. If your foundation is solid, you may even surpass some others. Zuo Lingquan contemplated for a moment. 1 white jade equals 1 worry-free talisman. 1 worry-free talisman equals 1 life. What a ridiculous notion. He raised his hand dismissively. Forget it. This is far too extravagant. I have plenty of time. I shall cultivate slowly. Wu Qingwan anticipated this response, pocketing the white jade teasing, You possess immense wealth, yet you still fret over money? Alas, I cannot procure a white jade The 3 worry-free talismans given to me by Jiang Yi have been used up in one go, and now my heart aches. This might be the first time in Zuo Lingquan's life he felt a pang of regret over expenditure. Wu Qingwan chuckled, and after some light-hearted banter, she intended to guide Zuo Lingquan on the essentials of qi refinement. Suddenly, a voice echoed from below the waterfall. Jiang Shiji, what brings you here? Where is Zuo Lingquan? He is up there. The time had already passed the midnight hour, and only a few flickering lights remained within Huang Valley. Clad in a palace dress, Jiang Yi galloped through the corridors of the valley, startling numerous disciples and stewards. However, upon realizing it was the crown princess, they dared not reprimand her and quietly retreated. Jiang Yi had just settled in for the night when she received Wu Qingwan's urgent message, prompting her to rush over without even an umbrella. Upon reaching the bamboo grove at the back of the valley, she was drenched, her long, dark hair disheveled against her face, giving her a rather disheveled appearance. Dismounting at the cliff, she hurriedly ascended the stone steps to the stone platform beside the waterfall. Wu Qiwan emerged from the stone chamber, and upon seeing Jiang Yi's state, felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly approached and grasped Jiang Yi, using her sleeve to wipe the rainwater from her face. Jiang Yi? Why have you come now? Lingquan is fine. You needn't be so anxious. Hearing that Zuo Lingquan was unharmed, Jiang Yi relaxed slightly. Pulling Wu Qiwan towards the stone chamber while softly admonishing her, it must be the mischief of Fuji Mountain. Those rascals dare to harm my people. As Jiang Yi entered the stone cave, she was greeted by the sight of Zuo Lingquan seated on the stone bed, bare-chested, revealing his muscular physique. As a prominent figure of the Grandan dynasty, no man would dare to appear unclothed before her. Taken aback by this shocking scene, she swiftly turned away. Flustered and annoyed, why on earth are you not wearing anything? Zuo Lingquan, touched by Jiang Yi's arrival in the downpour, wrapped a blanket around himself. It's covered. I'm fine. In truth, there was no need for concealment, as Jiang Yi had already turned away. She quickly approached, glancing at Zuo Lingquan's body. And upon noticing the scars and bruises from the lightning strike, fury welled up in her eyes. Those scoundrels. Why didn't you run? I told you not to be reckless. Look at what they've done to you. Her tone remained condescending, laced with indignation. However, all that Zuo Lingquan could perceive was a gentle warmth. He concealed his wounds and smiled, saying, It is but a minor injury. I have turned misfortune into fortune and can now cultivate. Do not worry. Jiang Yi could hardly fathom that Zuo Lingquan, who was usually silent, had astonishingly leaped to the threshold of the half-Stepplingu realm. She assumed he had merely opened his sea of qi and nodded. As long as you can cultivate, that is good. What about those who ambushed you? Which direction did they flee? Seeing droplets of rain still clinging to Jiang Yi's hair, Zuo Lingquan felt it inappropriate to remain seated. Yet, his body was indeed weakened. So he shifted to the edge of the stone bed and gestured towards the corner of the stone chamber where a bundle lay. I eliminated 5 of them. But one escaped. I managed to bring back most of their belongings. Perhaps you and Senior Wu can help identify them. The spoils had been hastily gathered, and Wu Qiwan, who had just tended to his injuries, had no time to inspect them. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiwan turned and retrieved the items wrapped in a black cloak, placing them beside the stone bed. Jiang Yi, known for her fiery temper, could hardly contain her anger at the assassination of those close to her. Without uttering much, she lifted her skirt and crouched down to untie the bundle. To make it easier to squat, she hiked her skirt well above her knees, wedging it between her legs and abdomen. While this was ordinarily inconsequential, she had only donned a short white nightgown beneath, having rushed out in haste after receiving the news. Zuo Lingquan, seated at the edge of the bed, initially intended to assess his spoils, but upon catching sight of Jiang Yi crouched directly across from him. He felt a rush of warmth and surprise. His cold, piercing gaze momentarily faltered, causing his already battered body to endure further strain. After a fleeting glance, he quickly averted his eyes, only to find Wu Qiwan squinting at him, her expression suggesting, You little rascal, is it appealing? Appealing. Zuo Lingquan's face flushed a rare shade of crimson. He wished to explain, yet it seemed futile. Wu Qiwan, crouching beside him, observed the situation with clarity and did not chastise Zuo Lingquan for his instinctive gaze. Instead, she raised her hand to adjust Jiang Yi's skirt downward a bit. Only then did Jiang Yi realize the predicament and hurriedly pressed her legs together, her face turning crimson as well. She glanced up to see Zuo Lingquan intently examining the items on the ground, seemingly oblivious to her embarrassment, and she silently sighed in relief, discreetly shifting to the side. Noticing that both women were crouching, Zuo Lingquan felt it inappropriate to remain seated, so he leaned against the stone bed and sat on the ground. Jiang Yi opened the bundle, revealing a chaotic assortment of items. Just as she was about to rummage through them, she suddenly froze. Magical tools? Wu Qiwan, being the head of the Danqi chamber, recognized their quality and expressed her surprise. Indeed, magical tools. 1, 2, 3, and so many talismans and elixirs. Jiang Yi's previous thoughts dissipated as she sat cross-legged on the ground, examining a long sword before turning her gaze towards Zuo Lingquan, bewildered. What kind of people did you kill? 3 magical tools and all these talismans. This is more than enough to kill you 10 times over. In Xiwang Valley, magical tools were rare treasures, possessed only by the head, stewards, and direct disciples, all of whom were, without exception, cultivators of the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. Jiang Yi was well aware of Zuo Lingquan's remarkable martial prowess, yet it seemed rather exaggerated to have annihilated an entire team. As the battle ensued, a surge of true energy unexpectedly coursed through him, allowing him to eliminate his foes with ease. Zuo Lingquan briefly explained the situation before retrieving the treasured copper mirror and presenting it to Wu Qiwan. "Senior Wu, could you examine this artifact for me? It possesses extraordinary power. I suffered a significant loss today due to it." Wu Qiwan accepted the copper mirror and turned it over. Scrutinizing the inscriptions on its reverse side, there was an emblem of a city along with various symbols. As a princess, Jiang Yi had a fair amount of knowledge, and her eyes brightened as she remarked, "This is indeed an artifact forged by the Heavenly Emperor's city. It must be of at least superior quality. Among the 9 sects of the south, each has its enterprises for amassing wealth. And the Heavenly Emperor's city is one of them, renowned throughout the Empire of Imperial Decree beyond Dian for its exceptional crafting skills. The items produced there are comparable in quality and value to the talismans of Fulong Mountain or the potions of the Medicine King Tower." After examining the mirror for a moment, Wu Qiwan gently stated, "It is even imbued with restrictions. How cautious. I must unlock these restrictions to ascertain its true purpose. However, given its origin, its function is undoubtedly intricate." Zuo Lingquan, having experienced its capabilities firsthand, nodded in agreement. "It is indeed remarkable. It emits light and can strike with lightning, truly terrifying." Jiang Yi's thoughts, momentarily captivated by the treasures, caused her to forget her quest for vengeance. And she continued rummaging through the ground. Alas, apart from the golden mirror forged by the Heavenly Emperor's city, the other items such as the magical ruler, sword, and robe were all from ordinary sections. The potions she found were merely common consumables like healing elixir and consolidating chi pill, not worthy of further discussion. The two women, akin to diligent treasure keepers, meticulously assessed all the valuables. Jiang Yi grasped the magical ruler, noting the absence of restrictions, and infused it with true energy to test its capabilities. The ruler, of modest rank, appeared to have preset spells, vibrating as the true energy flowed into it. Zuo Lingquan, unfamiliar with such artifacts, took it from her to experiment as well. The black magical ruler vibrated rapidly, creating afterimages due to the limited true energy infused. It exhibited no other effects. A sudden flash of insight crossed Zuo Lingquan's mind, and after blinking, he scrutinized the ruler in his hand, realizing it resembled something familiar. After confirming it posed no danger, he placed it on his lap, experiencing a delightful tingling sensation. Amid Jiang Yi's focused treasure hunt, she suddenly felt something brush against her arm, eliciting an unexpected response that startled her. She turned sharply, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much. Just testing it. It's quite pleasant," Zuo Lingquan replied with a smile, bringing the vibrating ruler closer to her arm. "It seems effective for relaxing the muscles." Jiang Yi found his demeanor both exasperating and amusing, akin to that of a playful child. After experiencing the sensation herself, she deemed it somewhat enjoyable and seized the ruler, directing it to Wu Qiwan's lower back. A melodious gasp escaped Wu Qiwan, her voice imbued with an enchanting allure. Wu Qiwan abruptly straightened her back and shot a displeased glance at Jiang Yi. She then snatched the magical ruler back and returned it to Zuo Lingquan, remarking, "Using a magical artifact to relax one's neck bones is rather extravagant. If you desire one, I can create a similar item for you." Zuo Lingquan, surprised, accepted the ruler and inquired, "Can Senior Wu craft magical artifacts? Such a minor vibration can surely be replicated by studying the inscriptions on it." "Though it would be impossible to wield any magic with it," she replied. In the tranquil stone chamber, the three gathered around a trove of treasures scattered on the ground. The two women sifted through the items while the man, holding a long, dark rod, pressed it against himself to ease the fatigue from their recent battle. Although they had amassed a considerable amount of loot, only a few items stood out. Eventually, both women focused their attention on a talisman pouch. Wu Qiwan opened the pouch and discovered a golden brush inside. Raising her delicate brows, she remarked, "Ah, a talisman master, this brush is quite rare. Only produced by Talisman Mountain, though it is generally of no use to ordinary individuals. These are merely common talismans of my own design. But these 3 talismans from Fulong Mountain are indeed valuable." Jiang Yi picked up a snow-white talisman for a closer inspection, 2 thunder talismans and 1 turtle shell talismans. These are all high-quality talismans. How come one wasn't used and you managed to retrieve it? During the skirmish, Zuo Lingquan had identified the most formidable enemy as the one wielding talismans, logically making them his primary target. He explained, "I seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and took him out before he could use them." Jiang Yi did not pry further. Despite their substantial haul, only a few items were truly valuable. The two women set aside the prized possessions and resumed organizing the remaining clutter. Wu Qingwan's keen eyes soon caught sight of 2 sheets of paper at the very bottom. This. Wu Qingwan felt a sudden thrill and quickly lifted the 2 pages, though her excitement waned upon closer examination. Zuo Lingquan, sensing their significance, inquired, "Senior Wu, what are these?" Holding the sheets, Wu Qingwan lamented, "These should be talismanic blueprints." While Zuo Lingquan was not well versed in such matters, he understood that formulas for pills, talismanic blueprints, and crafting diagrams were all invaluable assets, akin to golden egg-laying hens. Possessing a talismanic blueprint would enable the continuous production of talismans, universally treasured by various sections. He questioned, "Isn't this a good item? Can it be utilized?" "It can be used, but no one dares to do so." Wu Qingwan pointed to the sect emblem on the blueprint. "This likely belongs to a significant sect from outside. Recipes and blueprints are the lifeblood of major sects. If lost, they will spare no effort to reclaim them. Even if we at Qihuang Valley obtain such a blueprint, we wouldn't dare to teach it, for if they discovered it, our sect could face annihilation." Zuo Lingquan pondered this and agreed, then asked, "What if I secretly learn it? If you study it in secret without being discovered, it should pose no issue, though it would be quite difficult. This blueprint consists of only 2 pages. It is likely stolen." While the two conversed, Jiang Yi rummaged through the bag and ultimately unearthed a jade pendant amidst the clutter. Jiang Yi picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely, her expression suddenly darkening. "Is this the waste token of the steward from Fuji Mountain?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingwan furrowed her brows and took it to look at it. "Indeed, I was wondering why such a multitude of highly skilled assassins suddenly appeared in Chaqing Mountain. If they are from Fuji Mountain, then it all makes sense." Zuo Lingquan, having personally engaged in combat with the ambushing foes, did not quite agree with this assertion. The techniques those individuals wield are varied and unique, almost devoid of repetition. Their relationships are not intimate, and their coordination is far from proficient, unlike that of fellow disciples. Moreover, their ruthless methods suggest they are more akin to seasoned rogue cultivators who thrive on the edge of danger. Although Zuo Lingquan had limited interactions with other cultivators, his understanding of the martial world was sufficient to deduce that these individuals were not disciples of any legitimate sect. Jiang Yi listened, her brow knitting in confusion. Rogue cultivators? How could there be so many formidable rogue cultivators in Dayton? Wu Qingwan found her reasoning compelling. Gazing at the spoils scattered across the ground, Fuji Mountain shares the same realm as us in Dayton. If they had sent people to ambush us, mere magical tools and talismans would suffice. There would be no need to carry talismans in the white jade coins, which are utterly unnecessary, especially this talisman chart. To carry such vital items with them is indeed characteristic of rogue cultivators. Jiang Yi blinked, still perplexed. Why would rogue cultivators possess the waste token of Fuji Mountain? Could it be that Fuji Mountain hired assassins from outside? This possibility lingered, albeit tenuously. The 3 of them sat together, momentarily baffled. As the night grew late, Wu Qingwan collected their belongings and rose. "We'll discuss this further tomorrow. Jiang Yi, I'll return to my room now. You should keep Lingquan company." With that, she shot Zuo Lingquan a suggestive glance. Jiang Yi remained deep in thought, instinctively nodding in response, but soon realized something was amiss. "Hey, Int." By the time she lifted her head, Wu Qingwan had already exited the room. Within the tranquil stone chamber, only 2 remained, a solitary man and a woman. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, the sound of the waterfall muffling the rain, with only the occasional rumble of distant thunder penetrating the stillness of the stone room. Wu Qingwan abruptly stood and departed, leaving Jiang Yi momentarily stunned. She turned to Zuo Lingquan, contemplating an appropriate farewell, yet felt it would be impolite to leave abruptly, leaving her at a loss for words. Zuo Lingquan reclined against the stone bed, his demeanor relaxed as his gaze roamed over Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, embodying the essence of fire among the 5 elements, derived her name from the character Li of the Dragon Princess. With true energy enveloping her, most of her skirt had dried, though her hair appeared slightly disheveled, unkempt from the previous rush. At that moment, Jiang Yi sat gracefully on the floor, her figure possessing an alluring curvature that rivaled Wu Qingwan's elegance. The golden hairpin in her hair was slightly askew, and in her haste, she had neglected to apply any rouge, yet her eyes sparkled like red apricots, and her brows arched like crescent moons. The softness of her features remained unblemished, particularly her small, rosy lips, which shone with a moist luster under the cool, white light, rendering her utterly captivating. Jiang Yi, lost in thought, busily arranged the items scattered on the ground. She noticed that Zuo Lingquan was gazing at her intently, and she gradually found it somewhat intolerable. With slightly widened eyes, she lifted her gaze and asked, "What are you staring at?" Zuo Lingquan smirked and inched closer. raising his hand to assist in tidying the golden hairpin atop Jiang Yi's head. Instinctively, she took a step back, but upon realizing his intention, she pursed her lips and refrained from speaking. The princess had hurried through the rain in the dead of night. Was she truly concerned for his safety? Jiang Yi, having risen in the middle of the night to rush to Chihuang Valley, was indeed worried for Zuo Lingquan's well-being. Once she had ensured that his hairpin was properly arranged, she shifted away slightly and huffed, "I fear you might perish. You are the prince consort chosen by this palace. Not a mere horse bought off the street. Even a casually purchased horse's death would be lamented. Rest assured, I will uncover the mastermind behind this incident and seek justice for you. Under my command, this much I can guarantee." Her tone remained imperious. Zuo Lingquan, unfazed, nodded earnestly. "Your Highness is most considerate." Jiang Yi had just traversed a tempest of emotions. Having finally settled into silence, her thoughts became muddled, leaving her unsure of what to discuss. Reflecting for a moment, she recalled Zuo Lingquan's achievement in cultivating true energy and inquired, "Have you achieved true energy?" "Indeed," he replied, "I am unsure how it happened." "That is splendid. Continue to practice diligently. Perhaps you'll live several more years. Once His Majesty can manage state affairs, I might even take you out to see the world." Jiang Yi remarked, placing her hand on Zuo Lingquan's wrist to assess the stability of his energy sea. However, after a brief probe, she recoiled as if shocked, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Zuo Lingquan with confusion. Zuo Lingquan anticipated her reaction and nodded gently, "You are not mistaken. The Ren and Du meridians have suddenly opened up, though my true energy is not yet replenished." Jiang Yi stared, momentarily stunned, her eyes revealing a mixture of shock, disbelief, and confusion. Having been in contact for some time, she secretly deemed Zuo Lingquan quite formidable. If he could cultivate, he would surely not be an ordinary talent. Yet, extraordinary as he was, this seemed utterly unfathomable. 17 years old, and already at the 12th level of Qi cultivation. Jiang Yi's mind whirled in chaos. How could this be? Was there no sense of fairness left? Zuo Lingquan smiled knowingly. "I may possess no cultivation, yet I can still best the princess. Surely, with cultivation, I cannot be weaker than you." Ascending directly to the 12th level of Qi is not so astonishing. Jiang Yi was too incredulous to feel anger. Disbelief filled her features as she again placed her hand on Zuo Lingquan's wrist, confirming her earlier findings. His meridians were indeed fully open, half a step into the Spirit Valley. How is this possible? By what means have you achieved the 12th level of Qi? I am still at the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Jiang Yi, who was typically proud, especially in the presence of Zuo Lingquan, suddenly found herself feeling like an utterly inept novice, a reality she struggled to accept. Just as she prepared to voice her indignation, a thought struck her, causing her expression to freeze momentarily. She pursed her lips and fell silent, ultimately averting her gaze to conceal the disappointment and vague emotions brewing within her. Zuo Lingquan noticed the shift in her demeanor and turned his head to glance at her. "Jiang Yi, my young friend, what troubles you?" Given the disparity between their cultivation levels, Zuo Lingquan at the 12th stage of Qi refinement and Jiang Yi at the 5th, he playfully referred to her as young friend, hoping to tease her into a familiar reaction. However, Jiang Yi remained unresponsive, gripping her hands and enveloped in silence. It was hardly surprising that Jiang Yi felt this way. She was betrothed to Zuo Lingquan, and had their capabilities been more aligned, they could have journeyed together on the path of cultivation. Yet, Zuo Lingquan's sudden ascension to the status of a half-step Spirit Valley master implied that he would seek enlightenment beyond, leaving her behind. Presently, she was unable to follow. Even if she could, her presence would be of little consequence, and Zuo Lingquan was unlikely to carry such a burden. While there were few great pill cultivators who ventured forth, those who did invariably faced a final farewell upon heading north, even if they returned. It would be as shadows of their former selves, with memories faded like autumn leaves in the wind. Though Jiang Yi often quarreled with Zuo Lingquan, she had always envisioned him as her future prince consort, and now, with such unforeseen circumstances befalling her, her spirits were understandably low. Zuo Lingquan sat beside Jiang Yi, observing her for a moment before gradually comprehending the reason behind her silence. He chuckled, "Are you perhaps worried that once I attain greater mastery, I shall disregard you?" "My betrothed?" Jiang Yi had indeed been contemplating this, and rightly so. She clenched her fists, turning her gaze elsewhere, and replied flatly, "The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. When an opportunity arises, one must venture forth. Do you intend to remain in Chihuang Valley for the rest of your life? The recruitment at Jinglu Terrace is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You have just reached the 12th level of Qi refinement, and you should undoubtedly seize a place. You must truly grasped this opportunity. As she spoke, her voice grew faint. After all, Jinglu Terrace required immediate attendance, and once the selection was complete, they would depart. If Zuo Lingquan were to seize this chance, it might mean they would soon have to say their eternal farewells, even if she could seek him out later. Who could predict the realm he might attain or where he might wander by the time she reached the 12th level of qi refinement? Seeing Jiang Yi's distressed expression, which she tried to conceal, Zuo Lingquan couldn't help but find it amusing. He moved a bit closer and shook his head, saying, "We are not yet married. Why should I go to Jinglu Terrace?" Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by his words. Upon realizing their implication, rather than feeling touched, she felt a pang of frustration at his foolishness. The 9 sects exchanged disciples. Entering means becoming an inner disciple. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is right before you. How can you be so foolish as to ignore it? Is this how one cultivates? If heaven offers you a chance and you do not seize it, it may turn against you. Failing to embrace the moment could bring calamity. Surely, you have heard this before? Zuo Lingquan raised his hand, gently tilting her chin to ensure she met his gaze. Your fiancé, at the age of 17, has reached the 12th level of qi refinement and is unmatched in swordsmanship. If the 9 sects of the south were to learn of such a figure in the Grandan dynasty, what would their reaction be? Jiang Yi, caught off guard by his gesture, could scarcely muster anger. Upon reflection, she found herself momentarily stunned. 17 years old, 12th level of qi refinement. Should the 9 sects discover this, surely their elders would come personally to seek him as a disciple. Straightening her posture, she suddenly recognized that she had underestimated the extraordinary individual sitting before her. Words eluded her as she opened her mouth in surprise. Zuo Lingquan raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. As for how to cultivate, that is a matter for me alone to decide. Should I choose to seek a master, it would be I who selects the sect, not the other way around. Jinglu Terrace offers 3 places, while others may covet them. Do you think I would care for such trifles? Jiang Yi found his words audacious, feeling an urge to reprimand him, yet she could not deny the truth in his assertion. Her mind buzzed, and after a brief silence, she murmured, "What do you mean by your man? Please choose your words more carefully." Zuo Lingquan's expression turned serious. Jiang Yi, my young friend, you have chosen me as your husband. And since I did not refuse, I shall not betray that commitment. Moreover, a gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. I have yet to uncover those who ambushed me. How could I leave without ensuring justice? But the path of cultivation waits for no one. If you do not seize the time to depart, then in the future, regardless of how others cultivate, I shall forge my own path. To me, in order to become an immortal, one must first excel as a human. If one cannot even master the essence of being human, then even possessing the immense ability to move mountains and part seas does not warrant the title of immortal. Such a being would rather be deemed a demon or a monster. As this thought lingered, Jiang Yi blinked, sensing the profundity in the statement, yet found herself at a loss for words. The stone chamber fell into silence, leaving only the gaze of the 2 individuals locked in a moment of intensity. Zuo Lingquan, initially devoid of any particular inclination, felt the atmosphere had reached an optimal crescendo, and thus he did not hesitate. He gently lifted Jiang Yi's chin with his right hand, his gaze ablaze, gradually leaning closer to the exquisite beauty before him. Jiang Yi, captivated by the unparalleled handsomeness of the man, felt a momentary breathlessness, her heartbeat surging to its zenith. Thump, 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 as Zuo Lingquan drew nearer. Jiang Yi suddenly came to her senses, leaning back slightly, her eyes wide with alarm. "What are you doing?" Zuo Lingquan's playful pout froze, and he reverted to a serious demeanor, somewhat bewildered. Given the conversation has reached this point, is a kiss truly out of the question? A kiss? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, her face gradually flushing crimson. After a moment of struggle, she could no longer suppress her indignation, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Aren't you averse to female allure? You used to masquerade as someone above worldly affairs, barely even glancing at women. How is it that now you have become so shameless?" Zuo Lingquan, unfazed, smiled as he elucidated, "I am merely a normal man. Previously, I could not cultivate, fearing that proximity to women would hinder my future endeavors, hence I exercised restraint. Now that I can cultivate, there is no longer a need to adhere to such stringent rules. Moreover, I have remained in the Grandan dynasty, waiting for you. Forgoing all outside distractions for the sake of the princess, as my fiancée, is it not reasonable to share a kiss? What a convoluted rationale." Jiang Yi's breath quickened, her temper flaring as she contemplated retorting, yet for reasons unknown, she hesitated. After all, there was a considerable gap between her and Zuo Lingquan. and provoking him might lead to dire consequences. Zuo Lingquan raised his chin, indicating for Jiang Yi not to shy away, clenching the hem of her skirt tightly. Her face was so red it seemed it might bleed, her heart racing to the point that even the fabric of her attire quivered. In the silent stone chamber, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar as the man and woman faced each other. After a prolonged stalemate, it was Jiang Yi who ultimately succumbed. Biting her silver teeth as she declared, just this once. Let it be known beforehand, I do not harbor any feelings for you. This is merely a reward for your ability to handle matters well, granted before our marriage. Do not overreach, nor indulge in fanciful thoughts. Let me finish my words. Their lips met. The man leaned in, silencing the woman's incessant chatter. Clad in a flowing red gown, Jiang Yi's body tensed. Caught in a whirlwind of confusion, she spread her arms, uncertain of where to place them. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes attempted to project an air of authority and composure. Yet the emotions swirling within betrayed her, revealing only a sense of awkwardness and unease. Zuo Lingquan's gaze softened as he embraced Jiang Yi at the waist, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. Jiang Yi held her breath, too timid to move, her vision clouded, alternating between closing and opening her eyes, gradually losing herself in the moment. Her previously restless hands found their way to Zuo Lingquan's shoulder, seeking solace. After a brief embrace, Zuo Lingquan suddenly lifted his head, retreating slightly with a hint of discomfort. Why did you bite me? He asked. Jiang Yi's face flushed crimson, resembling an apple, her eyelashes trembling. She grasped Zuo Lingquan's hand, staring at him in a mix of shock and indignation. How dare you ask? Your hand. Her words tumbled out, incoherent, as she struggled to articulate her feelings. Zuo Lingquan's hand remained on the bulging fabric of her clothing, firmly held by Jiang Yi. Soft. Zuo Lingquan blinked, lost in the moment, allowing his hand to wander without much thought. It's a habit. No. What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's temper flared, her embarrassment transforming into fiery anger, akin to a mother leopard ready to pounce. She raised her hand, intent on striking him. Zuo Lingquan quickly grasped her wrist, adopting a serious demeanor, and earnestly pleaded, Don't be impulsive. I swear, I have always been virtuous. This is my first time. At this point, Zuo Lingquan's thoughts suddenly flickered, as if something significant had just slipped by. Though he couldn't grasp it, his previously unwavering words now wavered. Jiang Yi, noticing Zuo Lingquan's guilt-ridden expression, opened her mouth in fury, words escaping her. Unable to contain her rage any longer, she pushed Zuo Lingquan down against the edge of the stone bed, shaking him forcefully by the shoulders. You scoundrel, clarify your words. Is it that vixen Tang Jingru? Zuo Lingquan, already injured and devoid of energy, found himself utterly at a loss against Jiang Yi's fury, his head spinning from her violent shakes. I'm hurt. I swear I'm not lying. Please, ease up. After a couple of shakes, Jiang Yi finally took notice of his pallor and hastily released her grip. However, her ire remained unabated. Jiang Yi's complexion fluctuated between red and pale as she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, an expression of indescribable regret in her eyes. Rising to her feet, she gritted her teeth and declared, Fine, I shall spare you today. Once you recover, I will settle the score. Having uttered her menacing words, a whirlwind of emotions engulfed Jiang Yi, and she stormed out of the stone chamber, her footsteps heavy. Zuo Lingquan, feeling genuinely weak, could not rise to accompany her, merely managing to call out, Good night, take care. After her silhouette vanished, he leaned against the ground and returned to the stone bed. What just transpired? Zuo Lingquan raised a hand to touch his lips, internally affirming that this was indeed his first intimate encounter with a woman. Yet, why did he feel so guilty? Could it be that the affectionate embrace from a maid in his childhood counted? No, that was merely a kiss on the cheek. It hardly mattered. Zuo Lingquan racked his brain, but the more he pondered, the less he could remember, ultimately deciding to set aside his thoughts and focus on meditation, beginning to cultivate his energy. Although kissing was uncertain, this was undoubtedly his first experience with meditation. With his mind concentrated, he soon entered a state of tranquility, surrounded by the ethereal essence of heaven and earth. The waterfall cascaded from the cliff above, its thunderous roar drowning out most sounds. Jiang Yi stormed out of the water-curtained cave, her thinly veiled anger swiftly transforming into a deep blush as she turned the corner, biting her lower lip. She found herself unable to stand steady, leaning against the wall for support. Just moments ago, that scoundrel. Her legs felt weak, trembling uncontrollably. Her heart racing like a startled fawn, the sensation of their lips meeting lingered in her mind. Jiang Yi raised her hand to touch her flushed lips, desperately attempting to suppress the inexplicable emotions bubbling within her, repeatedly reminding herself, "Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. It was merely a small sacrifice in recognition of his humanity, not an indication of affection." That rogue seemed so practiced. As she spiraled into her thoughts, the door of the small wooden cabin on the stone platform creaked open. Wu Qingwan, clad in a white nightgown, peeked out, glancing in her direction. Jiangyi jolted, hastily adopting a nonchalant demeanor, brushing her hair behind her ear and softly inquiring, "Auntie, you're still awake?" Wu Qingwan, having raised Jiangyi, understood her disposition all too well. Noting her flustered expression, she discerned that Jiangyi had likely engaged in something she ought not to have. With a gentle smile that lit up her eyes, Wu Qingwan did not confront her directly but simply beckoned, "It's quite late. Rest here for the night, and I shall escort you home in the morning." Having finally returned to Qinhuang Valley, Jiangyi felt a deep yearning for her childhood companion, her aunt. She approached the wooden cabin and replied, "Well, Zuo Lingquan is already retired, and there is nothing more to say between us. Let us sleep." Wu Qingwan smiled softly as she closed the door, then proceeded to the embroidered bed to spread out the bedding. Since the age of 6, Jiangyi had resided in Qinhuang Valley. As the eldest princess, the mentors at Qinhuang Valley dared not impose upon her. With her caring aunt by her side, Jiangyi's childhood was carefree, naturally cultivating a bit of a spoiled temperament. Deep down, she considered Qinhuang Valley her true warm home, while the grand palaces of the capital felt like a cold prison fraught with troubles. Though inherently lively and spirited, she was compelled to maintain a composed facade to navigate the intrigues of court life. Only around the likes of Lingzhu and Zuo Lingquan could she reveal her true self. Returning to Qinhuang Valley, far removed from the turbulent court, Jiangyi appeared as though she had just returned from a long day at work, shedding her formal demeanor as the door closed behind her. With a hint of childishness, she flopped onto the embroidered bed, having been caught in the rain, despite her cultivation shielding her from illness. Wu Qingwan thoughtfully brought warm water and set it beside the bed, gently wiping Jiangyi's face with a towel. Noticing the weariness in Jiangyi's eyes, she softly remarked, "Life in the palace must be challenging, isn't it?" Jiangyi blinked and shook her head. "Let us not dwell on that. It's much more comfortable here." She turned to sit up, taking the towel to clean herself, removing her red dress to freshen up. In her haste to leave, she had merely thrown on an outer skirt, underneath which she wore only a camisole and snug undergarments. At this moment, as the dress was discarded, her figure was unveiled without reservation. In the dim candlelight, her elongated legs resembled two jade pillars, taut and powerful, devoid of any excess flesh, exhibiting graceful lines while exuding a wild energy. Her slender waist could be grasped with a single hand, and the curves of her hips were perfectly rounded. The outline of her alabaster form subtly revealed from the side of her bodice, which she wanted raised Jiangyi and naturally paid close attention to her physical development. Sitting nearby, she appraised Jiangyi with a nod, remarking, "It's been a while, you've grown considerably." Jiangyi noticed the peculiarity in her gaze. However, having been with Wu Qingwan since childhood and having shared many intimate conversations, she did not exhibit any shyness. Instead, she subtly puffed out her chest. Comparing herself to Wu Qingwan's figure belonged to the voluptuous and graceful type, appearing more curvaceous than Jiangyi, yet not overweight, dressed in a form-fitting garment. The fabric clung tightly, revealing the buttons beneath, while the hidden contours of her form hinted at a rather formidable size. Jiangyi, upon comparison, felt a twinge of envy, sighing, "Alas, I cannot compare to my aunt." In the presence of her younger relative, Wu Qingwan, of course, felt no embarrassment. She raised her eyebrows and gently reassured, "You are still young and growing. Perhaps one day you will surpass me." Jiangyi sighed. "What is the point of growing up? It brings such inconvenience. Perhaps Lingquan might prefer it." "Oh, dear aunt," Jiangyi replied, feigning annoyance, and ceased discussing such matters with Wu Qingwan. After freshening up, she stood to approach the wardrobe, intending to select a nightgown. As Wu Qingwan lifted the basin to discard the water, she suddenly recalled something and opened her mouth to intervene, but Jiangyi had already opened the wardrobe. Jiangyi reached into the neatly folded dresses, searching for her nightgown. And after a couple of attempts, she stumbled upon a pouch nestled among the garments, a pouch marked with the emblem of Xianz's high, appearing quite luxurious. Having spent many years with Wu Qingwan, Jiangyi was aware of her aunt's simple lifestyle. She never indulged in jewelry or cosmetics. Slightly puzzled, she picked up the pouch and opened it. "Hua Jinli, aunt, why on earth are you suddenly wearing something so risque?" Before she could finish her sentence, a light tap landed on the back of her head from Wu Qingwan. Today, Wichiwan had discovered this bodice on Zuo Lingquan. Being a man, it was evidently inappropriate for him to possess such an item, and she suspected he had noticed her trying it on but had not disposed of it. So she casually took it back, reasoning that it was a gift meant for her. Seeing Jiang Yi's discovery, Wichiwan maintained her composure and teased, "What? Is it that my aunt has aged to the point where she cannot wear something more appealing? No, aunt, you appear even younger than I do. It's just that you usually present yourself with such grace and elegance, yet underneath your skirt, you wear something so, well, it's quite lovely. If a man were to see it, his eyes might pop out. Well, I'm not showing it to any man. It's merely for my own enjoyment. Indeed, the color of this bodice is exquisitely chosen. Even I find it alluring. I should buy one for myself another day, though I doubt I could pull it off like you do. Of course, you are not a child anymore. How long to wear it? Simply have Lingquan buy one for you." Humph. With Ling Xuan's dull and foolish demeanor, he hardly seems the type to bestow gifts such as a woman's bodice. Even if he were to offer one, it is unlikely he would select such a lovely piece. "Little aunt, you are unaware. The last time he presented me with a pendant he had carved himself, it was a chaotic mess, utterly devoid of understanding a woman's sentiments, nearly driving me to exasperation." Hiki. As the night deepens and the lights extinguish, conversation dwindles until silence prevails. The struggles and warmth within the verdant Longqing mountain are scarcely conveyed to the distant Donghua city, where, beneath the rain-drenched veil, the capital remains tranquil and harmonious. The night has only just settled in, and faint sounds of laughter and merriment drift from the alleyways of Linifeng. With a gentle drizzle falling, the streets lay deserted, and the Tang family's tavern has long since closed for the evening. In the tavern's rear courtyard, the western chamber still glows with a soft, amber light. The elegantly simple bedroom is tidy, with an unfinished piece of embroidery resting on a small table and several boxes of rouge arranged neatly atop the vanity, with a striking red and blue compact taking center stage. On the embroidery bed, Tang Jingru, clad in a delicate white garment, sits cross-legged with her hands resting upon her knees, deeply focused, a copy of the breath cultivation method open beside her. Though she is a novice in her practice, Tang Jingru's posture is poised and earnest. Her long hair cascades down to her waist, flowing freely over her back, and her fair cheeks glow with a gentle radiance, retaining an alluring charm. However, unlike her usual self, there is an indefinable aura surrounding her, and even in the guise of an ordinary woman, the essence of her former self seems to have dissipated. Outside, the rain patters rhythmically, yet within the room, silence reigns. A small, plump white bird, resembling a glutinous rice ball, sits neatly between Tang Jingru's legs, its round, dark eyes fixated intently on the oil lamp upon the vanity. Reflected in its glossy eyes are two flickering flames. The room is hermetically sealed, and the flames should rise straight up. Yet the little bird observes curiously as the flames appear to sway. Chirp, chirp, the little bird calls out twice, perhaps hoping to draw its mistress's attention. But she remains unresponsive. Soon, the flickering becomes more pronounced. Whoosh, whoosh, as if an invisible breeze were stirring. The flames on the lamp lean towards the embroidery bed, flickering and elongating as they stretch toward the bed's canopy. Chirp, chirp. Witnessing the flames drifting closer, the little bird becomes exceedingly anxious, flitting about in its mistress's embrace, attempting to alert her, but alas, there is still no response. The flames have now morphed into tongues of fire over a foot long, and in a panic, the little bird takes flight, darting toward the candlestick, desperate to extinguish the flames with its tiny claws. Unfortunately, as it approaches, its pristine feathers are singed. Seeing the fire grow ever longer, threatening to touch the bed's drapery and ignite the room, the little bird flies in a frenzy, chirping frantically in warning, ultimately colliding headlong into Tang Jingru's chest. In that instant, it seemed as though the flame had lost its tether, the 2-foot-long fire tongue extinguished, and the oil lamp returned to its original state. Tang Jingru's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, the confusion within quickly clarifying as she looked down at the little bird. Chirp, the little creature, Tuanzi, tumbled onto the bedding, and the flames singed the soft feathers on its chest, leaving a charred mark. Indignant, it fluttered its tiny wings, persistently gesturing towards the oil lamp nearby. Silly bird. Who told you to fly about recklessly? Did you get burned? Tang Jingru, evidently oblivious to Tuanzi's plight, felt a mixture of frustration and sympathy. She hurriedly cradled Tuanzi, gently touching the singed feathers, observing the little bird's innocent demeanor. She lightly tapped its head, chiding softly, "You noticed the fire and still leaped towards it. Only now do you feel wronged? Foolish thing." Chirp. Tang Jingru murmured a few more words of admonishment, but seeing Tuanzi's genuine distress, she ceased her scolding. She gathered her focus, extinguishing the oil lamp on the table. As the light faded from the window paper, the rain-soaked night grew tranquil. After an indeterminate span, a whispered murmur broke the silence in the room. I find refining energy quite simple. Why can't Xiaozhua grasp it? Chirp. When he arrives, should I feign ignorance and seek his guidance more? Men cherish their pride. If I master it instantly, he surely would feel disheartened. Chirp. Do you comprehend this? Chirp, 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 chirp. At the same moment, on the southern bank of Windy Bridge, in the residence of Wang Zheng, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Nearly 2 alleys away from the Zuo residence, the hour had grown late, and the household had quieted, save for the light emanating from the study. Within, Wang Zheng, clad in a sleeping robe, illuminated by candlelight, opened a wooden box revealing a segment of a tiger whip. He carefully lifted the whip, scrutinizing it with a nod of approval, before retrieving a jar of wine from the bookshelf. Just as he was about to place the whip into the jar, a soft sound interrupted him. Pat, pat. Wang Zheng furrowed his brow and turned to see a shadow suddenly leap through the open window. Startled, he nearly called for the guards, but the figure rushed in, exclaiming, Sir Wang, it is I, Zhao Zhe. Do not shout. Wang Zheng's call was abruptly halted as he focused on the disheveled figure before him. Zhao Zhe. He inwardly sighed in relief. Yet his expression darkened. What brings you here at such an hour? There are spies from the arresting office outside. What if news leaks? Zhao Ze's face was ashen. After cautiously shutting the window, he knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Sir Wang, you are my true father, my reincarnated parents. Were it not for your words last time, I would surely have met my end in the mountains today. Taken aback by such an unexpected display of reverence, Wang Zheng quickly grasped the situation. You have botched the task again? Still trembling with trepidation, Zhao Zhe remained kneeling, reluctant to rise. As he prepared to speak, his gaze fell upon the tiger whip in Wang Zheng's hand. Wang Zheng glanced down, explaining, this is for Ministerly. You know, he's of advanced age. Understood. No need for further elaboration. Next time I shall procure something more formidable for Ministerly, which you shall personally deliver to him. Alas, your thoughtfulness will surely bring in great comfort. Wang Zheng waved his hand slightly, but his expression soon darkened. Have we truly botched this matter? Zhao Zhe stood up, looking somewhat innocent. I cannot be blamed for this. I summoned all the friends from the capital's vicinity, a total of 6 individuals. Although I remained wary and circled around, the other 5 were fighting for their lives. And guess what, Lord Wang? They lost their lives. Their remains are nowhere to be found. With a clap of his hands, Zhao Zhe assisted Wang Zheng in taking a seat in the grand chair. You did not witness this scene. That young man initially lacked any cultivation, yet suddenly broke through during the fray, striking down one after another with his sword. If I hadn't fled quickly, I would have been reborn by now. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng furrowed his brow. Breakthrough, what does that mean? It means he unexpectedly gained cultivation, appearing quite formidable. I suspect that young man is concealing his true strength, playing the fool to deceive the wise. Do not divert to useless chatter. Has the dirty water been thrown out? Zhao Zhe nodded. I followed your arrangements precisely. I specifically instructed them to carry the banner of Fuji Mountain. They must have seen it without a doubt. As for whether we can redirect the blame, that remains uncertain. Too many lives were lost. We only managed to handle the bodies, leaving insufficient time to address other traces, which surely harbor suspicions. Wang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Alas, it is what it is. I do not rely on you now. In the coming days, keep a low profile and do not expose yourselves. As for uncovering the truth behind the national master, I shall discreetly inform Qing Jiujian to probe into the matter. That would be splendid. Lord Wang, with your cunning and schemes, it merely requires a slight sowing of discord. Can you articulate your thoughts? Zhao Zhe chuckled. He was rather frightened by the scene of Zuo Lingquan descending like a deity. After some contemplation, he added, by the way, that Prince Zuo, Lord Wang must exercise caution. With such young age and formidable cultivation, if he is not dealt with promptly, he will undoubtedly become a future calamity. You should convey this to your heavenly sovereign. All your immortal masters have perished. How can I, a mere civil official, eliminate him? Should I merely speak his demise? That is indeed the case. Should I report to the heavenly sovereign? Can't you make a decision for yourself? If I make a decision, I feel I shan't survive until next month. The following day, fierce winds and torrential rain transformed into a gentle drizzle, yet the sky remained overcast. In the square before the hall of Chiwang Valley, a multitude of cultivators gathered around the arena. Observing a disciple from the Qingqi sword manor battling Li Yingjia from Fuji Mountain, the fine raindrops pattered on the oiled paper umbrellas, creating a rustling sound. Yet this did not diminish the enthusiasm of the spectators. Dressed in black, with a sword at his side, Zuo Lingquan stood on the outskirts of the square, also watching the happenings in the arena. This morning, upon awakening from his meditation, Jiang Yi had already returned to the capital for the morning court. Having left without a word, it seemed he was still sulking over Zuo Lingquan's indiscretions the previous day. After sending Jiang Yi off, Wu Qingyuan busied herself with matters in the main hall of the sect. The ambush they encountered yesterday had already been reported back to the valley. However, due to his sudden ascension to the 12th level of qi refinement, the potential exposure of his advancement could invite unnecessary troubles. Therefore, Wu Qingyuan refrained from fully reporting to her senior brothers, merely mentioning that he had encountered an unknown assailant in Chaqing Mountain, resulting in serendipitous breakthroughs and a few acupoints, without disclosing the specifics of either Zuo Lingquan or the opponent's cultivation level. As for the spoils acquired yesterday, they were certainly not to be surrendered to the sect. Zuo Lingquan had instructed Wu Qingyuan to keep them for private study. Naturally, he also reminded her to leave a few valuable items for Wang Rie, considering they had shared life and death together. After a night of focused qi refinement, Zuo Lingquan's internal true energy was sufficient to fill approximately 2 acupoints. Although the process remained slow, it was somewhat quicker than he had anticipated. His injuries, treated by Wu Qingyuan, still caused some discomfort, yet they were no longer grievous. Zuo Lingquan lingered around the periphery of the square for a while, observing the lackluster exchanges among the novices, before deciding to meander through the square. Before he could complete a full circuit, he spotted Wu Qingyuan, clad in black, emerging from the main hall of the sect. Having just entered the 12th level of qi refinement, Zuo Lingquan was eager to seek Wu Qingyuan's guidance regarding his cultivation. He hastened towards the corridor, calling out, "Senior Wu." At the other end of the corridor, Wu Qingyuan, holding a book, had also intended to seek out Zuo Lingquan. The turmoil from the previous day had subsided for the moment, and after experiencing initial shock and elation, her emotions gradually settled. As a seasoned practitioner with decades of experience, Wu Qingyuan understood how a cultivator should structure their training regimen. The path of cultivation is one that demands urgency, now that Zuo Lingquan had successfully refined his true energy. Preparation for the next stage of advancement was imperative. Moreover, Wu Qingyuan harbored her own aspirations, given that Qingyuan Valley currently lacked a capable leader. If Zuo Lingquan could swiftly establish himself in his cultivation, he might assist Qingyuan Valley in overcoming its present crisis. Wu Qingyuan recognized Zuo Lingquan's character, knowing he would not disregard those close to him. Even if he was indifferent to Qingyuan Valley, he would at least not neglect her and Jiang Yi. Of course, she would not impede his progress by asking him to remain in Qingyuan Valley as a minor leader, as long as Zuo Lingquan harbored intentions to protect Qingyuan Valley. With his extraordinary talents, even if he ventured far away, all cultivators in the Great Dan dynasty and its surroundings would certainly be wary of the day he returned. And that, in itself, would suffice. Nevertheless, all of this hinged upon Zuo Lingquan's swift recovery and return to the right path. Upon seeing Zuo Lingquan in the corridor, Wu Qingyuan approached him briskly and inquired gently, "What brings you here? Are your injuries all right?" "Almost healed. I'm still not accustomed to sitting for too long, so I came out for a stroll," replied Zuo Lingquan. The two of them walked side by side towards the alchemy room, quickly exiting the corridor. He opened an oiled paper umbrella, sheltering them both beneath it. Together, they shared the umbrella, standing quite close to one another. Wu Qingyuan did not shy away from this. Instead, she stepped a little closer, her sleeve nearly brushing against Zuo Lingquan's. She picked up the book in her hand and said, "You now possess considerable cultivation. Your path of practice is quite comparable to mine, yet your ascension has been too rapid, leaving other aspects lagging behind. There are certain things I must teach you, so you must learn diligently." Wu Qingyuan's height was roughly level with Zuo Lingquan's lips, and as she moved closer, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Zuo Lingquan, however, remained composed, merely shifting the umbrella to provide more coverage for Wu Qingyuan, preventing the rain from soaking the hem of her skirt. He smiled and remarked, "As long as you regard me as your disciple, feel free to discipline me as you see fit. No matter how advanced my cultivation may be, you are still my mentor, and I could not ask for more." "Humph, your words are quite sweet," Wu Qingyuan said, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she delicately licked the corner of her lips, falling silent thereafter. Zuo Lingquan did not notice this subtle change. His gaze shifted to the book in Wu Qingyuan's hand, though half of it was obscured by her voluminous attire. He could still discern the few small characters inscribed on it, hidden sword technique. Additionally, he observed that Wu Qingyuan's clothing swayed gently with her movements, appearing less constrained than usual. However, he refrained from scrutinizing these details and quickly diverted his gaze, Inquiring, Senior Wu, is this a sword manual? This is the sword manual that the National Master brought back from the Jinglu Terrace. It records 3 sword techniques, which happen to be the signature skills of our Chihuang Valley: flowing wind and returning snow, shocking wind and raining mist, and evening glow transformed into brocade. The hidden sword technique originally comprises 7 swords, but the National Master has only mastered 3. To learn the remaining ones, he must seek a mentor at the Jinglu Terrace. Zuo Lingquan nodded gently. The names are quite melodious. Wu Qingwan understood that Zuo Lingquan's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and thus, he would likely dismiss these basic techniques from the Jinglu Terrace. She raised her gaze to meet his, saying, in my view, these 3 sword techniques pale in comparison to your singular sword strike, yet you cannot rely solely on that one strike. In the pursuit of cultivation, one inevitably encounters situations of direct confrontation. If the opponent's abilities are neither too weak nor too strong, relying solely on that one strike can be excessively taxing, exposing your hidden skills. You cannot simply flee from every encounter, can you? Upon hearing Wu Qingwan's words, Zuo Lingquan found her reasoning quite sound. I understand now. It's about concealing one's edge. Wu Qingwan nodded lightly, pondering for a moment before adding, by the way, what is the name of your sword technique? Constantly referring to it, as that one sword, is rather inconvenient. Having practiced for many years, Zuo Lingquan had only cultivated the Zhongping sword from secular martial arts. Hearing her question, he shook his head. My technique is simply Zhongping sword. It doesn't have any special name. Wu Qingwan was familiar with the Zhongping sword and frowned slightly. Your technique has long transcended the ordinary. It cannot merely be called Zhongping sword. Such a title would mislead future generations. Let me think. The day you unleashed that sword, it sang like a dragon's roar. Its energy flowed like a dragon traversing the wild, belonging to the element of water. How about calling it Water Dragon's Lament? Zuo Lingquan understood that Shui Long Yin was merely a name of a common lyrical form. And since he had no intention of shouting out the names of his techniques during a confrontation, he nodded lightly, acknowledging, if Senior Wu finds it suitable. I naturally have no objections. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they arrived at the main building of the Pill and Tool Chamber, spanning approximately 5 miles. Chihuang Valley housed the Pill and Tool Chamber as one of its 5 significant establishments, boasting considerable scale. The exterior of the chamber resembled a round tower, containing over 100 rooms of varying sizes, each filled with an assortment of tools. At that moment, many disciples remained within the chamber, eschewing the bustling square, diligently concocting medicines and refining instruments, the cacophony reminiscent of a grand apothecary. Zuo Lingquan stowed away his umbrella and followed Wu Qingwan into a spacious room at the rear of the round tower. This was where Wu Qingwan typically toiled, adorned with several workstations, various tools, and a pill furnace. However, the furnace was merely a conventional item, unsuitable for alchemists' use, capable only of producing basic remedies. With rain pouring outside, the lesson on sword techniques could only be conducted indoors. Upon entering the room, Wu Qingwan retrieved 2 wooden sticks from the table. Tossing one to Zuo Lingquan, I shall first demonstrate. You can learn the sword technique from observing. With your talent, you should grasp it swiftly. Zuo Lingquan set aside his belongings, grasped the wooden stick, and stood opposite Wu Qingwan, his posture straight and poised. All right. Once they were both settled, Wu Qingwan adopted a serious demeanor, holding the stick like a sword, pointing it diagonally to the ground, her fitted black dress frozen in stillness. Her expression was earnest as she spoke. The concealed sword technique emphasizes the concept of concealment, advocating for unexpected moves and the interplay of illusion and reality. The first move, flowing wind returning snow, is a counterattack maneuver. Now, you may strike at me. Zuo Lingquan, equally serious, prepared to attack, but just as he was about to strike, Wu Qingwan suddenly stepped back and added, no use of true energy, simply thrust forward in a straightforward manner. Her words reflected her concern that Zuo Lingquan, having recently ascended to the 12th level of Qi refinement, might inadvertently unleash his strength and overwhelm her, his mentor. However, Zuo Lingquan was reluctant to cause harm to Wanwan. Without needing further admonition, he approached with a wooden stick, advancing at a moderate pace, aiming for Wu Qingwan. Instead of meeting his thrust head-on, Wu Qingwan pivoted and fled. Zuo Lingquan recognized that flowing wind returning snow was a counteraction technique and was not taken aback, continuing his pursuit to target her back. Just as the wooden stick in Zuo Lingquan's hand was about to make contact with Wu Qingwan's back, a wooden stick suddenly shot out from beneath her sleeve. While her body continued to flee forward, the stick in her hand thrust backward from her armpit, its angle exceedingly crafty, and in the blink of an eye, it jabbed into Zuo Lingquan's chest. Thud, struck in the chest, Zuo Lingquan halted, nodding slightly. Show weakness to the enemy. Strike when they are unprepared. Quite clever, though. Wu Qingwan understood that Zuo Lingquan intended to say somewhat insidious. She sheathed her stick and stood up, stating earnestly, in life and death struggles, what matters is the effectiveness of the technique. This is merely one application of flowing wind returning snow. In actual combat, one must adapt and apply it dynamically. Once you master the nuances, its power should not be underestimated. After demonstrating the first move, Wu Qingwan proceeded to showcase the second move. The afterglow becomes a tapestry. This particular technique had already been experienced by Zuo Lingquan, leaving little to be said. When it came to the third move, shocking wind and rain, Wu Qingwan held the wooden stick horizontally in her hand and explained, this move is known as the sword shock technique, utilized to repel foes and create distance. Now, you may attempt to stab me with your sword. Zuo Lingquan nodded earnestly, and as before, he struck toward Wu Qingwan's heart with the speed characteristic of an ordinary martial artist. Wu Qingwan raised the wooden stick, using the spine of the sword to block the incoming thrust, and subsequently activated the sword technique, causing the wooden stick to tremble violently. With a resounding thud, Zuo Lingquan felt an immense force emanating from the wooden stick in Wu Qingwan's hands, propelling him backward several steps. This technique was designed to create distance from the enemy, and Wu Qingwan herself was also pushed back, resulting in both of them momentarily retreating to opposite walls of the room. Zuo Lingquan had been focused solely on the swordplay, but upon witnessing Wu Qingwan's execution of the move, he suddenly sensed something amiss. As Wu Qingwan, clad in a flowing black dress, was propelled backward, her long black skirt billowed dramatically in the wind, and the fabric rippled visibly from the impact. When she finally regained her footing, the dress bounced lightly a couple of times. The breathtaking scene almost caused Zuo Lingquan to lose his balance upon landing. Wu Qingwan, not wearing a chest wrap, achieved such an effect with this technique of repelling both the enemy and herself. She noticed the peculiar reaction but maintained her composure, smoothly sheathing her sword while narrowing her eyes at Zuo Lingquan, who had inadvertently gazed inappropriately elsewhere, as if to say, "Where do you think you're looking, you brat?" Zuo Lingquan, aware of his earlier indiscretion, felt a twinge of guilt. Though it had not been intentional, such a spectacle would captivate any man's attention. He quickly steadied himself, offering a sincere acknowledgement. Indeed, a splendid sword technique. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Wu. Wu Qingwan did not scold Zuo Lingquan for his lapse, placing the wooden stick on the platform before turning to examine several magical artifacts she had gathered yesterday. In a gentle tone, she said, once you've finished observing, make sure to practice diligently. Meditation and refining one's energy require tranquility. Don't wander about aimlessly. Understood. Zuo Lingquan sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in Wu Qingwan's demeanor and contemplated apologizing, but feared it would only amplify the awkwardness. After a moment's thought, he refrained from elaborating further, picked up the sword technique from the table, and bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Over the next 2 days, the incessant rain gradually subsided, leading to an intensifying competition for the coveted spots on the Jinglu Terrace. However, both Old Lu and Zuo Lingquan had grown indifferent to the outcomes of this contest. During this period, Zuo Lingquan devoted himself to cultivating at the Water Curtain Cave, alternating between meditative practices and sword training, tirelessly engaging in rigorous training. Conversely, Wu Qingwan, sharing the same stone platform, had much more on her plate. She had to preside over the matches in the sect's main hall during the day, while also finding time to study the magical artifacts she had acquired, all the while ensuring she did not neglect her own cultivation at night. Despite the busyness, Wu Qingwan harbored no complaints. Such was the nature of cultivation. Having tasks at hand was infinitely preferable to idleness. As a practitioner struggling at the grassroots level, without the luxury of fortune, one must rely on diligence to compensate for their shortcomings. 2 days have passed since the turmoil at Chongqing Mountain. As night fell, the competition in the plaza had just concluded. Wu Qingwan entered the office of the Alchemy and Artifact Chamber, resuming her study of magical artifacts such as the Golden Light Mirror. Due to the sect's ongoing conference, disciples from various chambers had been granted a few days off. By evening, the spacious Alchemy and Artifact Chamber was deserted, with only Wu Qingwan's room illuminated. The night breeze rustled the bamboo leaves outside the window, as Wu Qingwan sat at her desk, completely absorbed in her research. After an indeterminate amount of time had elapsed, a sudden fluttering sound emerged from outside the window. Wuqiwan initially thought it was a messenger bird from Chihuang Valley. Upon lifting her gaze, she was taken aback. Beneath the moonlight, a small bird radiating a gentle glow flitted among the lush bamboo grove, seemingly gathering pollen from wildflowers. Chihuang Valley was situated near Chaqing Mountain and lacked protective formations, often leading to small creatures wandering into the sect. The animal pen in the living quarters housed several exotic beasts that had strayed from the mountains, including a few spirit beasts. However, spirit beasts found on the outskirts of Chongqing Mountain generally belonged to lower tiers, akin to ordinary wild animals. It was rare for them to possess any luminescence, and even fewer exhibited striking fur colors. Yet, the small bird before her shimmered with vibrant hues. Unmistakably a rare spirit beast, possibly even a celestial beast, undoubtedly of considerable rank. For cultivators, encountering such heavenly materials was a sign of divine fortune. Having spent decades in Chihuang Valley, Wu Qingwan had never before laid eyes on such a splendid creature. She dared not be negligent. Cautiously, she rose to her feet, leaping from the window into the bamboo forest, gradually approaching the bird. Capturing a spirit beast required skill. The ideal method was to attract the creature, encouraging it to approach of its own volition. The worst approach was to forcefully capture it, as spirit beasts possessed high intelligence and could become fiercely resistant if provoked, rendering any attempt futile. Wu Qingwan advanced carefully, imitating bird calls with a soft tsk, mindful not to make too much noise. The glowing spirit beast noticed her presence. Yet instead of fleeing in alarm, it cautiously began to flutter away. Seeing this as an opportunity, Wu Qingwan followed closely behind, patiently enticing the creature. She occasionally produced medicinal pills and items rich in spiritual energy, even crushing white jade coins to attract it. Unfortunately, the little spirit beast remained wary, maintaining a careful distance while glancing back cautiously. The bamboo grove of the alchemy and artifact chamber lay at the far end of Chihuang Valley. Wu Qingwan pursued the creature for a brief while before venturing beyond the sect's boundaries, entering the surrounding wilderness. Tsk. Don't be afraid. Wu Qingwan patiently trailed the spirit beast for about 4 or 5 miles along the mountain path, gradually reaching a secluded hollow. Upon arriving, the little spirit beast suddenly accelerated, darting into a thicket and vanishing without a trace. Wu Qingwan's heart raced as she hurried forward, parting the brush for a better view. To her dismay, the spirit beast was nowhere to be found. Instead, she discovered a collapsed cave entrance behind the thicket. This location was merely over 4 miles from Chihuang Valley. Although it was an unfrequented hollow, the valley had long conducted patrols and had previously shown no signs of a cave. Wu Qingwan, slightly perplexed, meticulously examined the cave entrance, discovering that it seemed to have recently collapsed due to the incessant rain. Assuming that the little spirit beast had ventured inside, she contemplated for a moment before retrieving a small orb from her waist. Infusing it with her vital energy, it emitted a radiant white light, illuminating the surroundings. Holding the orb aloft, she bent down and entered the stone cave. The entrance was not particularly deep, measuring only 2 or 3 zhang, seemingly a natural formation that bore the marks of time. As Wu Qingwan reached the cave's end, her expression suddenly shifted upon observing a skeleton situated deep within. The garments of the skeleton had long since decayed, leaving only the white bones seated in place, suggesting it had once been a practitioner in meditation. It was common for solitary cultivators to dig a cave for secluded cultivation, yet the existence of such a cave behind a sect was rather illogical. After all, Chihuang Valley had established its sect for 200 years. Unless this practitioner had been in seclusion here 2 centuries ago, it was improbable that no one had noticed. Considering this, Wu Qingwan cautiously approached, ensuring there were no concealed traps or formations, and then began to inspect the area around the bones. The cave was modest in size, devoid of any items save for the solitary skeleton. Wu Qingwan found it hard to believe that a practitioner capable of entering such profound seclusion would possess no valuable belongings. She crouched down to search and soon felt something beneath the layer of dust on the ground, an exquisite jade slip. Her heart raced as she hastily brushed aside the dust and retrieved the jade slip, which was typically employed by celestial families to record vital information, often containing esoteric techniques not meant for dissemination. Although Wu Qingwan had never encountered such an object, she had heard of it. After a meticulous examination, she attempted to channel her vital energy into the slip. As it illuminated, a lengthy text unfurled in her mind, allowing her to see clearly the 4 prominent characters at the top, Qinglian Jingjing, along with foundational information about the technique. having merely glanced at it. Wu Qingwan was so astounded that she dropped the jade slip, stepping back a few paces in disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavenly tier technique?" Naturally, there was no response. Even Wu Qingwan's composed and graceful demeanor struggled to suppress the tremors within her heart. Forcing herself to regain her composure, she bowed respectfully to the skeleton, stating, "I, a junior, have intruded recklessly. I beg your pardon, esteemed immortal." The skeleton remained unresponsive. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Qingwan realized that such a fortuitous opportunity lay before her, and she could not allow fear to deter her. Still pondering, she crouched down to retrieve the jade slip again, only to notice what appeared to be etchings on the stone floor. Upon clearing the dirt, she discovered an inscription. Wu Qingwan meticulously examined it from beginning to end, grasping its general meaning. This was a cultivator from the Yuhuang realm 300 years ago, who, sensing their impending demise, had entered seclusion here, knowing that breakthrough was hopeless. They left their learned techniques behind for a fated individual to find. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding the acquisition of this technique, sharing it would invite perilous consequences. The finder must not utilize it to establish a sect, nor should it be gifted or sold to others. Besides a partner in cultivation, one must not disclose its origin to outsiders. Any breach of these conditions would result in dire repercussions. This was a solemn warning to remember. After examining the handwriting, Wu Qingwan's gentle demeanor took on a more serious tone. She understood the principle that one must not forsake the blessings that fate has bestowed upon them. Rising to her feet, she bowed respectfully towards the remains, murmuring, "I shall certainly remember the sage's admonitions." Following her tribute, Wu Qingwan carefully secured the jade slip, not pausing to inspect it closely, and hastened outside the cave. With her sword, she shattered the entrance and concealed the cave's entrance with earth and grass, ensuring it was perfectly camouflaged before she quietly departed from the secluded valley. As night deepened and the moon shone amidst sparse stars, Wu Qingwan returned briskly to Chihuang Valley, clutching the jade slip tightly, feeling as though she were in a dream, occasionally pinching herself to confirm the reality of her recent experiences. Though disbelief lingered, the events had undeniably transpired. Even with her typically unruffled nature, a sense of exhilaration coursed through her. She made her way back to the cliff, heading directly to the waterfall cave, eager to share her revelations with Zuo Lingquan, who was currently in meditation. However, as she reached the entrance, her steps faltered. She recalled the sage's warning. It was forbidden to share or disseminate this knowledge, save for informing a partner in cultivation. Sighing, Wu Qingwan pursed her lips, feeling a tinge of regret. The celestial level techniques she had only heard of in whispers. If only Zuo Lingquan, with his extraordinary talent, could utilize them, he would surely soar to great heights. Yet, with the sage's counsel in mind, she recognized that she was merely a novice in the chi refinement stage, unaware of the vast powers possessed by such high beings. If she were to indiscriminately share this knowledge, it could lead to dire consequences for both of them. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Qingwan chose to return to her wooden cottage, closing the door behind her. She sat at the round table, scrutinizing the jade slip, infusing her vital energy into it. Her consciousness once again unfurled the scroll within. With her eyes closed and focus sharpened, she began to absorb the contents of the technique. Initially, her expression was grave, but as she continued, a frown creased her brow. Yin and yang in harmony. Yin and yang complementing each other. Dual cultivation. Wu Qingwan had not anticipated such a method, her expression turning peculiar. Nevertheless, it was indeed a celestial level technique, and she resolved to delve deeper. The jade slip contained extensive information, most of it detailing the nuances of cultivation, spanning from chi refinement to the early stages of the ethereal bamboo realm, suggesting it was an incomplete text. Furthermore, it outlined various essential points for practicing this technique. The essence of dual cultivation lay in achieving a balance between yin and yang. Hence, it was advisable that partners in cultivation share similar realms. Otherwise, the one of higher cultivation would stagnate while only the lower would benefit. Moreover, to maximize the pace of cultivation, it was best to select partners according to the principle of 5 elements generating one another. For instance, as her element was wood, a partner with a water affinity would be optimal. Fire would be the next suitable choice, followed by others in descending order of compatibility. Wu Qingwan blinked, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Both at the 12th level of chi refinement, a partner with a water affinity would be ideal. Lingquan, that would be perfect. No. Suddenly struck by this thought, Wu Qingwan froze, and then quickly spat in dismay, slapping her face as she scolded herself. What a ridiculous notion. Lingquan is Jiang Yi's consort, and I am Jiang Yi's aunt, have a mother-in-law. Have I no shame? The immediate association with Zuo Lingquan is hardly surprising for Wu Qingyuan, as the cultivation technique incessantly hints and suggests, almost explicitly stating Zuo Lingquan and Wu Qingyuan exclusive on its cover. Wu Qingyuan's elegant cheeks were marked by an unusual expression, tinged with rare embarrassment and annoyance. Grasping the jade slip, she rose and began to pace the room. The bold and scandalous thoughts that had previously crossed her mind swiftly suppressed. However, with a genuine celestial-level technique in her possession, it would be a waste to discard it carelessly. To keep it unused would be a grave misappropriation. Lacking a partner in cultivation, she could think of no one but Zuo Lingquan, yet she was certain she could not engage in any intimate dealings with him. Though she contemplated bestowing the technique upon Zuo Lingquan and Jiang Yi, the elder's warning echoed in her mind. Such knowledge should only be shared with a partner, lest one suffer the consequences. Even if she disregarded the warning and clandestinely passed the technique to Zuo Lingquan, his desire for rapid advancement would leave him with no other choice, mirroring her own predicament. What if Zuo Lingquan harbored ulterior motives? Even if he did not, what if he uttered the phrase for the future of the sect? And what if Jiang Yi also encouraged Zuo Lingquan to hasten his training, thereby pressuring her, his aunt? Perhaps she was overthinking. Sighing, Wu Qingyuan found herself increasingly hesitant as her thoughts spiraled, perceiving this fortuitous encounter as a hot potato, leaving her in a state of indecision as she continued to pace. As dawn broke, silence enveloped the water curtain cave behind the waterfall. Zuo Lingquan sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his hands resting on his knees, eyes closed in deep concentration as he practiced his qi-refining technique. Wu Qingyuan maintained the same posture beside him. It was Zuo Lingquan's first experience of sharing a bed with a woman, and while such an occurrence might be deemed scandalous in the secular world, the realm of cultivation held different standards. Of course, even if he were to hold such concerns, he had little choice in the matter. This was Wu Qingyuan's domain, and no prior consultation had been made. The previous night, as Zuo Lingquan sat in meditation, having just bathed, Wu Qingyuan unexpectedly entered clad in a form-fitting gown. While drying her hair with a towel, she climbed onto the bed and sat beside him, tilting her head to observe him as if preparing for an important occasion. Zuo Lingquan was momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, possessing remarkable composure, he feigned deep meditation, briefly observing her with closed eyes. Though Wu Qingyuan gazed at him for quite some time, she ultimately did not act upon her scrutiny, merely sitting beside him to cultivate, allowing him to exhale a silent sigh of relief. Though he found the situation somewhat peculiar, he chose not to dwell on it. The two sat in silence throughout the night, and as the sound of the morning bell resonated, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Zuo Lingquan exhaled a long breath, sensing that after several days of diligent cultivation, approximately 1/10 of his internal qi had been restored. Although still minimal, it was significantly more potent than when he had no qi at all. Wu Qingyuan, propping herself on the stone bed, shifted to the edge, her delicate white feet lifting the embroidered shoes from the ground. Zuo Lingquan caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, hastily averting his gaze, unsure of what to say. Wu Qingyuan, discreetly observing him, maintained an unaffected demeanor as she bent down to adjust her shoes with her jade fingers, softly inquiring, "Lingquan, how is your body feeling?" "Much improved. Today, the individuals selected for the stunning terrace have been decided, haven't they?" "Indeed. Su Jining and Yao Heyu appear to be secure. Yet it remains to be seen if Shi Yulong can seize the final spot." Wu Qingyuan, having donned her embroidered shoes, stood up and stretched languidly, turning to gaze at Zuo Lingquan. "The gathering today is quite grand. While the competitors may not match your prowess, they are still the cream of the crop in Dandan. Observing their fierce exchanges will be beneficial for you as well. Do consider joining us." Her lazy stretch was accompanied by a hint of allure, accentuating the curve of her waist to perfection. Zuo Lingquan, not wishing to be indiscreet, merely bent down to put on his shoes, smiling in response, "Certainly." In no time, the pair exited the stone chamber together. As Wu Qingyuan passed the wooden house, a thought struck her. She retrieved a wooden box from within and handed it to Zuo Lingquan. "The magical items we brought back last time, I've had the chance to study them. The copper mirror is quite remarkable. It has 2 preset spells, Golden Light Technique and Profound Thunder Technique. Both are thunder-related, ideal for practitioners attuned to it. Since water nurtures wood, you may use it as well, though the casting will be considerably slower." Zuo Lingquan, intrigued by the flash bomb and white jade coin from his previous haul, felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. If the Golden Light Technique is slow to cast, it loses its element of surprise. "Senior Wu, given your affinity for wood, it would be best for you to wield it. Wu Qi smiled gently, not declining. Very well. Thank you. As a junior, it is only right that I show my gratitude for your care. Aware of Zuo Lingquan's interest in the copper mirror, she added, the golden light technique is merely a rudimentary spell, lacking any offensive capability, and the formation is quite simple. I'll see if I can draft a substitute for you in the days to come. Zuo Lingquan's eyes brightened. That would be much appreciated, Senior Wu. Ideally, it should be crafted into something like shoes or leg guards. In combat, practitioners are most attentive to their footing. Having such an item would certainly provide an unexpected advantage. Wu Qi raised an eyebrow, amused. I had thought you to be a paragon of virtue. Who knew you harbored such cunning thoughts? Alas, in life and death struggles, survival is paramount, and few concern themselves with moralities. Crafting talismans is exceedingly tedious. Even the most basic items are not easily replicated. I can only attempt to see if I can produce something effective, though I cannot guarantee results. I had originally intended to create a vibrating rod for you, but thus far, I have been unable to devise it. Senior Wu, you truly have researched this? Seeing your interest naturally compelled me to study further. As their conversation meandered, they arrived at the bamboo grove below. Wu Qi had to proceed to the sect's main hall, thus she departed ahead. Zuo Lingquan returned to his own courtyard, changed into a clean set of clothes, and took a moment to examine the talisman pouch gifted by Jiangyi. The worry-free talismans had been depleted, replaced instead by the 2 high-quality talismans acquired last time, alongside 5 inferior worry-free talismans. Among them, 1 5-thunder talisman and several miscellaneous talismans had been given to Wang Rui for protection. The gilded brush and talismanic score held by Zuo Lingquan were momentarily of no use, much like the mystical ruler and robe, all of which were entrusted to Wu Qi for further study. As for the enchanted sword, Zuo Lingquan found it quite useful. However, for a swordsman, a sword is akin to a beloved spouse. Even if it is not wielded, it is essential to keep it sheathed and properly preserved. The casual replacement or discarding of a sword is deemed highly inappropriate. Until a more suitable sword is discovered, Zuo Lingquan was not inclined to hastily choose another. Thus he gifted it to Wang Rui, who equally cherished his sword, serving as a reciprocation for Wang Rui's act of exchanging life for life. Additionally, he presented a few white jade coins, retaining 10 for himself, which he placed in the talisman pouch. After inspecting his modest wealth, Zuo Lingquan tucked away the pouch and pondered for a moment before retrieving a small porcelain vial. Inside the vial were the tiny insects he had purchased at the entrance during his last visit. Having neglected to check on them recently, he was somewhat concerned they might perish from hunger. To his surprise, upon opening the vial, a small beetle buzzed out, vigor radiating as it circled Zuo Lingquan twice before retreating back into the vial. Zuo Lingquan initially intended to release it, but noticing the little beetle seemed to consider the vial its home, he decided to let it remain, treating it as a pet of sorts. He recalled that beetles enjoyed foliage, so he plucked a few leaves from the bamboo grove outside the window and placed them beside the vial. The beetle soon emerged, crawled over to the leaves, took a nibble, and then returned to the vial, appearing somewhat disdainful. Had it not been so diminutive, it might have even expressed its discontent with AP Fef sound. Zuo Lingquan spread his hands. He had no intention of raising insects, opting instead for a more laissez-faire approach, leaving the lid off, allowing the beetle to seek its own sustenance, and if it chose to flee, so be it. As the rain subsided and the sun shone warmly upon the white stone arena in the plaza, the 5 esteemed masters from Chihuang Valley, along with elders from Fui Mountain and Chi Sword Manor, sat beneath the eaves of the main hall, their thoughts captivated by the contest unfolding on the stage. Their expressions varied. Wu Qi, clad in the sect's formal black attire, occupied a side position, her hair meticulously arranged with an air of solemnity. Before the competition commenced, Wu Qi reclined in a grand chair, her posture appearing proper, yet her mind wandered far from the arena. Her right hand rested within her sleeve, absently caressing the jade tablet she had retrieved. Deep in contemplation on how to handle this coveted yet burdensome matter, when she suddenly overheard a voice that had become somewhat familiar. Old Lu. Why do the southern 9 sects have only 8 lords? Is there one who has perished? Hush, Brother Yunting, do not speak carelessly. Wu Qi furrowed her brow and glanced over, only to find the usual suspects, old and young alike, engaged in nonsensical chatter under the shade of the trees. Strangely, Wang Rui had also inexplicably joined them, eagerly listening to the ramblings of the old man. Zuo Lingquan had already informed her about Wang Rui's life-for-life exchange. As a mentor in Chihuang Valley, Wu Qi held Wang Rui in high regard, and intended to caution him against mingling with such dubious characters. However, the old man's next words dissuaded her from this thought. The 9 sects did not emerge simultaneously. The Iron Arrow Mansion, Heavenly Emperor City, and Fulong Mountain were the earliest to establish themselves. The breathtaking Jinglu Terrace, the concealed moonlit forest, the Peach Blossom Pool, the Dinghai Tower, and the Yunshui Sword Pool are 5 esteemed establishments that have risen to prominence. Initially, the 8 sects seemed to have established a firm standing, with no one able to impose upon the other. However, the emergence of the illustrious sage of the Apricot Grove introduced the Medicine King Tower into the fray. Whether in the realm of cultivation or the mundane world, those of sound judgment would not offend the physicians. Thus, after much deliberation, the 8 immortal sects conceded a portion of their territory to the Medicine King Tower. Wuqiwan appeared somewhat taken aback. She was aware of the 9 sects of the southern region, yet her understanding of their specific circumstances paled in comparison to that of the elderly man before her. It seemed this elder possessed considerable knowledge. Wuqiwan blinked, dismissing her earlier inclination to shoo him away, and leaned in to listen intently. The elder indeed exhibited remarkable insight, traversing topics from the 9 alliances and the 8 sovereigns to the 10 sword monarchs of Central Continent, ultimately touching upon the general principles of sword cultivation. Although the information was primarily hearsay, it undeniably contained valuable insights. Wu Qingwan had heard of the formidable sword cultivators. Given how formidable Zuo Lingquan was with the sword, she had often contemplated the idea of him becoming a sword cultivator, but regrettably, she knew nothing of the methodologies involved. Upon hearing the elder casually mention that among the southern 9 sects, the Yunshui Sword Pool was the most adept at sword cultivation techniques, and that one could win a renowned sword by seeking counsel, she noted this information, albeit uncertain of its veracity. As Wu Qingwan continued to listen, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Senior Wu. Turning around, she was surprised to see Zuo Lingquan, clad in a black robe, having taken a seat behind her unbeknownst to her. She collected her thoughts, leaned back against her chair, and gestured toward the trio of individuals at a distance. Lingquan. That elder over there possesses quite a wealth of knowledge, but the one beside him is rather foolish. Zuo Lingquan had been focused on Wu Qingwan until her words caught his attention, and he glanced toward the figures in the corner of the square. Momentarily taken aback, 5th brother? Upon Wu Qingwan's exclamation of foolish, she was momentarily taken aback by Zuo Lingquan's response. She could hardly believe it. The one in white attire is your brother? Indeed, he is my uncle's son. The one beside him is old Lu, a cultivator from outside, who possesses considerable knowledge. Wu Qingwan blinked, filled with skepticism. That seems improbable. How can 2 brothers differ so greatly? Not to mention, he doesn't even match half your good looks. They are cousins. In truth, he is quite amiable, though somewhat carefree. How did Wang Rui end up in their company? I do not know. The elder is quite knowledgeable. He even spoke